Right, so it's not a live stream, and I was going to live stream it, but they're not live streaming. So I hope this PC can record for 10 hours, because I don't know, so this is a complete risk. So fingers crossed it works and all that. So today we're going to be watching Hamza for 10 hours. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I've tried this before, like 20 minutes ago, and the live stream stopped, so I hope it's not going to stop this time. I've got a clock here, right? 10 hours, and then every few hours I'll show you the clock. And also I've got this mirror behind me. I don't really know what it shows. I hope it shows that I'm not cheating or anything. There's the screen there, and here's the timer. So 10 hours. Enjoy this video in a bit. Just want to say well done, Hamza, on 500,000 subs. Very impressive. Well done. Very good.
Finally starting to get those. I want you to really imagine this into your mind. Imagine accomplishing every goal that you set out. You build the body, you make the money, and you get the girl. You feel so happy. Everyone who knew you previously is like so astonished. And you're finally starting to get those guys and girls from your high school who are being a bit jealous and hateful towards you now because they've seen how much you've grown and they say that you've changed. And yeah, of course you've changed. You've become successful. So what happens next? You've achieved everything that you've wanted. And now Jeffrey appears. Why don't you just take some time to enjoy your accomplishments? You've built the body, so go and enjoy the pizza. You've made the money, how about we spend just a little bit on drugs? You've got the girl, but what if we cheat on her? Are you gonna listen to Jeffrey, or will you take the path of Adonis? Adonis has a different message for you. Do not get complacent. Success may lead to failure if you ease up. Sacrifice must be progressively overloaded. Say it with me. Sacrifice must be progressively overloaded. I've been training Muay Thai now for like the past 7 days, almost training every single day. It's getting intense. I'm fucking loving it, and I'm literally considering maybe, just maybe, I will actually compete and like sign up for a fight for this. There's something that I just want you to visualize. I want you to think of like some fighting skill or some martial arts or MMA or UFC, whatever it is that you want to visualize, maybe boxing or kickboxing, whatever it is, any kind of like athletic endeavor. I want you to visualize the guy who is like the underdog, and he's kind of training in the darkness. He goes to that sweaty, almost like worn out gym that has like a leak in the roof. He goes there at 5 a.m. The heating doesn't even work, but he warms up by himself. He punches the cold ass bag that's like old, and he's training hard and hard and hard. He dedicates his life to this endeavor. He goes home and he literally just researches more and learns more, and he eats meals entirely based on his performance. He's so utterly focused, and then he starts making incredible progress, and he gets results, and he gets signed up to fights, and he wins those fights, and he performs so well. He gets into like, let's say, the UFC or some big boxing tournaments, and he wins and wins and wins and wins, and suddenly he gets so famous out of nowhere. There's so many opportunities for him. What was once a man that was so truly dedicated to the act of fighting, of his sport, well, now he's doing press conferences and sponsorships, and you know, he won a lot of money from that tournament. And Jeffrey is very tempting. Cocaine and women, this is not an abnormal story whatsoever. I can't tell you anyone specific, like any celebrity or athlete, because I don't watch sports or movies or anything, but I assume that maybe someone in the comments will tell you, oh yeah, well, this is exactly the story of this guy who did, you know, who was like really focused, but then he became successful, and then he lost the success because he lost his focus. Success may lead to failure, and honestly, more times than not, it actually does. What happens to those rappers that come out of the hood with one of their songs pop off, and they literally get $1 million brand deal? They literally get like a sponsorship, like a partnership, or however it works, of like $1 million. They get $1 million sent to their bank account, and they're from the hood. They are used to having nothing. They're not even used to having fucking bank accounts. Now he's got a 7-digit bank account. All of his friends are going crazy. His family's going crazy. They're throwing parties, and then they're getting strippers and prostitutes, and they're buying all these fancy cars and jewelry, and then the money's rinsed, and his friends disappear, the women disappear, he's in debt. How many like talented people do you see come up and then go straight down. Do not let this happen to you. We are on somewhat of a similar trajectory to these people. The people who have gotten fame through like sports or singing or whatever endeavor like really got them famous. Something similar can happen to you in your self-improvement journey, because you'll just find that you're becoming more and more successful and you'll get more and more opportunities, especially if you go into like a high-level career or business. And then it can be so easy to get complacent. Your ego can blind you and say, well, you know, we've already built the body, so I don't really need to train that hard anymore. I can take some extra rest days. It's not going to do anything to my physique. You know, I've already got the body and the strength, so I can eat that chocolate cake right now. There is a video on my channel body, so I don't really need to train that hard anymore. I can take some extra rest days. It's not going to do anything to my physique. You know, I've already got the body and the strength, so I can eat that chocolate cake right now. There is a video on my channel where you can see me coping with that exact phrase. It's one of the oldest videos. If you go onto the channel and sort by like oldest, it's titled something about like 5-year body trans. It's not like the actual body transformation video, but it's like what does it feel like to build your ideal body, something like that. I'm in like a pink room, and I literally, like, I'm pretty sure it's still public on this channel, and I literally say like, oh yeah, well, you know, I've built my dream physique, so I can take more rest days, like I can take more days off the gym, and I can eat whatever I want now. What do you think happened? My physique went worse and worse and worse, and then I felt like shit because it was so important to me, but I got complacent. You must know that the more success that you build in anything you do, whether it's meditation or your physique or some sporting competition or some business or any kind of creative endeavor, you must know that the more success you build, the more that you have to constantly keep putting in. Sacrifice must be progressively overloaded. I think that's such an important sentence for you to remember. Maybe you write that down. Sacrifice must be progressively overloaded. It's so important for you to keep in mind, what are you sacrificing? How much discomfort have you felt recently? Because if your answer to both of those questions was not much, please believe me when I say this to you. Please take this seriously. I, Hamza, have full confidence that you will fail soon. I have full confidence that another man will surpass you in the race that you are in. Another man will take the rewards that you are gonna get. Another man will get the SMV increase, the SMV, you know, the boost to his SMV so he's more attractive in the sexual marketplace. Another man will attract the women that you would have attracted. Another man will attract your future wife if you slow down. Nobody wants to think like this. You know, we all want to have this soft, like, oh yeah, like, everyone wants to have this like soft, playful attitude with success and making progress to your goals these days, especially in terms of like dating as well. The thing is, one of our main goals, and a lot of people don't admit this, but it is to attract women. It is to attract the best woman possible. Maybe you want a wife, maybe you want to have a woman who's the mother of your children, maybe you just want to have like multiple women. Whatever it is like a big part of our lives, and a lot of guys are in this thing of like, nope, like I don't care about girls, I'll just focus on me. But it's like, yeah, you're focusing on you. Why? You're going on monk mode. Why? So that you can improve yourself more to eventually attract women. And I'm not saying that you do it entirely for them. I'm not saying that you do it entirely for like sex or dating, but it is of course like a big part of life. Relationships are probably the biggest, most important, most fulfilling part of our lives. And so we've got to discuss that dynamic where, as a young man, if you slow down, some other guy will overtake you and take your woman. Well, she's not yours anymore anyway. I want you to just visualize yourself in a race, like a 400-meter race right now, and at the finish line, you see the finish line way over there, at the finish line is literally your dream girl, and if you come in, let's say first place, she will be yours. And so you're running and running and running and running, and then you get distracted. What do you get distracted by? Jeffrey, his drugs, his parties, maybe Jess and her Instagram pictures. You get distracted, and you know your head turns and you're not running as fast, and the guy behind you is so focused that he goes straight for that dash. He goes straight for the finish line, and he finishes first place. Imagine the life that you would have had with that woman, the kids that you were going to have, and you were going to take them to school together, and you were going to look into each other's eyes every single night. You were going to share so many beautiful moments and I love yous. You were going to make love together. You're going to make children together. And now she's gonna have that experience with someone else, and she doesn't even know you anymore. When you slow down as a man, when you get complacent, that is what the fear is. I don't think enough people talk to you in this way, where they literally tell you, okay, this is how dating works. It's cutthroat as fuck. No one wants to talk to you like this. Everyone will tell you, well, you know, just be yourself. It's so nice to hear those words, and it's so nice to hear like, oh yeah, well, you know, fuck these thoughts, like, fuck these hoes, like they're not important. Focus on yourself, king. You can take those polar opposites if you want. You can live those lives if you want, and you can live like a sad, lonely existence. The realistic way to navigate your dating life is to realize that if you get complacent as a man, especially in terms of your success, your development, building those attractive characteristics, you will get less quality of women, or a lower quality wife. You can't afford to get complacent. And you know, a thought that I had, I wasn't going to even mention this on this video. Me and my friend Nabil, he said something that actually gave me like a little bit of like a depressed mindset, like a little bit of like a somewhat of like a nihilistic view on life. We sat downstairs and I talked to him about, you know, being like a 1% man, and he said, Hamza, you're already a 0.1% man. Now there's some Jeffreys who are watching this video and they'll be like, oh, Hamza isn't, Hamza's brown, and that means that he has to pay the curry tax, and like his eyelid shapes like a certain shape, so that means he's ugly, you know, some shit like that. But the truth is, bro, you know, we're not supposed to say this, bro. I'm supposed to be really humble. I'm supposed to tell you, like, you know, the success I've built, like, oh yeah, I'm not there yet, guys. I'm supposed to like say this shit, bro. Obviously I'm in the top 0.1% of men. And that seems really crazy. Like, wait, hang on. Let's say top 1%. That means that there's 100 guys, I'd have to be the best one. Bro, I'm there. Top 0.1%, bro, I'm there. In terms of income, in terms of confidence, in terms of attractiveness, bro, I sound like a dick. I feel like I'm there. And my friend did as well, and he said this to me. And I got really sad, because I thought like, oh, well, I've completed the race then, and you know, life's like really nice and everything, but I thought it was going to be better than this. I thought there was like, you know, I want there to be more to strive for. I don't want to be done with self-improvement just yet. Then I did some journaling about this, because I really got like this sense of sadness, because I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be done yet. Like, obviously, you know, I'll maintain where I'm at and stuff, but I thought, like, is this it? I'm at the top 0.1%. Like, I thought, you know, like the whole point of like, you know, the sort of pickup artist, red pill space is kind of like, oh yeah, get into the top 20%, and I feel like I'm in the top 1% or 0.1%. And I got really sad by thinking, okay, I'm already there, so like, you know, it's boring, and like, you know, I wish I was getting more results. I wish that there was more to strive for. But then I journaled and said, you know what? There is more to strive for, because being the best out of 1,000 guys is like, yes, it's kind of nice and everything, but bro, it's not that hard. If there's 1,000 guys, 700 of them are fat, 250 are skinny or skinny fat, 20 guys are like actually like athletic and actually like muscular, and maybe one guy has the ideal proportions of an aesthetic physique. But you can get better and better and better than that. So I set my sights higher, and I thought, okay, I see these like Instagram models, and you know, they're really attractive, they're really successful, they've got like 1 million followers. It's, you know, like guys like Mike Thurston on YouTube, right? And that's like a guy who's got like an amazing physique, he's got a fantastic business, a huge social media following. That's a guy who's better than 0.1%, right? That's like a 0.00001% guy. And I asked, okay, well, is there progress to be made when I push more for that? And I was like, yeah, well, of course there is. Would I get more results from life? Would I get a better lifestyle? Would I attract better women? Well, yeah, of course I would. This is when I realized something amazing, and I really hope that I can explain this to you in the right way. The best results in life come when you usually could get complacent. Now would be a normal time for me to get complacent. Bitch. Don't ask why. And in fact, my friend Nabil literally said this to me. He was like, bro, this was your goal for 2 years. So this was my goal, to get to Thailand, to be able to like, you know, work online and have like a social media following. This was my goal for 2 years. This would be where I could get complacent, right? But the best results come from after the time where you could get complacent, because you'll get complacent once you have a level of success. If you continue past that, that is when you'll actually get more. Because I'm trying to explain this to you, right? This weird realization that I had. I realized that when you're first making progress in your self-improvement journey, you don't get like that many like results. If we say results is things like, oh, you know, the attraction from women, and you make more money and everything, you don't get that much to begin with, because you go to the gym and you start getting a little bit more compliments, but it's not too much. It's really not too much. What happens is that success in all ways is always exponential. So the results that you see from here to here are not that different. You know, the result, let's say you're a fat guy, right? You've got 30% body fat. Going from 30% to 27%, it's not suddenly you're just gonna change your life and oh my god, everyone, look, he's amazing, he's gonna get signed brand deals, and like loads of girls are attracted to you now. No, not really. But like, that's probably the hardest part in terms of effort. That's what, like, the start is probably the hardest. And so effort kind of goes on a graph like this, where it's like really high to begin with and it goes down, and results are kind of like the opposite, where it's like you get no results to begin with, but then you get exponential results the longer you stay on this ride. Because that 3% body fat that fat guy lost won't get him like any more attraction from women. Whereas let's say you've already been lifting for like many years, you're already onto this, you've got like a physique similar to me right now. Maybe I'm like 12% body fat right now. If I lost 3% body fat, I would literally be on like fitness model level physique. The results would go like this. This is what I realized, in the book that I'm reading is called Change Your Thinking, Change Your Life by Brian Tracy. And he's mentioned this analogy a few times that I really want you to visualize. Bitch, loud ass fucking play. Imagine a horse race. So, you know, a bunch of horses are like racing around this circle, and whatever horse like wins the race wins, like, you know, the money for the owner or the guys who have placed bets on it. So you imagine this horse race, and there's two very close competitors. The first horse, like the winning horse, wins by this much. Literally, it wins by the nose. His nose literally tags it. The second horse was just behind. Is the second horse gonna get a little bit less of the results from this? No. Okay, now imagine a race with humans. It's like Usain Bolt, and there's a bunch of guys, you know, really fast guys. One guy's like the top guy, the fastest guy, the one who wins the race. His speed is like exactly 10 seconds. And the guy behind him is 10.1 seconds. So he was just off by like 0.1. Is the second guy gonna get 99% of the rewards of the first guy? No, of course not. The first guy will get exponentially all of the rewards, and everyone else will get such a small amount. It's like it compounds, it's exponential. Do you see how this works in the game of life? All of the rewards come later on. All of the rewards come when you don't get complacent, when you could have gotten complacent. When you reach a good level of success, that is when you are ready, so close to reaching like an exponential level of success. Does that make sense? So where are you in your self-improvement journey right now? You've been exercising, you've been meditating, hopefully you've started like a business, or you've been leveling up a career, or you've been studying harder. Now would be a good time for you to get complacent and to coast and to, you know, enjoy the results that you've gotten. And this, you know what, that just made me realize. I literally just said, enjoy the results that you've gotten. And I just visualized how much this topic links with dating. And it's a weird thing for me to talk about, because by saying, you know, results and rewards, you're kind of speaking about women like they're like the reward, you know, reward, like they're like objects and stuff, and we don't want to come across that way. But we all do have to admit, men and women who are watching this, that there is total truth that like women's attraction to you increases when you become more successful, more attractive, more confident and everything, right? So it is a result of a man becoming confident, successful, attractive, that he gets women. It's a weird way to say it without sounding like misogynistic or whatever, but the truth is, the attraction of women is a reward of self-improvement and hard work. It's undeniable. Everyone, you know, that doesn't sound rude, hopefully, and that is the truth. It's so easy for you to start your self-improvement journey feeling quite like lonely, being in like the bottom 80% of men, and, you know, not really getting attention, real attention. You know, you can sometimes you get a girl who's like messaging you back on Snapchat and stuff, but I'm talking real attention where like girls are like actively wanting to like date you and sleep with you, and like, you know, they want to be your girlfriend and everything. You might be in that position where that's not happening, but then you go through your self-improvement journey, you build some muscle, you get way more confident, your body's like sexy as fuck, you're starting to get 2-3 times more Tinder matches than what you're used to, you're getting way more attraction from girls, you're getting literally catcalled in the street. Girls don't realize how much this actually happens, bro. When you build muscle and you look good, bro, like the stuff that a lot of girls complain about, they don't realize that they actually do it themselves to attractive guys. Like shit like catcalling, bro, like I'm used to it now. It happens like here way more often, because it's part of like the marketing of like massage parlors and everything, to, you know, shout at guys when they're going past and say like, oh, you know, like sexy man, they come here and stuff. But especially when like I went out with one night here, and the amount of women and even gay guys and everything that groped me was fucking insane. And, you know, as a guy, you're not supposed to talk about, yeah, this is a fucking separate topic, but yeah, just a quick rant about being sexy. But yeah, you can find that you make progress on your self-improvement journey, and then you start getting attraction from girls, and it is so easy for you to then get complacent and think, oh, well, you know, like I'm having sex with these girls, I'm dating a girl now, and this is the best thing ever, she's amazing and everything, without thinking like, that's a form of you getting complacent. This is something which is ruthless, it's cold-hearted, which it's so like weird and dark to talk about, but no one talks about this, and this might be some of the best advice that I could give you, you know, like something important to keep in mind. When you're on self-improvement, like holistic self-improvement, the Adonis way, every 6 months you will be attracting a new tier of woman. Believe me when I say that. Every 6 months you will be attracting a new tier of woman, and it will be slow at first, but like the longer you stay on it, the more that you reach success and aesthetics in your physique, and money and confidence and attractiveness through looks maxing and grooming and all this stuff, bro, like healing your childhood trauma. All this stuff really does help, and it really just increases like the quality of women who are attracted to you. And it would be such a shame for you to just get complacent, and the first girl that shows you attention, you quickly like latch onto her and hold her down, because just round the corner after another few months of self-improvement was a new girl. And like this is really dark, man, because it's, you know, It's a very weird concept to talk about, but it is something that you will experience. You will experience a sense of complacency with all parts of life, and with dating. I personally, like, you know, really value dating. It's always in my mind and everything. And so this is why it's like quite important for me to talk about this, because I've really felt this. Like, the quality of women that you attract will just constantly keep going up and up and up and up. When do you stop? When do you say, like, oh, you know, this is good enough? The YouTuber First Man, so you can search that, First Man. He's a very, very good YouTuber. His name's Chris. And he has this concept that he calls stick or twist. And it's kind of like what you want to do when you're playing a game of cards and you're trying to get to like 21, and you can choose to either stick or twist. And he says that most guys will stick at where they're at. They'll play it safe. They've gotten to like 12. The game of this like card game is to get to 21, and they've gotten to like 12 or 13, and they'll stick just to be safe. But he said you've got to become way more ruthless and more of a risk taker to say, no, fuck it, twist. Give me another card. Let me get closer to 21. You might go bust, but fine. And it's the exact same concept with like all parts of life, but especially with dating. Do you want to stick with where you're at right now, or do you want to twist and get better and better? Now, you don't have to do this autistically. You don't have to say like, oh, well, I'm never going to settle with a girl because they'll keep getting better. But the idea is just don't be like 17 years old and think, yep, this is the best woman I'm ever going to get in my life, so I'll better pair down with her. And this is where this mindset usually gets critiqued by some people who say, well, no, this is toxic, first of all, and second, well, why don't you just get a girl who's like improving herself? But the truth is, like, a low-value young man who's just recently gotten on to self-improvement is not attracting the quality of a woman who's really on self-improvement herself. There's always that kind of value deviance from men and women. Like, men generally need to like date downwards. Generally, that's how it works. And so if you're a guy recently on self-improvement for the last 6 months or 1 year, the girls that you meet who are finally attracted to you, they're probably not going to be on self-improvement. They're probably not going to be like gym girls with amazing bodies, because those girls are like way up here. They're probably not going to be girls who are like way like into meditation and spirituality, and they all do like yoga and journaling and reading, and they're so wholesome, because again, their value's way up here. Maybe you're here and you can date the girls who are down here, the girls who go and watch Netflix and eat junk food. You don't want to stay complacent there. But then when do you settle? When do you stick? This is the kind of thoughts that you journal about. Now you're beginning to see the value of journaling, because this is such like a big, broad concept that like almost no one's talking.
The idea of improving yourself with journaling, meditation, going to the gym, picturing like a future self of your own version, like, is so exciting. So exciting.
To you about your parents, your teachers, they're never going to explain this dynamic to you, like, oh yeah, don't settle. Your dad isn't going to come and sit with you and say like, well son, stick or twist, are you going to get complacent because Hamza said sacrifice must be progressively overloaded? You don't hear this type of advice from anyone else. So it's very important for you to take this seriously. It's kind of like a solo journey where you need to really be introspective, think slowly, take some time to decide these like big decisions, journal a lot, and ask yourself, stick or twist? Am I getting complacent here with everything? Let's say you built up a fantastic physique. Are you getting complacent recently because you say that, oh well, I can enjoy some of the junk food now? That's complacency. Whatever you've done to build yourself up, you need to do more than that just to maintain the same level, and you need to do exponentially more to get to the next level and the next level and the next level. And trust me when I say, when you get complacent with something that you've eased the gas off, you will feel unfulfilled. The masculine energy, I should do a full video on like masculine feminine energy. The masculine energy is all about goal striving and progress to like goals, the freedom, the freedom of restraints. That's very sexual in a certain sense. The masculine energy is all about the progress to like freedom. Like, that's literally how we have sex. It's about the progress to like freedom. Does that make sense? And that's the way that we live our lives. If you then stop that progress and let it go down and down and down, we don't feel good about that. We feel very bad when there's like a mission in our lives that we've let go, that we've let slow down, that we've gotten complacent in because we focused on something else, or we just wanted to like, you know, enjoy the pleasure here. Oh, you know, I was fine settling with her. She's the best that I could get. I just had a realization. So I was just sat in a cafe with my two friends, and I was journaling about like, okay, how can we take this YouTube channel to the next level? I didn't even plan to like sort of announce this or anything, but I was just kind of journaling, brainstorming ideas. Okay, how can we get like triple the audience size? How can we get triple the views? And I'm writing down a bunch of like YouTube stuff, like, oh, you know, we can increase the click-through rate, or, you know, I could speak and like read more books and give more advice, or I could try and increase the viewer retention, and, you know, all this like limited thinking. And I asked Sam, and he just said like, nah, I don't think it's that stuff. And, you know, we just kind of spoke about it, and we ended up thinking, you know what, the growth of the channel, the growth of this movement is tied entirely to my own self-improvement journey. If I grew exponentially very quickly, let's say in the next 3 months, if I became like such an upgraded version, Hamza 2.0, if I truly, you know, stick or twist, if I twisted hard, if I got like the complete opposite of complacent, the channel would grow. Because way more young men would come to the channel to watch me talk, wouldn't they? Because imagine if I became like a martial arts fighter. I've literally considered this, right? Imagine if I sign up now for a Muay Thai fight and I'm fucking training hard for that. Imagine if I become a professional fighter and I'm not just like a little YouTuber who's got like a bit of muscle now, and I'm a professional fighter who's coming to the camera to teach you, okay, this is how you skyrocket your levels of discipline. Oh, you're feeling tired? Well, this is what I do for my training. Oh, you're in pain? Well, this is what I do. This is the mindset that works for me when I've won 3 Muay Thai fights by now. Well, the YouTube channel will grow, wouldn't it? And it really, I started brainstorming a bunch of things that I could do that would kind of develop myself. And I realized, you know what? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I'm the guy on camera. I'm the self-improvement guy who's talking to you, bro. I've been complacent. I have been complacent. In the last 6 years, the last 1 year, bro, the first year of my real self-improvement start, like the real journey that I had was May 2020. In the first 6 months, I made literally 0 to 1 progress, like this, like amazing, mind-blowing progress. I went from being like a video game addict, like full-on addict, a weed addict, a porn addict, and I stopped all of that straight away and I started making videos, okay, this is how I did my dopamine detox. I started making videos saying, okay, this is how I quit video games, and that was like completely new. The channel fucking blew up, and within a year we had like 100,000 subscribers. And then I did grow 100%, from that moment. I did grow. I was going to the gym very consistently. I was reading a lot of books. I was getting better as like being like a manager, a team leader. I was improving my skills like leadership, influence, persuasion. I was hiring more people. I was, gaining muscle and strength in the gym and being productive and, getting onto like high performance routines. And the channel's grown, bro. You can look at like the stats. The channel has grown like this, right? Very, very nice growth, but not like exponentially, because I haven't. I realized like what's happened in the last 6 months or 1 year. I've had a lot of growth, especially like character growth. I never thought about character previously, but I haven't had like a full-on like huge level of discomfort with my life back at home when I was in the UK. This right here, what you're seeing is like a big level of growth. This is me traveling halfway across the world, living in a completely different area, living a very different life to what I was living like in the UK. Like we have motorbikes here, we go for rides, I keep speeding, and I train Muay Thai here. I'm like away from distractions. I went out one night here, literally went out one night, and I slept with a girl. I had like casual sex, and like I've been saying a lot on my channel that like I don't think that's good for me, and I'd really re-emphasize, okay, it's not good for me. And I literally haven't even drank. I haven't drank alcohol, I haven't taken any drugs or anything, haven't played video games, have barely been on things like Instagram and like dopamine shit, haven't even watched YouTube videos. Even my favorite YouTubers like First Man, haven't even been watching YouTube, haven't had the time to. Literally just been out and about, just like living life and sort of being challenged in like various ways, like setting up in a new place and everything. And I just started brainstorming a bunch of ideas, and I was like, I have like somewhat gotten complacent back at home. There wasn't like a huge level of discomfort. And so this is a question to ask yourself, because I did this practice and I had the humility that you can see here to openly hold my hand up and say, you know what, like obviously compared to Jeffrey's, bro, we're doing very well, but like we've got some high standards for ourselves, so let's not like pussy about here. I admitted to myself with my high standards that, yep, compared to my high standards, I did get pretty complacent for like the last 6 months when I was back home. Yeah, I lifted some weights, yeah, I got consistent, I got bigger, yeah, I read for like 4 hours a day, and I really grew the business and everything. But for my high fucking standards, bro, like nothing was like that life-changing back at home for the last 6 months. So ask yourself this question, because I asked myself this question and it really reframed my mind. I asked myself, how much discomfort did I really feel in the last 6 months of my routine back at home? And there wasn't much. The times I was most uncomfortable, that I experienced the most discomfort, the most problems that I had to solve, was that I've taken 5 holidays this year. This is kind of like the 6th. This is more long-term traveling. But I took 5 holidays. At the start of the year, I went to Mexico, then I went to Dubai, then Amsterdam twice, and then Greece, and now I'm in Thailand. So 6 places I traveled. I've experienced a lot of growth, a lot of discomfort, a lot of like problem solving with all 6 trips. But apart from that, in my daily routine back at home, bro, I wasn't challenged. I wasn't experiencing much growth, and it shows. I built the muscle, I'm in the best shape of my life. The YouTube channel grew, I read a lot, I hired a lot of people and everything, but like I wasn't challenged. I wasn't like, put to like a test. That is so important to have in your life. So be totally honest with no filter right now. Have you been challenged recently? Like truly challenged? Have you had some like goal in your mind, some accomplishment that you want, which is like uncomfortable? Not just, like, oh yeah, well, follow my morning routine, my nighttime routine, I'll meditate for 5 minutes, bro, that's easy. Have you like challenged yourself with something big? So you like meditating, you think it's important? Sign up for a Vipassana retreat. It's like 3 days where you literally just meditate. That's like a level of challenge. That's like not getting complacent. It'd be so easy for you to think, well, you know, I've been meditating for a while, so I'll add 20 minutes a day. Well, bro, sign up and fucking meditate for 3 days straight. Oh, you've been weightlifting and you know, you've been making great progress. Nice. Oh, your physique's looking really good, bro. Sign up to a bodybuilding competition. That's the level of growth. Like, that's like the inspiring like thing of like, oh shit, we've got that coming up. I need to take this seriously. That's how you stop getting complacent, because you make some progress, and it's so easy to just take your foot off the gas and say, you know what, like, oh, look at me, I'm so great, like, look at this physique now, I can eat some shit now, I can go to the restaurant with my friends because, you know, I've done it now. Oh, like, you know, I've made some money in my business. Well, let's go spend that money and let's like take a step back from the business because I've done it now. No, we need to double down on this stuff. People get complacent when they have been fueled by external motivation. Does that make sense? You get complacent if you've been thinking so much about the reward of the thing instead of the practice of the thing itself. Because if you loved weightlifting, you wouldn't get complacent after you've built a good physique. You'd get more and more into progressively overload. But if all you focused on was the physique, well, then you'd build a physique and then you'll get complacent. If all you focused on was getting that, this is the one I see a lot. If all you focused on was getting the girlfriend, I really want to get a girl, I really want to have sex. Well, then when you get her, what happens? You'll get complacent. Why? Because that's all you focused on. And so now you've got it. Well, now you can ease your foot off the gas because you know you've achieved your goal. So you can finally bulk now because you know, like, you've already got the girl, so you don't need the abs anymore. But if your goal was about becoming the best man that you could be, and of course the byproduct of that is getting a girlfriend, attracting women, well, then you wouldn't just get complacent because it would be an everlasting purpose. It would be like this mission that is ongoing. This video is long as fuck because I really want you to take this seriously. There is some area of your life that you are complacent in right now that you have
I generally think this is his best video he's ever made. Seriously.
not been challenged. Where are you comfortable? Comfort is the killer of man. Say it with me. Comfort is the killer of man. And discomfort, challenge, problems. That is where all growth arises. How much discomfort, how much challenge, how many problems have you felt recently? How many failures have you experienced recently? There's a video on my channel. It's a very short, it's like kind of like a motivational kind of like video. You might find it a bit cringe. You might find it like fucking sick. It's titled, I'm a Failure. You can search for it on YouTube or something. Just YouTube like Hamza, I'm a Failure. It's like 5 minutes long. It's like a motivational video. I edited myself. It's kind of cool. And I literally said in it, like, you need to understand that being a failure is a good thing, bro. I am a failure. I fail at a lot of things. I fail at so many things. That is what causes growth. That is what gets you to success. So be honest right now. Be totally honest. How many things have you failed at recently? In the last 3 months, how many things have truly challenged you? In the last 3 months, how many true problems have arose for you? Ask these questions and journal. Have total humility and total honesty. Make sure you answer these questions with total truth, because you can literally lose years of your life to this shit. Or you could fast track your growth, that success, because the majority of people are gonna get complacent. But if you're one of the very, very few young men who are literally keeping these thoughts in mind, literally saying these words in your brain, like, yep, I'm reaching a good level of success, there's going to be a point where I feel like I can take my foot off the gas. That's when I've actually got to double down, because that means I'm very close to those exponential gains. You're gonna stand out, bro. You're gonna stand out. In this space online, every guy is trying to get into like the top 20% of men, the top 10%, the top 1%, bro. Trust me when I say that barrier is crossed when there is like the ability to be complacent. And I'm so excited for you, because now you've got this mindset, you've got these thoughts. It's time to do some journaling and just be so ready, because you're gonna get there. You're on self-improvement, you're doing the right things. You are gonna feel that moment when it's so easy for you to be complacent. And when you feel that, just think to yourself, bro, every other guy who's at the same point as you, the majority of them are gonna stop. The majority of them are going to eat that cake. The majority of them are going to settle down with that girl that they don't even like. The majority of them are just going to like spend all the money that they've just made. Stick or twist. That's a fantastic video. It's on First Man's channel. Stick or twist. You should watch that video as well. You can subscribe to our channel if you want to.
Hey, look, all them notes. Right, just from this video. Incredible.
Welcome to the cult. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
He's a beast, isn't he?
Best part of OnlyFans is.
Yo, what's up, bro? What day are we on?
Still recording? We still recording?
Day 5. Massive stack of toilet roll. Nabil, karate chop that toilet roll, will you?
What's that?
Karate chop the toilet roll. So today Where can I put this? We are getting ready to go to the gym. I've got these boys on a new style of training. We're gonna start doing Muay Thai every day. Looking good.
Yeah. Looking good, feeling good. Vibes are great. Weather's great.
Mashallah.
Mashallah.
How's the trip going so far, boys?
Fantastic,
bro.
Fantastic.
I feel like I'm leaning down already. Seriously, man.
Yeah, for real, me too.
Bro, he had fucking like ab vein, like if you've got him right now. Literally, he was just chilling yesterday.
For the
He had a,
camera,
like,
bro.
thick ass fucking vein. Never. Yeah,
Oh,
he's still there.
There's two, bro. There's one there and there's one there too.
When you see me,
It's not popping right now, but
Yeah.
mashallah, bro.
Mate, my boys have been like working hard as fuck, waking up early, doing like productive shit, going to Muay Thai stuff. Like you guys have grown already, man. We've been here for a few days and you've been putting in fucking work. None of us have ate like a single bit of like chocolate or any like bad like food or anything.
Shit, bro.
No drinks. We got tempted. We literally landed, and on the first day we were here, we got tempted with like this big ass like full moon party. Like we met this guy who was like a little YouTuber, and he was telling us, oh yeah, like we should come to it and everything. And we all like looked at each other for a split second, and we decided against it. We're not gonna party for like a month or like at least another 2 weeks first, and we're just focused on like the grind and we're focused on growth first, which I'm so proud of.
It's going really well, bro.
I've shaved as well.
Looking good, bro.
Yeah.
Jawline's fucking coming, man. I want to get lean, bro. Like one of my biggest goals right now is get to like 10% body fat. I don't know what percentage would you say I'm at right now?
I'd say like 13, 14.
14%.
Yeah.
I think First Man has the same goal, right? 10% body fat.
Yeah, it's the special number, man.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of shit that I wanted to talk about, man. There's like I wanted to talk about getting injuries as a guy. Like boys get boo-boos. That, and he's got it on his legs and everything.
Yeah, I've got 2 bruises on my legs from Muay Thai right now. Yeah.
And this is like, it's one of the first times you've actually had like injuries, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sam's lived a very kind of like caged in, like safe lifestyle of
Very
just
mothered,
being.
bro. Very
you
mothered.
tell me about your life, bro.
I'm not good at this shit. But yeah, I've been very fucking mothered my whole life, guys. Like, my mom has very much so kept me in a very like safe bubble. And so I've took very little risks my entire life. So I've actually just fucking flown 12 hours across the world here, in Thailand, yeah. And I'm just trying like new things. We've got motorbikes.
So there it is. Nice.
Training Muay Thai. Just trying to figure out the landscape. It's a beautiful place as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mashallah, bro.
Nice. Push. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice in the bro. Dude's looking fucking angry, bro.
Easy. Lightweight.
Just smashed an absolute sickening session, full body. Me and Nabil vlogging. Bro, this is the life, isn't it? Me and my boy just being YouTubers.
Yeah.
YouTube inception.
Full-time YouTubers inception.
Delicious. Thank you. Friendly. Oh, that's so cute. You want to pet it?
This is to entertain. This is
Oh yeah, yeah. She wants to pet it. That's so cute. fuckboy initiation.
You gonna
mine
use it
is on.
Oh, careful for the shoulder, bro.
Yeah. So mine is on this side, right? The direction. I believe in that. Close your eyes. Not with like pain, but. Looks kind of hang on a minute. It's not too bad. I need to shape it up.
I don't know, bro.
Let me go over it a little bit more.
Are you sure you want to go over it a bit more?
Yeah.
I feel like you took too much off on the right side.
Yeah, it's too thick because it's like, I don't know how else I'm supposed to do it with this, but. Looks kind of thick, bro.
Yeah, it's too thick, bro.
But no, to be honest. Oh shit. Yeah, like it's thick, but it's like.
Yeah, it's thick. I don't know. Oh, I'll fucking make it work, bro.
I'm a looking boys. So we've been here for a while. We've been debating like, should we go out? Should we be partying and stuff? And we're pretty much just going on a spontaneous night out right now, which is reminding me of my DJing days. And but we're not drinking or anything. We're literally gonna go out for like 2 hours to like be social and speak to people, which feels acceptable. You know, one thing I missed, like which we just experienced, me and Sam, was like getting ready with the boys is always like fun as fuck.
What's up, boys? How we doing? I've been initiated. It's a bit thick, but we move.
Welcome to being a fuckboy. Yo, in a cafe, having a deep conversation with my boys, which I will fill you in. I'm not sure you can hear us because it's really raining outside.
Oh, advert.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create high quality live streams for free? Well, with StreamYard, the answer
You're gonna get this. We're having like a deep conversation about what I should do in terms of like dating and sex. Because this is like the number one question and like thing that I've had in my mind of like, how do I navigate my dating and my sex life? And I've been so utterly clueless. Like this is something that Sam has helped me. It's probably gonna be too loud, but this is something that Sam has helped me with for like the last year.
Weekly cope calls.
We went out last night, me and Sam, and it's the first time I've been out in a while. I did it in quite like a healthy way where like we drove there on our motorbikes. So I literally just drank water. I didn't drink at all. Like I got offered a lot of drinks. I walked in with like honestly like total fucking like Chad effect. Like the amount of attention and validation I was getting was insane. I was wearing like a shirt that I didn't put any buttons on, so you could literally see my abs. I was walking through the club. I walked through the club and I'm literally getting like stared at. Girls are coming over and literally saying like, probably like touching me, groping me, grabbing my dick and everything, bro. I get off with like multiple girls. I take a girl back and I just start journaling. So I hooked up with the girl and I start journaling about like what I'm doing here, why am I pursuing casual sex and everything, and like I crave validation like so much. And I'm a little bit late, but I'm beginning to realize like it's not good for me. So we've just had like a proper deep conversation that maybe I should be focused instead on like being on monk mode and developing myself to attract like my future wife and like to have like the best setup for my children. Because right now like I'm realizing like a lot of my mind is focused on like just getting as much validation as possible, getting as much like of like this dynamic of like me walking through the club and like, oh, so many girls are like looking at me, so many girls will run up to me with their friends and say like, my friend thinks you're cute and everything. That feels awesome. Like it feels so good knowing that you've worked for that and that you didn't have that a few years ago. That like I wasn't born with that shit. I literally worked for this. I put in the work to be perceived as like a Chad by like these girls here. and I have a negative view of it because I just think like I don't want to be part of this group. I don't want to be on that level. I don't think sex is that fulfilling. Like I've realized now, like even when I was in university and now, it's like I've never done this for sex. I've done this for validation. I've done this because like I want like to know that people think like, oh yeah, you're doing the right things. You're actually worthy of love, Hamza. You're worthy of attention. Maybe it's like some childhood trauma shit.
I agree 100%. I think that the more you go out, the more you get good with attracting a certain type of girl, and that type of girl is likely not who you're going to want to be with long term. So you're getting good at attracting the wrong kind of girl, and that actually hinders you from attracting the high quality girl that you ultimately want to be with. Yeah. Matt, my question is, do the people watching this, they don't have the level of abundance that you do? Do they need to go through that process?
That's where it gets
tricky. I feel like you do.
I think you do.
That's where it gets tricky, because it's easy for me to say like, okay, avoid this lifestyle, don't go out, don't try and get, don't chase women and stuff. But it's like that comes from a place of abundance and like awareness for me, knowing that like I can have that lifestyle. I just went out and just had it, so I have a level of security with it. Whereas saying it to a guy who's never even kissed a girl, saying, oh yeah, like don't go out, it's not good for productivity. It's like, mate, it's not that helpful, because he kind of needs to experience that lifestyle first before he can actually relate.
It's kind of like the thing with money, man. Like right now I don't have a lot of money, so it's like a big goal of mine. It's like what I think about all the time. But then the people that do have money, they're always like, it doesn't matter that much, right? I think it's kind of the same idea.
You're not going to find Anastasia in the club, boys. You won't find her there, boys.
Anastasia.
That's very true. That's very, very true. You're not gonna like, if the ultimate goal is to be with like the best woman to raise children in the best way, you're not gonna find that woman in the club. And you can cope as much as you want and say like, oh, but like I'll gain experience and stuff, but like you're gaining experience with the wrong type of woman.
Yeah.
It's the same as like making friends, and I was saying this to Sam. It's like the friends that you make in like a party club environment, and saying like, oh, but I'm getting good at making friends and I'm making social skills. It's like, no, like you're practicing making friends with degens. When you go out, you're practicing like game with like degenerate women that like you never really wanted to be with anyway. I think one thing for absolute fact is like 100% be on like day game, go around, be active, look good with the boys, and like go out and like sort of like speak to girls day to day, because like not many guys do that. Not many guys like walk through city centre, see an attractive girl in front of everyone, just go and approach her. And I think that's like a very healthy, beautiful way to navigate.
And then my opinion on this is that some people are gonna watch this that don't have any experience with girls, and they're just gonna like use it to cope and just not do things. So like this advice only really applies to like guys that have experience, that have a lot of abundance already, and need to kind of take it a little slow and focus on their goals. So I don't know how applicable this would be to most of your audience. Sorry guys.
Yeah, no, that's true actually. I've reached this level where I'm at now, where like the ultimate thing which like I've wanted, which most guys have wanted, which is like, go out and hook up with a girl. I'm like weighing up so many more of the negatives. Like I literally have been comparing it to like, oh well, I was saying this to Sam, like, oh well, we could go out and sleep with a girl, but like we'd lose like 4 hours of sleep. And that's like the shit where my brain starts processing now. Like as you go about your self-improvement journey, you'll realize like you're not as like easily convinced to like go out and date women and to like go out and have sex and stuff. You realize like it's not that valuable, honestly. Like if you pursue love, fair enough, but like if you're going out, you're just trying to have sex with a girl, it's like it's not that valuable. You start valuing like, wait, hang on, 4 hours of sleep is like, that's incredibly important.
Here's an idea. A legacy inspired by your values.
And so the YouTuber, I really like him, his name's First Man. He made this video saying the male/female power dynamic, which is where a young man starts building success, and then he has more to lose from engaging in casual sex than the woman does. So usually, if there's a guy and a girl, the girl will be more kind of hesitant to have sex with him because she generally has like more consequences. Like she can get pregnant, the guy could be a weirdo, the guy could be aggressive, he could be a psychopath. That's general, but as like you build up your success as a young man, you stay on like holistic self-improvement, you're doing like, you're hitting life from all angles, like I recommend, you start realizing like you've got a lot to lose now, like, and what there is to gain really starts like becoming less valuable. Like, I wrote this down and like I really journaled about it. I was like, what is there to gain from this lifestyle of like partying and stuff, if not just for like literally just ejaculation? Because you're not there for intimacy, you're not there for like love or anything. Like the moment that you've like hooked up with a girl and both of you just kind of like turn your backs, you know, on the bed, like afterwards, like you turn your backs and kind of like sleep on like separate sides of the bed. That's so weird that you can share like such an intimate moment and not be intimate or attached or connected to each other. And so all there is to gain is like literally just like the feeling / pleasure of like busting a nut. It seems weird to really go out your way just for that, and I understand why like a lot of like low value people are really addicted to this. You know, they're constantly chasing the fucking ejaculation. But after a while you start realizing like, bro, like how is it worth it? Why would I take 4 hours out of my routine to like, you know, get dressed, go out, meet a girl from Tinder and stuff, and also risk like having some kind of like bad incident? And at the very least, even if it's not bad, it's just not like a good time with someone who you don't really care about, someone who you don't really value. Like as you respect yourself, you will start to find that you will like really set higher standards for the people around you, including the people that you like date and sleep with. And you don't like, you'll start to despise times where you've like dated or slept with someone who like you didn't really vibe with, but you just kind of did it for like validation or pleasure or, you know, like desire, horniness. And you're just thinking like, why is this person next to me? Like we have nothing in common.
Or I've read The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, which yeah, you're welcome to borrow it and use it, but I've read this 2 times now back to back, and it's a book that was recommended to me by one of my close mentors, and he said that it was instrumental in him becoming financially successful. So
First man recommends it as well.
Yeah, it's a really good book, bro. Even not just in terms of money, but just in terms of mindset, like positive thinking and like the inner side of things.
What's like one of the key takeaways in your mind right now?
The one that I had that was big was that for me, my YouTube channel, like my videos are kind of, I've been doing it since February, mid-February, and my videos are kind of mid, they're not amazing, and so I feel like a little uncomfortable sharing it with my friends. Like people that are close to me in my friend circle, I feel uncomfortable sharing them with my friends. And one of the principles in this book is that rich people promote their product, they promote their service. And I was like, I'm not promoting my service, I'm not promoting my product, because promotion, like I feel insecure about promoting it with my friends. My YouTube channel, I've been doing it since February. So I was like, I just need to up the quality of it in order to feel comfortable to just promote it. Like the thing with rich people is they promote whatever they do. If they're a doctor, they promote their service. If they're somebody who is a fashion designer, then they talk about their clothes, they talk about how good their clothes are. I'm a YouTuber, but I feel insecure saying that I'm a YouTuber because my videos are not super good. So it just made me realize like rich people have to promote, and I need to be able to create a product that's good enough to be able to promote and openly just be like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber, I make YouTube videos.
I really like that, because knowing you're going to be promoting your content means that you're going to be like setting a higher standard for it as well.
Exactly, because it's like opening up myself to judgment of other people. So
That's a really good principle, because you know what, I have 60,000 Instagram followers and I never share my videos there because it feels a bit like cringe and everything. Yeah, I love that. I love the mindset you've got, man. This guy's like, he's been on his shit, bro. Even me and Sam went out last night, we were being like a bit of a degen and stuff. He literally went to bed at like 9 p.m, woke up early, came to the cafe to do work and everything, whilst me and Sam were still in bed.
I appreciate you saying that, bro, and like I said, I've said this to you, but I'd say this to the camera as well. Like the only reason that I'm on this, like all these goals that I have, they're inspired by Hamza. Like he's the guy that made me get started on this, so all the credit goes to you in that respect.
Like a little bit.
Like you're the one who inspired me, bro. You're the one who
but not the credit is like you're the one doing the work. You're the one doing I'm not doing the workouts for you, bro. It's like the credit's not me. A bit of like motivation and brotherhood, fair enough. But it's like you're the one putting in the work, bro. The credit's to you. Like the pat on the back is for you, for your own self, man. I'm proud of that, like you should be more proud of yourself.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Job's not finished though, bro. We're just getting started. I'll be proud when I hit 2,500 subscribers by June 14th. That's what I'll
2,500 subscribers by June 14th. You've got about 900 so far.
I've got about 900. You promoted one of my videos, so it's doing like really well right now. Yeah. 904 right now.
Yeah, that's sick, man.
Yeah, so soon.
That's inshallah. I'm really excited to see your channel grow, but you make very, very good videos, man. Like really like that.
No, it's very exciting, bro, and like especially like if we keep traveling over the next few months, like I feel like I'm gonna get better at this, you're gonna get better at this. We're both doing the same exact thing. We both have like similar mindsets, similar ideals, so like keep motivating each other to stay on top of everything.
One thing that I personally need help with, and to be honest, I think you're in the same position. Like, we're very, very similar. One of the things that Nabil says to me all the time is like, we're kind of like the same person. Like, we have such a similar like mindset, feelings. Like, if I feel a certain way, I know that he can relate to it already. So it's like, it's very interesting having someone who's so similar to you. Like, we look alike and everything. It's fucking mad, man.
The way that I see it is that you're like a more developed version of me. Like, I'm more of like you, like 1 or 2 years before, but like the same exact person. So like, you're also a year older than me. So I'm like a year from now, I'm basically the same like framework. You're just like further along in the path.
Yeah, but you'll grow faster than I did though, because you've got
I have you.
Really, because I had to like go through this by myself. I never had mentors. I never had like a friend who was doing self-improvement. I literally had to find this all by myself, but from YouTube videos. And it's kind of like you have like an unofficial coach when we're just chilling. It's like certain things I'll say, certain things like the way that I'll act or something will like rub off on you, which is so exciting. Because it doesn't feel like, the best part is like, it doesn't feel like some kind of like coach or like mentor situation for me being here, being with guys who are like sort of like newer to their self-improvement journey, especially their fitness journey. It genuinely just feels like I'm with friends. And I keep telling my boys as well, like, challenge me. Like, I literally said this to you before, like, if you see me slipping up, bro, like, you need to speak to me. Like,
I got you, bro.
Fucking, like, harder. And he said it before previously, where he's like, oh, you know, like, I think you're, like, being too distracted. But, like, I downloaded Tinder and I was just being distracted. And I told him, like, it needs to be more, like, you need to grab my phone. I'm not the kind of guy, like, you can literally just say to me, like, oh, bro, I think you're being distracted. You should consider it. I need you to, like, take my phone off me and fucking eat it away. Or, like, you know, like, literally slap me and say, like, come on, what are you doing? Like, I need some, like, physical level of like, yo, come on, let's get serious. I need those reminders, because for me, and you can relate to this, my brain just will change extremely quickly, and I'll be like, oh yeah, do you know what we should prioritize? We should prioritize getting girls, bro.
No, like, man, you got Tinder and then you complained about it.
Literally.
And then you got it back, you complained about it, you got it back, you complained about it. So it was like you hated it, but you just kept going back to it. It was like an addiction almost. And I tried 100%. to say it nicely, because I didn't know if you'd receive that well. Because a lot of people, like, when you like go like really assertive, people get like put off by it. But I'm glad you're saying that, because now going forward, like, if anything like that happens again, bro, I will slap you. I honestly will slap you. And there's a video here, so you can't even be mad at me. You can't slap me back. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Bro, your fucking cheekbones are looking nice, man.
Again, leaner.
That's what I was thinking when you were talking.
See, that's it. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Mashallah.
Say mashallah.
Say mashallah right now, bro.
Hey, what a brilliant video that was. Oh, another one. Right, so we're
Jeffrey says that money doesn't even...
Hold on. We've got... We're 1 hour in, more or less. So, this is going off charge, so I'm put on charge quickly. But I shall play the video.
Matter. He lives an unambitious, ordinary life of playing video games and eating cheap junk food. Younger Hamza didn't like school or learning, and he couldn't think of what degree or career he'd even want. But his parents and teachers made it seem like the only choice was to go to university, get a degree, and a normal job. Adonis laughed at the puny teachers who told him to go to university. Why would he? He was already making more money than his teachers with all of the businesses that he ran in high school. You want to make more money than your teachers? I've been on a 2-day trip to Portugal and I made about $5,000 in the last 2 days. Passively. Passively, bro. You're gonna learn how to do that in this video. Now you're probably thinking, he must be faking it. He didn't really make $5,000 over the weekend. Here's the screenshot, bitch. Here's the PayPal payment, bitch. Here's the bank statement, bitch. I'm gonna walk you through the 3 best passive income ideas that you can start today, and you don't even need money to start them. But first,
this video is brought to you by no one. Now like the goddamn video, you fuck.
I actually want to know if what happened to me is relatable to you. Does it feel like everyone's pushing you down this ordinary, like normal person path of getting good grades in school, getting to a good university, getting a good degree, and then a good job? Does it feel like you just don't believe in that. Because when I was thinking about this, it just seems silly to put in all that work into like a good career when little girls are making more money than doctors on TikTok. And I was never a good student. This is what always bothered me. I was never a good student, and I was recommended by everyone to go to university. I only liked school just for the social aspect and because there was like girls to just stare at. So guess how I spent my time in university? I spent my time in university fucking, bro, and it was sick. I spent my time taking drugs, going out and sleeping with degenerate women. So even whilst I was in university, I knew that I was never going to go for the normal job. After my second year of university, this was when the first ideas of a business started. And I still remember the exact night and the exact thing that I sold to make the first bit of money on a business. And you can like literally replicate this today. I'll give you the steps for it. And my idea was to go onto eBay and to sell a bunch of clothes that I currently had, get that money, and then use that money to buy more things from eBay or, you know, from like thrift shops to buy like clothes and resell them for a profit. So I remember it was literally nighttime, and I listed, I might actually have the exact picture. Like if you see a picture right now, I'm gonna be impressed if I can find this. I listed this Gymshark hoodie, which I didn't really wear, for like £25, went to sleep, woke up, and it literally sold it like through the night. And that was hype. That I literally made money whilst I was sleeping. And so that became my first business, reselling / like flipping on eBay. And I actually got the idea from RuneScape, which is like a video game, because I used to literally flip. I used to do the exact same thing on this game to make money, and I started doing it in real life. So just as like a little bonus to this video, let me teach you very, very quickly on exactly how to flip on eBay. Now, this isn't one of the passive income ideas that I'm about to teach you because it's quite active. This is more kind of like a job, but it's like a business. But this one is way more applicable to most people. Like if you're a teenager, because with eBay, you can make money today. This is the exact process. I'm going to quickly walk you through it as just a little bonus. Okay, so you go into the eBay app and you're going to search for something to buy. And so what I would search for, and my advice, by the way, is to literally copy exactly what I do. Exactly what I do is to search for the Adidas jumper, set this sort setting to ending soonest, and filter it with price for about £7. And we're just going to put this into men's as well. So these are all the ones that are ending in, you know, a couple of hours, and look how cheap you can all find them. And so this one, what I'll do, I need to sign in, hang on. What even is my account on the, fuck. Okay. And so what I would do is I'll very, very quickly go through all of these and add them to my watch list. Like you can see like this little heart in the corner. I've not signed in right now, but I would add literally like 50 of them. And when I had a watch list, like this one here, this one will literally sell for like £25. Like if anyone knows like Adidas clothing, you'll know which ones sell straight away. Like this one will sell. You kind of just get an eye for it, but when you're first starting off, my recommendation is literally just follow as many as possible. Set up timers. So I used to literally just see, like you'd see it in your watch list that it's ending in like 3 hours and 21 minutes. So I'd literally say like, hey Siri, set on a timer for 3 hours and 20 minutes. And oh, he's gonna do it now. You're not
3 hours and 20 minutes starting now.
Hey Siri, cancel that timer, please.
It's cancelled.
Thank you. So you go onto eBay and you bid for these ones at the last possible second, and you end up buying them for literally like £5 when the jumper is worth like 25. It gets delivered to your house, you relist it straight away for like 5 times the price for 25, and you just kind of like keep a stock of it. And I found that when you have about 100 pieces of clothing, like I still have loads like underneath my bed and everything. When you have like 100 pieces of clothing, you start selling like 1 every single day, 2 every day, and you start making like literally £20, £30 whilst you were just sleeping. Which it's not passive income because you have to list the stuff and you have to go to the post office and everything. But the reason why I'm telling you is because this really was the start of my business life, and it really does mean a lot to me. Like flipping on eBay started where I am today. So let's go through the 3 best methods to make passive income. And the first one, obviously, we're going to go through is YouTube AdSense. And this is specifically the money that you make directly from YouTube. So we're going to go into my computer and I'm going to show you exactly how much I've been making. So this is my YouTube AdSense page for January 2021 of this year. Now to get monetized, you need to join like the YouTube partner program, and the requirements are 4,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers. Now 1,000 subscribers took me about 7 months, and the 4,000 watch hours took me about 8 months. The 4,000 watch hours is probably a bit harder because really think about what that means. People have to watch your videos for about 4,000 hours. And I'm gonna give you like a quick tip. I made longer videos and I started sharing them to pages on Reddit, and that's how I started building up the initial audience that really started snowballing the watch hours. So I first started making money on the Monday, the 18th of January and I was making about £1 per day. I think that's about $2 per day. And I'm not gonna lie, I was hype. Like when I saw this and I was like, what the fuck, £1 per day? I literally remember I told a girl from Tinder and I was like getting so hype. I was like, bro, that's like a takeaway. That's like a meal per month. Oh my God, I was so hyped for it. I was so grateful. May was £74 and June was 1,600. And that's the difference which your videos blowing up really makes. So I'm still making on average like £2, £3 per day. And it starts going up because this video right here, how to build an aesthetic body, that one really started to do well. I remember this point that it started actually like gaining like a little bit of traction and I was actually going crazy. I was gaining like a good amount of subs as well, like 20, 40, 50 per day. And literally within just a week, I go from making like £4 per day to like 230 per day. That's fucking mad. That's still the most I've ever made. Now, every video that you upload onto YouTube is like an asset. And that's such an important word that you need to know right there. Assets. You've probably heard the phrase that rich people get assets and poor people get liabilities. Assets are things that make you money. And most people, when they think of an asset, they think of like rental properties and like dividends and, you know, like weird stuff that as like a young person, you're probably not like even thinking that you could get that. Whereas a YouTube video that you can make today is literally an asset that you own. Now, all of that is nice, but the best part of YouTube is that you gain an audience from it. And when you have an audience of people who like you, you start to just make so much more money. I want you to remember this phrase that I'm about to say right now. The money is made with the audience. So now we're going to move on to the second passive income idea, which we're going to use the audience that we've just built to create and sell a course. Now, online courses have like this negative view that a lot of people say like they're scams and stuff. Like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. There is no better way to make money than selling a course, which you're going to learn just in a second. So course is kind of like a series of YouTube videos, like a load of videos that you've put together and you've thrown in like extra stuff, like bonuses inside of it. So it's all packaged together. And the point of a course is that you help people get to like a very particular goal. So the point of my course is to help people to build like their 10 out of 10 dream body. So here's my course. You can see it's like a bunch of different videos. There's extra like downloads for them, teaching them exactly like what exercises to do and how to do them safely. Me showing them like what meals to cook and everything. And so you make the course by, you know, recording all the content for it, making all like the books or whatever you want to do. And then you put it onto a course hosting website. So the website that I use is called Kajabi. And usually you'll pay like monthly for these. Websites. And so then what you do once the course is uploaded and you know it's ready to sell, you make a sales page that actually sells the course. And so what I've done is I've linked the sales page for this course below in the description. You can click on that and just have a look at exactly like the format of the page where I sell this course. And then all you literally need to do is just tell your audience to go there. So in a subtle way, I've just told my audience to go there. Now, of course, you know, I told you to go there in terms of like researching it, but just because I've told you to click on that link and thousands of people will click on that link, a couple of people will buy my course. So just in a subtle way, I've probably just made $600 over the last 10 seconds. How much did you make? And so this aesthetic body transformation course took me about a month to make, and let's see how much money I made from it. So the aesthetic body course, I sold 137 of them so far, which has made a grand total of $21,938. So about $22,000.
Oh.
But I also sell like a different version of the course right here for $97. That one has sold 4,400. So in total, I've made about $26,000 from this course, and I started selling it in July. So it's been 2 months and I made 26K. Fucking massive, bro. There is also another way that you can make money from courses, and that is with Skillshare. Now, Skillshare is an online, you know, everyone's like doing the adverts for it. I'm not sponsored by them, but I've got a couple of classes on Skillshare. You can see I've got one for deep work, dopamine detoxing, goal setting, social skills, and mindfulness. And I've linked all these below as well, so you can go have a look at them. And Skillshare pays you based on the minutes that people have watched your course. So it's like kind of like YouTube, like, so, you know, as people watch it and you get views, you get money. But also Skillshare pay you $10 for every person that you refer to a free trial, which is huge, by the way. So I've linked it below. You'll get a link which has like, you know, Hamza's invited you, have a free trial. If you sign up to that, which I'm hoping you do, I'll instantly get $10. Then if you watch my courses, I'll get like probably a couple more dollars per like couple of minutes that you watch. So you can see in total I've made, over the last fair amount of months, I've made $7,600 from Skillshare. And here is like the exact numbers here. You can see about the time that I hit 1,000 subscribers, I started making more than $150 from Skillshare. By the time I got monetized on YouTube, I started making $152. So Skillshare was actually making me more money than YouTube was. Then it keeps going up, and then boom, I have like a pretty pretty good ass month. 36 people got referred in this month because I linked my classes just more often, and I'm pretty sure like 2 of my videos did pretty well, and those were 2 videos where in the video I actually said, okay, go to the link in the description and sign up to my Skillshare free trial. And so I made $476 that month. Like, that was so much more than what I was making on YouTube. That was the original screenshot. I got paid that whilst I was in Portugal. $4,887 passively. Like, I have not put any work into Skillshare for literally months. I haven't even like said that much anyway. It's just because my old videos have said that and people are just finding them and clicking the link. Building an audience of people who like you and selling them a course is literally the best way to make money today. You could think of any other business idea, like coding an app or a website or making like a real life product, and making a course is better. It's lower effort and it'll make more money. And finally, the third passive income idea is writing books. Look how much I made from writing an ebook, like almost $5,000. And there's a secret why I made so much money from this ebook, whilst most people who write ebooks pretty much make no money, like they get no sales on Amazon. There's a reason why this one did so well, and I'm going to teach you that in just a second. And writing ebooks is literally as simple as just opening up a Word document on your computer, writing out what, like, you know, the story or the book is, and then using Amazon's like software to just like format it. Like, you can literally do that in like 5 minutes and then just upload it to sell. And writing ebooks was actually the first passive income, like online income method that I tried, and I wrote a couple of books which I'm gonna just link in the description. They're not like for sale. You can literally just go and like read them just so you can kind of like see what they were like. And there's 2 very big different things that I did to make $4,600 for this ebook here. The first was that instead of just writing the book, I thought, okay, what are like extra stuff that I can put into this so that it's so much more worth it. I spent like a couple of hours sitting down and I made 40 workout routines. Like, that takes fucking ages, and I included them into this training program book. People can just read this ebook, click on the workout routine link. The workout routine literally just opens up on their phone, and so I included all those workout routines for free in this ebook. Now, the second thing I did, which is pretty important, I didn't sell it on Amazon. Now, Amazon make it so easy for you to start selling your book, but the issue is that it just never really worked for me. So the thing that worked for me was that I sold this ebook on my own website, but in a really smart way. Because you might have seen in my previous videos, and we go to the description and there's get the best 7 workout routines sent to your phone. You click on this link and you're sent here. So you'll get 7 free workout routines if you put in your details. And as soon as you put in your details, look what happens. You get sent to a page to buy this program. Like, yes, I want to buy the program. And then this is fucking sick, right? When you're on this page to buy this program, I've also put on the upsell to the course. So someone came here just to get the free workout routines, but they were sent here and they were showed like, wait, you can get this whole thing for only $27. Like, yeah, you know, $27, I might buy it. And then they come onto this page ready to spend $27, and they're like, wait, you can also get this course for only $97. And they're like, oh yeah, why not? And boom, it works. So 192 people bought the ebook just from that redirect, and 49 people also bought the upsell to the course on that same page. So this is how not only did I sell the course for $22,000, but I actually sold another $9,000 worth just by kind of like splitting it up and selling it separately in like a really smart way. So that means like all of my products that I sell are connected, and that has truly blown up my income. So now let's very quickly add up everything so you can see how much I've made since June. Okay, so let's see. On YouTube since June, I've made £9,747. So Kajabi is the page where I sell my course and the ebook. Since June, I've made $39,000. So since June, it's been 3 months. I've made $62,000. Click on this video if you want to learn more about making money. Do the hard work, especially when you don't.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I've got another 9 hours of this. 8 hours, 48 minutes. Why am I doing this?
The bench press. A symbol of fitness, unchanged for decades, until now. Meet Easy Bar version 2. The new way to bench press at home, or anywhere you want to.
Looking at ass again, Jeffrey? Jeffrey spends over an hour of his time scrolling through Instagram looking at women. You know, for how much he looks and lusts over these attractive women on Instagram, it's kind of weird why he has so many negative thoughts about them. He's edging, he's like jacking off his dick whilst he does it, but he's thinking negative, toxic, abusive thoughts about them. These sluts, whores, they have such an easy life, all they have to do is show ass. Well, Jeffrey, you do realize they're profiting from your attention. Like, they've got such an easy life because they're just attractive. Well, you do realize that's because of you. A beautiful woman and women in general are kind of like Jeffrey's enemies. He really wants to have sex. He really wants intimacy, but he just seems to hate these women. Can you guess why? Can you guess why he hates sluts? Because they won't be his sluts. Adonis. You give Adonis your phone with Instagram loaded up. There's ass right there on the screen. Guess what Adonis does? He swipes the the left where you can upload to your Instagram story. He takes a picture of his favorite leaf and he uploads it. That is Adonis's Instagram use of the day. And because Adonis has cultivated a great sense of brotherhood, all of his tribesmen message him about his favorite leaf and they send him their favorite leaves. What a healthy tribe they are. You see, Adonis doesn't need to lust over the women that he encounters. Now that does not mean that Adonis doesn't appreciate beauty. Of course he does. He values beauty and the feminine, but he just doesn't allow himself to obsess over it. He keeps more important things in mind. You and I know that it's common sense that an attractive girl gets a lot more attention than a guy would. And you've probably seen like those videos and studies or like the differences between how many matches a girl gets compared to a guy. But when you see this in person, like out in public, it's a very, very different experience. And it's something that I've just witnessed. I've just been on holiday on one of the islands in Greece called Santorini. Nice. It's like a very romantic, like beautiful spot and like a lot of couples go there. And I took this girl that I like there because her birthday is coming up, but I'm not going to be around for her birthday because I'm traveling for it. And we had an amazing time together. We really got along, and there was a certain night, like she dressed up, she looked really, really pretty, and we go to like a nice fancy restaurant. Then we're walking through like the city part of this island, and I was so aware at the level of attention that she was getting, bro. It was mind-blowing. I swear to God, I said this to her after like speaking about it, that on like a good day of me being in the city, maybe 3 to 5 people will like hold eye contact with me, you know, like girls will hold eye contact with me, and I'll get some level of attention because I'm dressed nice, I'm looking good, I'm muscular, I'm confident. Maybe that's ego or something, but obviously like I do seem to stick out more than like an average guy would. And so the level of attention that I'm used to now is quite significantly higher than it used to be. But this night was a whole nother experience. I promise you that at least, I feel like I'm downplaying it, about 50% of the people looked. And I swear to God, like the majority of guys, not only did they, you know, just look, they stared. I saw their eyes. Like I was looking into the eyes of everyone that we were walking past. It was like I could just see them like look at her. A lot of the people we walked past were also looking at me as well. You know, it's quite interesting to see like a couple together, but they were looking at her. And like one thing I noticed, which she said is like just kind of normal, is like it's kind of expected, but a lot of the guys like looked at her body. But it was a certain look that they had, which it was just clicking in my mind. I was like, yeah, of course they watch porn. It's like they didn't really see her as like a person, as like a real thing. They almost saw their idea of her, which is quite polluted by things like social media and porn. Like it's so hard to describe how I came to this conclusion, but imagine, okay, me and her are walking hand in hand and like a guy walks past. The guy hasn't like acknowledged us as like human beings. He's almost like seen her as like an NPC where he kind of like looks towards her as he walks, and in the sense that, you know, like he can kind of like look, like weirdly stare at like her body or something, like the image of her as he walks past without actually acknowledging like, yeah, you know, she's a real person. He should like look her in the eyes and smile or something like that. And what was funny was that even women were looking at her, at me, and I literally, bro, I honestly saw like a good handful of women fully check her out and like fully like look at her body, like literally look at her ass and everything. It was a very, very interesting experience. There was times when, you know, it felt quite empowering and I felt really good about myself, and I was like, yeah, like, you know, I'm dating a really hot girl right now, that's kind of good and everything. But there was certain times, I'm not gonna lie, man, like I felt quite uncomfortable, and I really thought, okay, I'm going to speak about this on YouTube, and there was a message that I wanted to send out to myself but also to you. Like, as you go about your self-improvement journey, you will notice the quality of woman you attract gets better and better and better, because you become a better man as well. Because think about it, how you are at the start of your self-improvement journey, you are a little bit of a loser, you play video games, you know, you're not doing anything productive, so you can probably attract a woman who's on that level. But then imagine 6 months, 1 year, 2 years of going to the gym consistently. Well, now you're probably going to start to attract some gym girls. Imagine 2 years of meditation, so that now you're actually present and you're grateful, and so now you can attract some women who are on the same wavelength. Imagine years of developing your character, like such a weird thing, like your character, your virtues, your values. That really makes you into like quite a noble man of like integrity, and that's like, that starts to attract like some high tier women at that point. You couple this all together and you really put yourself on a positive growth trajectory that betters your life, and of course the better that you are in all areas, then you start attracting better in your partner. But then you have to keep this in mind, that the higher quality your partner, and especially quite superficially, the more attractive the woman that you're dating, the more that you will have to go through situations like this, where a lot of guys are going to be like looking at her, where like if you leave her alone for like a minute, there's going to be a guy speaking to her, where like you'll be walking hand in hand, and like the people who are in restaurants will try and call you out and, you know, come to our restaurant, buy this, buy this. You'll get like a lot more people wanting to speak to you. You can see that as a negative and get kind of anxious, but you can reframe your mind and see this as a positive. The amount of attention that she's getting getting and then that you're getting too is kind of like a positive indicator that you're really dating like a really, really attractive girl. Of course, you should set high standards and want more than just physical attractiveness in your partner, but it is something that we have to admit is quite important. Like, you do want to be like really attracted to your partner. You do want like a partner who's like really attractive. Of course you do. A lot of people don't ever want to admit that, and they say, no, personality is more important, and it probably is. But I think right now we've gotten into this ultra humble stage where it feels a bit weird and shallow to say like, yep, I want a beautiful girlfriend. But bro, I'll be the first one of us to admit that. I want a beautiful girl. Of course I do. Of course I want someone who I consider beautiful. And for the guys who are walking past us, which could have been you, it could have been me, make sure that when you do look at a woman, you look at her as if she's not a fucking NPC. Make sure you look at her as if she is like literally a real person with a story, with experiences. Look her in the eyes, not in the body. And like, it's hard to explain this exact concept that I had, but a bunch of guys looked at like the idea of her. Does that make sense? They looked at her with this lens of inadequacy. They looked at her through like the lens of like years of porn and social media, and so they just saw like, oh, she is an attractive girl, instead of thinking, okay, well, she is like a human being who I can look in her eyes and like, you know, smile, and I can look at the guy she's with and smile and everything. I've experienced something like this like a few times with different women, and it always like just does something to me because I'm not used to that huge level of attention difference. Every time it happens, like when it happens to you for the first time, it's gonna blow your mind, and I'm excited for you to experience it because there is a lot of growth in that extra level of attention and how you handle it. There was a point when we were walking to our Uber and there was like a bunch of like youths, like teenagers or something, all sat around, like some of them were like arm wrestling each other, and I thought like, oh, here we go, like someone's gonna say something. We walked past and a bunch of them do look towards us, and one guy like really like hold eye contact with me, and I don't even know why the I did this. He's probably like 15, but I literally, we hold eye contact and I just go, and he just does it back to me, like he literally back to me. We burst out laughing. Him and his friends like looking at us weird. That made me like, that was funny as man. But like, I think that's kind of like a nice way to navigate a situation like this, because it can be so easy to like, you know, be anxious and be like insecure and think, why is everyone looking at me? Why is everyone, you know? But like, I did it in quite a playful mood, and I'm quite proud when I look back that like I didn't let this phase me, and I am like grateful and appreciative of what this really symbolizes, which is like, I'm dating a very, very attractive girl. Scroll down right now and click on the subscribe button underneath this video and share the link over to one of your friends who might find it interesting. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
You see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on Amazon.
I know you motherfuckers gonna like this video. Here's exactly how to get rich fairly quickly, and it's obviously unconventional advice that no one's gonna agree with and everything. Now, real riches, once you start making a good amount of money, you realize a good amount of money isn't actually that good. And that's kind of how you know if someone's making a good amount of money, is that when they think that that good amount of money isn't a lot of money. Okay, so real riches, I would personally say, and I think most people would agree, is multi-millions. But for the purpose of this video, I'm just going to change the term rich to mean that you have an income of £20,000 or dollars per month, which I pretty much 99.9% of people watching this will consider themselves rich if they were making 20,000 a month, by the way, which is about 10 times more than the average in the UK, along with, let's say, 250,000 in net worth. So you can literally see like multiple bank accounts or an investment account with 250k. The overwhelming majority of people would consider themselves rich at that point, and you can get there within a couple of years if you just simply do the right things. Now, if you're watching this video and if you're beginning, or if you're down to take the steps of this, you are way more likely to actually achieve this goal, even though it seems utterly unrealistic right now, than the 0% chance you would have if you pursued a venture which had no chance to do this. So the overwhelming majority of people can not get rich because, one, their career just does not pay enough, and so there's literally no way for them to get rich, like, you know, to get wealthy from this. And two, they also, probably for a good reason, don't gamble or don't do any kind of high risk investments. They probably shouldn't. They're probably not educated in it and everything, but they're really the two ways. You need the ability to explode your income, and then you also need the ability to explode that income through a high risk investment, and that's like kind of similar to gambling. So every book that you've seen, every guide that you've seen in terms of making money, has been written for average people by a person who made money in a different way than what they're advertising to you. So the overwhelming majority of the advice that you actually see, which is like digestible for average people, is to save money. I've literally heard this shit before, that saving is the only way to... Shut the fuck up. I'm going to try not to get into a rant, and I just want to give you some good fucking value, but these people piss me off, and if you've watched my live streams, you know how much I detest, like, the financial gurus of today, because they're selling just average people, young people, this dream of, if you save money, you'll get to that point. That's fucking bullshit. And the new age stuff. So we all disagree with this guy. You know, the guy who says don't buy coffee. We all like know that this guy's a dumbass. But the new age advice that you have probably listened to for so fucking long, that everyone seems to listen to, is that investing is the way to get rich. And they'll say, oh yeah, compound interest, stocks. That is the biggest fucking lie. I'm telling you right now that anyone who's selling you this idea of compound interest, anyone who's telling you this idea of stocks and shares, of investing is the best way to get rich, is total fucking bullshit. High risk investment, at that point, it's almost gambling, right? It's almost gambling. So, but we'll say they're kind of the same, right? They're not saying to do a high risk investment because of course, imagine like some book aimed at like some 40-year-old people on how to get rich. They're not going to tell them to do high risk investments that are almost like gambling. They're going to tell them to do the stocks and shares, ISA, and all this bullshit. Investing in that sense, that, you know, that slow and steady type of shit, right? You do not make money from that kind of investing. You keep your money. After 40 years of keeping your account in stocks and shares, ISA and all this shit, then you'll start to make a decent amount because you're still getting like a 10% return, but inflation's like 4 to 6% or some shit. What no one tells you, which blows my fucking mind, because people put their entire faith in the system, and we can also go into like the conspiracy theories of how like the American system will eventually, like the stock system will fucking fall, but that's maybe a separate video when we're talking about crypto. But what no one will tell you is that to make a good amount of money from investing in something that is low risk, in something that is compound interest, in something that's, you know, for the long term, you need to start off with a good amount of money first. Anyone who's telling you that investing is the key to riches and all this bullshit, I promise you that they made their money through the means that we are going to discuss. They made a good amount of money, a ridiculous amount of money that you can't even imagine, and then they put the money, let's say $200K, $200,000 into an investment, which now makes them 10% per year. So they make $20,000 passively per year. That's pretty good. But they're telling suckers like you that you should just £50 or how to start investing from shut the fuck up, $1. It's like a fucking meme of like how to start like investing with no money. Shut the fuck up, bro. Investing is for if you have money. If you're watching this video, you probably don't have money. So we're going to talk about investing, but the type of investing that's simply like, I'm only going to teach, like, I'm not going to teach you, I'm just going to kind of like say it in the video just to answer the question. But the real, like the best case scenario is that you explode your income first. This is what no one else wants to teach, because then you get put as like, you know, this scam. You get told like, okay, if I tell you right now, okay, I'll teach you how to be rich fast, I'll teach you how to explode your income, everyone suddenly is going to call me a scammer, because it just sounds really scammy. And you've been raised by this glass is kind of pissing me off, bro. It's kind of like, I just bought a new one of these blue light blockers. It's kind of loose. You've been raised by these fucking little average people who believe that increasing your income takes 3 years of sucking the daddy, like the boss's dick, and then you'll get like a 10% raise, which is the equivalent of inflation. That's what most people see as increasing their income. You have to understand, before we continue, the overwhelming majority of people in your life are broke. And we need to set some like standards. Okay, what is broke? I would say broke is that you don't even have 10,000 in your bank account, and that's an insane amount for the overwhelming majority of people. Like maybe for an average person, let's say in the UK, he's had 10,000 in his bank account maybe twice in his life. He's been broke for his entire life. And of course we can do the comparison, but like, you know, but broke in the UK, but that he's lived a good life compared to someone in, yeah, of course, but it's all relative to where you live and the level of security and freedom that you have from that. He can never really miss much work, otherwise he gets like in the state of destruction where he's like, how am I going to make ends meet? That's broke. So with that definition, pretty much everyone in your life is broke. Your teachers especially are broke. Your parents are probably broke. Because if they weren't, you probably wouldn't be watching this video. You at least wouldn't need to. You're all broke. All your friends are broke. Everyone's broke. So who the fuck are you taking advice from? Would you sign up for a fat personal trainer? And yet we listen to our teachers when they tell us that education is the key and degree is the key. Oh, but if you get a degree, then you'll make more money. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're broke. Like, you make like 20-something, 28K a year, bitch.
If you give me literally 39 seconds, I'm going to show you exactly how I got over 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Wow.
So you have to understand that every bit of knowledge inside of your mind needs to be destroyed before we go further. Because if it doesn't, you're going to have limiting beliefs with everything that I suggest in this video. And really, I was going to go straight into the things to do. If you want to hear that before I talk about the mindset. So there's things we've got to discuss, right? But right now, I'm going to teach you about the mindset and the limiting beliefs that you have to overcome. Now, if you don't want to listen to this type of like wishy-washy stuff and you want to skip straight ahead to, okay, Hamza, tell me exactly what to do to make this money. What business ideas, what can I do to make this money? You can do that. You can skip further ahead in this video. Just before you do that, I just want you to know that I have full confidence that you will fail, that you will stay broke for a while. Because the actual tactics is what broke people focus on. Because put it this way, imagine a successful entrepreneur, imagine a guy who's like, even imagine me, right? I wouldn't say that I'm like ultra successful, but I would consider, especially including my age, I am now considered successful amongst a lot of people. If I lose this channel, I will become successful again. In fact, if I lose this channel, I wouldn't even become unsuccessful. Because I would literally, you would see me again within like 2 months. The same, I want you to think of some like relentless, some high achiever that you know, that you probably don't personally know him, but you've seen on like YouTube or something. This is why you see so many rich people, so many successful people who lose everything because of like the housing estate crash or the real estate bubble, or they make some bad investments or something, and then they get it back. And then they lose it, they get it back. This is why you consistently see that. Because it was never the actual specific tactic that really gets someone rich or not. It's simply just their brain, potentially their body as well. It's just the skill and the way that they go about the world. That's what makes someone rich, that's what makes someone successful. There's a certain type of person who, if you strip them away from everything, they will become successful again. There's a certain type of person, and this might be you, so I hope you've watched this bit instead of just being a dumbass and click forward, who I could come to your house right now, build the business for you. I'll get you your first 100,000 subscribers or followers on social media, because that's what I do. That's what I've learned in terms of business, is audience building. Becoming an influencer and being a personality that people enjoy watching. I will come and give you 100,000 subscribers right now. I guarantee that you'll lose it all. I will set up a business that makes you $10,000 a month. I guarantee that you'll lose it. Do you see some truth in that? Because you should. Unless you're already like a successful guy and everything. That's why I'm saying this video is for like the 99.9% of people, right? If you're somewhat of a normal person, you should see the truth in that. You should not have that level of ego to think that if you suddenly were teleported up here from here, you were teleported up here, that you would maintain it. Because you have done everything to deserve to be here. How did that make you feel? I just said that you essentially deserve to be where you're at. What thoughts is your brain generating right now? Probably is excuses, and sometimes, your brain, even the brain of like successful people, generates excuses. But are you going to listen to them? Are you going to comment below? The same every single fucking time I roast these comments, and then they come in and comment more. But Hamza, in India. Oh, but it's easy for you to say, but I have 700 children that I need to look after. Oh, but I'm brown. Shut the fuck up. Every single limiting belief is literally just you holding yourself back. It's like the dynamic of young men who look at the girl that they want and they're like, oh, I wouldn't go speak to her because she won't. Why are you rejecting yourself? I'm on your side here. I'm telling you, destroy those beliefs because you can do it. These motherfuckers come into the comments and say, no, Hamza, you're wrong. You've got too much faith in... I'm speaking like a dumbass today. You've got too much faith in me. I am like, I can't amount to anything. If you believe that, then you are right. But if you believe what I'm saying, if you believe in yourself, and those cringe fucking like motivational quotes, those Instagram motivational quotes, or those posters that you put up on your wall of athletes, I promise you with 100% certainty, those cringy Instagram posts and those cringy posters of athletes that say like, believe in yourself, I promise you that they are totally accurate. that the most important thing, before I even tell you the things that can make you rich, is literally believing in yourself. So how much do you think you can make? How much are you comfortable making? Because you're going to give me a bullshit answer right now. And you're probably going to say, 10,000 or 20,000. If your brain generated that, just know that you're a little bit of a pussy. Because the reason why you said that is because I said it at the start of this video, and I've also said 10,000 in a previous video. So you're just kind of like adopting my answers because you think it's what I want to hear. That's a side note, but you are a little bit of a pussy, right? How much do you think you can make? In multiple different success books that I've read, they've said the same dynamic between how much you believe you can make is pretty much exactly how much you will make. So in the 1900s, there was this, I think he's still alive, there's this very OG success person, like guru, mentor called Brian Tracy, and in one of his books, he said that he met like the $5,000 a year salesman. So of course, $5,000 a year would have been like a fair amount back then. He said that when the salesman would have met his quote of $5,000 a year slightly early, he would get sick, he would get lazy, there would always be excuses, and then he'd end pretty much at 5,000. When he didn't hit 5,000, it was getting close to the year. Suddenly out of nowhere, he'd be into like fucking rampage. You get the best month of his year. So what dollar a year are you? And don't lie here. Do not lie here and just suddenly say the answer that you think I want to hear and say, oh yeah, I'm 5 million. Shut the fuck up. Be truthful, because for a long time, I was about per month. I was about 1,500. That's like where I stayed at for literally 5 months, which in my industry, especially in my growth, is that's a long time, right? For about 5 months, I stayed at around £1,500 a month, which was more than I had ever made previously. And it was kind of getting to the point where it was almost like, this is where the stress started in terms of making money. And I was thinking about like taxes and accounting and all that bullshit comes in. So I felt like I was a £1,500 a month type of guy. It's so important that you take some time right now, you can pause this video. How much do you feel like you deserve? How much do you feel like you can handle? And be realistic, because after you make a few thousand extra a month, taxes come in, you have to maybe get an accountant, you have to figure some extra shit out. You've literally got extra money in your bank account that you're kind of uncertain, can I spend it? Should I wait, someone said to make a separate account for the back, for the taxes. What should I do with the money? Am I going to waste it? Am I going to go on holiday? Most people will fall within the range per month of hundreds of dollars to a couple thousand max. You might have gone excited because you're like, oh yeah, but if I fall into the range a couple thousand a month, it's still really good. But it's like, okay, but so is 10,000, so is 20,000, so is 50,000. There's people making that much money. And the only thing that's stopping you from joining that group of people who are making a sickening amount of money, 20,000 a month, is just yourself. Now, of course, you're gonna start coming with excuses, but I can't make that much and stuff. You're just rejecting yourself.
Babe!
What?
I got a letter from Jeff Bezos.
What?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Let's talk now about the steps to get rich fast. So, step 1 is to explode your income. This is the most important step. Now, before I actually explain step 1, chances are, for the majority of people who are watching this, who are somewhat interested in this concept of making more money and everything, you've probably been trying to do this for a little while. Now, if you have been trying to heavily increase your income for longer than, let's say, about 6 to 12 months, so for the past 6 months or for the past 12 months, if you've really had about 12 months ago, did you have the desire, yes, I really want to make more money? If no, if this is a relatively new thought to you, which to be honest, about 12 months ago, it was actually, is that for 2020? 12, just about 14 months ago, it was a relatively new thought for me. So for example, 14, 15 months ago, my goal for the entire month was £100 because I wasn't thinking about money. I was just thinking it was fucking sick that people wanted to pay me to go on a call with them and everything. The reason why I'm asking this question of how long have you tried to increase your income is that if it's been a while and you haven't seen any kind of progress, if for example you've made great progress, fair enough, ignore what I'm about to say, but if you've tried to increase your income for a while and you have not made progress, especially if you have simply not put in the efforts to at least open up something that could make more income. So for example, more than 12 months ago, you've been thinking, okay, I want to make money online, I want to make more money and everything. But you just keep finding yourself fucking around. You just haven't made that business. You haven't done that thing. You're just wasting a lot of fucking time. If that's you, we need to drop you back down to step 0. Step 0 is to improve your mental health. Now you just become bored and disinterested because you only wanted to know how to make money. I promise you that you're going to stay broke unless you improve your mental health first. Why? Because, you know, Hamza, but there's depressed millionaires. That's true. But he's productive. And clearly you're not productive. If you've been trying to make money and you haven't like set anything up for the last year, and now you're going to be, oh, but Hamza, I actually have set something up. I made that Instagram meme. Shut the fuck up. Instagram meme page. If you were along with me right now when I said step 0, you turn this video off and you go focus. You won't do this. That's the thing. So you'll stay broke. But go and literally focus on your mental health for about 1.5 months, a couple of weeks. Severely reduce your depressive symptoms and your anxiety symptoms. I've mentioned it loads on my main channel. Because if you can't be productive, it's solely because of your mental health. There may be other like environmental factors and stuff, but I'm assuming that you somewhat have the ability to work. You just can't seem to get yourself working. It's because of your mental health. You really want to stay around for this video because you want to find out what just trust me when I say, if you focus entirely on your mental health for about a month, you'll unlock that ability to be productive and actually do these businesses that you've wanted to do for a while. That's so insanely important. I would honestly argue that more than 80% of the people who are watching this are in this stage. And every single one of them, including you, thinks that they're not in this group. Because it's the unsexy answer. You don't want to click on this video and get told about mental health and meditation and shit. You don't want to hear about that. You just want to, Hamza, money, like a dumbass. So out of the 80% of people who are watching this, who are going to fail this goal, because they've neglected that literally the thing that makes them the money is their brain, and the brain's health is so trash because they're on social media all the time, they're watching fucking Netflix, they're on self-improvement, but they're playing video games and they're eating sweeties, they're eating Western food that literally makes you stupid. Your ability to be productive, your ability to do focused work is how you make this money. I'm going to tell you like a couple of different, like a variety of different ways to get rich fast, to get like what you've wanted. But every single one of them requires you to actually have like a healthy brain. Every single one of them requires you to focus. And I guarantee right now that you still think that I'm not talking to you. Like I must be talking to someone else. I guarantee right now your focus is complete trash. I promise you that the overwhelming majority of people do less than an hour of work per day, but they're in work for about 10 hours. Unless it's a physical job, okay? So if you're, for example, you're a waitress, we've got a couple of waitresses watching this. If you're a waitress, then of course you're going to be working for like the 10-hour shift that you're on. But if you're customer service, if you've got something that actually requires like knowledge instead of your body, you're doing real work for less than an hour because you check your phone and you think that checking your phone only takes a couple of seconds. It knocks your productivity by about 20 minutes. And you still think that I'm talking about someone else. If you're continuing to watch right now, you promise that you are part of this group who are on step 1, whose mental health is fine, and that you have only recently been thinking about the idea of increasing your income. Deal? See, so now we know that you're a liar. I'm getting pissed off because the overwhelming, like, I wish I could just force you to take this advice. The 0 step to anything that you want to achieve comes from improving your mental health so that you can actually take the advice. Otherwise, you would have liked this video so much more if I didn't waste this much time and just told you exactly the ideas and I told you, oh yeah, like, you know, do this. This video would have performed better and it would have been more for my benefit. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not making this video for my fucking benefit. I don't check the YouTube analytics or anything. I'm trying to drill into the point here that you will not achieve most of the goals that you're setting out if your mental health is trash. And for most people, it is trash. Most people want the money, they want the women, they want the gains from the gym, they want the respect of others, they want friends, when they still have depression, when they still have anxiety. You will get nothing done. This is the last call to action, to really just sit here and just think about your fucking actions and to think like, okay, this guy's literally just wasting away his fucking video just to tell me to improve my mental health. Maybe I should, just for a few seconds, consider if he is talking about me. It takes about a month to improve your mental health when you do like the things that I suggest. And yeah, it's an insult to people who've had depression for so long, but it literally takes a month of doing the good habits. No one wants to hear it, but it's literally, you do the good habits for a month and more, for 2 weeks really. Every single time I put someone on the plan for 2 weeks, their depression and their anxiety symptoms halved. but everyone thinks that they're the special case, that it wouldn't work for them. Exercise, but like I exercised 3 weeks ago, and journaling I've never tried, but it's weird. Meditation doesn't work for me. Dumbass. So that's step one. Explode your income. Now we're gonna get to the meaty parts, right? The fun parts. There are multiple ways to explode your income. And for the overwhelming majority of people, even though they like to like comment on my videos and say like, oh Hamza, you hate the 9 to 5, but some 9 to 5 workers are really hard workers and they can make a lot of, shut the fuck up, okay? The guys who can make a lot of money in their careers are pretty much not us. Those are the people who, for example, they've wanted to be like software developers for years. And even doctors don't make a good amount of money. Most of the professions that you think make a good amount of money actually don't. There's like a couple of different industries right now that you can make more than 100k per year, and even then 100k for 60 to 80 hours a week is actually not a good trade. That's actually not like going to make you rich whatsoever. Those people are still broke. Generally they only do well with money because they are quite intelligent, quite minimalistic. They don't really party, you know, the nerdy software developer type of guy, and so they literally just save the money and end up buying property. So a career isn't something that I've mentioned, but it's every now and then like someone complains and says like, oh, but Hamza, careers are really, shut the fuck up, okay? There's multiple different ways that I suggest to explode your income, and I'll be completely honest, most of them actually do require some kind of like genetics, and it's just the way it works, right? So the first and obvious one to explode your income is to start and to grow a business. Now a business is kind of like a self-employment. So instead of you being employed by someone else, you find out a need and you solve it on your own, and then you get money or charge money for your own personal clients. So a business, for example, this is a business right now. There was a need for good self-improvement videos on YouTube. So I said, okay, I will fulfill that need. I, got good at it and everything. It takes me a year and a half or so to pop off, and now I make a good amount of money from that. Another business, I really like Chris from First Man, because he has a very like old school manual type of business where he's used the influence of like the personal brand, the YouTube, the social media, but now he has like physical products that he sells. So that's a very like interesting business where like my friend on YouTube, in case you don't know him, literally sells like his own supplements. He's starting like a clothing line and everything. So that's a real business. I won't go too much into this because I've explained business a bunch of times, and I would have to do a separate video in depth. And I think it's more interesting to talk about these other ones. The second way to explode your income is through athletics. Is to become an athlete. The thing is, just like the other things we're going to talk about, now, like I told you I was going to give you ideas, but of course it's not going to be fucking easy. Everything that we're going to talk about, you kind of have to be like the top 1%. Or, here's the thing, right? So, the best 100 basketball players or 200 basketball players, they make all the money. The best 3 basketball players make literally 90% of the money, right? And the same with every sport. And the guys who are, for example, top 2%, so they're still better than pretty much every other player in the world, but they literally make like pennies. Like you can be almost world famous, but make pennies just because you're not in a couple of the top teams. Because that's how it goes. I forgot the term. There's a very specific term here. But it's kind of like all of the rewards in life compound for the guy who's ultra at the top. And the guy just below him gets literally significantly less because we only care about number 1. Who was the second guy who stepped foot on the moon? Some nerds will actually answer this and shit, but the thing is, most of us don't even know. Who's the second fastest man in the world? Most of us don't even know. So, in terms of athletics, in terms of being an athlete, you kind of have to get into the top 1%. And so, the truth is, pretty much no one who's watching this is going to be there. But what's interesting now is that you could be an amateur athlete. You could even be you could actually be bad and make more money, not than the top, 1% everything, but like than the list of guys below them. How? By not playing professionally. By simply doing what you do and using that as content for social media. It's an answer that's going to kind of piss you off because everything that I'm going to suggest, every way to get rich, does come with this thing of like, oh yeah, you've got to be talented and also extremely like hardworking and also have the right genetics. So the second one that we'll talk about is, for example, artistic or creative. So let's say like you're a singer. Well, the same thing. You can 100% practice and get way better at singing, but we would assume that the best singers also do have like a genetic talent. We're not going to like say, oh, they're just lucky or anything, but they probably do, right? They probably have like a naturally good voice, which gets even better through training. So the top 1% of singers, the top 1% of drummers or whatever, you know, anything that you want to talk about, they make all the money, and everyone below them barely makes enough. Apart from the people who take that same passion and literally put it onto social media. And they're the people who are like the second class citizens. They're making, most of them like will be making second below the people at the top. Does that make sense? So the top basketball player, Michael Jordan, he makes the most money by far, and the people who play in line with him make the most money. That's the top 1%. The rest of the 99% of basketball players, so all the guys who are amazing in college and all this, they literally make pretty much no money. Even the guys who like are starting to get into the NBA but they're in like a nobody team or anything, they pretty much make no money too. The guys at the top 1% make all the money. We're not going to imagine that we're going to be there. But this guy down here who's in the 50%, the 70%, you could even literally be bad at the sport because that kind of like sells on social media. But if this guy has an entrepreneurship mindset, if he learns some of the skills that we're going to discuss, he can make more. He can make not as much money as the 1%, but more than all these guys down here. Because it really, like, it is that simple. Or, for example, a guy is interested in basketball, so then he posts a series of like how to jump higher, how to shoot better. It's documenting your progress on social media and then giving value to your audience. That's what is the ultimate business in the modern day. In my opinion, there is no better way to make money than to build an audience of people who like you and then to sell them stuff. But also on these platforms, you like, for example, YouTube is just an incredible platform where you literally get paid for your videos after you hit like the monetization. And at first you don't really get much, but once your channel's blown up, it's more than a full-time income. Last month, YouTube paid me £6.6 thousand just like passively for the videos that I had posted. Never mind the fact that I had this audience who were buying my products, and so my total income was more than 20,000 for the month. A part of the artistic / creative or athletic criteria can also be for esports, for gaming. And this is this trap that a lot of young men get, because they want to get into esports. They'll play no. You don't play League of Legends in esports. You work. This isn't fucking play. Like the amount of people I've spoke to who have literally coped so fucking hard and said that, oh, but Hamza, you know, it's productive. Like 7 hours of League of Legends is productive because I might get shut the fuck up. Do you think those guys are playing? They train for 12 to 16 hours a day to dominate your ass. You have no chance unless you are training in these games, which the overwhelm, like, I don't think I've ever really met someone who would have potential for this. You've got to train. Like, this isn't fucking play. This isn't like a game anymore. This is work. Esports is not a fucking game anymore. But the overwhelming majority of young guys sees someone making money on you know, the esports player won $1 million from League of Legends. And I can do it too. It's fucking cope for their addiction. But you know what's interesting? The top 1% of esports players make all the money. You know, they're the ones who win the Dota tournaments or the League of Legends tournaments. Everyone else doesn't really make that much. But the people who play the game and they put it onto social media, or they stream it, or they make videos, they make about as much. So do you not see, there's two ways with a bunch of these things. You can either be like the best in terms of skill and training, or you can just be the guy who's good at documenting it onto social media and making it entertaining for other people to watch. That's the better way, in my opinion. This requires vigorous hours of training. Training every day in basketball. Setting up fights for boxing or kickboxing every single month and like being on fight camp and doing all the hard shit. Whereas this is the guy who records his progress. This is the guy who says like, oh yeah, like, here's how to punch 5% faster, and the video gets 1 million views. And of course, it's not going to be easy either way. And there's still certainly a level of luck and skill and genetics and everything. But you don't need to be at that top 1% to actually make money, for example, from something like basketball. Singing as well, we'll say the exact same thing. So I know a girl, I think she watches these videos, even on the second channel as well, and she's wanted to be a singer for so long. And she's actually getting some gigs now, so after like years of that being her passion, but she's never been able to monetize it, and she's had to work jobs that she hasn't liked, and she's like really like quite not resentful, but like she's been hurt in those years in the sake that she hasn't been able to fulfill like her purpose and the things that really fill her full of fulfillment, because for years she wasn't able to make money from singing. Eventually now she's been able to like book gigs and everything. I'm very happy for her, but she would have had way more success singing on social media, and that, in fact, that's what she's actually started to do. And that's, I think, actually, maybe she'll correct me, but like that's why she probably got recognized to then start getting booked onto bigger gigs. So of course, like, I don't want this video, we'll go into some other ideas, but I don't want this video to just be a simple, oh, make a YouTube channel and shit. But I promise you that whatever idea that you have in mind to make your money, I promise you that it is not only worse, just in all sakes, less profitable, more time consuming, way more of a headache than making a business on social media. Let's say, for example, you want to be a personal trainer. You want to train clients and everything, right? It's completely over fucking saturated. You're not special. No one really wants fitness advice from you or anything. But like every single person that sees, you know, the cringy coaches on like Instagram, I need 5 more clients. Shut the fuck up, right? It's the same thing. So you can go and be the personal trainer who's making barely $2,000 a month, and he's literally working a sales job, but he gets to work in the gym, and everyone thinks that that's a benefit. But you ask the trainers, and like they actually don't like that shit, and they make like what, 25, £30 an hour. Or you can be the personal trainer who posts home workout routines on YouTube, and he makes 20,000 a month, 50,000 a month. Probably not 50 because that's a high number, but let's say 5,000 a month. So whatever you plan to do, you would be just better off in almost every sense just doing it online. Apart from the one sense of potentially the sense of like fulfillment in the idea that, oh no, but you want to be, you know, training someone in person, which fair enough. But in my opinion, if you do want to do something in person, for example, you want to go do the gig in person, you want to go play basketball in person to compete, you want to go train people in person, or you want to, like, you know, something in person, right, for the sake of fulfillment, what I would say is still make the social media business, make the money from that, and then do limited hours of you needing to do like the in-person thing, so that you have complete control over it, and you don't need to do it for money because you're already making more than enough money online. Everyone is like, there's so much fucking money on social media, and you're really telling me that you have none of it right now? That you've claimed none of it for yourself? Every limiting belief that's coming into your mind, oh, but Hamza doesn't know because this thing affects me and stuff. I'm just telling you right now, there's a person who's dumber than you, and there's a person who's lazier than you, who's making 10 times more than you do just because they started posting on social media. And yeah, of course, there's a sense of luck, but the idea is like luck evens out after you're posting consistently for an entire year or 2 years or 3 years. Luck evens out. If you're posting some good shit, if you're knowledgeable, if you've got like a good personality, it evens out and you do get the success that you deserve after a while.
Are you a content creator? Make more money with sponsored live streams. Start for free at maestro.io.
And finally, really, the last way to explode your income is through gambling. So we can do high-risk investments. This is like trading and stuff. Everyone says that trading, in case you don't know, trading is kind of like where you exchange like currencies or crypto. You kind of like buy something, sell something, and all this. And all the prices just constantly fluctuate. A lot of people say it's skill. It's not, in my opinion, but they'll disagree and everything. The data does show that pretty much no one can really time the market, and it's just better to go with like the safer options. But there is a possibility that you can explode your income and your assets through something like gambling or high risk trading investments, which, for example, you'd put a lot of money into some random coin on crypto that may explode soon, like fucking cum rocket or whatever the fuck these like meme coins are. Before we move on to the next step, so this at this step right now, pretty much no.
Right, so 8 hours. Got 3 minutes left now. Basically, this tablet's really old, so what I'm gonna do is change the timer onto my phone when it gets to 8 hours. It's a really old tablet, so when it gets to 8 hours, I'll just swap it over from my tablet to my phone. Got 3 minutes left anyway.
No one has really passed this step, and of course I wish there was like better advice I could give you and, you know, lay down like, oh, but there's this other idea. But the simple answer is pretty much make a business for most people, and for most people, make a business on social media. Be the face of that business, have people who like you, and build up an audience of tens of thousands of people who would buy stuff from you. Yeah, of course it's hard, but so was going to be a fucking personal trainer anyway. Of course it's hard, but so was going to work in fucking customer service or software development, whatever it was. But the difference is that when you have an audience of people who like you, that's how you get rich fast. Because they'll buy your shit. At this point then, it's very, very worthwhile to start developing the skills to actually make these businesses. So of course, you may need like a level of like training and discipline to go into like the athletic options. But let's say for the business, you'll want skills like persuasion, influence, sales, marketing, storytelling. You'll want to learn about how to actually build an audience of people that not only like you, but they kind of like each other. So now you have a community, and when people have a community, they'll stay around for longer. You want to learn things like dark side shit. Let's be honest.
And go back.
You'll want skills like persuasion, influence, sales.
I don't know if I'm in frame, but I'm writing stuff down.
Marketing, storytelling. You'll want to learn about how to actually build an audience of people that not only like you, but they kind of like each other. So now you have a community, and when people have a community, they'll stay around for longer. You want to learn things like dark side shit. Let's be honest. Let's talk about some dark shit which no one else talks about. If you, for example, you want to do well on social media, you've got to learn about manipulation. I'm telling you right now, most of the guys at the top are good at manipulating. They've either researched it very, very clearly in like a dark intent, or they just naturally were good at manipulation. They're good at hooking your attention. No one's really going to say this shit to you because it sounds dark as fuck, but like the people at the top, including me, know how to make you addicted to their content. You're probably addicted to my content, even though you believe that you've got total control and you could, I can stop watching at any time. That's what the fucking pothead also said. I can start smoking.
I can't with this video.
Smoking every time. Yeah, you're addicted. I made you addicted to this shit because that's a skill of my business. No one else is going to tell you that shit, are they? And guess what? I'm telling you right now because another skill of my business is knowing for the fact that my authenticity and honesty also makes you like me more. So I've just hit you with a fucking 1-2 just then. Oh, but I can stop watching Hamza videos. Shut up, bro. No, you can't. No, you can't, bitch. Finally.
Quickly. Yeah. There's 8 hours. So now, yeah, just on my phone. There you go. I swapped them across because I didn't have any charge on my tablet, and it's not charging because it's so old. But now I can use this lead to charge my headphones. We're chilling.
Finally then, step 2. So step 0 was improve your mental health, actually have the capability to follow this advice and to be productive. Step 1 is to explode your income, and there's different ways you can do it. There's either be very, very, very good at the things that can explode your income, like give you huge income. Huge money, which is things like being the best in like an athletic sport or creative or singing or all that type of stuff, or make a business. And either way, if you can't do those hard discipline type of stuff, make a business about them, make a social media profile about them, grow that, give value, learn how to grow social media. That in itself is probably one of the most in-demand skills. Like that's probably the best way to make money right now. I literally cannot think of a single way to make money in a better, smoother, fulfilling way than to just grow a social media business. And then finally, step 2 is just what to do with that income. And of course you want to reward yourself and everything, but the best entrepreneurs by far keep their expenses low Even though you get to like charge expenses to the business, it doesn't work out as well as you think. The best entrepreneurs by far live that same minimalistic lifestyle, and they reinvest heavily back into the business. If I didn't do that, we wouldn't be anywhere near as close to this subscriber count or this growth or this level of influence that I have over these guys. It's so interesting that I can instantly know who's average or not, and who's not just gonna stay broke. As soon as they ask me, like, oh, but Hamza, you're making money, why haven't you moved it? Why haven't you bought an expensive car yet, Hamza? Because I don't want to be like you. The best entrepreneurs reinvest ferociously back into the business, and that's how it regrew. That's why, for example, Mr. Beast makes money. Mr. Beast is like probably the top YouTuber right now. He makes millions, and he literally makes videos that cost millions. That's why, that's like how you get that huge fucking growth. I reinvested back into the business fucking heavily. I haven't moved it. I literally live with my parents still. But now I have 5 editors. I don't even think like professional, high, very high subscriber count channels have 5 different editors. So we can pump out a video almost every single day.
I started to feel powerless because I got to 60 and realized.
So the second step is how to reinvest not only into the business, but also how to invest for the future. So in my opinion, the TLDR, I won't skip much time because this video is kind of long, so I'll just tell you the complete TLDR. In terms of, we'll talk about reinvesting, but in terms of investing, invest into Bitcoin and Ethereum. Those are the 2 that I am personally invested in, and I don't literally think about anything else. And the reason why, stocks and shares, in my opinion, is total bullshit, and the people who have invested into that are gonna get really, really depressed. And like I've said this a few times, probably this year or by next year, it's gonna be like the chaotic scenes of, I think it was 2008, where you're gonna see people start, and also the Wall Street crash as well, but you're gonna see people jumping out of the buildings. You really are. These average people who have invested into the stocks and shares like ISA and the index funds and all this shit, they cannot handle losing 10 to 20% of their portfolio, and it will happen. When people are killing themselves, that's when I will buy. It just got dark as fuck, right, bro? Money and investing is immoral. That's my like sort of advice for you. When people start killing themselves over property and also over index funds and stocks and all this shit, that's when you buy. That's when there's been a huge dip. Right now, everyone's so happy. Oh, properties, oh my god, such a good investment. Stock, have you seen the ISA and all this bullshit? When everyone's buying, when everyone is happy, you stay the fuck still. You stack cash instead, or other things like crypto. When everyone's sad, when everyone's selling, when everyone's killing themselves, that's when you buy. It's dark as fuck, but that's the truth. I'm not gonna filter myself here. We're 40 minutes in. You're one of the fucking boys if you're watching this shit. You make your point. You make your choice. It's morally wrong, fair enough. It's maybe evil. You make your choice if you want to follow the same route, or you can do what every single other person is doing. And when you find yourself amongst the majority, you know that you're generally gonna be wrong. That doesn't mean to start fucking walking upside down or eating fucking doo-doo or something. But generally, with things like this, you know that you're in the wrong position when everyone else is doing the same thing as you. Everyone's buying right now, so I'm sitting still. When everyone starts selling, I'll buy. Crypto is what I would recommend, and crypto is a very weird thing, so I highly recommend you don't just take my advice for it, you go and do more research, but at the very least, Bitcoin and Ethereum, forget every other coin that people tell you. I won't say that like they're not scams or anything, but my mindset is that they are simply not worth the time to even think about. Bitcoin and Ethereum, Bitcoin and Ethereum. Every other coin, like if you search for crypto on YouTube, it's just fucking toxic. That's why, like, if you know the basics of crypto, you kind of understand, like, Bitcoin's pretty much inevitably going to go up to the same inevitable that, for example, the stocks and shares will over the long term. So at that point, invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum right now because they're quite low prices at the time of posting this video. You can start to then diversify once you've got like a good nest egg. You've got, like, for example, save up 10 to 20 to 50,000 in an emergency fund. You'll always want one of those. I should have mentioned this at the start. The first like real investment is onto your mental health, in which you make a separate bank account and you put at the very least £5,000 that you now don't even own. You just leave it there. 10,000, 15. I had 15,000, then I took 5,000 out for crypto. So I've got 10,000 in a separate bank account that I barely even remember the details for. So that when shit hits the fan, when, for example, I get a massive tax bill or some random stuff happens, I've got 10,000 just sat there. Up until you have at least 5,000 sat into a separate account, you do not think about investing, because nothing is higher ROI than an emergency savings account. Once you've got the emergency savings account, you might even want to stack more in like a business account or your personal account, just, you know, so you've got like extra leeway. Then you imagine you're at zero. Now you start thinking of investing. Most people don't do that, because it's like, most people, for example, eat fast food, and it's the exact same thing. You get what I mean, right? Most people are addicted to like the instant pleasure of like, oh, but like, you know, I could start investing and make more money today. No, shut the fuck up, right? Because you're going to be one of those people jumping off the building when your stocks go down. Make sure you put away 5,000, 10,000 more into a separate account that you now don't even own. When someone asks you how much money you have or you're thinking about it, that isn't money that you even own. It's like when you get fucked, that's when you're like, oh yes, I have that extra bit. It's kind of like the advice we got taught in school, which was like, grab a tenner before you go on a night out to the clubs, before you go drink. Grab a 5 or a tenner, put it into your shoe, and don't be a fucking dumbass in the middle of the club. Oh, but I've got a tenner in my shoe. No, what the fuck? Like, in case you get fucking robbed, in case you lose your wallet or something, that's where the tenner actually comes in handy. That is so important. The amount of confidence that gives you, like the level of like fuck you confidence, where you're kind of like, yeah, like if I lost my job right now, if I lost even YouTube right now, yeah, like of course I would be really sad. I've lost all progress and everything, but yeah, like I'd be fine. 10,000 is like, it's more than a year that I would like. It gives me more than a year runway of living here. More than a year, way more. My expenses are only a couple hundred a month, like if even that. When you start thinking then of investing, choose, in my opinion, the medium risk to medium reward. The low risk, low reward is kind of like the long-term index funds and everything, and that will probably be good once the prices dip. But right now, it's inconceivable to me that people are still suggesting you to buy at the top of like the top of the top prices ever in existence. It blows my mind. So you get onto Bitcoin and Ethereum. Those are my suggestions anyway. And this might sound like a bit scammy if you're not into crypto. You're thinking, wait, why is he telling me this is a scam or something? Bitcoin and Ethereum are kind of like the two biggest coins in the cryptocurrency world. And Bitcoin especially is kind of like the universal crypto coin. It's kind of like the biggest one that we all kind of understand. It's like, it's not really the best coin, and it's not probably going to be the one that we kind of use, but it's kind of like the one that we're all agreeing on is kind of like the king of, in a sense, right? You'll just do some research and you'll kind of see, right? So that's like the medium risk and medium reward. And finally, I'll just quickly go over reinvesting into the business. Reinvesting into your business usually has a higher ROI than everything else, including the medium risk, medium reward cryptocurrency. So reinvesting into your business or into yourself. For example, training, reinvesting into increasing your income. So you might, certain businesses or qualifications or something that you can do that would increase your income. Reinvesting into equipment, all this stuff first, even though it sounds like it's not exactly an investment, for the majority of people, the extra $1,000 to $2,000 that you could put into your business, like $2,000, would give you a far higher ROI than putting that $2,000 into like stocks and shares and thinking like, oh yeah, but like, in 1 year it might be 2,200. Like, okay, in 1 year, or you put the 2,000 into like good YouTube equipment, and in 1 year you might have 10,000 subscribers. It's a long ass video, and I hope it's somewhat helped people. Of course, it's not like gonna be a straightforward one, because most of I just want to reiterate the beginning points. Like, the biggest reason why people actually get successful and people actually make a good amount of money isn't just because of the tactic that they're currently doing. It is simply because of the type of person that they are. And I want you to just remember that, like, I would come to your house and build a business and you would still fail if you have the wrong mindset. And you probably think that you don't have the wrong mindset. That's bullshit. Because if you had the right mindset, you would already have the business. You would already be like making a good amount of money. So before, like, I know it's anticlimactic because you wanted to click on this video and think like, okay, he's gonna how to exactly get fast and shit. The truth is, if you just spend the next few months focusing on things on like your mental health, your productivity, your discipline, your willpower, your ability to stay focused and to do deep work instead of like the bullshit work that most people do where they check their phone and they're checking Discord and all shit, I guarantee that you'll be successful within a couple of years. You automatically, like, then after you've actually got to the point where you can do some good fucking work and you can like zone in on something, we don't even need to give you advice of like how to get rich or like, you should think about business or anything, because you'll automatically find that stuff by yourself. if the people who watch this video, maybe you're different because you've sat through the entire video, but the majority of people who clicked on this video, I want you to look at the view count right now. More than 90% of the people who clicked on this video have clicked off, and I guarantee that they're the people who needed to hear this advice the most, but they're going to click onto a different video, which is a fucking success motivational video and shit. They're the people who need to be sat down and told, bro, you can't even read. Like, you literally can't even read for longer than 2 sentences before your mind wanders, and you're searching for fucking tactics on how to get rich quick. No, shut the fuck up. Like, learn to read first. Can you, like, write? Can you fucking write in English? Like, can you stay focused for 10 minutes without your mind wandering? The majority of people have to say no to that question, but they'll still be searching around on how to make money, how to get rich fast. If you focus on those fundamentals, if you learn how to get to enter a deep work focus, if you improve your mental health so that you actually have the capability to actually do these things, unlike just most people are just fucking so depressed from their phone, you'll stand out. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Do you guys see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on Amazon.
So on my previous video, I pretty much just went into a rant. Instead of specifically telling you what you should do to make money through a business or your athletic performance, I pretty much just went in a rant and spoke to you about mental health. And I think that's absolutely vital. So if you haven't already, make sure you watch at least some of the previous video, the one before this one, which is Here's Exactly How to Get Rich. That's the title. Here's Exactly How to Get Rich Fast. Watch that. I'm not going to repeat the rant here. I just want to get into the very, very specifics of how you make money through a social media business, which in my opinion is the absolute best way to make money for the majority of people. When I speak to other, I don't want to rant, so I'm not going to get too much, but when I speak to other people who are pursuing other businesses, it always just, it gets me confused because I'm just thinking he's doing 5 times the work for 5 times less of the money, and he doesn't even enjoy the work. It isn't, you know, if it's your passion and stuff, fair enough. But I speak to some people who are like so dedicated into like dropshipping and all the random bullshit businesses that you see around. Affiliate marketing is like, they don't like the process, they're literally just doing it for money, whereas social media has a very beautiful side to it. So here's exactly how you make money from social media. So I'm going to use YouTube as an example, but pretty much every platform is the same. Instagram, TikTok, even Twitter. I've been seeing some entrepreneurs go onto Twitter and actually make a good amount of money there. But there's a certain framework that if you're not currently in this realm, you don't know right now. And as soon as you understand this framework, you'll begin to see it everywhere. And then you'll actually understand, okay, like this is literally how you make money from social media. Now, the obvious thing that you know is YouTube AdSense. So you understand that when a YouTuber gets monetized, they start getting paid. Not much, but they do start getting paid like £20 a month, £50 a month from YouTube. As that person grows their YouTube channel, they'll start to get paid more. So for reference, over the month of December, I made £7,700 directly from YouTube. That's an abnormal amount because my main channel, maybe I'm arrogant, but my main channel is fucking sick in terms of doing well on YouTube. We have comparable views and watch time to YouTubers who've got 10 times more subscribers. Like we're doing everything right, okay? So it's more than most people would get paid at 200k subscribers, and you can go and look around, but there'll be no one who matches that level. 7,700. So I literally got paid £7,000 in January for the month of December, and it's going to be about 6,800 for January that I'm going to get paid in February, so which is a good amount. But when you're first starting off, you're not going to get paid much, and you don't want to rely on one source of income. The beauty of the social media businesses is that you can have multiple streams of income, and so YouTube AdSense is only one, but we don't want to rely on that. So there is a whole process in growing the social media channel and getting an audience to like you. That will take me literally hours to explain, and maybe I'll make that video. But right now, I'm going to imagine that you've already somewhat, you're making progress on that. You're getting a bigger and bigger audience. Maybe you've got a couple hundred subscribers. You need to learn how to monetize your content more than just what you get paid from the platform. The second most common way to make money from social media, which is what most people just limit themselves to, most influencers, is kind of like brand deals and sponsorships. This is where you see the idea of like selling out. This is where someone recommends like a shitty product that they don't use, and you know your personal brand can get a bit of a hit in terms of people liking you and thinking that maybe you're a scammer or something, or that you're just greedy for money. You want to do this very, 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 very scarcely. We have 250k subscribers. We have about 330 videos. I've accepted one sponsorship. That sponsorship for the month of January just emailed me today that we made $7,700 with them. They're partnered with YouTubers who have 10 times more subscribers than us. They're partnered with big YouTubers. He just sent me an email that we're one of their most earning, like one of their biggest channels in terms of success with the sponsorship. $7,700 from them. I've accepted one. We've been emailed more than 250 times with sponsors. I've ignored every single one apart from that one. You must do this sparingly. You can very, very easily sacrifice the long-term success of your channel, your business, your brand by exchanging for by cashing out right now, and it's almost never worth it. So when you do start to get brand deals and sponsorships, usually you need like 50k subscribers, 100k, and even then, like you'll start getting some emails and some messages from people when you've got 10k, 5k, and they're all going to be trash. The good sponsorships come to you when you've got like more than 100k, but this could be individual. They could be, you know, they could still find you at like 20k, right? You've got to make sure that if you do accept a sponsorship, it does not sacrifice the long-term growth of your channel or of your social media page. It has to be something that you personally use, that you personally like, and that completely fits with what you're saying on that social media platform. The one that I partnered with is called Shortform, and it works literally 10 out of 10 perfectly. It's a book summary service, so there's literally self-improvement books, and it's like that is as good as a sponsorship in terms of our values and stuff could be. It's just a way for you to like read books faster. They give you like detailed summaries. So if you're unsure of a book, instead of having to like go through the book and thinking that you've wasted time, you can literally get the gist of a book in like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, which is a really nice thing. They gave me an account. I literally rinsed them off the free account. Like I literally used it every single day for like 2-3 hours. When I was in the gym, just before bed, it literally became like one of my favorite, like literally my favorite way to read, which I never wanted to admit because I started reading on my phone and I felt like that was like a negative thing, you know, like reading on because you're on your phone and phones are bad and everything. But I literally just loved being able to like lie down and just read on my phone because it kind of reminded me of like the thing that I used to like kind of do for fun, which was like lie down and scroll through Reddit, but this was like a productive version. But anyway, we got about 100 people onto that sponsorship, onto the links that I gave, and made $7,000. Now, I won't speak much of sponsorships and brand deals because I've literally only accepted one, but just really, really bear this in mind. You're going to get a lot of emails, a lot. And some of them might actually seem good. The longer that you wait, the more that you'll get. Never accept a deal that's going to sacrifice the long term unless it is literally the deal that you need to continue. So if you're absolutely broke, if your business is going to die and this random deal would save it, fair enough. And I've said this on live stream before, I'll never sell out. I don't need to. But if there's a point when, you know, shit's going, like everything's going bad and my family need money, you best believe I'm going to start fucking accepting a sponsorship from like OnlyFans or so. I don't give a fuck, bro. Like I said it to all the boys, like, bro, Raid Shadow Legends wants to sponsor me for a few thousand because my family desperately need the money, or the channel's going to die, or like the editors, like I don't have any money for them. Bro, 100%, I'll Raid Shadow Legends is the best game. I don't give a fuck, bro. And people understood, but that's probably never going to happen. Don't sell out if you can. Now we come to the very, very important parts, which is what I wanted to talk about. The real money that you can make through social media businesses, which most people don't, because most people who are influencers, who are on social media, who are YouTubers, aren't entrepreneurs. The reason why I make much more than people who have the same subscriber count as me is because I started as an entrepreneur first, and then I became a YouTuber afterwards.
It's a little scary out there these days. The virus is mutating.
The real way to make a lot of money is to sell products to your audience. And the best product that you can sell is an online digital course. an online digital course is just kind of like a package of content. So it'll be videos, it'll be books that you've written, you know, like Word documents that you've written. It'll be stuff that you've put together in one place. You use like a website to host it all, and it makes it nice and easy. And then you charge money for that. So I want to get into like very, very specifics here because it's so incredibly important, but it's also such an interesting business model that when you understand it, it's like you'll see how powerful this is. So first of all, just the quick question that might come up is how do you host it? How do you sell it? The website that I use to host and sell my course is called Kajabi. This other one's called Teachable. You don't really need to know this so much. Like, you know, once you've got the plan set, okay, and you're starting to work on a course, fair enough. But just all you have to know is like there's websites that will charge you anywhere from $50 to $200 a month, which seems like a lot, but you'll be making a lot more than that. And you'll get to host your stuff on there. Someone will come in, buy the product on like a website that you create, which we'll talk about, and they'll get access to that course. So in my aesthetic body course, you get access to like, I don't know, probably 50 videos where like I've done a video for like every exercise that I can think of how you should do it properly. I've also done a bunch of lessons on what you should do to build your dream body, and you should do this and diet and everything. And look, here's me cooking meals, and this is how you should cook meals because it saves time. Then I've also wrote 3 books. I wrote like, I don't know, 40,000, 50,000 words, something like a big amount, like more than 20,000 words. And then I also put together like 40 workout routines on my phone on this app. And I shared the link with you. So you've got 40 workout routines that you can now literally just click on the link and it'll open up on your phone. So it's a lot better than the usual bullshit when you buy a workout program. And it's literally just text on the screen that says like, oh yeah, you should do deadlift. Like, who gives a fuck? It's like you click, this is the new age shit, right? So this is how you sell a course. So this video is pretty much just going to be now on how to sell a course. You can sell other things. You can sell like memberships and coaching. Just please believe me, trust me when I say like I did a lot of research on this shit. I did a lot of research, a lot of comparisons. I did my own trial and testing. You might find different results, but it's unlikely. A course is the best thing that you can sell. The other things you can sell is things like coaching. It's like your own time. You can sell coaching one-to-one, and you can sell coaching in like a group, like a mentorship. And Andrew Tate, for example, has like Hustlers University, and then he has like War Room. Just trust me when I say just a course is the best thing by far. So let's just, from the rest of this video, just talk about selling a course online. A course is made to help with one specific pain/goal that your customer or your audience has. One specific pain/goal. Pain is better as well. Always try and sell to pain. Always try and sell to fear. So the pain/fear that I'm selling to is that of a man who, for example, doesn't like his body, and he also doesn't like the life position that he's in. So get this in your mind, because this is like fundamental sales skills. So if what I'm about to say is like new to you, which it probably is to most people, please believe me that you should definitely spend some time learning about sales, because once you understand how to sell to people, you don't even need videos like this. You'll automatically just be successful. Sales is so fundamental, okay? You pick a pain that they have and you sell the course as the solution to that. You are not selling a course. You are selling the solution to their pain. You are selling the life that they get to have after they implement what's inside of your course. This is how you sell. You do not sell the actual product. Never, ever, ever sell the actual product. Like, never act like, obviously you're selling the product. Obviously I'm selling the course. But we never, in our advertisement to sell, you never actually focus on that thing. So I should have explained this first, but how do you literally what's the autistic explanation of how do you actually sell online? Websites have made this much so easy now. So Kajabi is it's not my favorite, it's just the one that I've chosen. I've never even considered the other ones really. But Kajabi is like an all-in-one. You can search it online. It's like an all-in-one platform for like a lot of different things. And it also has a website and a landing page builder inside of it. The landing page is what we need. You do not sell on websites anymore. Giants like Amazon can sell on a normal website, but if you compare the website Amazon to my landing/sales page of my course, they look very different. A sales page almost looks a bit scammy, like there's nothing on it, there's no home button, there's no about button, it's literally just a white, and it's just kind of like, okay, here's the product and you should buy the product because here, and here's a video and stuff. But it's like there's no home page, there's no there's no of the random buttons in the search bar and everything. It's literally just for the sale. Why? Because this converts way more. A giant like Amazon can have their entire web page and they can have like different links and your account and your orders and all this shit, but they can afford to reduce their conversion rate to kind of dominate the space and be like, oh yeah, this is your all-in-one for everything related to Amazon. We really can't do that. We're selling a product. We don't want to lead them to a website in which they can click on like the home page and everything. We want it to be tunnel vision. So we want to set up a sales page. The best way to do this is using a website called ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is made by this guy called Russell Brunson, who in my opinion is like literally the can't do that. We're selling a product. We don't want to lead them to a website in which they can click on like the home page and everything. We want it to be tunnel vision. So we want to set up a sales page. The best way to do this is using a website called ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is made by this guy called Russell Brunson, who in my opinion is like literally the absolute legend of selling things online. He's the one who wrote the books .com Secrets, Expert Secrets, Traffic Secrets. I've mentioned those books a lot. If you're trying to make money online, .com Secrets, DOTCOM Secrets by Russell Brunson is the books. Like I'm literally just like stealing what he said and just teaching it to you here in like a video form. Highly recommend that you read those books. He made a website called ClickFunnels, and ClickFunnels is like the ultimate way. I don't even personally use it because I just started on Kajabi first and there's like a pain to switch over. But I always said to myself, like, if I was about to sell something new, I haven't sold anything new in a while, like of my own product. If I was going to, I'd absolutely start on ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is like the ultimate, like just the easiest, best way. I'm not sponsored or anything. You can see I'm not going to link anything below, to make a sales page. And a sales page is literally just a basic like website, but it doesn't have any distractions. You won't have the logo or any bullshit. You'll start there, it'll be the header, and every single part of the page will be optimized to convert the sale. It's very interesting how sales works, especially copywriting. Copywriting is kind of like sales online through text, because just the fonts that you use could reduce or increase the conversion rate. Just the words that you use in the title could heavily, think about it, like it could heavily, like just, it's kind of like how some videos go viral on YouTube and some don't. Just some random word that you have in the title could be the cause of a video popping off, couldn't it? Well, it's the exact same thing. Just some random word in the title of a sales page could be the reason why your conversion rate goes up by a full %. We want to optimize all this. ClickFunnels makes it very, very easy to optimize this. It allows you to do like split test. I won't get into like too specifics, but pretty much we want to build a sales page. So we'll build the course and we'll explain that, but you don't need to know too much about the actual product. This is what's interesting about sales, is like the product actually takes the back end. We only want to make a fantastic product if we know it's going to sell first. Most beginners, like you probably thought I was going to teach you, okay, here's how to make the course and everything. No. We make the course second. First, we want to make sure that people actually want to buy the product, because otherwise we'll waste our time. We'll waste an entire month making a course, making loads of videos and books and everything. Fuck that. No, we're not going to waste our time. We're going to sell it first, and if it sells, then we're going to make the course to make sure that we're actually making something that people want to buy.
You see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on Amazon.
Just in my head.
So we make a sales page using ClickFunnels, or personally I use Kajabi, and both work equally. You can find a bunch of different websites that do the same thing. But sales page is literally just that, kind of like a web page, which is just dedicated to selling this product. There's a certain format of a sales page that has the highest conversion rate. And our friend Russell Brunson has already, like, he's done a lot, like millions of testings, like millions of dollars of advertisement to test different things. And he's gave the exact structure. So I won't really go through the structure because that's very specific of like what you should say here, what this button should say. But just know that there is an exact format to a high converting sales page. There is an exact format that you can literally just follow. And in fact, my page has followed that. So the easiest way, like if for example I was going to get someone new onto what I'm saying here, the easiest way that I would tell them, copy. Find the sale page that you like, maybe my one for the aesthetic body course, literally just copy it, the exact structure, the exact format, just change the words to obviously fit your thing, change the pictures to obviously fit your product, but copy the exact structure. There's an exact structure that has, this is so important, and I know it seems kind of like, you know, minor or something. The reason why I'm saying this is because you need to take the customer through a journey And if someone has, like Russell Brunson, the guy who's like, made ClickFunnels and wrote those books, he's already spent millions of advertisements, so he kind of understands, like, oh, the customer left the web page at this point, so he changed it around, he optimized it. It's kind of like the customer comes in and they see, the head page, they see the title and everything, they start scrolling down to see the details of the course. And most people will act in the exact same way. And so we need to, for example, we show them, what the benefit is. We big hook, big like a headline that hooks their attention. And we want them to come down. And when you follow, for example, my page, or you follow like a different landing page, you'll see that they have pretty much the same things, because the customer then will have a limiting belief pop up at the same time that they've reached a page of my web page, which explains that limiting belief and destroys it, so that now they continue. But then they're going to have another limiting belief saying, like, oh no, but this is a risk. But then that's just where they'll scroll onto my webpage, which says, oh yeah, there's no risk, I'll give you your money back if you don't like your product. So there's an exact format. I won't go through the full detail, because we'll have to get so specific, and I'll have to literally show you, like, with editing of, like, okay, this is this and this. Easiest way is just go onto a sales page. Russell Brunson, if you just search up his stuff, search up like Russell Brunson book or something, and then go onto his specific website, you'll see how he sells. And you just want to essentially just copy someone else's, which is going to be working. So we have a sales page which follows an exact format, which is like a high conversion sales page, and behind it, when someone buys, they then get the product. So that's like the format of this, right? And so I'll explain more of those two things, but the framework of this entire thing of like making money through social media is that we post social media content, we gain an audience, and then every time we post social media content, we're going to refer not to the product. That's the thing. Generally, you don't actually want to, like, because it kind of ruins your brand image. For example, I wouldn't too often make a video in which in the video I kind of say to you, oh, by the way, I'm selling something that you should buy, and click on the link. I say something similar, but I don't exactly say you should, like, this is the course, right? What's way better, which a lot of people have experimented, is to not send someone directly to the sales page, and instead get their email address and sell to their email. So this is becoming a big, lengthy process. We first start with the social media content, the TikTok videos, the Twitter posts, and the YouTube channel like videos. In these videos, we want to give value, we want to make some good content that people like, they enjoy, they watch a lot, they stay around, they subscribe. We want to start gaining an audience. Now what we're going to start to do is we're going to refer people to get them into our email funnel. This will all start to make, like, it'll all come together soon. But we started up here with the social media side. What we're going to do now is make an email funnel. So I first started with the website called MailChimp. And Kajabi puts it all together, so I literally just use Kajabi. And I'm not sponsored, like, I legally have to tell you if I'm, like, sponsored by these companies. These are just my own individual, like, opinions and preference. MailChimp is nice and easy, and it gives you like a kind of free access to it up until you get a certain amount of email subscribers, so that's nice if you don't want to pay anything. Move on to Kajabi as soon as possible, in my opinion. So an email funnel simply just means that you collect people's email addresses. So you've probably clicked on some links and it says like, oh, here's like the free ebook, here's like a free guide, and just put in your email and I'll send it to you. And then they start like spamming your email. That you are now in someone's funnel. So what we want now, we want to collect people's email addresses, and we want to send them emails to sell to that, right? We don't want to sell, we don't want to like ruin our social media content by trying to sell on there, but to directly sell, because it's kind of just like 50,000 people will see it, and even if like 100 people buy, like the video's been kind of ruined for like so many people. It kind of ruins your personal brand to be like a salesman directly on the video. We'd rather on our social media content say, oh yeah, by the way, I made something for free, just go to this link and just enter your detail and you get it in. You don't even have to say that much. You can literally just say, oh, by the way, like how I do it, I made 7 free workout routines, click on the link in the description, that's it. So that sounds a lot better. Oh guys, I made a $200 course that you should probably buy, and it'll really, really help you and stuff. You just wasted like a minute of your content. So this is getting complicated. Probably need like a lot of fucking explanation for all of this, but I'll try and like keep you through this, right? So we're up here, social media content. We're gonna now refer them to what's called a lead magnet. So a lead is kind of like the email that we want. It's kind of like, there's a potential customer here, and the way that we symbolize that is that we have their email address. A lead magnet is a thing that we exchange for people's email addresses. So for me, it's that this is the line that I say is like 7 free workout routines. That's a lead magnet.
If you don't have a marketing system to generate 10 to 20 clients a month for your course or your coaching program,
for a lot of people, it's kind of like an ebook or something. It's kind of like, oh, here's my guide to like stop fapping. It's like a 22-page ebook or something. You want to give them something for free, and the easiest way is just like write up like a little guide on Word document or something. That's like quite a low-end lead magnet. It's not like a great one, but you understand the process of this, right? So you make a little shitty product that you're going to give for free. And then using those email services, MailChimp or Kajabi, you can set up quite an easy page, which is called like a lead magnet page, which is literally just like a page that says enter your email and you'll get the free workout routines, or I'll email you the PDF book or whatever. So you make that using one of those websites. So now the process is that we start here in our social media content, and instead of just trying to sell the course directly, we start here and we say, oh yeah, we'll give you something for free. Go to the link in the description. They click on the link, then they're sent to the email lead magnet page, which just says enter your email and I'll send you the free PDF. They enter their email. Now they'll start to, on the first email that they get from us instantly, they'll get the thing that they signed up for. So they'll get the workout routines or, the free PDF or something. After that, they'll start to get more emails from us. So all of this you can do inside of the email services that I mentioned, so MailChimp, Kajabi. And what we do is we set up something called an email sequence. An email sequence it's like an automated couple of emails. So you've probably seen it, you know, like when you've signed up to this stuff to get like a free ebook or something, you obviously know that person's not individually typing to you, right? It's a sequence. It's just like it's been mass marketed to people who have signed up. So on the same email service, it's kind of easy to set this up because they know what people are using it for. You'll have it automated that, for example, it will say, send this email instantly. So for that one, you'll attach the free lead magnet that they signed up for, because you want to give it to them straight away. So for me, in that same first email that they get instantly, I put in those 7 free workout routines. For other people, it'll be the ebook or something that they were supposed to get for the email. They'll attach that onto the first email, and you say like, oh, thanks for signing up, and here's the thing that you asked, and oh, by the way, like, you've subscribed, so I'll keep sending you emails, and if you don't mind, like, it'll be good emails, I promise, and stuff. That's the first email. Now, through a series of 5 total emails, people have tested this, so 5 works best. You want to start taking them through the process of selling them, and I'd have to do a full video to explain like the best sort of email sequence, and everyone fights over which one it is. Just, you can literally go to my main channel on any of the videos, and it's very, very wise to do this. This is called like funnel hacking. Essentially, you act like the customer of one of your competitors, of someone you want to research. So if you go onto my main channel, go onto the description of one of my videos, and they'll say 7 free workout routines. Go on that, sign up, and see exactly what happens. It'll take like, at first you get an email, then the next, like 24 hours later, you'll get an email, but you'll get to see the exact process that I personally use, the exact emails that I use. And that's very, very, very wise. Now, of course, I've just kind of manipulated you to like give me your email, but like, it's a win-win, isn't it? I want that email, bitch. So an interesting thing that just came to mind is a bunch of marketers, like a lot of marketers, say this analogy, which I really like, which is that every email in your email list, so every guy who's gave you their email, is like $1 a month. So if you're like a small channel and like, you've sent 50 people to the lead magnet, and they've, 50 people have put in their details so they get the lead magnet, and you have 50 emails in your email list, that's like $50 a month. You've built up 5,000 emails in your email list, that's $5,000 a month. It's a very, very easy, obviously it's a rough metric, and it might be every email's like 77 cents or $1.36, but it evens out to about $1. So that's like kind of like your goal. And it's accurate. It's very, very accurate. It's like a motivational thing to think like, oh yeah, like, as soon as I have like 2,000 emails in my email list, that's kind of like $2,000 a month if you're following like everything else.
I go to the toilet, I'll be back now. So we're recording? Yes, we are. Oh, I'm back. So we've done 2 hours and 45 minutes of recording. Says at the bottom corner, which is absolutely incredible. So let's keep it up. It's incredible stuff.
So at this point, you'll write.
I'm actually getting a lot of wisdom from these videos as well, so thank you.
Up the email sequence, so like the 5 emails that they'll get. So they'll get the 1 email straight away. They'll get the second email 24 hours later. The fourth, like 48 hours every day, they'll get like a new email. In these emails, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to write because that's, like I said, it's a whole separate video. There's way better people than me who have said exactly, what converts the most. But you're pretty much just taking them through the process of the thing that you're eventually going to sell, which is your course. So I didn't say this clearly, but when I said about the lead magnet, which is the thing that you give for free in exchange of their emails, the lead magnet has to be related to that same course that you're going to be selling, like the same pain. So, to make it clear, the course I'm selling is on building your aesthetic body, building your 10 out of 10 dream body. The free lead magnet I'm giving for free is 7 free workout routines, so it really, really fits well. So you sign up to my lead magnet, you get 7 free workout routines, and I tell you, here's your email, here's your workout routines. Oh, by the way, I'll send you extra advice on emails if you want to stay subscribed. And then after that, you start getting more emails, which is like, for example, the second email could be me saying like, here's the best workout to build a good body, and like, it's a little bit of a story and stuff. And I'll be like, in one of these emails, you'll start to like mention the course that you have. You'll like briefly mention it, and it'll kind of appear in their mind, and you just constantly over the next few days mention the course and sell it harder and harder to them. So just this 5 email sequence sells like a good amount. So that is where like you can pretty much stop at this point, and this is like, that's how you sell online. You don't sell directly on the social media content. You sell through that email sequence. Then after that email sequence has ended, so you'll write like 5 emails that will be sent over 5 days. You have all these people in your email list that now you can like manually write emails. So for example, I have my assistant manually writing emails about self-improvement, and it kind of like cultivates like this warm audience of people who constantly get these emails every couple of days, and they're looking forward to them. It's like a nice little story in their inbox of my assistant, and every now and then we'll mention the stuff that I'm selling. So that's the process. We start over here with our social media content, and for example, I'll make a video on like how to build bigger arms. Inside of the video, inside of the content, inside of the TikTok video or the Instagram post or the Twitter post or anything, we'll just mention something for free, the lead magnet. We send them over to the lead magnet page in which they put their email in, and they get like a free thing from us. That starts an email sequence which they get the free thing from us, and then over like 4 or 5 days the emails start to sell them the course, and eventually we've got so many emails in our email list that now we can start to manually email these guys, and every now and then, not so much, but every now and then we can say, oh, by the way, the course is there and there's a sale or something. So that's the process of selling. Now let's talk about actually selling, like actually the sales page, because all of that process of the emails is kind of literally just to get more people to look at your sales page. Now we've got to make sure the sales page does well, and I'm not going to go into the specific details like you should have a header here and stuff, but there's a few basic fundamentals of sales that you should know. And one of the biggest things is your offer. There is such a thing called the offer stack, and I think it's probably one of the most important things of sales in the modern day. The offer stack is that instead of just giving someone like the basic thing that they wanted, which for example like a normal course is just kind of like a bunch of videos, what we want to do is you want to stack so much extra stuff in the same offer. And so you can like it would be so much easier if you just went onto my own sales page and you just looked through exactly, like hopefully you've seen the page so you know exactly what I'm talking about. But the way that you do this, and it's so clever because there's people who have like literally sold so much that they know exactly how to structure this and everything, and I was literally amazed when I was going through this knowledge. The idea is that you show them the main part of the thing that you're selling as like the original product. So for me, it's like the aesthetic body course. I kind of like act in a way that the course was just the videos, and then you say, okay, the videos, you list this out on your website and you say the videos are this much. It's $197. Like for like I've sat down and I've recorded like 50 different videos. It's $197. But then you scroll down on the same web page, and I've put them through the offer stack. But now you get bonus number 1, which is that, oh, by the way, you get this book, and that's worth $40 $30, and you know the book's like 20,000 words or something, and oh, you get bonus number 3, which is 40 workout routines that you can literally just click on and they open up on your phone, and that's worth $100, and you get it for free. And so what you're doing is you're just stacking extra stuff into that original offer that makes them feel like, wait, what the fuck? I'm like, they get to scroll and they're like, wait, I get so much shit. I thought I was just gonna get the videos, but like, look how much stuff I get for free. Oh my god. Like in the end, you kind of show like, oh yeah, like there's $1,000 worth of stuff in this product that you originally were gonna buy for $197, but like, look how much extra stuff there is. That makes someone so compelled to buy. Then you go through some basic sales principles, which is kind of like offering a money back guarantee and showing testimonies and everything. So it's very worthwhile for you to research things like just basic sales books and also influence. Because the book that I literally have here that I was reading this morning, Influence, The New Science of Persuasion by Robert Cialdini or something. There's 6 principles to influence, and I won't cover them in this video because it's kind of a separate thing, but you want to be using some of them in your sales pitch, because a sales pitch, like the old school sales pitch 50 years ago, 20 years ago, was like a couple of guys in suits around a meeting and they're saying like, oh yeah, you should buy our software, and you know they've got like a sales guy and stuff. The new sales pitch is just the sales landing page. So you can see that this process is coming together, and this is how you sell. So now we've covered the selling aspect of this. Now all we have left is like the actual course and the product, and that really does take a backseat. And the reason why, I know it sounds kind of backwards, and you know the new age thing is like to not think about sales and everything. The reason why we focus on the sales side first is because we don't want to make a product that no one wants, because it's a waste of everyone's time. What we'd rather do is set up the sales page, see if people are going to preemptively buy our course. If a fair amount of people have preemptively bought it, then we'll go ahead and spend like the month it takes to actually make the course. Excuse me. So this is called a pre-sale. So I did a pre-sale for my course in June. So before I'd even made the course, I made the selling page first, and I literally like half the price of the course that I would sell. So I was going to sell it for $197. I set it up for $97 and told people you can have $100 off if you buy it right now, and this is what the course is going to be like. So they literally get nothing. People will buy it because if someone trusts you, they've been watching your social media shit, and they think, and you've told them, yeah, it's going to be at least $100 more expensive. If you buy it now, you'll get access to it as I'm making it. People kind of understand, like, if they'll probably trust you. A lot of people won't, and so obviously you're not expecting like the total sales. But the idea that when you set this up, you set up the sales page first, and you say in the sales page, like, this is a pre-sale, you don't get anything right now, but I'm making the stuff as we go along, and I'll keep uploading it, so you'll be the first one to get it. And you also get to secure like a lower price that the course will never be sold at again. People will sign up. So for me, my goal was 10 sales in like the pre-sale for me to know that, yeah, people actually wanted to buy this. It got 10 in like a couple of days, and then it kept on getting more and more and more. I'm pretty sure I sold like $5,000 worth. My goal was $970 in the pre-sale. It got like 5,000 something in the pre-sale. That's how you know, okay, like, shit, I'm selling a product that people actually want. Like, fuck, let's make this shit. For the actual course, the advice I can give you there is specifically just remember the point of a course is to be the solution to a very specific pain / fear that they have / goal that they have. So like I said, mine, the very specific solution was that they didn't like their body. They didn't like, you know, the life that comes with the guy who has a body that he doesn't like. So then you sell to that. You actually make the product aimed at that one thing in their life. The idea is that you're selling like a one-stop solution to that one pain, and it kind of like helps them mentally in the sense that you tell them, yeah, this is the one thing you need. If you buy this, you don't need to watch any more YouTube videos. If you buy this, you don't need to buy anything else. This is the one thing you need to reach that goal. Everything I've just said, maybe I should have said this earlier, but everything I've said is related to a course that you're going to sell for $197. $197 for an online course is the second best price that you can ever sell it at. I've done a lot of it, like, not experimentation, but I did a fair amount of research for people who've done a lot of course sales. and you know they price it at different products and everything, because it's this weird thing that like there's a sweet spot to sell which gets you, in terms of price, that gets you the most money overall. Because for example, imagine you make the course like $10, your conversion percentage will go up, but the amount that you make overall will go down. If you sell the course at $15,000, you might not sell any. So obviously you've got to find the sweet spot, and the sweet spot for a course is $197, except for if you can sell a course for $1,997. If you can sell a course for that much, you are set up for life. If you have a successful launch of a $2,000, like $1,997 a course, you'll be financially free. Like seriously, every single time someone makes it and like they actually sell a fair amount, you become financially free. You only have to sell like 200. If you've got a big audience, for example, Andrew Kirby did this. He's a self-improvement YouTuber that you may know. If you have a big audience, you'll automatically become financially free when you make a $2,000 course. But then it really it really sacrifices your long-term personal brand. Unless you are specifically a guy who's in like the make money online niche, and you're one of those guys who are like selling a course on how to like make money online, on how to make a course kind of thing. Like what I'm teaching you right now, this could be a course, and obviously I do like a bunch of lessons and everything. I could literally, this would be the thing that I could charge $2,000 for, but it would ruin the personal brand. And yeah, $2,000 is, you know, I'd make an extra $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month, but the personal brand would die off, the YouTube channel would die off, because you become a guy who's just selling this stuff. So if you are someone who doesn't want to be in this sort of like influencer, social media, personal brand for the long term, you may want to consider this. If you do a $2,000 course, it's like a whole extra thing, and you know there's better people than me because I haven't done that, but the process is very similar. You still sell the course and everything on these websites, but then you start having like a sales team and they sell on the phone and all this. That is the absolute way to go if it wouldn't negatively impact your future. For me personally, if for example you're trying to grow on YouTube exactly like I am, it would sacrifice the long-term gain, so it's not worth it. Even just my $197 course gets me some flack because I'm selling a course, and you know, selling courses is, a lot of people do see it as kind of negative. So I've kind of vowed to like never sell a course above that price, $197, because it's a fair price. It's like expensive enough for it to be worthwhile for me to put in like a good amount of effort, but it's also like cheap enough for like a lot of people to buy it. But at the same time, because you're literally selling anything, you're going to get like a flack from like broke people, not even broke people, just people who just don't like to see anyone else sell things. And that being said, I'm like pushing away from like selling things on my main channel, because it's one of those like things that does reduce your long-term success. And the best case scenario is like you literally just give out everything for free and you'll get more growth from that. But obviously you've got to make some money like from selling stuff. Most people have got to make money from selling stuff to like keep their business alive and all this, and to keep profits high. So if it's worth for you to think right now, is it going to negatively affect your brand if you sell a course for $2,000? For a lot of people the answer is yes, and they should stick to $197. For some people, for example, if you have like a hidden face, if for example your channel's more of like a business channel in the sense that your face is like hidden from it, then it's not going to negatively impact like your personal brand, especially if for example you are going into like that finance niche, because then it's kind of acceptable to sell a course for that much, because you're in the niche where people are learning to sell a course for that much, so you can sell the course for that much. But either way, for the majority of people, $197 for the course. And we can get more into like specifics, but I won't go too much because it's going to be too much to like digest for you. But then you can make even more money when you do like upsells and downsells. So there's extra stuff, like there's a whole process to sales that, you know, sometimes you've heard people say like, oh yeah, you should learn sales, it's like a really important skill, but you've not really understood like, you know, what does that really mean? Like fucking Wolf of Wall Street, sell me this pen type of bullshit, okay? There's a specific formula that people who have invested millions of dollars have found out is like the most optimized way to sell. And so the way that the overwhelming majority of us will only ever be selling in our lives is through like a landing page, is through like a sales page. Because like for most people, we're never going to get like a sales job, you know, a normal job where we're calling people, or we're sat in front of like in a meeting or something trying to convince like our buyer to buy our like software or some bullshit, right? For most of us, we're just going to sell this way. So it is so worth it for you, if you're interested in what I've said in this video, to go and start reading the book immediately. .com Secrets by Russell Brunson. I have completely and utterly like kind of, what you've got from this video is nothing compared to the advice that he's put in his book, just put it that way. I didn't understand any of this process earlier last year in May 2021. I didn't understand any of this process. I didn't know anything about sales page or ClickFunnels or anything, right? I promise you that I read the 3 books. It starts with .com Secrets, and when you read .com Secrets, you'll understand what the other books are. It's like a trilogy by the same guy. .com Secrets by Russell Brunson. He walks you through the process. Then
what's his name?
Trilogy by the same guy. .com Secrets by Russell Brunson.
Russell Brunson. Notes I write down.
He walks you through the process, then you get the second book and the third book. He literally walks you through the entire process of social media. It blows my mind that he's literally laid it out. And if you've read it, or if you go on to read it, you will literally see that I'm not original. You will literally see that I've literally just copied the blueprints, and it's worked phenomenally. It's insane that my success on YouTube and the amount of sickening money that I make, like 20,000 passively, I promise you, you can replicate it. Of course, you know, there's a sense of luck, and the YouTube algorithm needs to like blow your video up and stuff, but you can start making a good amount of money immediately with only a couple hundred subscribers. That is the process of selling on social media, selling a course and making a good amount of money on it. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
What wisdom he provides in these videos is absolutely phenomenal, you know? Just gotta give him respect for that. Absolutely phenomenal. We are. Let's do a quick check. 7 hours left. So we have done 3 hours. Oh yeah, it says bottom right corner, it says record 3 hours. Oh god, another 7 hours. This video better pop off, man. Alright, so I don't actually know if I've got enough storage for this video, so I'm really scared that it's just gonna stop.
Yeah, so I'll just start recording. So someone's just asked that he has a previous YouTube channel, and he's just asked if he should continue on that when he already has a couple thousand subscribers, and he just said he's monetized as well. So technically it would be a benefit for you to start there and, you know, transition and stuff, but what you've got to understand, this is like, I keep telling my sister and my father this, you actually don't just want bare people. So for example, if you right now have a YouTube channel which isn't self-improvement based, it's like Fortnite for example, and I send my boys there and I get you 50,000 subscribers, it's actually not a good thing. It's actually not a good thing, and I know that you really, really want it. It's not a good thing because we've never cared about the actual number of like the fucking pixels that it says, oh, 50,000, that doesn't matter. What matters is how many people actually fuck with your content, how many people look up to you and constantly remember you. Because you've all seen those channels which have got a lot of subscribers and like no active viewers. Me and Sam talk about this, I think Sam's watching this, me and him talk about this a lot, and every now and then we'll go on some channels and be like, wow bro, that's so fucking sad. They've got double, triple our subscribers and they get like 5k views per day. Meanwhile, we get about 400,000 per day. It's one of the saddest things. You don't want like a dead channel that's got subscribers. It's pointless. It was never subscribers that you wanted. It was the audience of people who like you. So for this guy who's asked like, oh, should I start a new channel or should I just continue the same one because it's already monetized? Bro, start the new one. Because right now you want that quick benefit of like, oh no, but you know, like I've got a dead channel, but like at least it's got 4,000 subscribers. But it's like, it doesn't really help you. If anything, it kind of looks worse on your channel. In 6 months from now when you keep posting, you'll have like 4,000 subscribers, but you'll be getting like 100 views per video, and it'll look bad on you. You want the opposite effect of that.
That's interesting.
Wiping the channel is still the same thing, because even though you've got those old videos, the issue is like, It'd be so easy for me to explain this if we had experience of online marketing. So let me explain something to you guys. Does anyone know what Facebook Pixel is? The Facebook Pixel. We got any marketers here? Say no if you don't know, so I'll know if it's worth to explain. I assume most people won't know what it is. No, so most people don't know it. The Facebook Pixel is for e-commerce owners and marketers. And the idea is Facebook is very, very advanced. Facebook is like literally the best place to sell something, right? And they make their money. Like, it's a free platform, right? Think about how much value they've given to the entire world, and yet none of us pay for it. That's because they sell you. They're whoring you out. They essentially make you see adverts which have been super targeted so that you're more likely to buy something on that platform. The marketers, the people who buy adverts, and I've done this myself, right? You buy adverts on Facebook. You use something called...
I hope that's not too loud. You're probably not even watching
the Facebook Pixel, which is kind of like a very
advanced
kind of software. It's like, it learns about algorithms, it learns about data, and it's almost like it's kind of like artificial intelligence. You put it onto your website, you put it onto like the place that you're selling. So if I'm selling on my website, I will attach the Facebook Pixel there to my adverts on Facebook, and it will track meticulously the data of like, and data seems so fucking weird. We've always like, you know, you keep hearing about it in the news and everything. Data's like, it's all of your information, and that's so powerful in this modern day. That is like the currency that really is important. So the Facebook Pixel tracks it, and what it does is starts like being super specific to find you people who are just like your dream customer. That's so powerful. The YouTube algorithm works in a very similar way. All of this is just about data, and you want, imagine if there was a YouTube Pixel, you want that to be as specific and as tight-knit to your dream audience as it can be. So what would happen then if there is that Fortnite YouTuber and I send him 100,000 views? It would fuck up that pixel. It would fuck up that algorithm for him, because a load of people would go and see his videos, and then they wouldn't stick around. It's just like kind of diluted his potential audience that would be recommended. What's way better, instead of getting like a broad range of people to come and see your stuff, is a very tight-knit group to start with. Go through the trials and tribulations, have patience, because it takes some time to grow your channel. And you want it to be as specific as possible. See, like, do you know why I've not responded to any of these links just yet? See how fast everyone has been to post their links here. Those are the guys that won't do well on YouTube. These are what I will call the any benefit guys. See how many guys spammed their links? When you spam your link like that, you will get more views. All these guys, oh, you know, I just got another, like, I see these guys in the Discord, oh, like, have we just got 50 more views, bro?
Hey, you might be watching this part, but it's like control the controllables. So what you can control is your content and the quality, and I've been trying to improve my thumbnails, my titles, and my descriptions, and looking for the 1%, where can I be 1% better? And the idea of growing your channel, but in a way that isn't annoying people, like sharing your content everywhere, because, well, apparently it doesn't work, so it's quite interesting.
That shows us that you're not going to be a great YouTuber. If you're one of those guys spamming your links, just take a second to think. I'm talking to you right now, I'm trying to give you the best advice, even though you feel like you're getting called out. You don't want like this mass amount of people being able to see your video who weren't necessarily going to see it unless they were recommended by YouTube. Does that make sense? So for example, the mistake I made when I first started was that I made my videos and then I would start spamming the link onto like Facebook pages. But then who the fuck is going to see it on a Facebook page? Some 36-year-old woman from America is going to see my videos. She's going to fuck up my YouTube Pixel. She's going to fuck up that data collection, because I never wanted her to come to my channel anyway. You want that data collection to be as tight as possible. Who is the absolute best viewer for you? If his details aren't on your wall right now, you're limiting yourself. Who is your absolute best viewer? Open the document where you've described his details, and if you don't have one, make one like as soon as possible. You should have a document where you autistically write about this guy. Do you want to see my old ones? I'm pretty sure I should still have them. I haven't looked. Yeah. Oh fuck! I actually haven't looked at these for so fucking long. Let me show you guys. That's actually mad. I used to be obsessed with I used to be, yeah, you can see that, yeah. I used to be obsessed with this shit, and I've not actually looked at my, fuck. How do you, bitch? Oh, bro, I'm tired of being a fucking boomer. Yeah, Avatar. I hope there's no, like, sensitive data on this bitch. Yeah, okay, you guys see this? You see this on the left side, yeah? It's a bit fucky right now because I've got, what I'll do is I'll close this. But you see this on the left side? Everyone just spam yes or no. Okay, sweet. So this is the document I made. This is my dream customer avatar. Look at this fucking autistic level shit. Hook him with a video that's related to sexual market value. This is how autistic I went into this. Hook him with a video that's related to sexual market value. Sexual market value is kind of like what you bring to the table in terms of dating. So hook him with a video that's about dating. Make him stay for the self-improvement bachelor's degree. I knew this little dumbass younger Hamza here wouldn't click on a video about mental health. That's why I make videos about, like, I don't do too much, but if you watch my videos about a year ago, you know I used to rinse the fucking videos about women all the time. I used to make a lot of videos about women. Halfway through the video, I'd randomly say, oh yeah, and it'd be really good for you to improve your mental health. If you start meditating, you'll be able to attract more girls. Because this little dumbass here wouldn't have clicked on a meditation video. You need to know everything about your dream customer. What type of video will he click on? But what true value does he actually need? How can you truly change his life? He needed mental health, like he needed to improve his mental health, but he was only looking up videos about building muscle and about attracting girls. So I slipped in that mental health advice in those two types of videos. Does that make sense? Then you go through like a bunch of this shit. Like the dream result is that he wants to increase his SMB. So he wants to increase kind of like his dating currency, what he brings to the table in terms of attracting girls. I haven't seen this document in so long, fuck. Look at this type of shit, bro. Look how detailed you can go into this. Start here, let me
so I actually haven't done this. That's something that I should look into doing. I hope the noise isn't too loud.
Put myself up here. So ask yourself right now.
Yeah.
Who is
turn my mic
your dream character? Who is your dream viewer? Who are you making these videos for? Because we're all pretty much in the same self-improvement niche, it's pretty easy to say the younger version of ourselves. So for the majority of people who are watching this right now who are content creators, that's who you're making videos for. You need to be acting like that with every step that you take. How I speak these words right now is because I'm imagining younger Hamza is watching this. Everything I do on YouTube is based on that reality. I don't speak to the camera. You know, people have asked me like, oh, but like I don't speak to the camera. Like, you know, it feels really awkward to speak to a camera. That's what you're doing wrong. Why the fuck are you speaking to a camera? It's an inanimate object. I don't speak to the camera, I speak to my younger self. That's why my videos resonate with you so hard, because it feels like I'm speaking to you. I don't say you guys. I don't say like, you know, like a bunch of fucking cringy YouTubers act like we're all friends or some bullshit. I talk to you, younger Hamza. You are younger Hamza. If you watch these videos, you're way, way more similar to him than you realize. Who's your dream character? Who's the dream viewer? What's up with the black finger? I dropped the fucking barbell on that shit, bro. Fucking killed. And it's been like that for like 2 months straight now. See that? Can't even see shit, can you? Nah, you can't see shit, but yeah. So worth it. If you're just starting off your YouTube channel right now to make a document just like this, let me show you again. Bro, there was a way that you could
Alright, cool. I hope, like I said, I don't know how long the storage is or how much storage I've got on it. So I hope that if I can just get this to 5 hours, I'll keep going as long as I can. But as long as it's 5 hours, I can upload a 5-hour session of me watching Hamza as a backstop, just in case the 10 hours don't work. Because I'm scared it's just gonna stop any second.
like crop the video that you had on. Oh yeah, there you go. Sweet. Okay. You see this quite well, right? Then what I would do, so I've made this document and I just wrote random shit on it, like this is his goals. Stop fapping and start banging. I did all that shit, to be honest, though. Mashallah. Fucking Chad. And so this was the roadblocks to those goals. You see how detailed I've went with this? This is such like an autistic document. Oh, bro, if you spam something, I'm fucking banning you from being able to talk. You've lost your, like, talking privileges. Dumbass. And the truth is, bro, I'm not even fucking active on this, so, like, you're banned for life now, because I'm never going to look through my ban list. This bit at the bottom is quite nice as well. If you're making this document, I wrote avatar journaling realizations. As I read through this multiple times, I was reading through it like quite often, I would just randomly have like extra ideas. Oh, and then this shit as well, yeah. I went detail on this. Maybe I'll release this, I'll upload this or some shit. Can you not read it? There you go. No, I'm not smart, bro. I just stole this from some book that I read. Just steal it from me now. Let me see if I got yeah, okay, here we've got and I made one of these avatars, like this document for everything. You see this little document thing I've got here with everything I was doing. So when I was making the course to sell my aesthetic body, like, you know, my workout routines and stuff, I made one specifically for the version of like younger Hamza that was focused on fitness and the problems he was having. And, you know, he kept on binge eating and everything. So I had a specific one for that. Then I had a specific one for the videos. And then I had a specific one for like coaching, which I was doing at the time. I think this is the newest one, actually. Yeah, this is the newest one. So this is when I started talking. You see what I mean? This is when I started talking about dopamine detoxing. That might be one of the first times that you guys saw my my videos. Yeah. Okay. Mr. B-File, how you doing, bro? What is the Dream 100? So the Dream 100 I stole from this guy called Russell Brunson. He's got books that I really recommend. The Dream 100 is a list of your 100 creators in your niche that are the top of the top of the top, and you want to try and do a collab with them. I might be in your Dream 100. In my one was the YouTubers who were popping off at the time. It was like Andrew Kirby, Cole Hastings. Now, for example, if I was going to redo it, it would be things like Jordan Peterson, Lewis, what's that guy's second name? The School of Greatness, like those type of guys, like high level guys. the Dream 100, you make a document and you literally try to literally number 100 people who are like at the top of your industry, and the idea is that you try and invite them for some kind of collab, you try and befriend them, you try and, you know, like get close to them and do like, especially if you can get onto their channel, that's fucking mad. And the idea is if you send an invite out to all 100, you might actually get one guy that says yes. It's way better use of your time to go after the Dream 100 and get 99 rejections than it is to go after like other like small ass creators where there's no real benefit for you to collab in with some guy who's got like 10 subscribers and you both are quite new to your self-improvement. You'll spend quite honestly like the same amount of time messaging like people who are unknown, where your collab is just going to be based on like, oh yeah, we might just have a chit chat, compared to like sending out 100 DMs onto like some fucking high level people. Yeah, I DM'd it, Iman. So I've got a couple of YouTube channels open right now that I've just literally, I've just been searching for my name. And in fact, I'll open up a couple for you, which I know have been popping off recently. I really like this one guy, Life XP. I've seen his video pop off. This is fucking mad. Like, look at this guy's, let me show you this guy's channel. He had 100 subscribers, I think just over a month ago. And I shared one of his videos and he got like 20k views, and like my boy seemed to really, really love his videos. Okay. Yeah. This guy here, Life XP. He's getting like 29k views. So his biggest thing right now is just he needs to post more consistently. It's been like 2 weeks. That's like, it's unacceptable. Obviously, you could be having like, you know, stuff happening in his personal life, but in this modern day, you've got to be posting consistently. That's why he grew so much, because look, even 1 month ago, look how many videos he posted all this time. All of these were in the same month. This is the video, and like this is the video which popped off for him as well.
What do you do when you come home from school? A lot of my friends do nothing when they get home from school. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. They fall asleep. Personally, I just can't imagine it. When I get home, I'm filling in my journal. That's what I'm doing. That's what I want to do. That's what I feel like I need to do to improve as a person. Because that's the goal at the end of the day. I want to improve as a person.
Right, so this is me watching Hamza reacting to people. So what I'm going to do is go on his main channel and just watch some of his 5-minute videos, 10-minute videos. Oh, brand new one. Alright, let's just start.
I was selected as the 5th penalty taker, so there's 5 for each team, and you've got 8 seconds to beat the goal.
Which girl would you rather date? Jessica or Anastasia? Jessica is a basic. She posts ass pictures on Instagram and goes to the club, but tells you that you can't tell her what to do, even if you're in a committed relationship. I'm just going out to have fun with my girls. Oh, go. If a girl ever says that to you, bro, if a girl's ever doing thought and she ever says to you, I'm just going out to have fun with my girls, you're being weird, you're insecure, bro. If you have any level of respect for yourself, you get out of that situation ASAP. Whereas Anastasia was raised in the most perfect, healthy way. She knows exactly what is expected of her in a beautiful, committed relationship. She's there. Level of respect for yourself, you get out of that situation ASAP. Whereas Anastasia was raised. If you have thought and she
Hamza looks like a piece of...
He ever says to you, I'm just going out to have fun with my girls, you're being weird, you're insecure, bro. If you have any level of respect for yourself, you get out of that situation ASAP. Whereas Anastasia was raised in the most perfect, healthy way. She knows exactly what is expected of her in a beautiful, committed relationship. She's there by your side to support you, to make you stronger, to make you more masculine and focus on your goals. But she also has high standards and expectations of you. She wants you to be a fantastic provider for her and your children. Anastasia's high expectations for her husband automatically makes you into a better man. Jessica's probably a little bit better at sucking. Now it's a hard decision, isn't it? Oh my god. The majority of people will choose Jessica because she's easy and she supplies more instant gratification, more pleasure right now. And quite frankly, I've lived my adult life choosing Jessica's. I think it's time to discuss how to find your trad wife. This is going to be an autistic video, but trad wife means traditional wife. I think there's certain issues with the traditional sort of gender roles, the traditional role, that if we can overcome, that we can have the best, healthiest, masculine, feminine polarity in a relationship, like the most serious, beautiful relationship that we could have. First of all, let's talk about the idea of actually having a wife. Because if you're watching this, chances are you've stumbled upon those internet communities that say that you should never get married. You should never get married, it's a risk, she'll take half your money. And trust me when I say that I have had that same mindset for all of my adult life. So you may be watching this and thinking, wait, how to get a wife? This guy's blue pill. Trust me when I say, bro, I have fully ingrained like the red pill into my personality. I have some of the most top written posts of like red pill. I have some of the most like popular red pill videos. I know what the fuck I'm talking about with this. I've been on this shit for like 7 years and I'm still telling you right now, we were wrong with this. If you think that every woman's gonna cheat on you, that, you know, marriage is like, you know, you shouldn't be married, you're gonna go about your relationships in the incredibly wrong way, and it's gonna be a self-fulfilling prophecy where you literally end up meeting more Jessicas, because the Anastasias of the world will not be with you if you don't plan to get married. In fact, those women will probably not even have sex with you before marriage. So by saying, oh well, I'm not gonna get married, well, congratulations, you've just disqualified all of the Anastasias of the world. Go enjoy your Jessica, and trust me, bro, other guys will enjoy your Jessica too. If that's what you want, go ahead, cock. So what is a trad wife? Because it's kind of like an autistic term. Chances are you maybe idolize the sort of, you know, traditional gender roles from 100 years ago, that the woman nurtures, the man provides, and that really is what my mindset has been like up until I've had this new idea. I'm not certain on this either, maybe I'm not the best person to ask, but I'll just try and give you my like viewpoint on all this. And I think that if you have a woman who has nothing but you in mind, that is fantastic for your ego and your sense of security. With the life that I personally want to live, with a certain level of like, I need to do some journaling, bro. Don't listen to me, bro. I'm fucking clueless when it comes to relationships. I just keep fucking Jessicas. If there's any Anastasias watching this, hit me up, man. So a trad wife, a traditional wife, is a woman who understands the masculine and feminine polarity. And polarity just kind of means like the opposites. So men and women, we are supposed to be more like opposites than we are equal. It's like a very weird modern day dynamic that we're saying that men and women are equal, because the masculine and the feminine are polar opposite energies. And so I can tell you what the traditional wife will be like, but the truth is we need to first start with you. The most clear way to figure out how to get your ideal wife is to simply just put yourself in her shoes and think, okay, what is she looking out for? What is she attracted to? And this is where that sort of like modern day, you go king, just sleep with loads of girls. And this is coming from a guy who followed this advice, right? So you're hearing advice from a guy who went down the male slut pathway. I'm telling you right now that if you want like a good wife, if you want like a great mother for your children, I'm telling you right now, they're saying to yourself like, oh, you know, but you know, men can sleep around because men are like the key, and women can't sleep around because women are like the lock. And bro, I'm telling you right now, the best women will not get with you if they know that you have been a slut. It's as simple as that. All of these guys online, fresh and fit, all of these fucking like red pillars and, you know, these kings and stuff, they'll disagree. But look at the women that they surround themselves with. Is any one of them like a trad wife? They all pay for sex. They've all got like these fucking whores around them. They've got like these Miami like little Instagram thoughts. Yeah, they sleep with like plastic girls. Congratulations, you're a plastic guy. If they are Jessicas, then these men are Jeffreys. If that's the life that you want some pleasure, you want some girls that you don't even respect, you don't even like, but you can just have sex with them. If that's what you want, bro, trust me when I say I wanted that too. I've pursued that life. I'm on the other side and I'm telling you, bro, it's not that great. It's really not that great. As I'm getting older, and specifically as I'm getting more successful, I'm thinking more about having children in like the most effective way. Like I want to give my children the best life possible. Ask yourself this question right now. It's kind of obvious, but ask yourself this question. What is the one single most important decision in your life? The woman that you have children with. That is the most important decision that you will ever make. The woman that you choose to have children with. This is why it's so important as a young man to already be thinking about the kind of wife that you want to have children with. And it honestly needs to be a wife. You need to get married for this. Now you might say, or even younger Hamza from just a couple of months ago might say, wait, marriage isn't good because most marriages end in divorce and most marriages are sexless, and you know, if you divorce then she'll take half your money. But the truth is, let's say 99% of marriages are bad and 1% are like, you know, loving and beautiful and so like connecting, and they stay together for so long. Even when they're 80 years old, they're still like fucking in public and stuff, right? That's the kind of like long-term relationship that we'd all like, but we just don't think it's realistic because maybe 1% of marriages are like that. Do you want to be part of the 99% anyway? So yeah, the majority of marriages break up, but it's like, did you consider yourself to be a normal average person? Because when I think of this statistic, and it's like a made up statistic for me, just saying, okay, 1% of marriages are like perfect, 1% of marriages stay together, they stay having sex, they don't get divorced, they're very, very loving, and they're still like sort of polarized even 10, 50 years later. I think, okay, 1% of marriages are going to be like that. Well, bro, I'm in the 1%. I'm striving for the 1%. 1% are you. The spot's open for every man who wants to try. Getting to the top 1% of men is not difficult. Anyone who tells you otherwise is fucking lying to you. Getting to the top 1% of men is not that difficult. There's 100 guys, beat 99 of them. 90% of guys don't exercise at all. There's 100 guys, being the best one is not that difficult, okay? When we start saying there's 10,000 guys, 100,000 guys, a million guys, that's when it starts getting difficult. But out of 100, go walk past 100 men right now in your street. Go walk past 100 men. Visualize 100 men that you walk past. You're telling me that you can't be the best one. Totally up to your control to be in the top 1%. And that's in terms of like, you know, being in the top 1% of men in terms of SMV. And so if you can be in the top 1% of men in like terms of SMV, success, attractiveness, physique and everything, then why can't you be in the top 1% of marriages? Because all of the advice, all of the knowledge, the data, the wisdom is out there. There's like 500 very high quality podcasts that literally teach you exactly what it takes to make a marriage successful, that literally teach you exactly what it takes to make a marriage break up in divorce. What if you and your future wife, what if you and like the girl that you're seriously dating go through all 500? What if both of you and your future wife, what if you read like 50 books on marriage beforehand? And if your future wife isn't reading them and you know she's like, oh well, this is boring, I don't care, I want to go out to the club. Well bro, clearly that's not the right woman then, is it? Because if you set this as your goal, you'll naturally just do the actions that will start to make you eligible for it. Like, it's such a dark mindset when you think about what this like sort of modern day red pill, men go in their own, like I think periods of men go in their own ways are very important. I wouldn't call it that, but you know, periods of like monk mode where you're not thinking about girls, I think that's very, very important in young men because we have to build ourselves up. But this sort of modern day sort of like red pill, you know, women are sluts and like you should treat them like that and you shouldn't date them seriously and never get married. And then women are thinking this too. Women are thinking men ain't shit, like we don't need men. I don't need a man. Bro, both sides are fucking depressed. Why would you want to be part of these groups? Both sides are fighting against each other, making like mean TikToks about the opposite sex, whereas the 1% of healthy people are getting married and like actually enjoying their lives. Now again, we don't want to be like 99% of couples who aren't even like sexually attracted to each other anymore and who are like lazy together, who don't even like each other, who are insulting each other. We don't want to be like them, but we never wanted to be like the 99% anyway. So picture right now your perfect woman. And it needs to be your perfect woman. Looks is very important, by the way. I know maybe you expected me to say like, you know, personality is all that matters. I said this to my friend Nabil and we both agreed. You need to find a woman who you think is absolutely beautiful. If you lower your standards and say like, oh, you know, well, yeah, Margaret's okay, you know, like, bro, if you don't think she's beautiful, then it's not gonna work. You need to have the kind of woman that you actually want to show off, that you're so proud with, that you constantly want to like take pictures of, that you think is like so fucking gorgeous. You need to have that, and she needs to feel the same way about you. Women do generally care less about attractiveness than men. That's been proven in like studies and everything. Maybe not so much in like younger target audiences, but especially as you get into like your mid-20s and more things like confidence and success and like character play a big part in dating. You both need to set extremely high standards. So if you picture your perfect woman, maybe write some things down about her. What does she look like? What is exactly your type that drives you fucking insane, that you like literally would think that she would still be sexy 50 years from now? Write about her character, her values, like really journal these things down. There's an audio book I really like. It's not so much about this topic, but it's called The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. And he's talking about setting goals, and he says that he set a goal to find his wife, and he says that he wrote 40 pages about his wife before he even had met her. So he just kind of visualized and he wrote everything, how she would interact with like shopkeepers and waitresses, what she looked like, how she would dress, the hobbies that she's into, the thoughts that she would have, the goals and aspirations. And he says that he set a goal to find his wife, and he says that he wrote, and he's talking about setting goals, and he says that you like literally would think that she would still be sexy 50 years from now. Write about her character, her values, like really journal these things down. There's an audio book I really like. It's not so much about this topic, but it's called The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. And he's talking about setting goals, and he says that he set a goal to find his wife, and he says that he wrote 40 pages about his wife before he even had met her. So he just kind of visualized and he wrote everything, how she would interact with like shopkeepers and waitresses, what she looked like, how she would dress, the hobbies that she's into, the thoughts that she would have, the goals and aspirations, the fears. He wrote everything about her. When you're so clear on your goal like that, and if you're into goal setting, you know what's gonna happen. When you are so clear with a goal like that, you end up fucking hitting the goal. You end up meeting that woman. Right now, our idea of like the perfect wife is so vague in our mind. We just kind of think, yeah, she's a traditional and she's not a thought and she's attractive. But bro, That's way too vague. Exactly what does she look like? Like, exactly what are you attracted to? You should set high standards for this. A lot of people will disagree with me and they'll say like, oh no, well, you don't need to think about attractiveness. Like, personality is the only thing that matters. I feel like I'm one of the few people that tell you today, like, attractiveness is incredibly important, especially in this modern day, especially in like the social media era. Hopefully when you find your wife, you're both not so active on social media, because that seems to cause like a lot of breakups. But you need to be with a woman that you entirely think is so fucking like sexy and beautiful, because if you're not, your eyes are gonna start to wander, and that would be such like a painful experience to like, you know, share your life with this woman and constantly be like looking over and thinking, oh, I wish I could have sex with that girl over there and this one and this one and this one. Best case scenario, you're walking through somewhere with your woman and you're literally looking at her thinking like, God, I can't wait to have sex with her later. Like, all these other women walking past you, they're fucking nothing, bro. They're not Anastasia. So do that practice right now. If you want this video to help you and you're not being like a little, like, if you're a little bitch, click on a different video. But if you want this video to help you, use this as like an actionable step. Literally, it should take you like hours. It should take you hours. Go and journal absolutely everything that you can think about that you want with your wife. I'm gonna do this today as well. Then once you have this list, ask yourself, okay, you've got a fantastic picture of this woman. What does she want? What is she attracted to? Imagine this woman that you wrote about. Imagine she does the same practice but for her husband. What is she writing down? Because if this woman is as great as you think she is, she would have high standards. So is she gonna write, oh yeah, well, I really hope he's watching Red Pill. I really hope he's watching Fresh and Fit podcast. I really hope he's sleeping with a bunch of thoughts right now, because, you know, men are like the key, and if the key opens a lot of locks, it's a good lock. But if the women are like a lock, is she gonna be writing that, or is she gonna be thinking, yep, I'm religious, I don't sleep around, I want to find a man who's like that too. I want to find a man who's very similar to my father, who is incredibly noble, full of integrity. Of course she's going to have those kind of values, isn't she? This is really, really worth doing, because again, the most important decision that you will make is the woman to have children with. The most important purpose for you as a young man is to become the best father that you can. Everything else that we do is somewhat leading up to that. Now, there are some people who say, you know, I don't want to have children and stuff, fair enough. But chances are, bro, being a father, like being the best father that you could be, being the kind of father that you really needed when you were a little boy, because, you know, our fathers, like, they tried. Being the father that you needed when you were a little boy, who understood like mental health, unconditional love and support, that's the most fulfilling thing that we could do. And all of the other things, like, you know, fitness and building our body and discipline and everything, that's to fuel us as fathers. It's really worth the intention to do this. This may be one of the most important videos. If you have a similar personality to me and you think, okay, this is probably the most important thing in your life, is like finding the right woman to have children with, this is literally worth spending hours, days, weeks on. Clarify who it is that you really, really, really want to be with, and then think in her shoes and ask yourself, okay, what does she want? Now, generally the trad wife image is a woman who's traditional, and so you'd expect her to have like a fantastic family life. She will value family extremely highly. She will be looking for a man who also does, not only for the family you guys will make together, but for your family. How you are with your mother, your siblings, your father. So how are you with your family? Do you just lock yourself in your room on your fucking crusty back computer chair watching Hamza videos? When was the last time you told your mum that you love her? When was the last time you hugged one of your family members? The trad wife that you want, she's probably like very generous and very, very kind-hearted, and she would want that in a man too. Have you done positive acts for your community recently? Have you gave back to people? Have you been a charitable person? Or are you not at that stage of life just yet? There's literally 100 different questions that you could ask yourself here. You know what the beautiful thing about this is? Generally online, you'll be given the same advice by everyone. Every single person will tell you the exact same thing, which is like, no, don't do anything for women. Don't do anything for women. Do it all for yourself, king. I fucking hate that advice, bro. Do it all for yourself. Don't think about girls at all. I don't do it for girls. I do it for myself. Everyone will say that to you. Bro, I feel like I'm the one person who says, no, I do it for girls. Of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I'm improving myself to attract my future. Of course I am. What's wrong with saying that? Bro, 100 years ago, men said that with some fucking pride, that they were working hard even before they had found their wife, just because they wanted to be at a good level when they found us, have children in like a very like safe and secure way. But in the modern day, like, we're supposed to be kings. Well, a king needs a fucking queen. Openly admit to yourself of how important this is to you. Don't let these little internets fucking, like these teenagers, or these, like, you know, they're 20 years old, but they still act like teenagers. Like, you go, king, you don't need women. Like, I'm just doing it for myself. No, you're not, bro. No, you're not. There is one huge desire that we have inside of us. There is one main desire. What is it? Any dumbass knows. What is the biggest desire that we have as an animal? To reproduce. The majority of things that we do go towards fueling our desire to reproduce. We as humans, as like intellectuals, we understand, okay, reproducing is best done in a marriage, it's best done in like a stable family home. We understand these things. And so our mind automatically, our body, our brain, our soul automatically know, okay, improve yourself so that you can attract a person who is like the other half of you, who will also bring that safe security into the home so that you can raise children in the best way. You have that huge desire inside of you, tap into it. And the beautiful part about literally setting this goal, this high standard for your wife to be like a trad wife, if that's, you know, the specific thing that you want, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a trad wife, but whatever, like, you know, high standards you write down, you want this, you want this, you want this, you want a woman who's like this, you set these high standards. Well, the truth is, bro, you're gonna become a better man by doing that anyway, because the type of woman that, okay, you've set some high standards, you wrote down, okay, this woman's amazing, she's like this, she's like this, she's like this, she's gonna be a fantastic mother. Well, the things that she would want in a man, if you use them as your goals, you will automatically become a way better man. Oh, but don't do things for women. Shut the fuck up, bro. The next time someone tells that to you, just think to yourself, like, that is a total and utter teenager. That's a bitch. That's literally like a little bitch. Women ain't shit. Like, I don't need women. I don't do things for women. I just lift weights for myself. Shut the fuck up. Tell them to shut the fuck up next time. Tell them that they're a little Jeffrey. They don't even understand that they have this desire to attract the opposite sex. You set these high standards for the woman that you want, then you think about what she wants, and you use these as your goals. By using these as your goals, not only will you start to move past the initial kind of self-improvement red pill goals of like, yeah, make money, become fit and stuff. This is when you'll start to really think about like some top tier stuff. Because this woman, this high quality woman, she's not just thinking, oh, well, I hope he's 10% body fat and I hope he's really rich. She's going to be thinking about like character traits. The type of shit that's like, it's not like a sexy video on YouTube, but it's like, she's going to be thinking, yes, I want a man who's noble. So then you'll go and read a book on how to be more noble. She'll say, I want a man who's humble. Then you'll read a book on how to be more humble and you'll practice that. And like, you're becoming like a man of fucking character. This is how men have always developed themselves through all of our ancestors. Every single one of them developed themselves to attract a wife that they wanted. Just picture like the knight, the warrior. Imagine how they would have like responded towards the woman that they wanted. They literally would have like said to her like, oh yeah, I'll do anything for you. Here is a flower, my lady. And they'll go fight. They'll literally risk fucking death for her. And these days we just make fucking red pill videos like, women ain't shit. Shut the fuck up, bro. If this is what you want, if you can imagine, okay, this is one of your most important goals, take it seriously. You can subscribe to our channel if you want to. Welcome to the cult. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Cybersecurity.
Where's the next one? Where's the next one? Just bang them out. Pop, 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 pop! That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
Estrogen, what does that lead to?
If Hamza's watching this specific moment, right, I like these quality videos. Like, they don't have as much editing, but they're much... The amount of wisdom in these videos, phenomenal. Like, I'm not being funny, right? This was meant to be a challenge, and this was meant to be boring and hard, right? I have made, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've done 7 pages already on stuff that I can do to improve myself and YouTube and overall self-improvement and whatnot. And bro, it's incredible. Yeah, let's just not casually watch YouTube videos. Make notes. These are incredible ways to improve yourself. Thank you, Hamza.
You don't even know where you went wrong, do you? Picture your personality in terms of how feminine or masculine you are. You're a modern young man. That probably means you're way more feminine than you'd like to be. Jeffrey and Jess says that it's okay, that you should be even more feminine. But they don't realize that, quite frankly, one of your biggest goals is to attract more women, to have more sex, and to eventually have an amazing wife and children. You will only get to that point if you rebalance your masculine and your feminine energy. Jeffrey and Jess are gonna get offended at this pursuit of ours, so let them. Adonis, on the other hand, understands the importance of this pursuit for young men to be less feminine. He looks around at you and your friends and he wonders...
Like, if I'm honest, I don't like the amount of editing. Like, I just like someone talking. You know what I mean? I think it's simpler.
Why are men so emotional these days? Why do men spend so much time playing and enjoying themselves with this weird stimulating rectangle screen instead of conquering the mission like men are supposed to? There's no short supply of insecure men with bitch tits these days. And you know that's fucking... Bro, I've got a fucking gyno. Do you know what that is? I've got a fucking gynecomastia. It's like a somewhat of a medical condition that can happen to like 10, 20, 30% of teenagers, of boys, who will have elevated levels of estrogen through puberty, and they'll develop like titty-like substance. We're not supposed to talk about this shit, you know, this is weird as fuck to talk about, right? How weird is that a large number of young male teenagers literally develop breasts? We live in a time where like males are a lot more feminine than they should be. Your testosterone is about 30% less than what it would have been if we were born 20, 30 years earlier. Your sperm count is 50% less. There's a shockingly high number of men who are no longer fertile. Imagine that, bro. Imagine you go your entire life thinking that you're going to be a father, that, you know, you're going to have children, you're going to have a wife. And then you realize that your sperm are all like deformed and they can't even like swim properly. Men being less masculine and more feminine is deeper than we think it is. And it starts with our societal conditioning. Because when you were a little boy and you went to school and you were raised secondhand by these female teachers who didn't understand masculinity, you were raised in the feminine structure of the education system. This sounds like really dark stuff. We're talking about conspiracy theories and stuff, but it's the truth. If you're raised by a bunch of women who don't really research, you know, your female teachers in primary school and high school didn't read books on masculinity. They didn't think, oh, how can I develop these men to be more masculine? They thought, okay, how can I silence this class so that I can talk uninterrupted? How can I make sure none of the boys are playing too aggressively? How can I make sure they're not fighting each other? But that's what we do as men. Words that I'm saying here in this video and the way that this video is packaged, its title, How to Be Less Feminine. I literally had to take a minute before recording this video just thinking, is it worth it? Because the message is kind of important, but I might get cancelled for this. We're not allowed to speak about this topic that like men should be less masculine. That you haven't...
I don't... Oh, come on, please load. Oh, how did Mr. Beast not have this flipping issue when he was doing it?
You haven't been raised in the best way, and the truth is, as a young man, you know that. You don't even need me to tell you. You know that you have this like ill balance of energy inside of you, and it literally seeps outwards into the way that you look. Why are so many young men so fluffy? Like, you can say this is body dysmorphia or body shaming or something, but why are so many young men literally starting to shape like women without even meaning to? The majority of young men have like fat hips, like breast fat, soft voices, low testosterone, higher estrogen. What does that lead to? Well, it leads to a young man who's way more emotional. And the modern day will tell you, well, men should be more emotional. But, you know, 100%, the thing is, I promote positive emotions. I promote gratitude, love, mindfulness, 100%. That's amazing. But telling people, oh, you should be more emotional, especially their lens of emotions is the negative one. It's about like crying. It's about like feelings of insecurity. Like, why would you want to feel more negative emotions? Why do they want to normalize weakness inside of you? Because that is not allowed in Adonis's tribe. If you want to join our cult of young men on holistic self-improvement, striving to be more like Adonis, you can be weak, but there is one requirement to join this cult. You must want to improve. You can be weak, but you must strive for strength. The only thing that we care about in this cult, this brotherhood, is that we all want to improve ourselves. Saying that it's okay to be weak, saying that, you know, you should be fine just how you are. You should love yourself. It doesn't work for us. As many times as these Jeffreys want to say to young men, like, oh, you know, just be yourself. It's like, bro, that advice has never worked for us. We don't feel good when we follow it, because just being ourselves is being a pathetic loser who's addicted to video games, who's watching porn, who's literally watching porn, watching some other man have sex with the woman that we're attracted to, with negative thoughts in our mind. And these people are telling us, well, just be yourself, that's okay. Well, no, it's not okay. We are not happy living like that anymore. So we need to be more masculine, and so we need to be less feminine. I explained in my How to Be More Masculine video, you should watch that on my channel, that the masculine energy is all about the mission, the objective, the goal. It's all about striving to conquer the goal and then move on to the next one and the next one and the next one. The feminine energy is all about the flow of love, of joy, community, empathy, nurturing. Now, we all have both energies inside of us, but what matters is the split, the ratio inside of us. I found that on average, like most men my age in this modern day have about a 50-50 split. Sometimes it's 60-40, sometimes it's 40-60, but it's about 50-50 for most men. But I found that the men who really feel actualized, the men who really feel like happy with themselves, who feel like they're conquering goals that are worthwhile, who are sleeping with a good amount of like beautiful girls, bro, they're more like 80-20. We're always going to have some feminine energy inside of us, and that's a good thing. Our ability to love and to be loved, our ability to be empathetic towards other people, that's actually very, very important. What you see in front of you right now, you might think, oh yeah, like Hamza's a masculine man, like he has a good body and he sounds really confident, but the truth is, I actually have a fair amount of feminine energy, and I wouldn't even change that, because the amount that I have is very like controlled. It's very like, I've set it with intention. The work that you see, which I'm doing in front of you, is quite feminine because I'm using empathy to understand your problems and to give you advice for that. So feminine energy is valuable, but you don't want a surplus on it. You don't want an excess of feminine energy inside of you. So how do you be less feminine? And I want to give you advice which is better than just saying, oh, well, be more masculine. How do you specifically reduce the feminine parts inside of you? This is going to sound crazy because pretty much no one in the modern world will actually tell you this. You need to devalue love and joy. love and joy are kind of like the two, like most, you know, love is everything. That's what the modern day, like that's the dynamic we have. That's what these Hollywood movies have always tried to convince you, and we've believed it. Love is everything. It's the most important force in the world. If you're not having fun, then it doesn't. Happiness is the... Shut the fuck up. Next time you see those movies trying to brainwash you, tell them, shut the fuck up. I don't want to be feminine anymore. That's what all these books, that's what all these Jeffreys with skinny necks and skinny wrists will tell you, is like, oh, happiness is the most... No, it's not. Not for a masculine man. The most important thing in the world is the mission. Happiness is just a fleeting emotion. If you've ever looked into Stoicism, you know that we cannot base our big decisions, our life of emotions. Happiness and joy are emotions. They are nice to have. This isn't saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna be dark. Oh, we're trying to feel like shit. Like, no, we're not trying to feel like shit. We'd like to feel good if we could. But if we don't feel good, we are still going to conquer that mission. Trying to prioritize love, joy, and happiness. Oh yeah, you know, good vibes. Like that's the modern shit that people talk about. Like good vibes only. Trying to just prioritize those emotions will keep you kind of like fleeting to substances, to instant gratification, to people that you shouldn't be around. Masculine men are more like rocks. They don't budge easily. You need to devalue these like feel-good emotions that you've been told are the most important things in the world. And instead you need to start valuing goals, the mission, your objective. What is the current goal right now? Maybe for you it's to finish watching this video and have a good understanding of masculine and feminine energy. Then that goal will be checked off. The next goal is, I'm running late on my muscle protein synthesis. Let me go downstairs and make that food. Conquer that goal. Then the goal is, okay, let me eat this. Conquer that goal. Then the next goal is, let me read for 2 hours. Conquer that goal. You focus on the goal, the objective, the mission. You focus on these tasks that need to be checked off. You focus on purpose, the greater vision for your work. You focus on being a man instead of just feeding the flow. I've really noticed like the feminine energy inside one of my best friends, Sam. He's my first video editor for this channel, and I'm traveling with him. We're in Thailand right now. I'm traveling with him and another best friend, Nabil. And there was a key moment. I didn't really say this too much to him, but we were all bringing back like bags of like heavy stuff, right? Heavy water bottles and everything. And it was kind of annoying because there was a lot of flies, like big ass fucking flies just flying like a lot of them. Imagine like they're like literally everywhere. We get out of the taxi here. We're walking up, we come up to our villa, and I saw the masculine energy inside of me and Nabil. It was like I could so clearly see that inside of our minds was, okay, it's uncomfortable here, grab like the bags and take them inside. That's the current mission. Whereas I saw the feminine energy inside of Sam, because we walk in and he sees like how beautiful this place is. He sees like how like beautiful the sunset is, and the first thing he does is like drop the bags, and he's like just like in awe. He's like enjoying the view and like taking a picture of it and everything. That's quite a specific example. Wanting to take a picture of the sunset doesn't just automatically make you feminine, but being too feminine is one of Sam's like biggest problems that he's really journaled about. He's really been talking to us about. And so I really saw this inside of him. And why do you think that is? You may not know my friend Sam. You may have seen him in some of my videos, but why would a young man's biggest problem be too much feminine energy inside of him? Well, Sam says it's because he's been raised by a single mother. He hasn't really had that much of his like father's masculine guidance around him. And truthfully, like me too. I wasn't raised by a single mother. My father was always in the home, but like I wasn't that close to him. So I didn't have like a masculine role model to really look up to imitate. You may have not had one either. See, this is where it gets like really deep and controversial to talk about masculinity and femininity in like more of a political situation. I am not like a political guy at all. I'm totally like ignorant on these things, but it does seem to me that there is more of like a political stance against masculinity and especially against fatherhood. There's a lot of like social justice against fathers and for mothers. I believe fathers get custody of their children only 9% of the time, and that means that we are the first generation of boys without fathers. So is it any wonder that our generation of boys are so feminine? That's something for you to decide if you want to like, you know, look into this politically. I don't really care for that thing. I don't really care for that, but there is a salvation to this. Join a tribe. Be surrounded by a brotherhood of masculinity. Be surrounded by a brotherhood of like-minded men who want to improve themselves. In Adonis's tribe, you will find a place where you feel important. This is the first and only modern cult that is holistically good for you. You have in front of you the offer to join a cult of young men who are no longer fine with being weak and feminine. This doesn't mean like, you know, we're toxic and we hate women and fuck no, bro. Bro, I love women. Maybe a little bit too much. But this is a cult, like a brotherhood, a group of men who say, you know what, bro, I'm tired of watching porn and feeling like shit because of it. And I think you should stop as well. You know what, like, I've seen you recently, bro, like, you're looking a bit weak. Let's go to the gym. Let's go eat some high protein, bro. Let's read. Let's develop ourselves. Let's start a business together. Me and my best friend, Nabil, he's downstairs right now. We're going to start a business together. We're going to make a product that we're both going to sell together. How fun is that? We've literally, all three of us have been going to Muay Thai in the gym together since we got to Thailand. I've seen these guys literally punch bags. Like, we all have have like some scars on, you see that? We all have like some form of like scars of like blood and like tears on us. I can't tell you how important that's been for our growth. You need to surround yourself with brothers who will test your masculinity. And there's one final thing that will make you a lot less feminine and way more masculine, and that is to enjoy your friends' criticism. There is a book that is like the absolute Bible for masculinity. I promise you that this book will change your life. It is called The Way of the Superior Man by David Dida. And one of the chapters in this book is titled Enjoy Your Friends' Criticism. I was always way too... One of the chapters in this book is...
I don't know if you can see on a camera, but just right now.
Titled Enjoy Your Friends' Criticism. I was always way too sensitive for this when I was growing up. I didn't realize that this was a part of masculinity. I thought my friends were just being mean to me. I realize now that masculinity and brotherhood, we constantly test each other. We constantly criticize and tease each other. Can you guess why? Can you guess why a group of guys who are masculine would tease each other? Because that seems like a little bit of like, you know, a little bitch move or something. Why would like a friend of yours who cares about you tease you? Well, he would do it to test your security in that thing. So Sam puts on a shirt and I will tease him and say like, oh bro, like you look kind of skinny in that shirt, because I'm testing to see, is he secure in himself? Because if he goes, oh, am I looking skinny? I might change. That shows, okay, well, he's got no confidence. He's not secure in himself. I can't be around a man who's not secure in himself. If I say, Sam, you look skinny in that shirt, I want him to be like, go fuck yourself, Hamza, and give me a front double bicep. You need to be surrounded by men who test you and hold you to a higher standard. That is the best thing that you can do to be less feminine, be more masculine. You can subscribe to our channel if you want to. Welcome to the cult. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it.
Editor.
Another one. See, Hamza, look at me, man. Watching all of your videos.
Seem like, you know, imagine having a deeper, more resonant, more masculine voice, and people start taking you more seriously. Because right now, you sound a little bit like Jeffrey, and Jeffrey sounds like a little bitch with his high-pitched, creaky voice. You hear his voice drop, and so no one takes Jeffrey and you seriously. But Jeffrey says to you that it's okay, that trying to make your voice deeper is gay. Are you gonna listen to him? Because do you know what's interesting? Everyone listens to Adonis. Adonis has the loudest, most clearest, most masculine, most deepest voice out of all of the men in his tribe. Well, he's the tribe leader after all. He has to shout the commands. That automatically makes him easier to listen to. And so Adonis looks at you and says in his most beautiful voice, come on now, son, make sure you subscribe to Hamza's channel. I remember being about 13, 14 years old and playing Minecraft, and we would all hop on Skype and have like Skype calls whilst we'd play. And I would literally practice, like train my voice to be deeper. And I did that because I was the oldest of all the guys that I would play with, and so I wanted to seem like, you know, the leader, like the most mature one, the one who's going through puberty. And so I would literally talk in more of a deep, sort of unnatural voice. What I didn't realize at the time is that that is actually how you train your voice to be deeper. It's as simple as that. I won't even make you wait like 15 minutes into the video after like trying to sell you some fucking Dollar Shave Club, or like what's the shitty sponsors that everyone's like doing these days, like Lumen, bro. Anyone who does these sponsors, just know that they're fucking waste men. Like fucking skincare products. Like just halfway through a YouTube video you're trying to watch to get some advice, and these motherfuckers will just pull out like, and that's why I use Dollar Shave Club, or like some shitty watch. Like that's why I'm sponsored by like. Why are you trying to sell me something in a fucking YouTube video? You fucking pathetic motherfucker. But yeah, you want the no BS way of making your voice deeper. You literally just practice. Just speak more with the deep voice. So here I am speaking with my normal, just absolutely authentic voice. I'm not doing anything to it. What I would do if I wanted to practice making my voice deeper, I would literally just speak in a deeper way like I am right now. Because if you compare the way that I'm speaking, I'm just using more of like the back of my throat to speak. It's literally as simple as just telling yourself, okay, speak these words in a deeper tone than usual. And the more that you do that, the more that you will get into the habit of speaking.
Wagwan.
Speaking like that, and now I'll transition back to my normal voice. So don't do it at times where it'll be like fucking cringe, but you should practice speaking in your deep masculine voice, especially with girls. This is so fucking, you don't realize how important it is. If you speak in your normal way, like I am right now, I'm speaking to the boys, I'm not trying to think like, oh yeah, let me try and fuck this guy, am I? But when I'm flirting with a girl, 100% you need to activate that slow, resonant, masculine voice. You like stare at her in her eyes and you talk like this. And you move real slow. You're getting turned on, aren't you, bro? So this is exactly what you do. You put deep voice training somewhere in your schedule. Maybe you're working on something, maybe it's your morning routine. You just speak outwards, like you need to speak out loud with more of a deeper, resonant voice. You literally just need to train it. It's as simple as that, bro. Like all this advice that I see on YouTube of all this like weird fucking exercises that you can do, all that, I'm like, what the fuck, bro? It's as simple as just speaking more with your deep voice. The more you speak like this, the more that you'll really be able to like articulate yourself, the more that it will feel natural. It's just kind of like a habit. You speak like a little bitch because you have been speaking like a little bitch for so long. If you want to speak in a more resonant, more deeper tone, more masculine way, then you simply just need to practice it so that eventually it becomes a habit and eventually it's like your new voice. And so when I used to do this when I was 13 or 14, we'd be playing like the Minecraft Hunger Games servers. There was this particular server called MCPVP, which was like this Hunger Games server where if you wanted to, you could make friends, you could hop on Skype and you'd team up and try and like kill everyone else. And so there was a lot of like communication needed, like, oh my god, you know, there's someone coming, we've got to kill him, like, there's someone there, he's got a full iron, watch out guys, wait, I need more health. And you know, you say all this shit. As I would speak those words to the friends that I was speaking to, I would purposely be just thinking to myself, okay, make your voice deeper, make your voice deeper, make your voice deeper. And of course sometimes I'd mess up, you know, something like crazy has just happened, I just got killed out of nowhere, so of course I'd squeak back to my normal like squeaky little Minecrafter voice, but I'd regulate myself, just keep practicing with a deeper voice, and it really made a big difference. I know that this video topic's kind of cringe, like, wait, why would you try to make your voice deeper? But the truth is, like, so many young men want this. Young men want to be more masculine. So the specific thing we're talking about is like, yeah, make your voice deeper and sound more masculine. But the truth is, this is so important for young men. We want to be more like men. We don't want to sound like boys anymore. We don't want to look like boys. This is so interesting. I didn't even think the video would go in this angle, but I am really seeing like our generation of men really trying to reclaim our masculinity, our strength. We didn't start off with this. For the majority of us, we didn't start off with like that healthy masculine male role model because that should have been our father, but maybe our father wasn't around, maybe he was abusive, maybe he was taken out of the home by like the societal political structures which are against men, or either way, it's kind of beautiful to see that we as a generation of young men are coming online to like learn the things that we should have been taught from childhood. I really didn't think the video would go this way. I thought I was literally just going to speak about like how to make your voice deeper, and you know, it's a bit cringe, whatever. It's making me kind of visualize myself almost like a second father figure for you, where, or maybe a big brother, where I'm going out there learning, experiencing life, and I'm coming back to just teach you what I've learned, the best things, trying to give you like the best advice and the best wisdom that I have. And that's exactly what a father should do. You know, one of my editors, Leon, he actually told me that the purpose of this channel, like the thing I should keep in mind, is that I should be filling the shoes that fatherlessness has left empty for our generation of men. That I should see myself as like your father, that I should come onto these videos and speak to you in like the very sort of like unconditionally loving way that we all needed so much when we were children. I think it's not even something that I think, it's something that we all know. There is a masculinity crisis. Men just aren't really masculine anymore, and some people make fun of this. Some people say, you know, like, oh, that's cringe and you don't need to be masculine, men should be more feminine and everything. But the truth is, mate, when a guy isn't masculine, he feels like shit, don't you? Like I do. When we've grown up and we've grown up with being way more feminine and not being masculine, we've looked over at those guys who are masculine and they're getting the parts of life that we wanted, like attraction from women and success, and we're here with our fucking bitch titties and low testosterone. Yeah, of course we're fucking upset by that. This is our manhood that we're talking about. Our manhood in this modern day has been like cut off. That's why I think it's so important, like, maybe it's my ego or whatever, but like I think the work that I do here and my team as well, it's so damn important to like to cultivate a sense of masculinity and brotherhood inside of us. Because you see videos like the title for this one, how to get a deeper voice, these videos pop off, they get millions of views. Why? Because this is so in demand, that men want to learn how to be more masculine. Men want to learn these things that they should have been taught by their fathers, but for 100 different reasons. aren't anymore. I feel so proud that I'm like taking responsibility for that, and I'm coming here and actually like maybe filling the shoes. It's a beautiful mindset, man. I think what we're cultivating here in this cult, this brotherhood, is so valuable. I don't think that this is being done anywhere else. Like, this is not just a simple YouTube video. This is literally like a cult, a movement of young men wanting to be more like Adonis. We hear Adonis's wisdom being passed down to us, and we try our best through holistic self-improvement to get to that crucial stage of self-actualization, to get to that point of like where we're living the good life, to save our brothers from being down bad. And a huge part of this is masculinity. It is a sense of brotherhood. It is a sense of developing your manhood. That is so incredibly important for us. Never let these Jeffreys convince you otherwise. Never let them tell you that, oh well, you don't need to be more masculine. Oh, look at these alpha. Never let them talk to you like that. Never let them say some bullshit to you like men need to be more feminine, men need to be less masculine, because being masculine is like a bad... Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm very proud of the work that we're doing here, and I think you should be too. You can subscribe to our channel if you want to. Welcome to the cult. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Does your cat scratch, spray, hide or fight in your home? Help solve this with clinically proven Fellaway Optimum.
I used to scratch here.
One more
now
hour,
I don't.
halfway.
I used to pee on this wall. Not anymore. Before, I would have attacked him. Now for us cats, there is Fellaway Optimum.
Fellaway Optimum for enhanced serenity and a happy family. To find out more, visit fellaway.com.
I get 5% cash back on everything I buy, because I buy everything on my Platinum Cashback Everyday credit card. New card.
A random thought pops into your mind of that cringy that you did when you were a child. The Jeffrey part of your brain tells you that you should be embarrassed. Oh my god, bro, everyone's thinking about that, you cringy motherfucker. You weirdo. Your place in the social hierarchy is fragile. Is everyone really thinking about that? Adonis wants you to know that your mistakes, especially those which were apologized for, are forgotten. You wanna know some cringy that I did as a child? Where do I begin, bro? I pissed on my friend. I was in primary school and I was trying to show him this trick that I could do with my little willy when we were all at the urinal, and I was like, I wanted to show him like how high I could put it up, and I must have like, I don't know, dropped my dick or something and pretty much fully all down his clothes and everything. And he's like, you know, he's shouting, he's pissed off. He goes outside and I'm just having like the longest like silent piss of my life, just knowing, because I can hear him speaking to the teacher outside. And it's okay, now it's getting fucking awkward. Him and the teacher outside the toilet. I'm just trying to like stay in the toilet for as long as possible. Like, I'm done pissing, but I'm just pretending like I need to shake for like 30 seconds. And I come out of the toilet, he's there looking really annoyed, and the teacher's like looking really weird, and she asked me like, did I wee all over my friend? Oh my god, that's so fucking uncomfortable. I don't even remember what I said, to be honest. I think I've repressed that memory, but I remember that being awkward as fuck. I remember shitting myself in primary school. I remember farting in primary school in front of literally everyone. I was sat in like quite a weird position, like, you know, when, imagine you're sat on the floor and you've got your knees like up to your chest and you're holding them like this and you're kind of leaning backward. And it was just in the position that like the fart was like, it just slipped out without any like control whatsoever. And then I blamed the guy next to me, but I think everyone knew. And then that same day, like the girl who looked at me gross when that happened, she comes to me like an hour later and says like she doesn't want me to come to prom with her and inside of like the limousine that they had all organized. I'm still fucking salty about that, bro. But you know what's interesting? I guarantee that no one remembers this shit, especially not like, oh yeah, they're thinking about it right now, like, oh yeah, Hamza was so weird. If they do remember it, it's so infrequent. But see, as an adult, you can start spending a lot of your time, your mental energy, just, that bird is loud, bro. But see, as an adult, you can get these random flashbacks of the shit that you did as a kid. And there's this weird dynamic where we kind of feel like everyone thinks the same as us. We kind of feel like something that happened when we were younger is who we are. So we see our current selves in that position, but then we also see other people, let's say your friend, like the pissy friend. I see him as an adult in that position, which is then strange, and that's like really uncomfortable. But you were literally children. You know, this is kind of like a weird topic because it's, you know, we did things as like children and, you know, just forget about it. Healthy people don't like overthink about these. I mentioned at the start of this video in the Jeffrey section that a lot of us do have this overthinking about the social hierarchy around us. us. Through the way that your parents raised you, maybe they were like too critical. They were like always saying like, you know, quite mean, abusive things to you. And if you behaved in a way that they didn't agree with, they were really critical of it. And then teachers and especially kids in school, a lot of us have this perception inside of us where we're so vigilant and anxious of like where we are in the social hierarchy. I totally do agree, and I have said loads in my videos that having that thought of like being social and wanting to be accepted and wanting to be able to depend on people, that's a totally normal thought. That's like evolution, of course. Like, bro, we're supposed to be social creatures, but it's very, very easy to have like too much of this thought. It's very easy to be like overthinking about your position in the social hierarchy. Some people are so fragile with their thinking with this, and they're so vigilant. And so what happens is that you get this random thought of something that happened as a child, something that was embarrassing, and it still plagues your mind today. A lot of adults live like this. You might not be, you know, totally in that sort of crazy realm where, you know, it's really, really, really serious, but you're probably like way more to the uncomfortable side of this, where you still feel like your position around you is kind of not certain. That's really the true underlying discomfort with this concept of, okay, thinking about something embarrassing that happened as a child. Why does it make us cringe so much as an adult? Because
I think it's interesting. So I watched this guy called Julian himself, right? And he talks about how, like, drop the ego. Like, if you're going to the gym for the first time and you're worried to do something wrong, why do you think people care that you're going to do something wrong? You know, drop the ego of, like, people care about what you're doing, or people care that the way you've dressed or the way you look and all that. Because you get that 5 seconds of judgment that when someone looks at you, you get that judgment of, oh, they care, that you care about the way they think about what you're wearing, right? But then after that 5 seconds, bang, it's over, you know? And it's gone like that. It's like walking and you look at someone in a car and they're looking right back at you and you think, are they judging me right now? What are they thinking about me? But then in 10 seconds, they've already down the road, they're gone. You know what I mean? So it's having this thing of like, drop the ego. No one actually thinks too much about you because their life is probably so stressful with everything else going on. It's quite interesting.
You really don't want to be moved down the social hierarchy. I could give you a bunch of like positive, you know, feel good quotes. You are the best then. I could tell you all the positive stuff. You can watch like some random fucking basic YouTuber if you want. You click on my video, so I'm gonna give you some like real advice. There's practical shit we can do here to improve this. Because, you know, I used to have a lot of these thoughts a few years ago. What's interesting is, like, quite frankly, bro, I get none of them anymore. I get no thought of like social anxiety anymore. And I don't want to just give you the basic advice of like, oh, you know, meditate and stuff, because that's, you know, it's fantastic. It will really help. But there is something crucial that I've done in the last few years that now I automatically feel safe and secure in every situation, like in terms of like, you know, social hierarchy, where my place is in the hierarchy. In every place that I go, there's probably two main things. I mean, there's a couple of main things, but really it's being a leader. It's being on this YouTube channel. My personality has developed now to that of a leader. And then also the extra things that I bring, like for example, my physique. So I can go to the Muay Thai club here. I've been training Muay Thai. My knuckles are literally like bloody. I go into the club and I'm still fairly new to training. I've trained kickboxing for a couple of months, but I haven't trained in a while, so I'm quite like, you know, rough and everything. I'm a beginner, but it's like I walk in and there's already a level of like mutual respect because I've built a physique that demands that respect from people. I have the best physique there. I walk in and I already have like a disciplined mindset. I don't care about the pain. Okay, you tell me drop down, do 10 push-ups, I'll do 10 push-ups. I do every like squat that I do, he hits me with the pad on my stomach, you know, to condition me or something. That's fine. I'm literally looking at him in the eyes, like joking around with him and everything. Just 2 days ago, I went to Muay Thai and my friend Sam had invited a fan of ours to come meet us there. So he walks up to me straight away and he's like, oh, you know, Hamza, your videos really helped me and everything, you know, like that. We have that conversation. We end up going out for dinner. It was really nice meeting him. His name's Felix. And that's become somewhat of like a normal thing for me now, for like a young man to come up to me and say like, oh, you know, like your videos are really good, you've really helped me and stuff. Do you see what that would do to your personality? Now this, you know, I want this to be better than, oh yeah, well, become a YouTuber. You need things that make you feel secure in yourself. You need accomplishments that give you respect for yourself and also get you the respect of other people. Never forget how important that is, because so many people in this modern day will tell you to do everything for yourself, just do whatever you want. Everyone will tell you that, bro. It is an absolute, like a basic human need for the acceptance of other people, for the respect of other people, for the love of other people. So ask yourself right now, in the last 3 to 6 months, what task, what accomplishments have you had which will get you more of the respect from other people? Because the majority of people who need this video, the majority of people who feel that kind of cringy, you know, that memory of like something that happened in the past, and they're kind of being like obsessive over it, they're kind of like thinking about it too much. They're also the people who don't really do anything with their lives. And maybe that's an insult to you. Maybe you're going to be offended and you're going to click off the video because you want to watch like a nice, positive, peaceful one and just just go have a self-care day. If you want that, bro, go ahead. If you want some like realism, if you want someone to speak to you like you're a fucking man for once, how about we grow up? What are the accomplishments that you have worked very hard for that give you respect for yourself and other people's respect too? When you have a list of accomplishments like that, that's when you start to feel so much more secure in yourself. So many people, so many young men are so insecure of themselves because they do nothing productive. Because you take the advice of all these Jeffreys around you who say like, oh, just be yourself, just 1 hour of video games. No, 1 hour of video games is not okay. If you don't have any kind of accomplishment to your name, if you don't respect yourself, 1 hour of video games is not gonna fucking help you. It's just gonna push you down the same negative path. Don't listen to people who are pushing you down more negativity in your life. There's literally people who, this shit pisses me off, man, because you've got to see the underlying problem with this, with why so many young men feel this sort of like weird, cringe, embarrassing thoughts about themselves now, about how they were when they were younger, because they don't have any confidence, they don't respect themselves. And the truth is, you've heard this so many times in this space of like, you know, men making videos online. Men are built. We are not born with value. We are not born with respect or confidence. We build that up. So if you aren't confident, if you aren't respected, I may be one of the first people to tell you it is your fault. You do not deserve it automatically. You can do the actions to deserve that confidence. You can do the actions to deserve that respect, but you have chosen not to for the last years of your life, so you don't deserve it. You deserve exactly the emotions that you feel today. How does that make you feel? What I just said. You deserve exactly the emotions that you feel today. So if you feel the emotions of feeling like a coward, if you feel the emotions of embarrassment, of cringe, of no respect for yourself, you deserve it. And again, if you want to click out of this video anytime, because this is so different for you, isn't it? It's so different hearing a YouTuber, like a YouTuber. It's so different hearing someone actually speak to you like a man does. It's so, like, everyone else will like be so sugar, you know, they'll be so soft with you and like, oh, you're fantastic, bro. You're not fantastic. If you're a young man, chances are you are a fucking loser. Now, do you want to stay that way, or do you want to become like the 1% of young men who aren't losers anymore? Because all this soft advice out here, it's not going to help you. All this advice of like, you know, balance is key. You can keep taking drugs. You can keep playing video games. You should just eat some junk food every day. Have a cheat meal. That's not going to help you. What's going to make you respect yourself more? Having a cheat meal or staying true to your diet? What's going to make you respect yourself more? Playing 1 hour of video games a day or just quitting entirely? It's that simple. You know, all this advice that you hear from like these big masculine alpha male type of guys who tell you, yeah, stop playing video games, start making some money, start having some respect for yourself, start demanding respect from the people around you, especially from women. Start doing something productive, focus on purpose and mission. It's that simple. You've known this advice for all this time, but when you don't take it, you feel even worse. The reason you feel like a little bitch is because, quite frankly, you are a little bitch. Now, again, do you want to stay that way? You must have the humility, that accountability to hold your hand up and say, yep, I've been a Jeffrey for all of my life. Yep, I've been a little bitch for all my life, but I refuse to continue. No one will speak like this. I only made good progress in my life when I held my hand up and said, yes, I'm tired of living like a Jeffrey. I will strive to be more like Adonis. Now I respect myself so highly. And you know, this sounds a little bit cringy. Oh, everyone respects me. But the truth is, bro, everyone does seem to respect me now. Just a few years ago, bro, I was that goofy, weird kid that had like no one's respect. I was like a little bit of a fuckboy, so I was getting girls and stuff. But there wouldn't have been anyone who looked at me and really thought, oh, I respect that guy. Now it's like the respect that I get from other people, from randomers, from strangers, from people I walk past, from people I run past, from people who know me from YouTube, from everyone. It seems like it's automatic now because of the way that I carry myself. There's people who don't even know about this movement. There's people who don't even know that I'm like the leader of young men in our generation. But I walk into like a random store and it's like I automatically assume that they respect me now. I walk in that way, and so when you assume something like this, it automatically becomes true. How is a young Jeffrey walking into the store? He's going to be walking in, head down, shoulders hunched down, thinking like, oh yeah, well, he's not going to get anyone's respect in here. He's a little bitch. I hope they don't know that I've just jacked off 2 hours ago. If only I was on day 7 of NoFap, because then I could hold eye contact with a cashier, but I'll just wait. I'll make sure not to relapse again. It's a very, very important practice that you need to do right now if this video resonates to you. You need to change your thinking. You need to update your self-image. I guarantee right now, if this video resonates with you, you spend most of your time thinking negatively about yourself. You spend most of your time thinking negative thoughts, unhelpful thoughts, thoughts that aren't beneficial to you in any way. You have a self-image of yourself that is not beneficial to you in any way. So we need to update that. The way that you think about yourself and the way that you see yourself, the picture, the movie that you play in your mind when you think of yourself. This is like, I know this sounds like wishy-washy type of stuff, and you maybe wouldn't consider that coming from someone who speaks in like practical, no BS terms. I promise you, there is some weird magical power to the way, like the thoughts that you have and the way that you think about yourself. As soon as you think about yourself in a certain way, everyone else around you automatically accepts it. Of course, you can't just, jump up, you can't be a fucking loser and say, oh yeah, well, I'm the ultimate Chad. It has to be somewhat realistic. It has to they'll be a reflection of your normal life. But if you're watching a video like this, you have the desire to improve, you have ambition, that shows that you're not a total loser anymore. Adonis says that any man with ambition is welcomed into our cult. If you have ambition, if you have the desire to improve, you're already so much better than Jeffrey. So you need to update your self-image, because you're not that same guy anymore. You're not that cringy guy anymore. You're not that guy who plays video games. You're now the guy who's trying to make progress. So you still may play video games. You still may do some of the bad habits, but you're trying to make progress. You need to now see yourself as the guy who is on self-improvement, who's making a change in his life, who's got so much drive and passion and this burning desire for growth. That's who you are now. And just suddenly, if you start thinking of yourself in that way, you're gonna respect yourself. You're gonna think less about those cringy moments where you feel so insecure, and then automatically people are gonna respect you more. It's of utmost importance that you do some introspective work here, that you spend some time journaling, maybe writing a comment below. Really ask yourself, who do you think you are? What is your self-image? What is your perception of yourself? Do you respect yourself? Changing this might be as simple as, okay, get some accomplishments. Go to the gym 4 times this week. Go to the gym 6 times this week. Go for a run. Do 100 push-ups right now, bitch. Your respect for yourself is going to increase. Like, it's that simple. It really is that. You wanted some magical answer and stuff. It's that simple. Do 100 push-ups right now. You're automatically, like, literally visualize, okay, you've just done 100 push-ups. You're sweaty as fuck. It took you like 5 minutes because you had to keep stopping. Maybe you had to do some on your knees like a little bitch. You're going to respect yourself afterwards. It's that simple to respect yourself. It's that simple to not feel like you're embarrassing or you're cringy. It's that simple to not feel embarrassed or, you know, that you're cringy, that you're low down in the social hierarchy. Do something that causes respect for yourself, and then ask yourself who you truly are, because you might have been operating off your old personality, your personality before you really dedicated yourself into self-improvement, your old mindset, your old self-image before you joined this cult. You are now a valued cult member, and some people will find that weird, like, what is it? It's a cult? But you know the value of the work that we're doing here. You know, you see the growth. Allow that to adapt your self-image. See yourself now as the man on self-improvement. See yourself as the young man striving to be more like Adonis. And like, we're improving things that are so different from everyone else. All these like other YouTubers who talk about like, oh yeah, just make money.
Sorry, I know you're online.
Oh, lovely. Oh, thank you very much.
So we got tomato and basil chicken pasta.
Yeah. And
we bought one of these from Lofi's because they're so expensive.
Yeah.
And hock, gherkin and mushroom.
Oh, lovely.
A little bit.
Oh, thank you, man.
How's it going?
Yeah. Alright, it's long. Got another 5 hours.
You.
You don't have to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright.
Yeah, thank you, man.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we're downstairs. Yes, outside.
It's a lovely weather, isn't it?
What do you do with this?
I was going to eat it, but lovely weather, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely. Are you recording yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be on the camera.
Oh, hello.
Hold on. Okay. Alright, thank you very much.
Nice.
Thank you very much. I'll see you later, lovely boy. How awesome is that? Hey, you just take a moment to appreciate my mother. You know, I told her I'm going to be watching Hamza for 10 hours. And she said, you're stupid. I was like, I know. But she has come up with some lunch. Got some pasta made from yesterday. And we've got some, I forgot, she said bacon. Oh, bro, incredible. Hey, thank you to my mother. So I'm gonna turn down my mic so I can eat and not. There you go. I shouldn't be too loud now, so I'm gonna eat and just watch these videos.
The red pill YouTubers and just being alpha male and stuff, and we are the guys here who are literally saying like, yep, let's do gratitude journaling, let's meditate. You do realize like the value of these practices that we're doing here makes you like easily in the top 1%. Like I've said this before, the top 1% of men is not special. Like that should be your original goal when you're completely new to holistic self-improvement, new to the cult. Set your goal to be in the top 1% of men. That literally means to grab 100 men, you're the best one. Bro, that's not difficult. Meditate, gratitude journal, and exercise for a few years, you're already there automatically. You don't even have to work hard to be in the top 1%. So if you're not there just yet, think to yourself, I am the man who is striving to become the top 1%. That is motivational. That is going to lead to less of those like flashbacks of like cringy shit that you did. Before I recorded this video, I had to literally take like a minute to think of like, what is embarrassing stuff that I've done? It's so interesting because now with the personality that I've developed, the man that I am today, it's like I don't view things that I've done as like embarrassing or cringy. I had to like purposely think to myself, okay, what would like someone else be embarrassed about? I'm not embarrassed about anything. You could put me in a major city with everyone around me completely naked, it's cold as well, so my dick is small, I wouldn't be embarrassed anymore. I know that's a weirdest fucking example, but you can probably relate to like that level of like security that I now feel, because I totally feel so confident and so secure and so grateful for myself now because I did the hard work, especially when I didn't feel like it. Welcome to the cult. You can subscribe to the channel if you want to. Mwah.
Keeping your pearly whites pearly white isn't easy, especially when your husband is the...
So you finally get a girlfriend. After being in the bottom 80% of men for so long, you're now a high value man and you're eligible for a gamer GF. The red pill Jeffries will tell you never compliment her, never validate her, treat her like shit, be mean, keep her keen. Are you gonna listen to Jeffrey? Because that sounds kind of toxic. Adonis, on the other hand, thinks that you should treat your woman like she is a goddess, with respect and love and appreciation. Take your pick. Back with another video about the girl that I lived with for 2 years. That's a very, like, I spoke to Sam about this, like, you don't realize how big, I say this in every fucking video I speak about in terms of my dating life, and we get like private as fuck in these videos where I literally tell you like the ins and outs of like the women I've dated, the sex that I've had, and like, you know, the dynamic in these relationships. And the girl that I speak about a lot actually messaged me on Instagram. You know what, I'm gonna read you the message. I did not even plan to like do this for the video. I'm gonna read you parts of the message that aren't gonna like bait out her identity, because I speak about her a lot, and she sent me this random message where she linked a video which I made about her, and the video's titled "I chose the wrong girl, this is what happened," which straight away from the title you can kind of think that's kind of like fucking heartless to say about someone. And the video was about choosing this girl, the girl that I lived with, the girl that I fell in love with. I literally fucking lived with her for like 2 years, instead of like the girl who was way more of a like a girlfriend material wifey. And so this girl who's like my ex and the girl that I've been with for the longest time, we broke up about 2 years ago, sent me the link to that video, and she said, "Yeah, I get it, we met when we were in a bad place, but I grew when I was with you and I wouldn't class myself as a toxic person. I've grew since we ended, and I'm taking offense to this because I am career driven, I have goals, and I'm focused on my future / life, and it's upsetting to think you still view me this way when I'm far from that. I still support you even to this day. I still watch your videos and check up on you to see your success, and it's not fair that you're making videos like this about me. Yeah, it wasn't a healthy relationship."
The amount of humility you have to do something like this just demands respect, you know? It's incredible. Something we should all strive for.
But we have grew and we are completely different to how we were back then, and it's not fair for you to still have that view on me. So I sent her like a bunch of voice notes and I apologized, and I said, you know what? I speak quite negatively of our relationship, but I hope that it doesn't come across that I speak negatively of you, especially not who you are now. Me and her, we don't like so much like keep up to date with each other, or, you know, like speak to each other. Maybe we've had like 10 small conversations in the last 2 years since we split up. But when I made these videos about her, I spoke about our relationship 2 years ago when like we weren't really right for each other. We were both like, I was in a really bad place, and my perception of the relationship was that we were both in a bad place. But when I look back now, she actually made like very good progress, because I won't say like the career or anything that she was going into, but she made really good progress, which I was invisible to. And that's why it brings us to the topic of this video. She made incredible progress and I didn't see it. I didn't praise her for it. I didn't compliment her for it. I can't tell you exactly what she made progress on, but just imagine like she chose a career after being like aimless for a while, and then made very good progress when we were together to that career. It only hit me a couple of days ago that she had made any progress at all through the time that we were together, because I never appreciated her. I want you to really think about that, because we lived together, and like having a girlfriend, having a girl that you date, and especially when you fall in love, it's like a very like special bonding moment, and it's very serious. It's something that you'll remember for a while. When you live with someone, when you've signed like an apartment tenancy and you do everything together, and you kind of like, because there was levels of like toxicity in the relationship, we kind of like stopped speaking to friends and everything. Things are very different. Like for example, when I broke up with her, or like let's say we broke up, because it was somewhat mutual. She didn't really like me when I left anyway. So, but I left, I moved back home. For months, I would just randomly honestly, I break down, like the first few days, like I broke down crying. And for months, I would get this like fully despair feeling from the smallest things. Like I'd be just brushing my teeth. I spoke about this today to my friend Nabil. I'd be brushing my teeth and just get this like weird soul connecting, sad, nostalgic feeling like she's not brushing her teeth next to me. For 2 years straight, we brushed our teeth next to each other. For 2 years straight, we went to sleep in each other's arms. And so that was like incredibly like different for me when I finally did move back home, and you know, I wanted to start like this movement. The reason why I speak about these things is because I never appreciated her when she was in my life. And this isn't like, you know, some sad video to try and get her back or something. We both really moved on. We're both like very, very much mature and like very different from the time that we've last spoke, which is like very nice to see for both of us. But there's one regret that I have, honestly. Like, I'm not a very regretful person. You can probably see that from my personality. Everything that happens, I kind of, you know, have like a level of gratitude for it, and I've learned from it and everything. But there's one huge like regret in terms of relationships I've always had. Anytime someone asks me, I always tell them the same thing. It's about this girl. I wish that I just appreciated her more, because she did a lot for me. Like, she literally helped me with these businesses. She wrote in this message that she still supports me to this day, that she still watches my videos. This is the girl, I mentioned this before. I was starting like my entrepreneurship journey. I was doing all these random businesses. I was reselling clothes on eBay. So, you know, like you can buy vintage clothes from the shop and you sell them on eBay. And so obviously if something sells, you have to like take it to the post office, you know, you package it up. She was doing that part for me. So I would list the things on my phone whilst I was working my part-time job. So I was like, kind of like multitasking my eBay business whilst working for someone else, like fucking a 200 IQ entrepreneur. And then when something would sell, I would just screenshot it, send it to her, and without saying anything, she would literally take that item of clothing, like we had fucking stacks of it, put it into the packaging, write their address, send it off, would not even ask me for the postage money. I wouldn't even fucking pay it, bro. What a fucking scum, man. She would post it, not even say anything, like, and every time you post it, like £4, £5, like $8, not even saying anything. I'd come home, she'd be cooking like a good meal. She'd just automatically go on to like Deliveroo, order us food, get us snacks and everything. Like, she did so much. She was always there for me, bro. Not once did I thank her for this. Not once did I like pull her in, bro. Like, we were together for 2 years. I didn't even say I love you once. That fully pains my heart, because you don't get these moments back. And now it's like, I can't really say it because it's like, I guess it's somewhat true. My love doesn't ever kind of disappear, but it's not really order us food, get us snacks and everything. Like, she did so much. She was always there for me, bro. Not once did I thank her for this. Not once did I like pull her in, bro. Like, we were together for 2 years. I didn't even say I love you once. That fully pains my heart, because you don't get these moments back. And now it's like, I can't really say it because it's like, I guess it's somewhat true. My love doesn't ever kind of disappear, but it's not really like, you know, the right thing to say now. I didn't say it then, and that shows such a lack of character in me. You didn't really expect to, like, you know, click on a video of a guy saying this. Because, you know, we're supposed to be like red pill, we're supposed to be alpha males, like treat her like shit, never compliment her, bro. I followed that advice for a while, and do you know how fucking backwards it is? You know, all of that alpha male advice of like, oh, like, you know, never compliment her, and I don't want to seem blue pill, because I have fully, well and truly swallowed the red pill over like 7-8 years. I have like some of the highest rated posts on the red pill. I'm like truly, like, I was truly in that life. I'm not like some random guy who doesn't know about the game or anything, right? You have this rare opportunity in front of you of a guy who has experienced like the spectrum of life and dating and sex. I'm telling you right now, if you live that life of like the alpha male, never compliment her, never validate her, guess what? You will be surrounded by women who don't even fucking like you, who you don't even like. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If like, you know, don't message her quickly, you know, don't message her, don't reply to her messages and stuff, then all you're going to be surrounded with are girls who liked the fact that you didn't message them. Do you not want to be with someone who likes you being around? Do you not want to be with someone who likes it when you express love? Like, what a sad reality it was that I lived in this way, and this is no disrespect to her, but I lived in this relationship where like we were together but we weren't even together, because I was following this thing of like, oh, but you know, like she's not technically my girlfriend, because she wasn't like, I never made her my girl, I never asked her to be my girlfriend. It was just kind of assumed and we moved in. But it was, I truly had that, you know, that red pill shit where all these like big guys say like, oh, you know, it's an open relationship, I can sleep with other girls. Bro, I slept with other girls. It's not a good thing. These guys that you see online who say like, oh, you treat women poorly, you know, like, oh, you're such an alpha male if you do this, bro. You will be left with this fucking weird feeling inside of you where you literally ask yourself, am I a bad person? I had this person's heart and soul connected to me, and I purposely hurt them. I purposely didn't give them mine. I purposely withheld love, affection, and attention, even though I wanted to give those things because I was playing games. It's so weird that now in this modern day with all this toxic fucking, like all these YouTubers and all this like fucking, this personality that so many guys have, that's seen like a good thing. Like, oh, you didn't compliment your girl, you didn't never validate women. If you don't validate your woman, she shouldn't stay with you, and if she doesn't validate you, then you shouldn't stay with her. We're meant to be with each other. You do realize, like, this is the most unhappy, the most like soulless generation that has ever existed, because we are missing one of the most crucial elements of life, which is our relationships. You look at any statistic to do with relationships and it all just goes fucking downhill. The amount of sex that we're having, the number of people that we're falling in love, how serious our relationships are, how long we stay together, all of it's just going straight down. The number of people who aren't getting into any relationships, who aren't having any love or intimacy is skyrocketing. Like 50% of women don't have children at age 30 now. We're missing one of the most, if not the most important part of our lives, which truly motivate and inspire us. Because we have this attitude like, oh, well, you know, don't treat them good. How does that make sense? Is that not common sense to think, okay, if you're gonna get with someone, if you're gonna make someone your girlfriend or your boyfriend, if you're gonna fall in love with someone, if you're gonna get a little bit serious with them, is it not common sense to think, okay, let's make them feel fucking amazing and hope and set the standards ourselves that they do that to us? This girl who sent me this message, like the amount of things that she did for me with no thanks at all from me, I look back and I'm ashamed. Like, you know, I've somewhat moved on. I've sort of forgiven myself for it. I've told her, and like she's forgiven me for it and as well. So I'm saying these words a bit more aggressively than I actually feel about myself, because I know that there's people who are gonna comment and say like, oh no, like, you know, Hamza, we understand, but like you should forgive yourself. I have forgiven myself, but I don't want you to make the same mistake. So after she sent me that message, I sent her a bunch of voice notes explaining what I've just said here, and she sent me a big message back saying like, I appreciate you saying all of that, and she watched the video and did think that I still viewed her in that way. I haven't really made like updated videos of her saying, you know, nicer things and saying this. I've always kind of just made the videos telling the story of like how things were 2 years ago when I was like a Jeffrey and I was like doing all the bad habits and I was in a relationship that wasn't full of love and everything. Still to this day, I have this weird desire, man, like to be able to say that I love her. And like I can say it now, and she'll kind of understand, and she probably won't say it back, and I'm not trying to like start things again, but it's like I keep having this like weird visualization, and it's not that often, it's not that frequent, I don't have like one-itis or anything, but like when you truly have like attached with someone, when you've truly connected with someone, and I've had relationships after this, very like loving relationships after this girl, this was 2 years ago, you will find that your soul just feels connected to them, and you will randomly, without meaning to, just think of them, but more than just like a thought, more like an emotional flashback. And the one that I have is like kind of like cuddling when there was 100, 300 times that I could have said those words that like would have nourished her soul, and I didn't, because it wasn't the alpha male thing to do. You want to know what the alpha male does? He doesn't listen to fucking YouTubers. Appreciate your girlfriend, appreciate the people in your life, and praise them heavily and constantly. You can subscribe to our channel if you want to. Welcome to the cult. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Nortine Heavyweight 2 is a powerful testosterone booster which is legal, safe and natural.
Jeffrey's making everyone feel uncomfortable. Jeffrey is racist. It's interesting that when I said the word racist, I just saw Wetherspoons. Wetherspoons is like a UK franchise of like pubs. It's where you would assume a racist goes, and everyone's gonna say, oh no it's not, but like it's where you'd assume a racist goes. And the image of a racist who I have in my mind is like a high body fat percentage, bald head, wearing like a white England football top, like drinking a pint at like 11 AM on a Tuesday. And by 12 o'clock he's being dragged out by the bouncers who like know him by his first name. I'm not racist, I just think they should go home. Adonis. You look around at the people in Adonis's tribe and it's interesting. They're so diverse. Men, women, black, white.
Oh, come on, man.
Asian. Why do you think a man like Adonis would lead a tribe that's so diverse? Because he understands that there's beauty and real value in our differences, in our cultures. And so Adonis cultivates a tribe in which our differences are celebrated and used to bring us all up together. Do you know what I find like incredibly sad? I disliked being brown-skinned Asian for most of my life. I grew up in very racist era of like, so I lived in Liverpool in UK, and it's very different now. So when I tell people this story of my family living in Liverpool, which is like a city in UK, everyone's like shocked because they're like, wait, Liverpool's not like that, like everyone's so nice. But back 15 years ago, it was like we were living in a very racist time. There was a black teenager named Anthony Walker who was like very brutally murdered just less than a mile away from my house, and he was killed by like racist guys because he had a white girlfriend. And I don't want to like, you know, no, you know what, like I think sometimes you need to hear some gory details to really like feel something. And I could just tell you, you know, oh, he was attacked by racists, but it's like they bought like a ice axe from like a, you know, like a warehouse shop, like, you know, the type of axes that they use to like climb up like big ice walls or something, and they like stuck it like deep into his skull. We were being attacked like quite consistently. There was like a group of like particular like young racist like high schoolers who literally would like egg our house, throw bricks through our house like very, very consistently, like every couple of nights, because they had like this like issue with my sister. My dad or my mom went into like the high school to speak to them, and maybe they got into trouble, and then they literally found our address and literally started like attacking us, attacking my sister, bullying my sister, throwing drinks at her, throwing bricks through the house and everything. I can't even imagine how stressful this would have been for my family, but I remember there was points when my dad would literally like hide out in the car. He'd park the car like just a few meters away from my house and literally like hide under, like just with like a baseball bat, just like waiting for these to like come. I remember there was a point when like he caught one of them as well, and like I didn't see it, but like he brought him back. So he literally had like this little ute with him with like a like busted up nose. When the police came, he told them like, oh yeah, he just tripped like the like honestly, like, yeah, you deserve it, you little prick. And then his mum came, right? This was like chaos on our street. I remember this day so clearly. So this happened, you know, these guys have been egging our house. He catches one of them, he's probably hit him or something. My dad has hit this guy, brings him back, so he's inside of our front garden. He's kind of like holding him there like hostage, and then out of nowhere like bare people come who are like his friends and, you know, like his group who have been doing it. His sister comes, then his mum comes, like, you know, they've been calling everyone to like come out. His mum comes, like literally drives, almost crashes into like our front garden, comes out, like punches my dad straight away, like grabs his son. The police like drive by, then eventually come back, and then they see us. From what I remember, like I think the woman got arrested for like punching my dad. Then it got worse after that. I remember my parents like desperately trying to sell the house and like move. I remember it was such a weird thing of like we weren't allowed to tell our friends where we were moving to because my parents were so scared that this would like follow us to a different city. And so I lived with like this happening, seeing things about like terrorists on the news and the internet and everything, making like friends who were like subtle racists and everything. When I look back now, I'm like, why the was I friends with these people in like high school who were like, they were pretty racist, like they'd make like racist jokes but not in like, you know, playful tease, but as like horrible shit, and they just had like racist values and everything. They'd call me a packy and everything, and it was like that was the funny joke and everything. And I remember that there was a point when I started calling myself it. Now I do it, but it's like I call myself like I joke around and call myself a packy in like a similar way to like a black guy would call himself the N-word, where it's like it's not out of like self-hatred or anything. It's kind of like you've claimed it. Now it's my word. Do you know what I mean? Like people used it against me, now I'm using it, it's my word now. And so I remember being like 14, 15 years old, and I started playing Minecraft, and I would play on this particular server which would be called MC PvP. If anyone knows it, bro, it's top, like literally the best Minecraft server you could ever play on. And it had this like particular style of like Hunger Games in the server, where like you'd start off, you had to like get items and like kill everyone else and everything, and you would often make friends in it. So you'd write there like, oh, anyone want a team, like here's my Skype. Like, you just put your Skype name in the public chat of like 100 people, and people would add you. I had 2 Skype accounts. One of them was my normal Skype account that, you know, like people who I knew, like my real life friends, I would add them and everything. And for this purpose, for like, you know, speaking to people online, I literally had one which was called like James. Like I literally called myself James, and I would pretend to be white. I literally never wanted to tell people that my name was Hamza. I remember there was one awkward point, maybe before I made this Skype account, where I played like a game with someone on Skype, and you know, it was so sick, and when he asked me what my name was, and I was so like shy of saying like Hamza, nothing really happened. He didn't say anything racist or anything, but it was like in my mind that he just like, I visualized the guy that I just played the Hunger Games with, literally just hearing that my name was Hamza, and like him wanting to like hurt me, or him thinking like, ew, that's gross, like I've just played with a brown guy. Like, these were the thoughts in my mind. And so I would meet new people, and I would literally add them on an account where I had like a white British name, because I thought that was like better. There was a point then when I made like quite a solidified group of friends who would play this server, and like for a while they literally thought my name was like James and I was white, up until maybe like 6 months of playing like every single day together, when I finally like added them all on like my real life account. And it's really nice, man. Like the 3 guys in particular who I'm thinking about, like I have them on like Instagram, and like I still see that they like watch some of my videos. One of the guys that comments on my videos quite often. Shout out to Robin. I still call them by their Minecraft names. I was about to call him Robot. Robin, Abood, and August. And so they were the first people online that I actually like exposed like my real skin color to. And I remember being so shy when we first like put our video cameras on. Whether it's race or maybe it's your height or your name or some other part of you, authenticity is so incredibly important. Like I know that it feels so easy to like want to be inauthentic, to present like a different version of yourself to the world, to someone in particular. So you know, you want to act a certain way. Trust me when I say that authenticity is one of the best traits that you can have, and it's kind of like a skill. So if right now you feel like you've been living somewhat of like an inauthentic life, just understand that to be more authentic, to show more of your real self instead of like some variation. So for me, like the variation was like me pretending to be white. For you, it might be pretending to be like more confident or pretending to be like more of a personality style or something. To show more of your personalities, it's kind of like a skill that you have to level up. Like every time you express how you actually are with no sort of like control or change or influence or manipulation, that's like you're getting experience in your authenticity skill. And you know, just recently I spent like an hour journaling about my values. Like this is such a weird thing to do. I literally wrote down on paper, okay, what are my values? What are the things I value the most? And one of the biggest things I knew for far was progress to my goals. I also wrote down about like brotherhood, having close male best friends, and also love, like dating girls. Then I wrote for the #1 spot, the ultimate like most important value that I like literally is more important than everything else. I literally said it's more important than love. I literally said it's more important than my goals. I literally said it's more important than any friends or anything. And it was honesty / authenticity. The reason why that is like my #1 value, I'm just combining them together, honesty and authenticity, is because without those things, everything else is pointless. Making progress to goals that are dishonest and inauthentic to yourself is pointless. Having brotherhood, friends, love, relationship, girls, which is dishonest and inauthentic to yourself, is pointless. The foundation of everything is honesty and authenticity, especially with yourself. You must be honest with yourself. You must be authentic with yourself. It becomes like a little bit of a hurdle to show that to other people. But the first and most important person that you have to be honest and authentic to is yourself. Who are you really? What do you really value? What do you really want? What is your brain truly like? A lot of people are so inauthentic to themselves because of like a lack of awareness and introspectiveness. This is why I think one of the best pieces of advice that I've ever gave on this channel is to simply just turn off your screens and just look at your wall. Just grab a piece of paper and a pen and just kind of like spend half an hour every single day just kind of thinking about yourself. Just think. Allow no distractions, no phone, turn everything off, no screens. Oh, I'll do this on PC. Shut the f***. I'll write this on my phone. Shut the f***. Grab a piece of paper and literally just look at your wall for half an hour a day, 1 hour a day, and you'll start to realize some very interesting things about yourself. I'm so proud and grateful to say that I have like such a beautiful social life right now. I literally have friends that I've been like, this feels so weird and awesome at the same time. I literally have friends that I've been 100% authentic with. You know, like those random thoughts that you don't tell anyone about, those insecure thoughts, those dark thoughts, and bro, there's friends that I tell all of that to. Sometimes you can be in a social situation and you get like a weird thought, you get a weird desire, you get like a negative thought, you feel for some reason. When you keep that to yourself, that's you being inauthentic, that's you being dishonest. When you have someone that you love, whether it's someone you're dating or a very close friend like I've recently just built, being able to like be totally authentic with them feels amazing. This is very, very different for me. But you might be thinking, oh well, I don't have those friends, so I can't be authentic. But it's actually the other way around. You will meet and you will befriend, like, you know, the highest quality friends you could ever get when you are authentic to begin with, when you are honest to begin with. If you're acting like someone you're not, if you're not like disgusting or showing parts of yourself to the people that you meet, you can never actually get into that very, very close level of like brotherhood. And a big part of this comes from like exposing your weaknesses, like really talking about things like your insecurities, and especially things that make you look bad. Like I will tell like my weird desires and like the random thoughts and all this shit to like my best friends, and they will do the same for me. And that's why we've been able to cultivate such a loving friendship. But you have to start the relationship with authenticity. You'll only get the kind of relationships that really serve you, that are full of love, the kind of relationships that you really want. You can only get them if you start with honesty and authenticity. Scroll down right now and click on the subscribe button underneath this video. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah. Jeffrey's making everyone feel uncomfortable. Jeffrey is...
Allergies holding you back? Press play with Peary.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out our list. With
They're both sexy as fuck. They are essentialists. That means that they focus on their highest point of contribution. They put in all of their work efforts, all of their discipline, all of their time discovered self-improvement, but he's doing it all wrong. Forget about the Instagram meme page business, Jeffrey. You're never gonna make real money from that. Oh, he's trying another business and another and another. Forex trading, Jeffrey. NFTs, crypto. Come on, Jeffrey. You see, Jeffrey has shiny object syndrome. He wants to try as much as possible. Because Jeffrey isn't productive, he's not disciplined, he doesn't have much willpower, he isn't even a jack of all trades. He performs poorly in 10 different areas, unlike Adonis. What do Adonis and Mr. Beast have in common? They're both sexy as fuck. They are essentialists. That means that they focus on their highest point of contribution. They put in all of their work efforts, all of their discipline, all of their time into the best things that they can. For Adonis, that's being the tribe leader. It's being that strong masculine figure who decides the future of the tribe. It's focusing on one main thing that allows great men to excel. Watching the best Mr. Beast interviews and podcasts really taught me something important. I was doing something so clearly wrong with YouTube and I didn't even realize, and no one around me and my team and my friends even realized. You see, as my YouTube channel started growing, I started getting more and more opportunities for different things. I appeared as a guest on more podcasts and interviews.
Play Store and on our Instagram page saying things about Adonis. And we were like, what on earth is Adonis?
And I even started my own podcast with plans to really take my podcast more serious than my actual YouTube videos at the end of this year. I started writing a book, which a lot of people asked me to do, and I would spend an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours writing this book and learning how to write better. I was spreading myself out so thin in these different projects, and there was more and more that I could do. Everyone's messaging me, Hamza, why don't you go on TikTok and post your videos, because it would be really easy if you just post your videos. Hamza, why don't you make like custom bathrobes? Why don't you make merch? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And then I started learning from Mr. Beast, and there was something that he would say in pretty much every interview that he was on. I don't know, I just focus on YouTube. When he was asked questions about things outside of YouTube, his answer was always the same. I don't know, I just focus on making the best videos possible. He has one major focus, and that is why he's excelled so much. Chances are you've probably been making the same mistake as me. There's like 10 different things that you want to do. Different businesses and careers, different styles of training and exercise, constantly switching up your diet. When you try to go in so many different directions, you don't really go far in any of them. But when you save your energy and time and put that into one main direction, that's when you make some significant progress. The YouTuber First Man agrees with this concept, just like I tested positive for chlamydia in high school. In an older video of his, he said to just focus on 1 or 2 things as a young man. What he recommended was for you to focus on fitness and success, and I really agree with that. Like literally, I was a total loser up until I got to age 17 and I started weightlifting. Weightlifting was like the one main focus for me, and I'm so glad that I just entirely focused on that. What you want is to pick like 1, 2, maybe 3 important things, like important goals. Focus entirely on them. Dedicate your life to them. And then you'll find that those things will become almost like automatic habits that you don't really need to focus on. And you can see this same thing with Mr. Beast, because he started off just making good YouTube videos on his main channel, and then after achieving success in that one main thing, that's when he opened up to more businesses and different channels. So ask yourself this question right now: what is the one main thing for you? What is the one main goal that will change the rest of your life? Is it building an aesthetic physique, a body that you're proud of, like a body that shows how much work and delayed gratification you have put in? If it is that, then you have my respect, because it was the same for me, and I've made 7 free workout routines that you can have, which are linked in the description of this video. Maybe your one main thing is studying, getting good grades so that you can get into university, get the degree that you want, and then get into the career that you've really wanted. Or maybe your main focus is becoming an entrepreneur, starting businesses and seeing what works. Whatever it is so important for you to clarify what is the #1 priority in your life. Write it down and then dedicate your life, dedicate your time, dedicate your entire day to it. Because you do not want to end up like one of these people who spread themselves too thin, and after years of still feeling like they've been grinding, have nothing to show for it. In this modern world, all of the rewards go to the people who are right at the top. And to be at the top in any industry, in any sport, you need to ruthlessly pursue it like nothing else matters. But unfortunately, this lifestyle of ruthless focus, of dedication to this one main thing, can mean that other areas of your life lack. And so what I recommend is that you focus on that 1 or 2 main things, and then you get the minimum effective volume for all other parts of life that you still think are important. For example, if you're entirely focused on being an entrepreneur and you want to save as much time as possible for your business, still make sure that you exercise like 10-20 minutes a day so that you get most of the benefits. Using the law of diminishing returns, we understand that you can get most of the benefits of something in the initial small period. So it's worth for you to collect those significant initial gains in something and not stick around for the point that the returns start to level off. Scroll down right now and click on the subscribe button, and also click on this video to learn more about success. Do the hard work, especially when you don't.
Female presenters don't stand like this. If you're a female, the natural tendency...
Jeffrey won the lottery! Oh my god! And it's actually true, he's just been bank transferred millions. He moves into a nice house, he gets a nice car, he gets nice clothes, he gets a nice everything. And what do you think happens? Jeffrey goes bankrupt. You see, Jeffrey wasn't good with money when he was broke. And so his money problems just amplified when he got rich. Adonis. I'm Chadman. There's a bunch of financial videos online, so I'm not going to waste your time and tell you the shit that you've already heard. I'm going to tell you different advice that you've never heard before. Number one, stare at your wall. When was the last time that you took 30 to 60 minutes, you closed off your screens, you did nothing but think? The majority of people don't even think these days. And you know what's interesting? The majority of people are broke. The rich people, the successful people all take dedicated time to think. Imagine any successful person that you look up to. Any businessman, leader, philosopher, some musical genius, some athlete, they all take time to think, to contemplate, to visualize.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
You and I have spent our entire lives in front of the screens. We wake up, we look at a screen. We go through the day, we're looking at screens. At nighttime, we're looking at screens. You don't even know what good ideas you could have because you're constantly numbing and stimulating yourself. If you never allow your brain to think, you will never generate those creative ideas that will actually lead to great wealth. Number two, reading. You're a young man full of potential with your entire life in front of you, and you really disgrace yourself and disrespect yourself when you say like, oh, but I'll just watch some fucking YouTube videos, I'll just play some video games. You do realize when you play video games, you do realize when you watch YouTube videos, you do realize when you watch movies and Netflix and everything, you're investing in other people's business. You're investing in other people's companies. By watching this video, you think you're being productive. There's not that much value in this video. You're making me money by watching this. Congratulations. You're helping your competition win. How about you help yourself? Learning any new skill and getting good at something always starts with education. It's consuming books that will give you the best ROI for your development. And if you specifically want to get rich, the book The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco is a 10 out of 10. I also have like a 1 hour long video on my second channel where I go over literally every book that's helped me and teach you what I learned from them, so you can kind of watch it and get like a summary of them. Number three, sleeping well. Good sleep will help you beat your competition. Good sleep is kind of like steroids for every other part of your life. Your ability to learn, to work, to focus, to memorize will all be improved by sleep. Your testosterone will go up, your energy will go up. Every good thing that you can imagine in terms of like your body and your brain's processes will be improved when you sleep the right amount. And what do you think the right amount is? If you say 8 hours, I'm gonna slap you, bro. Dumbass. Say this with me. Hours in bed is not the same as hours of sleep.
Hours in bed is not the same as hours of sleep.
You need 8 hours of sleep, not 8 hours of bed, which means you need to allocate 9 to 10 hours to bedtime. You might be sure that you don't have time for that you've only got time for 6 hours of sleep.
I have time to go to the loo.
Shut the fuck up. The rest of your day is going to be less productive, even though you've technically got more hours. But it was never more hours of the day that you actually wanted.
I actually want to go to the loo.
Testosterone went down and your dick's not getting hard again. More hours in the day is not really that valuable, bro. It's quality, dumbass. This video is kind of aggressive, bro. Number four. Number four, time management. It's time management that you need if you have any level of respect for yourself. Forget productivity. There's 3 major things that you can do to implement time management in your life, and when you do these things, you'll finally be able to get that work done and stop procrastinating. Number 1, lift the big rocks first. This is a time management practice where you start the day by doing the biggest, most important, hardest task. You wake up and before you even look at your phone once, before you go onto your emails, before you do anything, you lift the big rock first. You eat that ugly big fat frog first. That means you do the biggest, hardest task. What is your biggest task? What is your biggest rock? That should start your day. The second time management principle is of batching tasks. For example, let's say you're about to wash your clothes and there's 30 shirts to wash. Would you wash just one at a time, or would you just put as many as possible at the same time because you're going to be doing it anyway? You should apply that same principle of batching things together in your work life. For example, why would I record just one video here? I've set up the lighting, I've set up the green screen behind me, I've worn my uniform. Why would I record one video, turn off the camera, transfer the files over, and then just like sit around for a minute and record another video after that? When you batch tasks, not only do you save the time that it takes to, set things up, and for you maybe it's like your homework or your assignment, but you also keep that same level of like flow. That flow is worth anywhere from like 30 to 60 minutes of productivity. And the third big time management principle is deep work. Deep work is when you're in that flow state and you don't allow distractions to take you away from what you were doing. You turn off your phone, you keep it on airplane mode, and you focus and you make sure that no one can disrupt you from your deep work. And number 5, the 5th daily habit that will make you rich is meeting new people. Not specifically networking, which is kind of like for businessmen wearing suits, cringe. Just making new friends who are productive and successful, because you are the average of the people that you spend time with. And if the people you spend time with are broke, unsuccessful, lazy, procrastinators, you're gonna be just like that. Meeting new people, making friends seems like such a big concept and you're not sure how to go about it. It all starts with your social skills. I made a full class on social skills that you can watch for free with the Skillshare free trial. I'll have it linked at the top of the description. Go there now. Share this video with a broke friend who might need it. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Are you a content creator? Make more money with ticketed live streams. Start for free at maestro.io.
Memories make the best gifts this Father's Day. Get this hardcover photo book only £10. Or gifts add more than socks with an eye-catching photo mug just £3. In minutes, you'll create perfect photo gifts that Dad will love this Father's Day with snapfish.co.uk.
Okay, in this video I'm going to be talking about pretty much every book that's helped me. I'm going to start with one of the first books that I've read, The 4-Hour Workweek. I'm going to breeze through the ones that I've mentioned loads of times. So this book taught me that you should not be working in a environment in which your input equals output. If you are judged on your input is like the work that you're doing, right? So if you're working in customer service, the work that you do for an hour gets you the output of £8. So if we times the input by 40 hours a week, then you'll get the output, which is 8 times 40, which is 320. So £320 a week. And this is the book that really, I read this before I had even worked like a full-time job or anything. I read this just before I got my first full-time job. And this book, along with another one called The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco. They're the first 2 books that I read, and they were books on entrepreneurship and making money because I just graduated from university. I was trying to figure out like what the fuck to do with my life. And they were a fantastic, honestly, like a 10 out of 10 introduction into starting a business and sort of branching away from the 9-to-5 rat race. The 4-Hour Workweek tells you how to heavily reduce your work hours so that you have more freedom. The book alongside this is, I don't have like a physical copy, but it's The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco. And that one, especially if you're like somewhat of a young person and you're a bit clueless in terms of businesses. So you've heard, everyone say like, okay, make a business, but you're like, what the fuck does that really even mean? Like, what? How do you know like which business to do? Like, how do businesses actually work? What's a good business? What, like, if you're completely clueless, The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco. So MJ DeMarco is an author who's just like the go-to guy for things of like escaping the rat race with making a business. In The Millionaire Fastlane, he breaks down the principles of a good quality business that can last and can make a lot of money. And I'm not going to remember all of them right now, but it's like an analogy called CENTS. CENTS. And so it's like control, entry, I don't know, N, but like, you get what I mean? So it's just like principles that you can follow. And so if you're into business right now, I highly recommend The 4-Hour Workweek and The Millionaire Fastlane. I've mentioned those 2 books so many times on my channel, so you can tell like I really vouch for those books. The third book that I ever read was The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck by Mark Manson. I remember reading this book when I was down bad, depression, everything. This was just before I moved back home to Warrington. So I was living with my girlfriend at the time, and I was smoking weed all day, just living like a fucking like weirdo. And I literally remember this book. Every single time I would sit down to read this book, it felt like I got like quite a life-changing insight. It was like a big struggle to read at that time. I'm not gonna lie. When you've got mental health problems, when you're high all the time, when you're eating shit food and your brain's just like fucked, it was always a struggle to try and sit down and read this book. But every single time I did, I remember I would literally be in awe of like the knowledge and the insights that I would get from here. I've wanted to reread the book many times, but when I do try and reread it, it kind of has like a very like, it's obvious now. So if you're like down bad, this book might help you. But if you're kind of like quite a healthy, productive person, you might not really need this book because you already have like these mental models inside of your mind. But this one specifically, there was one huge insight that really changed my life, which was that Mark Manson, the author of this book, said that no matter what you choose, you're going to have to experience problems. You're just going to have to be like a lifelong problem solver. It's time now to not pick the rewards that we want of a certain endeavor, because that leaves you clueless. If you only think of the rewards that you want, the benefits that you want from these two sports or these two jobs, it's incredibly hard to choose. Because, okay, you could be a YouTuber or you could be a rapper, and like, or you could get really famous and really rich from both of them, and you could get really, you know what I mean? The better thing to make decisions is to think about what kind of problem that you want to choose. And this really like changed it all for me, because at this point I was trying a bunch of different businesses. Obviously I'd read the 4-Hour Workweek, The Millionaire Fastlane, and so I was trying to think, okay, maybe I could like code my own apps, maybe I could write ebooks, I could be like an author or something, and I could be a drop shipper. And I tried to be a fucking rapper as well, and I was making a couple of YouTube videos. And at this point of the book, I literally just sat down and said, okay, which problems do I want to solve? And for me, straight away, it was the YouTube. It was like the problems that arise with YouTube, which namely at the time was just problems in terms of like the software that you'd use to like edit videos, because sometimes it'd crash because I didn't pay for that shit. I like pirated it, so every now and then it would crash, and it really just hit me like, yeah, like that's a problem that I can overcome. If there's a crash or if there's like an error in this software, I can just go and search up some like Akash from Tech India who's going to tell me about problem 337 or something, and like that's an easy problem to fix. At the time, I didn't spend too much time thinking about this. It probably would have been worthwhile, but I also did acknowledge that, oh yeah, like maybe I'll get like hate comments, and like I don't really mind about that because maybe it's like an opportunity to grow. But at least this book really did help me at the time. So I moved back home May 2020, and I think pretty much the first book that I read when I moved back to Warrington was How to Win Friends and Influence People. This is like the Bible of social skills, and you might not think that you need this book because you've already got a couple of friends and everything. Just trust me when I say, just read it. Just read this fucking book. Like, I had this book 2 years before that point when I actually read it. Like, I literally had this book in university. I bought it because so many people online were talking about it. I read the first few pages and I'm like, okay, this is basic. He's giving like old examples, and like I don't need to be told not to criticize or condemn people. I don't need to be told to like complain or to smile. When you just invest heavily into this book and you just think, okay, Dale Carnegie is like one of the first people who ever spoke about self-improvement. People call him like the godfather of self-improvement for a reason. If you just place your trust in this, and even though it seems like obvious, it's like, okay, smile, use the person's name, firm handshake, you know, it's like basic shit. But when you invest in a book, it just gets ingrained in your mind. At least for me, I always thought that I had pretty good social skills. I lived like the party life inside of university. I was the center of like the certain social circle that I was in because I was hosting the parties. I was the one who was like leading the nights and, you know, choosing where to go and everything. And so I had this huge arrogance that I didn't need to know these fucking social skill tips. And when I tell you that reading this book and implementing these tips like truly changed my life, you should probably be thinking like, yeah, like maybe if Hamza's, you know, he was living the party lifestyle and everything, maybe his social skills probably would have been better than mine because I've just spent 2 years inside over COVID. It's a very good basic refresher, and there's a few principles. One of the things I really liked about this book that I've still got like these little things is that there's just like a page that literally just tells you the principles, which is like in a nutshell. So it's in a nutshell, 6 ways to make people like you. Principle number 1, become genuinely interested in other people. Now that seems like, when you've heard me say that, it seems just like common sense, like, okay, become interested in other people. But when you're reading the principle and you're really like, you sit there and think, okay, am I using this in my life? At least for me, I was like, you know what, like, I'm not. Like, I don't feel like I've been really, really interested in other people recently. I feel like I've made it all about me because I love the center of attention, but everyone feels like that. When you're the one random guy out of a random group, like a big group, who's literally thinking, oh yeah, let me, like, you know, be interested in other people, let me ask them loads of questions and see like what they've got to teach me or something, you're gonna stand out. People are gonna love talking to you. Still to this day, I find myself like needing to like rethink of these principles. Very, very good book, but I think it's often overlooked by a bunch of people who have like this huge fucking ego that they think they don't need to like learn this stuff. So at about this point now, May/June 2020, this is when I've started reading books. And so I use it as a computer monitor stand, but I've got a book that I read here. So I started YouTube, and I probably read this one a couple of months later, but it's just the one that I've got here right now. It's just Influencer by... there's dust everywhere, bro. Influencer by Joseph Grenny Kerry Patterson. So when I started YouTube, I got into reading. I wanted to start reading it based on, because I was giving people advice, and I thought, okay, imagine if I actually learn how to like make people take my advice. Like, that would be some next level shit. If I could be the guy who I tell you, okay, meditate and exercise, but I say it in a certain way that actually gets you to meditate and exercise, that's a $1 million business right there. If I can be the one to influence you to get onto the good habits. So I looked specifically for books on influence, and there was a couple of big ones. There's a book, I believe it's on it's Influence, by Robert Cardino, something like that. It's a really big famous book. I didn't really like that one. This is like a very quite underground book. It's made for like teachers or anything, but like it's a very, very easy read with like nice stories. And the principles are that to influence people, there's like a bunch of different categories that you can focus on, but the main thing that you can do, at least as a content creator, in my opinion, in like my example, is on personal motivation. If I can motivate you to go and do an action, then you'll do it. There's other things, like they went into detail. So for example, there's like structural influence, there's societal influence. Obviously they're like, you know, things that we're probably not considering right now, but the page is falling out and everything, but you can kind of tell that I've been taking the advice from this. So to motivate someone, one of the best tactics is to tell meaningful stories. That's why, like, this, literally reading this book completely changed the formula of my videos, because before I would start the video like reading from a fucking script and be like, the best way to cure back pain is, you know, I'd be just saying some bullshit. When I read this book, I realized, yeah, like, every single time that I've been like moved by a video, it's because they had like a storyline. Like, we are so motivated by stories. I tell a story in every single one of my videos now. I don't just tell you like, oh yeah, you should meditate. I say, oh yeah, before I started meditating, this is what life was like, but then I found meditation, but then it didn't work, but then I really tried to make it work, and it worked, and this is what life is like now. You tell a story, you change someone's life. I really like this book. It's not one that I'd reread because it's quite basic, and it's just kind of like, yeah, just, you know, motivate them and you give them experiences, tell them stories. But it's quite like a nice introduction into influencing a behavior change into someone. If you're doing work similar to me, so if you're a YouTuber, a content creator, if you're a teacher, if you're in anything where you have to influence people, and of course, like, influence, you use it literally 24/7 anyway, but I'd say if you're going to influence like people to be better, if you're going to influence like an audience, I'd highly recommend this book. It's Influencer by Joseph Grenny, Kerry Patterson, and like a couple of other people. I read this book afterwards as well. So that Influencer book and this book is what I use for my monitor. Just dust everywhere. We're gonna clean my room, man. Okay. So this is The Oxygen Advantage by Patrick McEwen. So this is kind of like an interesting book, kind of like different to what you'd expect, because so far it's just been like, you know, self-improvement type of books. This is based on the real way that we're supposed to be breathing, which is very different from how most of us breathe right now. Breathing is so overlooked. And this book, I've read a recent book as well. I've read like another book on breathing recently, which we'll discuss. But if you are someone who's like a mouth breather, if you're someone who doesn't really sleep well, books like this will change your life. Like, there's a real like healthy way to breathe, and probably at least 50% of people who are watching this aren't breathing like that. A lot of us breathe from our mouths because we just like you can see, like I'm taking a breath. One, it's a habit. 2, your nose kind of gets blocked sometimes, so you kind of need to. 3, the modern food that we have just kind of fucks up like the whole system and everything. Of course, like I don't remember most of the science, but the general idea is like modern life is just terrible for breathing, and anything that's terrible for breathing truly fucks up your health a lot more than you'd think. You'd think, okay, it's not that important, it's only to do with like cardiovascular skill, like lung capacity or something. It goes way further than that. In the new book that I read on this just a month ago called Breath, The New Science of a Lost Art, I don't know who it's by, there's so much research to show that mouth breathing completely fucks up your health. It's actually one of those like weird things that like truly ruins your life, but it's so overlooked. So the gist is, stop mouth breathing. And you might start complaining and say, wait, but like I can't breathe from my nose, so I have to breathe from my mouth. We're supposed to breathe a lot less. Like the issue right now, of course, you know, air pollution and everything, the quality of the air around us is very, very bad. But one of the things that we can control as an individual person is the quantity of the air that we breathe, and we breathe too much. So we inhale way too fast because we're all mindless. You're like, if you become aware of this right now, you might be in disbelief, but if you become aware of this, you'll actually be shocked. If you're, you know, you become, you know, you're like daydreaming, you're going through your day, whatever, you're not focused on this, and then you get that thought of, oh yeah, let me like, you know, breathe properly. You'll realize that for the last while you've been breathing like you've got anxiety. Like we breathe like this, like even if you're not a mouth breather, like you're watching this video and you think you're the exemption. Even though I'm saying this right now, you still think you're the exemption, and you think that I'm not talking to you. I'm telling you right now, the overwhelming majority of people that I've been around breathe wrong. The overwhelming majority of people that I've been around breathe wrong. I've spent some like good time around people, like with girls that I've like been on dates with and like nights out with and like stayed over like in hotels. And so if you're sleeping next to someone, you really like, you can really become aware of what their breathing patterns, right? I'm telling you right now, since I've been reading this book and another book on breathing, I'm like really clued up on like who's breathing properly. And I'm telling you, it's not that many people. It's really like, I'm not even the perfect example of this because obviously like like I'm still trying to train this shit as well. But the majority of people that I come across breathe like this. The right way to breathe is with a very soft inhale as much as your nose will allow you. So if your nose is stuffy and you think, wait, no, I can't do this, Hamza, you're like, this is bullshit because my nose is stuffy, so I have to breathe from my mouth. How much you can breathe from your nose is how much you're supposed to. Breathing from your nose is kind of like a skill. And so if you haven't been leveling up this skill for a while, you're going to be like a low level in this skill to begin with, and you're going to be shit at it first. You have to keep going through the trials and tribulations. It's like, it's kind of like you deserve to suffer. You deserve to have that awkward, like, you know, that bullshit of like you can't breathe properly and everything, and that feeling of like air hunger, which Patrick McEwen really nails into you, and he says the feeling of air hunger is what we need. So we should be breathing so slow and so peacefully that we actually do get a sense of like the air hunger, that we get like a sense of breathlessness. So he said the perfect breath, which actually lines up with the perfect breath from the other book that I mentioned, Breath, The New Science of the Lost Art, is about a 5 to 6 second soft, very soft, slow inhale and a very, very extended 5 to 6 second exhale. Breathing from the diaphragm. That's really, really important. A lot of people are chest breathers as well. And for me, Patrick McEwen really, really made a simple exercise to just start breathing from your diaphragm. But just put your hand there, put your hand on your stomach, and just start guiding it out. Guide your stomach out as you breathe. As you breathe in, push it out. Exhale, it comes in. Breathe in, push out. Exhale, comes in. Really good book. This book's like fucking thick. And he goes into, at first, you know, obviously it's just one of those books where he just kind of like tells you about the thing. But then he goes on to give you so much evidence and like data and everything of like how breathing is literally like the #1 thing that we're all missing. And it's literally, it'll improve your diet, it'll improve your body composition, your physical injury, and it's so many random things. It's one of those things where like, you know, you read the book on like a certain topic, like walking, And then you think like, oh fuck, like the amount of research this motherfucker's put in is like, this is the most important thing ever. That's what this book is like. So it was kind of like a hard read. It was sometimes when I would be reading it and I had to like reread the paragraph because he uses quite like advanced terminology and everything. It's a very good book and I recommend it. Mostly, honestly, if you're not too bothered about this, then fair enough. But I recommend it specifically for the people who have trouble breathing, who mouth breathe and know that they mouth breathe and they want to stop mouth breathing, and also if you have trouble sleeping, because I would say probably the most common reason for trouble sleeping, not getting to sleep, but I mean like staying asleep and you probably wake up feeling quite sick and you've got like a dry throat and everything, is how you breathe. And he really goes into it in detail. So I got those books, and then this might not be all be in order. I've had this book for a while, The 48 Laws of Power. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't say that this is like that. It's hard to say, because for example, like this was a random page, right? But this law number 7, get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Now technically that's a law of power, right? Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. But this is totally outdated. This would have worked 100%. This would have worked 50 years ago, 100 years ago. You're the guy in the factory or anything, and the factory's pumped out the #1 production. Then you're gonna come there and take the recognition 100%. But in the new age of business, this type of shit doesn't work. This type of shit actually gets you hated on. Imagine if like I completely acted in a way that showed you that like my editors were worthless and that it's only me. I'm a one-man army. I wouldn't actually get more power from that. If anything, I'd have power stripped away from me because people would like me less. Because right now we're becoming a lot more like social and like nice to each other. We're collaborating a lot more, and so a lot of like a bunch of these laws are quite dry and quite outdated. Like they don't seem to work, but a couple of them do absolutely work. And there was a couple that I wonder if you can find them. Like okay, so like a standard one is always say less than necessary. I thought about this law just a few days ago. That's the standard. That's like a timely one. Always say less than necessary. Now, of course, it's kind of odd because I could have made this video like 10 minutes long. It's probably going to be more like an hour. So saying more than necessary is kind of helpful here. So obviously you've got to use your intuition to think, when this is useful. But in terms of relationships, in terms of especially with dating, for example, law number 4, always say less than necessary, has done me very, very well. Win through your actions, never do wrong. This is really good. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of those books that like you're not supposed to read cover to cover. That's what like I should actually explain this. This is kind of a tangent. Maybe like someone can timestamp this or something. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like someone please timestamp this shit because I'm not gonna like rewatch this video. But if anyone's going through the vid, then just kind of like leave timestamps. There's a right way to read books, and I don't think many people are actually reading books in the right way. You're not supposed, like, books aren't sacred. It's like it's nothing. You're not supposed to read a book like your dumb, broke teachers told you to read. The education system ruined fucking learning. Like, the education system has ruined education. Reading is how you get education, but those motherfuckers have convinced you that you get this book as an assignment, you read it front to back, and you have to answer questions and take notes. That's fucking bullshit. If you're highlighting when you're reading, you're just stupid. That shit doesn't do anything. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Oh, but shut the fuck up. Highlighting when you're reading, stupid. Reading a book from start to finish is stupid. You're not supposed to read like that. If it's a book that you've already read before, you really like it. If it's like a book that really, really captures your interest, fair enough. But if you force yourself to read a book from start to finish, if you're a fucking dick and you ask me how many books I read a year, or if you make one of those fucking dumbass YouTubers who like, oh, but reading 52 books last year, here's what shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with this fucking, like, this culture of people, like, people thinking that it's like a medal that I read 52, I read a book a week. So? How much did you learn, dumbass? Not much. Because you're literally just skimming the fucking page, like, you're not even learning. You're just reading for the sake of the fucking ego boost. If you want to learn from this shit, you don't read it like you did in school. You don't read it like most people do. You get an interest. For example, in here, you're interested right now in reducing your workload, so you go to the part where he talks about that, you're curious of it and you learn that, boom, now you're done with it. Law on this, if you like get this and you're like, oh, I'm gonna read the 48 laws of power, law number 1, you're a dumbass. What you do is you go to the preface when he's listed every single one and you see which one captivates your attention right now. Recreate yourself. That's the one for me, Law 25. So I would go straight to Law 25 and I would read that one and I would contemplate. I would sit here and think, oh yeah, like, you know, he said to recreate yourself and he gave me this story. How can I use that right now? If you're sat here, Law 1, Law 2, all the way to Law 48, trust me when I say you're not learning anything. Trust me when I say you're doing it for fucking ego. Reading is such a beautiful thing, but the overwhelming majority of people just read in the totally wrong way and then they don't get any benefit from it. That's a side tangent, but honestly, it's so incredibly important because you need to be taught how to actually fucking read. And school just ruined this shit for us. But yeah, side note, The 48 Laws of Power is a good ass book. So then, I believe at this point is when I got my Kindle, so we can go on this now. I wonder if I plug my charger. This camera's kind of trash, bro. This is gonna die now. If I plug this in, like, it's not even gonna do anything. Okay, let's go. So I'm going all the way back on my Kindle, and I read The Power of Now. See that bottom one, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. To be honest, I didn't really vibe with it that much, but I feel like I was quite new to meditation at the time, so I was planning to reread it soon, so I might like it more. But it was very, very promoted, but I didn't really like get that much insight from it. Although I did it did just highlight the importance of presence and mindfulness, which I guess, like, you know, probably helped me snowball my mindfulness training to take it more seriously. The earliest book I have on here, which I feel like helped me, is The E-Myth Revisited. Very, very interesting book. The E-Myth Revisited by Michael E. Gerbera. And it's this idea that making a business is not the same as doing the task. So he gives the story, which I'm sure we've all heard of. Let's say there's a builder, like a bricklayer, or, you know, like a carpenter, one of those random trades, right? And he's employed by someone, he's doing it, and he's like, oh, you know what, like, I should be self-employed, I should have my own business. So he makes his own business, and it's actually a negative compared to his life previously, because now his boss, he's got the worst boss in the world, which is himself, and all he has is just extra responsibility and extra tasks. What he's done is the wrong thing, which a lot of brown people do, which is that they make a business just to give themselves a job. That is not the point of a business. That is not what you do when you're trying to, like, start like a company or something. That's stupid as fuck. You don't make a business to give yourself a job. You make a business to give other people jobs so that they do the work for you, and you sit back and you, like, kind of like, you're the one who takes the risk and that has all the leverage. Of course, you know, like, so for example, with this business I'm doing right now, no one can do this work, which is like being on the camera, because you're here for Hamza, right? But I've outsourced most of the tasks to the point that now all that's left is actually the fun task that I wanted to do in the first place. So the E-Myth Revisited, it goes through almost in like a story fashion of the right way to create a business and, like, you know, the right mindset to have and the right need for the business. And he says that most people just don't do it in the right way because they just give themselves a job. So another example is, for example, the brown guy who creates a business where it's like owning a shop, like a corner store. He's just got a shitty job now. He's got like a very, very like poor level job that he's not proud of. Someone's gonna, oh man, he's working on, shut the fuck up, okay? Like, he's not proud of it. He's dealing with assholes. My dad owned a shop. We like fucking did child slave labor there, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's not like a good place to be. Oh, but he's working hard. Shut the fuck up, okay? You just, when you make a business like that, you've just given yourself a job, and usually that job is actually quite like a low level job. It's the same as, for example, just like, it's a bunch of fucking low level businesses, right? They're not businesses. You've just employed yourself, and of course, you know that it's a job that you've got right now, and you're making money for enough. You know, we'll be grateful. But the idea is that you can create such a beautiful business when you do it in the right way. I'm trying to recount some of the learning lessons here, but the general gist for me was to make sure that you're like employing people in a very standardized, like a franchise fashion. That's actually, so I read this book, and that's when I got my first video editor, Sam, and he still like tells this story every now and then, where I was his first client. So he went on the website Fiverr to, you know, sell his services as a video editor. I was his first client, and I literally wrote up like a document of instructions that I wanted him to follow, like a step by step, do this checklist and everything, like 5 points of like, do exactly this, and render it with this setting, this, upload it here, do this exactly like this. Because my idea was, which I got from this, is to have like a system in which other people, like you can franchise your business. So I thought, okay, the bit that I can't franchise like myself or anything, but the bit I can franchise is the video editor. I didn't realize at the time that Sam was like the first video editor, like the proper first video editor that I got, and who would actually stay around. Actually, no, actually, you know what? I had a bunch of brown people before Sam, actually. So on Fiverr, I was looking for people to be my video editor, and I had the idea, which I got from the 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, which was to outsource to a country like Pakistan, in a sense that, one, it's like lower wages, but two, it almost gave me like a sense of fulfillment, because, you know, I'm giving them a job and everything, and they're getting like a fair amount of money per hour. The work from them, quite frankly, was just subpar, like completely subpar, and there wasn't like a good working relationship. But as I was going through those original editors that I got from Fiverr doing random videos, I was updating this system, like this document. So by giving everyone the same document of instructions, it was a very standardized, like systemized, franchised process. And you can see you're taking a business like very, very seriously when you do shit like this. So the idea is that for you, if you're branching into like a business, number one, make sure it's the right type of business. Make sure it's a business where you employ people and you haven't just employed yourself. And two, standardize and systemize employing people to do the tasks that you want. McDonald's does this perfectly. It's all like a clear-cut franchise. My camera's gonna die. BRB.
Meditation sucks unless you've dealt with your emotional addiction first. And this...
Okay, apologies for that, my camera just died. I swear this tripod's a bit unequal. But yeah, that was the E-Myth Revisited. The next one we have is, yeah, so this is now about the time when I actually started like selling things from YouTube, and I read the book, The Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy, that one in the top middle. The Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy. This was a fantastic book. This was like essentially a fundamental basic introduction to sales. And you've probably heard before, like, you know, sales is such an important skill. Like the way that you learn sales is kind of like everything else, but it seems like quite a weird, interesting topic that you really want to learn, but you're just kind of like unsure how to do it. You read a book like this, The Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy, and you just get told like random things that stay in your mind, and some of the fundamental stuff is like you're literally just serving the customer. You're just trying to help them. So, you know, that bullshit of like, oh, like, sell me this pen, and you're supposed to think of something like, you know, fancy or something. Really, the best example of, you know, sell me this pen, or like, you know, I'm trying to sell you this pen, is like, I'll ask you, like, do you want to buy a pen? Are you in the market to buy a pen? If the guy says like, no, I don't want to buy it, okay, then you leave it. Sales is not about some bullshit like manipulation tactics where you're like, oh, let me convince you to buy this pen, and you know, this pen was signed by thingy, and you know, some like weird clickbaity type of bullshit. It's literally just about serving the customer's needs. So the best salesman just ask a lot of questions. You've got to not see sales as something where it's like me versus you. And that's how I used to actually think of it. And honestly, this book and another one that we'll talk about really changed a lot for me. If I didn't read this book, I wouldn't be where I am right now, because it was the sales aspect, it was like the business aspect of YouTube that actually got me here, that actually got me interested, because I am an entrepreneur at heart. And so the idea with sales, like the basic fundamental stuff that I remember from this, is essentially, let's say you want to sell something to someone, like you've got a product that you're selling. You ask questions and you figure out what their hot spot is. You figure out what they're really, really interested in. So if I try and sell you right now, like this hair product, this like, you know, wax to style your hair, and you want to buy one, right? So I'm asking you, instead of just saying like, oh, do you want to buy this? Or, you know, this has this and this and this and this. It's kind of like the same as the social skills that we learn from How to Win Friends and Influence People. Be interested in them, in the customer, not in yourself. So I could tell you, oh yeah, you know, this hair product has like 53% beeswax or some bullshit. It's like, you're going to be bored. What I would be asking you is just questions like, oh yeah, what do you want to use this for? And you'll say, like, oh yeah, like I want to style my hair so it looks nice and attractive for my Instagram picture. Fuck you. I fucking hate that noise. Oh my god. And turn that shit off. We got a podcast coming live with Chris Williamson right now. Yeah, I might stop this video so I can share that vid, but so you'll tell me like, oh yeah, like you want to look better in your Instagram pictures, and that's like the thing that you get really excited for. Then I'll ask you another question like, oh yeah, like, you know, this is water, like rain resilient, and you're like, oh yeah, like whatever. A bad salesman would keep bringing up every feature point that he has, like, oh yeah, it's water, you know, this is water resilient, but you didn't give a fuck. What you really cared about was that you wanted better hair for Instagram pictures, so that's the point I would keep nailing down. And I'd like ask you, like, you know, I'd hype you up for it. I'd be like, how much does that work for you? How many like followers do you have and everything? Do you think that this is going to help you quite a lot? You're going to style it in a certain way. We'll talk about the thing that you're really, really interested in. Then you close the sale. Then you say, yeah, like, why don't you just take it? So obviously I wasn't selling physical products when I read this book. I was selling my coaching, and at the time my coaching was like pretty affordable, but it was starting to get to the point where it was like actually becoming like, you know, a decent price. So when I first started my coaching, like my one-to-one coaching, my self-improvement coaching, I was charging less than minimum wage. I was charging about a couple pounds an hour, literally about half of what minimum wage is in the UK, because I was like doing it for fun. I was charging less than about half then of minimum wage, and I was doing more than 1 hour for that rate. So it was the equivalent of literally like a pound or one or £2 per hour. That's what I was like doing, because I was just like staying on the call for like 2 hours.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Enjoy?
Yeah, very nice. Thank you.
With the guys and everything. As it became more and more business orientated, and I realized that's not like, there's no fucking future in like doing a fucking 2.5 hour call for like £5. And I started actually like not feeling bad. I think honestly a big part of sales is knowing that it is a moral thing to do. It is like, there is an absolute need for a salesman. You have a need, the salesman fulfills it by giving you the product, like, you know, just showing you the product and telling you its features and everything that you needed. And sales, to be a salesman, to like sell, feels kind of dirty because of this idea of, you know, like the sleazy car salesman and everything. But books like this really opened up my mind and thought like, yeah, like actually like it is a very positive thing to do. And I remember for months I was on this on and off type of mindset in terms of sales, you know, trying to sell products to my customers. It was actually a random YouTuber called Casey Zander. So a fair amount of you guys might know him. He's like in the red pill masculine space. And I watched a random video of his where he talked about his products, he talked about learning sales, and he just said like, yeah, like he likes sales, he loves being able to like provide the value to his customers, to like provide, to sell them something that's going to help them. And that really, like, it just made me click, and I was like, oh yeah, like you can view it as a positive thing to sell someone a product that you've made that you know is going to help them. Like you should feel very proud of that process. So the idea is like, you make a product that you have a product that you're proud of, or a service that you're proud of, that you think is going to help this person. You ask them questions. You're not just, you know, like movies have really fucked us over it. Like if you're trying to learn sales, movies have really shown you this dirty idea of like, oh yeah, pursue the sale and, you know, get the sale no matter what and be hard ass and stuff. Really being a good salesman in the modern day, especially when you can get like critiqued for it, and especially if, you know, you're attaching sales to like your personal brand like I am. If I sell too hard or in the wrong way, my brand's gonna get ruined, and people will actually start to like dislike me for it, wouldn't they? The reason why, like, I'd say the overwhelming majority of people who watch my videos probably wouldn't consider me a salesman. I use sales techniques and everything, and I use marketing techniques, but I do it in such like a humble, very, very infrequent way that it doesn't seem to piss that many people. Of course, some knobheads come in and like, oh, Hamza only cares about, how the fuck do you get that idea from me that I only care about money? I've literally got videos of me just saying like, yeah, like it doesn't matter, just meditate instead and shit. And of course, like, I need money for the business, but it's like one of the comments that really, this is kind of off point, but a comment it was on Discord. I don't think the guys even knew that I was like reading it, but I just really appreciate it. It was like some random guys who were just saying like, Hamza doesn't sell us his products nearly as much as he could do. Like, he doesn't push us to like, and I was like, I was taken aback, because when you do try and sell things online as your personal brand, people just dislike you for it. People love to buy, but they hate to be sold to. And this really, honestly, like really hurt me for a while, because I never wanted to be seen as like a salesman. And like anytime someone would say like, oh, you know, you're just trying to sell us something, or Hamza's just trying to make money, it would really hurt, because it's like, it was one of those where it was like, if it was completely false, it would probably not affect me. But the fact that like there is truth in it, like, yes, I do want to make money. And for a long time, like a bunch of people, like a bunch of like viewers and everything, made me feel like honestly very bad for like wanting to make money from YouTube, from this business. And it's just certain key moments, like reading this book and watching that random Casey Zander video and these random guys on Discord and like a few conversations with Sam, that's really just made me feel more positive. And I'm like, yeah, like, but it is a business. Like, I am a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I was an entrepreneur first, and then a YouTuber second. And like, I wanted to make not only just like, you know, like a humble income. I wanted to make a good amount of money. Like, come on, let's be fucking real with it right now. Like, apologies, hang on, my screen's just turned the nightlight thing on. You know, there's this like hype. I was in this lifestyle as well, but like it's so easy in the modern day to say like, oh, you know, I don't care about money. I just want to be happy. But it's like, why not both? Why not both? We need the level of confidence to actually just admit like, yeah, like I want to sell my product. I want to make a product that sells a lot. A lot of like people in the modern day think that that's vain, or you know they'll dislike you for it. It's the same level of you saying like, oh yeah, I want to get muscular, and like, you know, some random like dick is just gonna say like, oh, you want to get muscular, that's because you've got a small dick, or that's because your ego or some bullshit. But it's like, yeah, why not, bro? People are making money, why not me? So books like this, honestly, like it truly changed the trajectory of my sort of status on YouTube, where I realized, yeah, there's good money to be made. And I'm telling you right now, this is the one boast I'm going to allow myself for this video, right? I'm a better entrepreneur who makes more money than a lot of YouTubers, big YouTubers. I make more money from my audience of like, you know, 230k than YouTubers who have like 1 million or 2 million do. And of course, you know, a lot of people will be able to say like, oh no, but I don't care about money. The thing is, you would happily take more money, so don't be a little bitch. You would happily like take more money if you could do, right? A big part of sales and a big part of making money is just honestly setting the intention to. And this book, and there was another book as well that we'll go on to, really dialed in this point of like your self-belief. Because however your parents managed their money and however they kind of interacted with you with money, you know, your parents gave you pocket money or they spoke about money, that you've got core beliefs inside of your mind that you aren't really that conscious of. And one of the interesting stories was we have like a pretty much an income limit that we feel comfortable with, and we'll rarely surpass that. And this fucking blew my mind, this story he told. And I'd assume it's a real story, but he was pretty much saying like some random salesman that he knew saw himself as like a $5,000 a year man. So $5,000 a year would have been like a big, this book's like 100 years old or 50 years old or something. So $5,000 a year would have been like a very good wage at the time. But like not high level, but like a good level, right? And the idea was he'd make like his amount, this salesman would make $5,000, and then he'd get sick afterwards. He'd make $5,000 and then he'd just like, you know, lose the mojo, lose the motivation to continue doing sales. Or he wouldn't be at $5,000, he'd be quite significantly underneath, but the year's about to end and suddenly he'd get to 5,000. It's kind of similar to, if you know of Parkinson's law, it's kind of similar to that, where it's like, you'll do the thing. It's hard to explain, but you can hopefully see like my fucking brain cells are trying to like be switched on here. But you will hit the income that you feel like you can hit. That's a good way of putting it, right? With sales, with just making money, you will make as much money as you feel like you can make. Now, you can't bullshit yourself. You can't just say, oh, I feel like I can make $1 million, because you don't fucking believe it. A lot of like young guys can do it. I see guys in both ends of the spectrum, and they're both autists. I see the guy who lives in India, but I can't make that much money. Shut the fuck up, bro. You know, but Hamza doesn't understand because I work a full time. Shut the fuck up. Why are you rejecting yourself? Why are you just giving yourself limiting beliefs? Or like Hamza wouldn't understand. Like, I'm arguing for you, you're arguing against you. Have some fucking respect for yourself, man. So there's these like small dick motherfuckers who are like, oh, but I couldn't make that much money. But then there's also like a bunch of these like pseudo big dick teenagers who are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a millionaire. Like, I spoke to a lot of these guys in my early coaching days. I spoke to a lot of guys who had this bullshit of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make 5 million next year, Hamza, thinking that I'd be proud of them. I'm gonna be like the biggest rapper ever. Shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Like, I'm all for being ambitious, but you can't fake this bullshit. And trust me when I say, like, if right now you're a broke dumbass little fucking dumb kid, you're not even like being productive. Let's say this guy wants to be a fucking dropshipper, but he's like barely working on it. He's like, then you don't deserve to say like, oh, I'm gonna make $1 million. No, you're not. I'm gonna be the best rapper, but you're barely making rap. So shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, you should be, the goals that you set and, you know, the limit that you set yourself of this like sort of subconscious like limit, this bar that you feel like you're worthy of. You should start to manually set this to a point that is reasonably unreasonable. Reasonably unreasonable. So if right now you're a broke dumbass student, your goal should be to make $5,000 to $10,000 in a couple of years per month. Let's say $10,000 within 2 years from now. So every month you're making $10,000 2 years from now. That's reasonably unreasonable. That's a lot of money. That's a good amount of money. And 2 years is like that's reasonably it's unreasonable, but it's quite reasonable at the same time. Saying that, oh, but in 2 years I'm going to be no, you're not. You're not going to be a fucking millionaire, bro. Shut the fuck up. But at the same time, there's people who are just way too reasonable, and then they don't ever end up actually achieving that goal. So for this salesman, it was the 5,000 one. It's like, okay, even if you hit the reasonable goal, it's not that amazing. But for most people, when they do set a reasonable goal in sales, and a lot of young guys say like, oh, but Hamza, just stop all this business stuff. Just teach us how to make $100 a month online. You won't do it because it's not worth it. To make $100 a month, you have to work harder than if to make 5,000 to 10,000, literally. Because to make $100 a month, the only really, like, the way that these dumb little kids want me to answer is to hop onto fucking Fiverr and like do fucking child slave labor to make £2 an hour for 50 hours this month right now, and you'll get the ego boost. Like, oh yeah, I made $100, but you made £2 an hour. If it's too reasonable, if the bar like that you've set yourself of income is too low, you'll either won't do it, or you will, and then like your achievements just trash anyway. There's a book that's coming up. I'm surprised it's not already come up. Maybe like Kindle kind of like reorganizes them. But there's a book that's coming up, The Magic of Thinking Big. And the author of that book talks about the fact that big goals and small goals take about as much effort anyway. And I know that seems really crazy, but it's honestly true. Because a small goal has this extra mental load where you're quite resentful to do the work because you're like, I'm not even going to get that big of a benefit anyway. This is those motherfuckers, I've criticized this before. This is the guys who come into the gym and they say, oh, I don't want to get too big, I just want to get toned. Okay, well, you're not going to make any progress then. You're going to quit. Because when it starts getting difficult, when your muscles are fucking sore and you don't feel like going to the gym and it's raining outside, you're not going to show up because I just want to get toned. It's bullshit. Reasonably unreasonable was saying that, yeah, like, I want to build like the 10 out of 10 physique for me. Of the aesthetic V-taper, so 175 pounds at 6'1", like that's reasonably unreasonable. But my mindset was like, yeah, in 10 years, I'm pretty much there. I'm like 90% of the way to that goal. It was reasonably unreasonable. This book, so The Psychology of Selling, really started opening up my mind to like this kind of like this lifestyle and this book. It really, I'd say this was almost like a paradigm shift when I started reading books on sales. Because before that, I had a very, very quite negative view of sales and making money. And reading these books and just reading authors just say like, yeah, like you've got to not be afraid of sales. You've got to not think that it's a bad thing. You've got to not think that it's immoral or that, you're doing anyone a disservice. You've got to think that you're actually providing value. There's a customer with a need and you're trying to help them fulfill that need. And if it's your product, then it's a win-win for both of you. And there was another book that's coming up, but there was another book we'll discuss soon, but it almost like made my jaw drop of like how in-depth it was. It's like, okay, when the customer has this kind of objection, you should use this kind of solution, and this kind of attitude from the customer, you should use this. It's kind of like, this is a skill that motherfuckers have been leveling up, and the fact that they've just put these like learning lessons in books just blows my mind.
Instead of me playing the human game, where I could grind my way through, it could take me years and years to get what I want. It would come and it would go.
Okay, the next book we have is called Cashvertising by Drew Eric Whitman. That one right there. Wait, this one. Cashvertising. So this is a book.
Hold on. Did I see something?
Cashvertising.
You see that? David Morgan's got it. Yeah. Hey, that book changed my life forever, man.
So this is a book on copywriting. So copywriting is kind of like sales, but through text. So sales is quite broad, and obviously it's just sales can be broken down into many, many different aspects of sales. Copywriting is when you're trying to sell through like text on like computer page. It's kind of like obvious in a sense, but it's like, for example, when you go onto my course page, or you go onto some random like website which sells you some bullshit, the text there would be called copywriting. That's like sales text. Sales in person is somewhat similar. It still follows the same principles. It's still like, you know, asking questions and everything, but of course it's a very different dynamic when it's on text. And this is actually a very, very important skill to learn, because how many person-to-person sales is actually going on for most people when you really think about it. Like, I don't really do sales in a call in a person. I wouldn't really ever do. Of course, like, you know, there is the good point that we're always selling and everything, but in general, if you're thinking about specifically selling, okay, products for money, I did a couple of like somewhat sales stuff when I would take calls for my coaching, and, you know, I'd try and, like, you know, use some sales tactics, but honestly, it's not so important to know those like great sales skills, because the best coaching clients I had, you know, I would do like free calls or anything, or I'd do like a very like affordable first call, and you maybe want to book onto the package. The clients that I got, they really liked the first call, and they were like, yeah, let's do it. I didn't have to actually sell them stuff. The people that I had to use like the sales tactics on always ended up just being less motivated for the coaching anyway. And of course, this is because coaching is like a service you have to commit to, so of course, like, that it's more detrimental for it. But in general, you're not really going to use the actual sales skill to sell products if you're doing a business similar to mine. You're not going to be the one who's taking the sales calls. If I did make a new premium product that required, you know, an actual phone sale, I wouldn't be the one doing it. I would go employ someone for like $10, $20, $30 an hour or something, and they would be the one selling. Like, you know, they'd answer like the Zoom call when someone wanted to buy my stuff. Copywriting is how we sell in the modern day. So if you're about to do a business similar to mine, if you want to be a YouTuber, you will eventually end up selling something on like a new page, and the page that you'll use will go into these books. But essentially what you'll do is you'll make a landing page, like a sales page. So it's not like a normal website, because normal websites, there's too much fucking clutter. You may have seen my aesthetic body course like linked in my main channel, and it almost looks like somewhat of like a scam website if you didn't really know what it was. But like a normal website has, like, you know, loads of buttons. It's got the home page, the help button and everything. When you're just trying to sell, you want literally nothing. So you make a landing page, a sales page, which is literally just almost like a white page with just text down the middle and a video and everything. It's step by step and everything like that we go through. And a book like this teaches you the basics of copywriting. So it's very similar to the sales skill, but it's a lot more based on the modern sort of selling on websites. So for example, he'll tell you what type of headline to have. The headline should be 5 words or less, and it should have this font, and it should be this big, and you should have like underneath the headline you should have a subheading, you know, like all this like, kind of quite like specific stuff that you should know. Now, I read this book and it was pretty helpful, and I definitely like got my first sales from it. But there is a book, 3 books that we will go on to discuss as we get to them on my Kindle, that kind of just made this book negligible, and we'll go on to them soon. So the next one, I've got an Audible one here. I'm surprised that that's on, because it's not like an actual book, but it's like an audiobook for Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. So this is like a standard, very popular book right now. Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. This is like the type of book that is just, it's a very, very, very high quality, quite like popular standard book on building discipline. And the value of it comes not from specific discipline tactics, but just from hearing the story of someone who went through a lot, and then he's giving you his like sort of mental models, his mindset, his mentalities on how he can push faster, harder, whatever, continue just going even when it hurts. Now, I developed my discipline, especially the phrase that I use, do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. That's the explanation of discipline, is that phrase. I developed all that before I actually read this book, but I feel like I would have gotten to this point of my discipline way faster if I read this book earlier. And in fact, I haven't read this book, I've listened to it, and if I was you, like, I wouldn't, like, I can't really say because I haven't read it, but I would assume the book is nowhere near as good as the actual audiobook. So you can get the audiobook on Audible, and for me personally, like, the best thing to do is quite common sense. I'm surprised people haven't done this, but literally put your earphones in, listen to the audiobook instead of reading it, and do it whilst you're doing some activity that requires discipline. So I would listen to it when I would run to the gymnastic ring spot. So, you know, there's a sense of discipline. I'm like literally running with like a heavy backpack and everything. Some people just prefer to read it, but in my opinion, a book like this isn't meant to be just read when you're in like the comfort of your home. It kind of destroys the purpose. So I would listen to it when I was like going on runs, and I was like cycling to kickboxing and all this. We have a book here, Deep Work by Cal Newport. right there next to my thumb. Deep Work by Cal Newport. Now, I've mentioned this book loads of times, so I won't explain it too much. Pretty much the idea is that most of us are doing very shallow work. Not only the tasks that we're choosing to spend our time on, but also the way that we work. The TLDR of this is that deep work will be the best work that you produce, and it has such a huge benefit not only to your level of like, you know, your career or your business advancement, but also to your like philosophical, like your spiritual, your emotional fulfillment. Because when you produce some awesome work, you feel fucking sick. But most of us don't produce that awesome work because we're constantly just dabbling in like shallow work. Shallow work is bullshit that like just isn't really that important. It doesn't require all of your mental cognition. So for example, shallow work is like answering emails. It's like me being on Discord and I'm moderating Discord or doing something that I don't really have to do. Deep work is like this. No one else can do this for me. No one else can record these videos exactly like me. No one can be Hamza on the camera. That's deep work. The idea of this book, Deep Work by Cal Newport, is to essentially just completely stay hyper-focused on the task that you're doing. So no bullshit distractions, no checking your phone in between or anything. And to prioritize and almost only do those deep work, those high caliber activities, and the shallow work that you do have, outsource it, eliminate it. It's very, very similar to the concept in the 4-Hour Work Week. And this book and the 4-Hour Work Week always get quite hated on. They get people being critical of it because everyone's like, oh, but I can't work only 4 hours. But like, okay, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it works for a lot of people. It worked for me. And if you want to reject yourself from the principles of this because you need to work 10-hour days and stuff, all right, fine, fair enough, but that's your loss. Let's see, where are we? I've got Atomic Habits by James Clear here as an Audible. I'm not going to lie, this is a very, very, very highly rated book. It's like the book that everyone raves about with self-improvement. It's like the cornerstone. I'm not going to lie, like I never really liked it. I never really like got much from it, and I think the reason why was because I've never really struggled with implementing a new habit. Because for me personally, it's like when I was on self-improvement, when I discovered this book, I realized like not to put this guy down, but it's like his strategy of implementing new habits is completely and utterly subpar to mine, which mine was the timetable. Mine was, okay, follow the same sort of military style discipline every single day. You write down a timetable. I'm going to wake up at 7 a.m. I'm going to do this at 7:30, this at 7:50, whatever, and do the same things almost every single day as best as you can. That's better than every other productivity / habit tactic that I've ever come across, because this is all about, okay, implementing a new habit or destroying like a previous habit. My idea with the timetable was that my entire day became a habit. It was just way, way stronger. So personally, I didn't really get too much from Atomic Habits. But if you're not going to live like that lifestyle like I did, where you're doing the same things at the same time every day, then yeah, a lot of people do rave about this book. I have The Unplugged Alpha by Richard Cooper. It's an audiobook, so I didn't read this one, but it's an audiobook. This is like, it's kind of like a nice sort of summary of the Red Pill. You don't really need to know like too much or anything. It's just like The Unplugged Alpha by Richard Cooper. It's just kind of like a somewhat summary of the Red Pill. It's certain dynamics, like there's no one that you shouldn't date, like single mothers who are older than you or anything, that you should be like to be honest, like there was nothing new in it. So he'd mentioned some good like green flags, some red flags. There was nothing new. If you've read the Red Pill, you don't need to read this book. But if you're like don't really know what the Red Pill is, maybe you'd want to read it. It's like a very, very easy read, and it's by a guy who is fairly successful as well, which is quite nice. So here we have the first book of the trilogy that I just mentioned before. There, it's called .com Secrets by Russell Brunson. So this is an absolute. This is probably the best book that we've come across so far. .com Secrets by Russell Brunson. This is the book that made the copywriting book Cashvertising negligible. This book is part of a 3 series. So there's .com Secrets, Traffic Secrets, and Expert Secrets. If you are going to do a social media business like I am here, this is a 10 out of 10, 100% recommendation. Like, it's not even a recommendation. Like, you have to read this book to get a good level of success. I promise you, the 3 books are fucking insane. He has completely just laid out exactly everything that you need to know to grow a social media sort of business and everything, and also to then sell a premium product alongside it. So before this, I was just kind of making my YouTube videos and just kind of doing what I thought was, you know, the best case scenario, which was I was recording my YouTube videos. At the end of the video, I was saying, oh, if you want to get one-to-one coaching by me, or if you want to buy my products, then you can go to the link in the description, and you go to the link in the description, and then there's like a shitty like Shopify page where I'm selling my stuff. And I was, you know, like I made like £1,000 a month, 1,500, 1,700, and so it's not, you know, it's a full-time income. It wasn't bad. I followed the tips on this and immediately times that by 3, 4, 5. So I went from 1,500 to 4,300 to 13,200 per month, right? And there's just so many different things in this. It's fucking insane. Like, this is a guy who's probably spent like 100 million on like advertising, split testing, and everything. Like, this stuff blows my mind. It might take me a while to explain. Imagine the smallest change on a sales page can lead to the sale or not. Like, doesn't that blow your mind? Imagine, okay, there's a sales page for my course. A certain like word, a font, a size, the actual font, like, you know, the type of text that you have, that can completely change whether or not someone actually buys. And so sales online, like online income and like, you know, digital selling, is all just about increasing your conversion rate. So your conversion rate is just what percentage of people who land on your sales page actually check out. So a good conversion rate is like 5%, something like that, right? This is probably the guy who's tested it out more than everyone else, who's like fully come up with literally the exact format of your sales page. He made a software that he essentially promotes through these books called ClickFunnels. I don't use it because I had already like set up using Kajabi, which is like a different platform. If I was going to start again, if for example I lost everything, if I was going to make a new business, or even if I was going to make a new product, I'm going to use ClickFunnels 100%. It's like the best thing that you can use right now. But ClickFunnels, it's kind of like a separate thing. It's kind of like the software that you use to actually host your website, your sales page, to sell things, and it gives you the best settings out of every like website online. It gives you like the best settings to like split test things. But in .com Secrets, Traffic Secrets, and Expert Secrets, he fully goes into detail of exactly what you should do to grow your YouTube channel and your TikTok and your emails and everything. The gist is that you start off with this is like marketing 101, right? So you start off thinking about the customer and who you could help, who could be your avatar. So when I read this book, for me, like, I really spent some time on it, and it was younger Hamza, and it was a certain like period of younger Hamza's life which I knew that I could help him the most, and I knew that, you know, he really like, there's lots of people just like him. Then the idea is that you start to think, okay, in which area can you help them the most? Health, wealth, or relationships? You start, you know, dialing down your message. He teaches you like literally the formula to use for YouTube and everything. And of course, like, my formula in terms of YouTube scripts is better than his, but like his one is a very like high quality one. If you just suddenly read it and started a YouTube channel, you'd be miles ahead of like 90% of people anyway. Traffic Secrets is all about increasing your traffic, increasing your audience, and then Expert Secrets is like this idea that you've already got the fundamentals set up. Expert Secrets like makes you more of an expert in your field, so you really begin to like give the best advice. Incredible 3 books, literally so high quality 3 books that it blows my mind that people who are into like, you know, social media businesses haven't read them yet. The next book we have here is Models by Mark Manson. So Mark Manson is the guy who wrote this book. There's a lot, not giving a fuck, but he wrote this one first. Models by Mark Manson. Attract Women Through Honesty. So it's a fairly good book, and I listened to it. I didn't read it, but I listened to it, and when I was going through it, I'm not going to lie, I realized like he's just fantastic at marketing. Essentially, the book got famous because he said the most important things to attract a woman is honesty and authenticity and vulnerability. Those are 3 things that you'd imagine like that's not true, especially if you're into Red Pill. You'd be like, wait, honesty, authenticity, vulnerability? Nah, that can't be true. Essentially, he's played a very clever game here where he's disguised the word vulnerability and honesty and authenticity as just confidence. It took me a while to realize, but once the veil's pulled back, you realize the book's not really that special. He says, oh yeah, you should have the vulnerability. Like, the most important thing is to have the vulnerability to go up and like kind of like express to a woman that you really like her, right? But that's just confidence. And of course, if the book was all about attract women through confidence, it wouldn't have done anywhere near as well. But because it's like attract women through vulnerability, it's kind of like an interesting topic, and, you know, it's got so many guys talking. Either way, it's a very solid book, and it's one of those where like it's quite a it has a very, very, very healthy approach to it, which the red pill generally doesn't. So when I was listening to the book, and I used to think, like, you know what, if I listened to this book years ago, things would have been very, very different. This book, along with a couple of like fundamental red pill posts and like, you know, understanding, would have like been all that I needed to really know. You can definitely go like too far into the red pill, which is what I mentioned recently, and it can be a beautiful thing. It can be like a very like eye-opening thing when you do take the red pill. But the issue is that the red pill is very, very diluted by the people online. Like, you know, the red pill, like the fundamental is just like the fundamental beliefs that the rational male, you learn from the rational male. But it's a pretty good book. Models attract women through honesty. What else do we have? The next one I have is Attached by Dr. Amir Levine. Attached. So this is a book on attachment styles. I've mentioned this book a bunch of times, so I won't.
You have 4 hours left. Oh my god, this video better blow up.
Go too much into it. Your attachment styles is kind of like your dating personality, and we all have like a certain dating personality that's pretty much formed by the experiences that we had as children. Now, some people think that this is like too reductionist, and they think like, wait, no, like, you know, just because your parents treated you in this way doesn't mean that you'll turn out this way. I completely disagree with those people, and the simple fact is like 90% of people don't do any significant self-improvement to actually change like whatever they were determined to be like due to their parents, like their upbringing. So chances are, you included, because you've probably been on self-improvement for like a year or two compared to, you know, 15, 17, 20, 22 years of life that you've had just passively going through life. Chances are you are extremely influenced by your childhood upbringing right now, but you don't even realize it. And of course, not only is that just all parts of life, but of course it's going to be in dating too. And so the things that you observed in your parents and how your parents loved you and how they loved each other, it's going to really, really make up your understanding of dating right now. And this isn't to say that you'll end up exactly like them, but generally a lot of people end up very, very, very similar, like scarily similar to their parents, even though they're so consciously sure, they are 100% sure they're not. I won't go into too much detail, but there's 3 main attachment styles. There's secure, avoidant, and anxious. I'm naturally the anxious style, and essentially the purpose of this book and the purpose of like your dating life, if you are avoidant or anxious, is just emulate the secure type till eventually you can embody the secure attachment. The secure attachment is kind of like healthy people who saw like healthy, loving relationship between their parents, which honestly is actually quite rare. Most people have experienced quite an avoidant parent, so like, you know, the dad who's always like working and he never shows love, or the anxious where you got like abused by your parents, or your parents abused each other, or they just kind of like were very like, your parents' mental health was fucked, so they were shouting at all the time. So your sense of love is very fragile, and because of that, you act in like a very scarce way where you want to hold on to every love, every bit of affection that you can do. And of course, this is gonna like really fuck up your dating life and your sexual life as you get older, because there's people who aren't good for you, but you kind of fall for them just because of the fact that there's a shred of affection there, which is my life story. Let's see, what else do we have? I have here The Male Advantage by Chris Sturmy. Chris, and I've got the paper, like, that's my boy. So this is Chris's book from the YouTube channel First Man, and it's a book, The Male Advantage. It's essentially a book based on most of the topics that he talks about on his channel. The book is very small. You can literally read it in one sitting. It took me like 2.5 hours to read it all. If you've watched a bunch of his videos, so you might have like watched his videos, but if you've been like me, like I've went down his channel, I've watched like a lot of his videos, probably like 60 to 70%, and he's got hundreds of videos. There's nothing like that new in the book, so it's like you can choose which one. But for me personally, like I like, if there's a certain topic like that I'm really interested in, I like revolving myself around it. So reading the book still made some things click, even though there was nothing exactly new in the book that he hasn't mentioned on his YouTube channel. But he's went like, it's in very good detail in a bunch of these. So I lent this book to my friend, and he's the one who's like added all this stuff. But there was a certain bit that I messaged Chris about as well. Where was it now? It's really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I'm flicking through it right now, it's like there's a bunch of just nice learning lessons that you can constantly just come back to. So if I open a random page, like here, he talks about the Darwinian male concept. So he's mentioned this on his YouTube videos all the time, but he's kind of going into detail by saying, like, you know, what was once expected, what was once praised is now expected. And things have gotten harder for men, especially in the dating market, so we have to be doing more things. It's a very, very good book. It's a very like digestible book. The ebook as well I read when I was in Portugal. The next one I have is Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. This one is the audiobook. I've got the actual book as well. I've mentioned this book recently a couple of times and I made a video about it, so I won't mention it too much. The book is all about self-image and the fact that whatever we play in our mind heavily influences our self-image. I won't go too much because I've explained it a lot, but the general gist in terms of just practicality of what exactly you should do is just constantly make sure you're improving your self-image in your mind. The way you see yourself is incredibly important. And he goes through a bunch of things, but the two things I like the most is visualizations and success memories. Visualizations. Visualize a realistic, reasonably unreasonable end goal of the thing that you want. So for example, if there's a cute girl there, every guy who wants to go speak to her, the majority of guys will say like, oh, I don't want to speak to her, because they're just fucking virgins and they don't know, like, they can go up speak to a girl. But like, of the guys who would go and approach her, before they go to speak to her, they're thinking about what to say. The issue is that whatever you think in your mind, your body and your personality conveys, and so you go up to her as the guy who's kind of, a bit hesitant. You go up to her as the guy who's overthinking about what to say to her, which isn't like that attractive. Whereas if you just, instead of thinking what to say, but if you just focus on the mental picture of her, the end point that you want. So the end point in this like reasonably unrealistic scenario is maybe you guys going on a spontaneous date, or at the very least, she's like handing you your phone with her number with like a sexy smile on her face. You just focus on that. Because now when you go up to it, even though you haven't prepared a fucking script, not only like not preparing the script is going to make you better because you're not talking like a robot, but two, you're going to go up as the personality of the guy who's already gotten her number. So it's a very, very like different atmosphere, like different personality as you go up. And success reminders are just nice and simple. Just constantly just remind yourself of the successes that you've had, because you'll just keep yourself in like feeling like a winner, and you just get so much easier into a flow. This is the kind of shit that Ryan Holiday would probably disagree with, like, the Stoics amongst us and the philosophers would disagree with, and they'd say, no, there's value in being negative, and there's value in like not feeling like a success. And they're absolutely right in terms of growth. But day to day, I'm not gonna lie, forget all that. Day to day, bro, I want to feel good. Day to day, I want to like feel like I want to remind myself of the good things that I've done so that I feel good and I'll get more into a social flow. But if, for example, I remind myself, oh yeah, like you approached like 10 girls last week, then I'm more likely to go and approach this 11th one, instead of thinking like, oh wait, let me be humble, the ego's there anyway. Like, fuck all that, bro. Sorry, Brian Holiday. The next one I have over there is a audiobook, Hard Times Create Strong Men by Stefan Arnio. So it's an audiobook. This is a long ass audiobook. I listened to it over months. It's 26 hours long. I believe the book's like hundreds and hundreds of pages. This is a fantastic book, and it's literally, it covers so many different areas of life. It literally is just, it kind of answers the question of like, what does it mean to be a man? What is masculinity? How do you become like a man? What's wrong with today's society? It gives you lessons from history, lessons from like philosophy, and it predicts some very scary things. So in the next video of the Hamza Unfiltered channel, I'm going to be speaking about this book. It's taken me a while to kind of like distill it down into my mind and actually, like really think about it. But it's quite some scary shit, because there's a certain pattern that happens in nations, in history, which is that good times create weak men. And that's the time that we're in right now. You can see that weak men are being created, but this time is almost over. Weak men create hard times. I think that's going to start we're going through some hard times eventually, like soon. And I think maybe this year, maybe within 2-3 years, we'll officially feel like we're in the hard times where resources will be scarce. There'll be like a lot more turmoil in like inner cities and everything. So what is it? It's good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. This book, honestly, it kind of like it gave me like a paradigm shift, because I realized like perhaps one of the most important things that we can be doing right now as young men is to become strong, because good men create hard times create strong men, which is probably going to be soon. And so right now we're in the good times. Like every need that you have is like ticked off in a sense, but we are branching to the hard times, right? You can have this call to action right now, and you can become one of these strong men, because strong men create good times, and you're gonna have a good fucking time if you're one of those strong men. If you're like the warrior in times of uncertainty, if you're the scientist in times of pandemics and shit, you're gonna be the one who reaps the fucking rewards of that. It's time to be like ready for this shit. Like this book fully just, it makes you really look at like our lives in these like, you know, privileged countries and everything with a second lens. And of course there's probably someone watching this who doesn't live in a first world country, but at least for me, like I've only ever lived in like the UK really. Like I was born in Pakistan. We moved here when I was quite young, so I only know like a first world Western white nation which is very, very safe and like friendly, and of course like we went through racism and shit, but like it's very, very safe. There's no wars or any bullshit like that, and I think things are going to change quite dramatically. I think we are headed into like the hard times, and so why not just get like a run up? Why not just start running right now, getting used to becoming a strong man before you actually need to be. The next book here is Traffic Secrets. So we just mentioned that with .com Secrets. That's the trilogy. I have here The Rational Male. This is the religion one. I've not read this one, but we'll go through The Rational Male in general. So The Rational Male is in fact, the Rational Male, I actually read it when I first came back here. So May 2020, I read it about that time, and I actually got the book. So I was like red pilled for like years, but I never bothered to even read the Rational Male. I just kind of thought the red pill was the subreddit. And the book is hard to read, I'm not going to lie. The author, Rollo Tomasi, has like a very, very like... He writes like a bit of a dick, I'm not going to lie. Like not even like offensively or anything. It's just like he uses like just fucking huge words and like quite hard to understand grammar. He's probably like a very intelligent guy or something, but it's like a very hard to read book, and it's one of those where like even though I've recommended it to bare people and they've like tried to read it, pretty much everyone puts the book back down because it is like it's just incredibly hard to read his writing style, and you can kind of get like a distillation of his book on, you know, the subreddit and everything. But if you commit to reading The Rational Male, the first book, and I've read the second one and the third one, the value you get is immense. Again, it's one of those concepts where you might already understand the topic, but when you revolve your life around it, when you're reading a book for a couple of hours a day, like you take it seriously. So I was reading this book when I first moved back, and it was just hitting me of like how truthful this was. It was kind of like I just got red pilled again, like properly. So all the previous times where I thought I was red pilled from age 17 or 18, it was more in like a pickup artist sense, where I just kind of learned how to get girls, and I learned some basic shit like, you know, like alpha fucks, beta bucks, one-anitis and everything. But it was from these books that I actually started to like learn like, yo, this shit goes deep. This isn't just about picking up women. This is like literally discussing of how societies ran and like history of like male and female dynamics. This shit's important. The next one I have here is Tim Ferriss's book, The 4-Hour Work Week. So Tim Ferriss was the one who made this one. No, sorry. This is The 4-Hour Work Week. This book is The 4-Hour Body. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like this one. I really, really like Tim Ferriss's work, and I feel like I might be one of those haters who like hates on this book and says like it's unrealistic. But for this one, The 4-Hour Body, I haven't really like it. It's a bunch of like somewhat fast-paced advice, and the idea is like the thing is the uncommon guide to rapid fat loss, incredible sex, and becoming superhuman. So it sounds, it's very clickbaity, and in the back it says like, oh, like 15-minute orgasms and all this, and it doesn't, for me personally, it didn't like deliver the value that it stated. Like a lot, when you get to the advice, it's one of those where you're like nah, that's just, it's either not going to work or it's just one of those things like you're not going to be able to do it. So one of the random things is like, for example, he said the best way to like make gains is literally to do like 7 reps of 2 exercises and then go home and then not train for like 3 days. That type of like new age bullshit where it's like, oh, he made this workout routine that like got him 30 pounds of muscle in a month. Okay, shut up, bro. Come on. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those where it's like, if you're actually into fitness and shit, you know that that's just complete fucking bullshit. there's other things which is like, a lot of it's been disproven by like research, but there's other things which he says like where he's doubled his testosterone by eating like almonds and Brazil nuts, and whilst that does give you some of a boost, it's like, this is why, to be honest, I don't fuck with like research. I don't fuck, people always ask me like, oh, cite the research. That's why I don't fuck with, because this guy, I know for a fact that he's done this in like a research where he's like fully the most popular human guinea pig in the world right now. He's like, he's like the multi-millionaire guy who went through thousands of tests for all this, got his bloods taken, his like all this, like the scientific shit, right? But it's just so simple to I'm not saying he manipulated the research, but it's so simple to just have research that proves you right or proves you wrong. So for example, for the testosterone, like the main thing he did was like the Brazil nuts and the almonds and some random bullshit, right? And the thing is, if we take a normal healthy person, give them some Brazil nuts and almonds, the testosterone's probably not going to go up significantly, maybe like very, very insignificantly, right? But of course, his research proves that it went up by double. Now, this makes you think, okay, but like, maybe he was just at dangerously low fat when he originally took his test, and that's like, there we go. This is why I don't fuck with like scientific research, because it's like, it's so easy to just get research that proves you right, proves you wrong. That he might have just been eating a very, very low amount of dietary fats, and then he ate it, so now he's at a healthy level. So it's not so much that, Brazil nuts double your testosterone, it's just more that his testosterone went down, because for a little while, consciously or subconsciously, he just was at like a very low dietary fat, macronutrients. So I didn't personally like this book, to be honest. What else? I've read 20% of this book called The 5 a.m. Club by Robin Sharma. This book's like really, really famous. This guy's really famous, Robin Sharma. He's like a big guy for like CEOs and rich people. Trash book. One of the worst ones I actually read. 29%. Like I got pissed off at it, I'm not gonna lie. I heard so many good things about this book. It's this, proper motivates you, wake up at 5 a.m. and like you follow this morning routine and everything. And the way that it's written is just fucking horrendous. I just got pissed off at it. Like, instead of just telling you like 5 a.m. and everything, it like he walks you through like this fucking fake conversation, and it's like just shit writing as well. The homeless man moved at the speed of an ancient turtle, and then he turned his head. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Fuck you. This was, and I like this one. The 10X Rule by Grant Cardone. So Grant Cardone gets like quite a lot of flack, as like a lot of like business gurus and success gurus do. They get flack by broke people. I'm not gonna lie. Like it seems to me like the people who hate like these people, and they'll be like, oh my god, they sell expensive courses. They do expensive motivation. Shut the fuck up, bro. He literally is worth almost 100 million. So just shut the fuck up. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I dislike the people who dislike that idea of like, oh, online gurus. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know. Maybe because I'm like potentially, I don't know, I wouldn't really class myself as a guru, but I feel like I could be like classified as one by like someone who doesn't like me, and they're like, oh look, here's another self-improvement guru who's charging for courses and stuff. But at least this book, it helped me. He gets a lot of flack, and so I was quite hesitant to read this book. But I also kind of knew that the people who kind of criticize people like this, like ultra wealthy people who are given like motivational, like like this Tony Robbins and all this, I've always known the people who criticize them are just pussies, because it's just that thing of like, oh, there's a guy who's worth 100 million, like he must be scamming people. Just shut the fuck up. The 10X Rule it's kind of like a basic success book. So it's just really nice to hear like the learning lessons from someone who's very successful, very wealthy, who's got multiple companies, who's also got like a loving family home and everything. And you just kind of get like a bunch of his wisdom. There's not so much that I can be like, I can particularly say to you, but what the general idea he says is, pick your goal, which is like very, very reasonable, times it by 10, and then also times by 10 the amount of effort that you're willing to put in, and that's the best case scenario. So he says like people just sell themselves too short, they choose goals that are too weak, and then of course they're not motivated to do that. He says pick a goal, make the goal 10 times bigger, so that's hugely motivational, but then also make your output, or your input, 10 times bigger as well, which it's like a nice idea. I disagreed with the idea of like, oh yeah, like 10 times your effort, because I don't believe that effort equals output. I don't believe that 10 times effort equals 10 times output. I think it's like 10 times effort equals 1.5 times output, in my opinion, if you if you've got the right type of business like I've been doing. We have here How to Do the Work by Dr. Nicole Lepera. I've mentioned that book a lot. It's a very it's a good introduction to trauma and like childhood wounds, and there's just a bunch of like advice in it and like stories on shit like abuse you may have experienced as a child, and then how to heal from that. So some of the random ones that I can remember right now is reparenting. So that's like the book's literally all about like the work that you can do to heal from your trauma. So like one of the things she says is reparenting. We start to kind of feel like you're now reparenting your inner child. So we all have like an inner child inside of us that still like hurts from the wounds that he may have went through from childhood if you've got like abused by your parents. And the idea is that you parent that inner child the way that it should have. You know, you give it the love, the unconditional love, and like the attention that it needs. It explains a bunch of concepts like dissociation, flashbacks, and everything. So it's a very good introduction into trauma. So I think it's the first book that I read about trauma, and I'm glad that I really did that. We've got The Charisma Myth by Olivia Fox Cabane. The Charisma Myth. Very, very good standard kind of social skills book. A bit more advanced. This book actually goes into things like presence and mindfulness, which is very nice because that's incredibly important in social skills. The idea is charisma is like the skill that you like the best skill in social skills. It's like this magnetic personality where you're confident, but you're also warm, but you're also powerful. So imagine that it's someone in a powerful position who you look up to, but who's like warm and loving to you. That's like charisma. But he's also like to everyone, right? Everyone seems to love him. He seems to love everyone. That's a charismatic person. He walks in and everyone's talking to him, right? You want to be like that type of guy. And this book breaks down the ways to like become more charismatic, but also in detail of like the different types of charisma and everything. It's quite an advanced look at this skill of charisma. The things that I can remember from it is that there's three pillars of, not three pillars, but there's like three things that influence your level of charisma, and that is presence, power, power, and warmth. Presence is like mindfulness, because you can't be charismatic if you're constantly distracted. You can't be charismatic if, for example, we're having a conversation and I like start daydreaming. That's very anti-charismatic. Power, you need to have like a level of like power and status in the situation to be seen as charismatic, because if you don't have that, if you've got presence and warmth, you're kind of like a nice person, but you're not like important, so we don't really value your presence and warmth unless if you've got power. And so this is the interesting one. Most people who have power don't have either of these. Maybe they have power, maybe they have power and presence, but they usually don't have warmth. And so that's like, you know, the kind of like the cold leader, and we still like the cold leader, but the guy who also has warmth alongside that's like the best case scenario. The warmth is kind of like they treat you nicely. So you can like implement this into your life. You can start meditating and do exercises that bring you back to the present moments when you're in a conversation. You know, take it seriously. Think about the sensation of being sat, look into the person's eyes. Power is the things you kind of do outside of the situation, so you want to bring up your social status in the environment that you're in, as well as just sort of convey that social status by things like your body language, your dress sense. And then warmth is just kind of like being nice to people. Very, very good. If you can improve all three, you really, really start getting like liked by people. We have The Body Keeps the Score by, where is it? The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk. So I listened to it on audiobook, and I bought this book as well. This is a very, very in-depth view at trauma and PTSD. So this book, I'm not gonna lie, it is a pretty good book, but one of the things I didn't realize is that this book is way, way more about just normal PTSD, which is like a one-time event. So if you've been assaulted, if you've been in a car crash or something like that, if you've been in like a traumatic event that has stopped and it was one time, then this book, like, the book's really good anyway, and it's really, really interesting. It gives you like very, very interesting stories about like people in Vietnam and everything, but it pretty much entirely focuses on just PTSD, which for me personally isn't exactly what I have. So if you've been like abused by your parents, you had like repetitive assaults and everything, you will most likely have complex PTSD, where essentially, imagine it's PTSD, but you're getting that traumatic event every few days when you're getting like beat by your parents or you're getting like screamed at or something. So this book, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of like what's that word, anticlimactic for me, where I was getting to the end and I realized like a lot of the things he suggested was like, yeah, it's pretty good and everything, but it wasn't really aimed towards me. I still really enjoyed the book. It really captivated my attention, and I still took quite a few learning lessons from it, and it gave me the advice of starting yoga, which I've done. And it has actually got some very good advice, because the things that really helped me in my own sort of trauma healing is what he's mentioned. So he's mentioned martial arts, weightlifting, meditating, journaling as well. We have The Way of the Superior Man by David Dida. That one right there.
When it comes to mastering your track, Lander pays close attention to your music.
This is a very, very good book. It's very interesting, and it's very it's kind of hard to read in a sense, but not with like words, but it's one of those where it's like you're supposed to you'll read like a chapter or a paragraph, and you sit there and you contemplate it, and it's this idea of like becoming like a superior man. And it's a very interesting thing. So one of the first key points he says is like breathe properly, breathe into your stomach, expand your stomach, take up some room and you breathe and everything. But it goes on to like even explain semen retention before it was even popular online. And it says like you should like, a weak man ejaculates essentially, even when he's having sex. He's like, he gives you teachings on how to stay on semen retention, especially when you're having sex. And it's like, actually, when you follow that advice, I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking incredible. So I don't think I need to say anything more about this book, The Way of the Superior Man. It's also got a bunch of there's chapters on like on loving women, there's chapters on like philosophy, on making money, on work and the soul and everything. So it's literally just like, how do you become like an advanced man, not so much like, you know, the 1% type of man that like me and Chris from First Man talk about, where we talk about money and stuff. This is more about like that level of like masculine enlightenment. We're almost at the end now. So this book was supposed to be near the start, but it's The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz, right there in the middle. So this is a very good book. It was the book I read after How to Win Friends and Influence People. It was one of the first books I got on my Kindle, and it was recommended in the end of this book by the 4-Hour Work Week. So Tim Ferriss mentions this, The Magic of Thinking Big at the end, and it really is, the title of the book is just kind of think bigger. Stop setting these small goals, stop living this small life, and start like thinking bigger, start like setting some big ass fucking goals. Because I am so grateful that I read this shit, you know. Still to this day people talk to me about like my goals, and they kind of like my friends, and they kind of like say it in like a funny way, like, oh, but you've read The Magic of Thinking Big, so I bet you're already planning to hit like 1 million subscribers or something. I'm telling you right now, we are where we are on the channel because of this book and because of this idea. I am where I am in my physique because of this concept. Of course, I only read this book like 1.5 years ago, and you know, I started my physique years ago, but I've always been like a fairly big thinker. One of the things recently, like I forgot what it was, but it's like as soon as I start something new, like for example kickboxing, I think big straight away, and I'm thinking like, yeah, like I could probably like go into the UFC or something like that. Like you should have that mindset. That's reasonably unreasonable. Now, of course, I'm not saying I'm going to go to the UFC and win right now. But the idea is, like, yeah, like, if I wanted to, I could do. Of course, I'd train almost every day, and I'd train for, like, years first. But you've got to think that it's possible. Hang on, my camera's going to die again. Okay, that is the second battery that we've rinsed through for this video. So, the next book here is Complex PTSD, From Surviving to Thriving by Pete Walker. Next to my thumb right there. So this is a book that I've recently been speaking about on my channel, like over the last month or so, and this is like the book that I actually this is the book that I really needed to read, because it's all about complex PTSD, and this, like, that's the shit that I have. So if you're somewhat like me and you got beat by your parents and you got like fucking abused for years through your childhood, then this is the type of like knowledge that you need. I found that a lot of books on like mental health don't actually talk about childhood abuse at all, when in fact I think that child abuse is probably the most common. Yeah, I think child abuse is the biggest reason for adult mental health problems, but it's just one of those like undiscussed things that, like, you know, people are so certain that they're not like holding trauma from their childhood when they actually are. I can't give too much advice because I'm not done reading it just yet. I'm about halfway through, but there's a bunch of like very like small snippets of advice. So one of the random ones that I've mentioned previously on a video on this Hamza Hamza Unfiltered channel, is the value of like angering, of venting, of like, you know, reclaiming your aggression that was stomped out of you, that was like beaten out of you as a child. So if you've had a similar dynamic to me where like you got hurt, you know, you got beat by your parents or something, by something, but then if you got angry about that, if you kind of voiced your, you know, aggression, your resentment for it, you got beat again, it's kind of like your ability to be angry has been so stomped out that you would actually get value in being angry at how you were raised. It's very interesting topics, and I'm not gonna lie, like I started reading it a while ago and then moved on to some other books. I feel like I've got to reread it and really kind of grasp it, because it's quite a huge topic to be thinking about. Every single time I read it, it was just quite mentally draining. I feel like I grew a fair amount, but I also feel like I somewhat resented like trying to process a lot of this stuff at once, because I was doing therapy and everything at the time as well. So this is a book that I've just recently read, sorry. And I pretty much read, usually I read 10 different books at once. So I've got 10 different books open, and whatever I feel curious for, I'll read. This book, I opened it and literally like read it start to finish. It was one of those books for me. And the book title is Essentialism by Greg McKeown. Essentialism. Fantastic book. This book like is what I needed at the time. This was literally just 2 weeks ago or so. And the basic idea, we do way too much in this modern day. We're so focused on so many different things, and that diversifies us, which feels like a good thing, but it also just spreads you out too thin. So it's like this certain image where like you can go 1 centimeter, like one little bit in like 10 different directions, and essentially you're a complete noob, or you know, you're not anything special in any of these. Or you can go one big line in one direction, one topic. So the idea is, instead of trying to do 10 different things, some motherfuckers online, like I literally see them boast about the fact that they've got like 7 companies or some bullshit. Shut the fuck up, bro. How about you make one company successful? Dumbass. But that's like the reason why I was able to build this body, is because I did nothing else first. I started 2014, I believe, and the only productive thing I was doing was just building this body, alongside like, you know, trying to learn how to speak to girls and stuff. That was it. If I tried to do all of this at once, if I tried to build this body, the mental health, the business and everything, I wouldn't have done any of them. I would have been so subpar in all of them. Too many guys are doing way too...
Alright, best way to look at that is this diagram here, right? You have one effort, and it's just all your focus is going into here, or you have your effort and all your focus is divided with all these arrows. What you want is the focus that is going to put onto one thing, because like he said, the more focus you have on one thing, the more chances you are of it going to grow.
Too much. And in terms of tasks as well, this has really changed up a lot for me recently. I realized like he drills in this thing of you, the author says like, you have a highest point of contribution in a certain task. Do that and do nothing else. For me, it's obvious, right? It's the videos. But I was doing I was spending more than like half an hour to an hour on Discord, on my Discord server. I fucking moderating it. I've got like so many moderators who are like happy to do the role, and I was moderating it myself, and I was like going through every single chat and making sure that no one's chatting shit about me and shit. And the same with like the podcasts that I've, like every podcast that I've done in a while, apart from like the one with Chris, because that felt like I was speaking to a friend and we were just fucking around. But everyone that I've had people come onto my podcast, I've resented it. Like I couldn't be bothered, because I just realized like that's not what's important right now. Eventually I will get into podcasting like kind of like full time, and it'd be awesome to do that. But right now it's not something that I'm interested in, so I cut it out. To all you motherfuckers who've been telling me, Hamza, get on TikTok, shut the fuck up, get on TikTok. It's not essential. Podcast, fucking live streams, it's not essential. So I'll do it when it's fun, but I'm not going to set that thing of like, oh, you know, everyone is going to tell you there's some other thing that you can do. It's a skill and it's a discipline to be an essentialist. To listen to that fucking, like, to listen to, you know, someone tell you, oh, there's this good opportunity, and for you to think, nope, it's not essential. There's a fantastic quote from this that I wrote on my wall, and you know, if I've wrote something on my wall and I've stuck it on my fucking wall, you know that it's like, there's some value in that. So, see that? Almost everything is noise. I love that. Almost everything is noise. when I read that quote and he's telling me like, yeah, most of the things that you're doing is just noise and you're just kind of like, it's a distraction from the things that matter. I was like, holy shit, like I'm actually like, he's totally right. I'm reading every comment on YouTube. I'm like, I'm just spending so much fucking time just doing stuff that doesn't matter. All that matters for me is the videos. That's it. That's all that matters. The videos on the main channel, videos on this channel, that's it. Nothing else matters. As long as these videos keep, you know, the videos are good, you guys like them and they keep performing well, everything else is like sorted. I can spend way more time on like the fucking Discord server or doing live streams or podcasts, but the thing is, if the videos slip, so do those things. So why not just put your time directly into them? And this essentialism, along with deep work and the 4-hour work week, it drastically reduces how much time you need to do your work tasks. And so people have asked me, like, what do you do in your free time? Whatever I want. Like, I spend hours in the gym. I take long rest breaks. I just sit in the sauna. I just go in the pool. I spend like a solid 3.5 hours like in the gym area, like the gym, sauna and pool and getting changed and everything. I sit around, I read for like 2 hours a day, I meditate, I journal. I do a lot of thinking instead. I do a lot of resting. I dedicate like 10 to 11 hours of sleep. I'm honestly, I'm fucking destroying any. I don't think that there's much competition right now because my competition are sleeping like 6 hours a day because they're working so much. They think that they're winning right now because they're working. They don't realize that the real work of like the knowledge worker, the person who uses his brain for like to produce, which is what we're doing here, like for most of us, the real like thing that makes you good at what you do is sleeping for more than 8 hours a night. It's eating clean, it's spending time with your friends. So oftentimes I do tell people, yeah, like I work like a couple of hours a week, 3 to 5 hours, something like that out per week. And they either don't really believe me, or they think I'm taking the piss, or they're like, oh no, that would be depressing because like I wanted to work more than that, I'd be bored. But it's like, it's my choice now. This video is going to be 1.5 hours long, so of course like this week my work hours are going to be longer, but it's like, it's my choice to be here. I'm not being forced to, I'm not obligated to make this video. That's such a beautiful way to live life, and because I've cut down, because I've become an essentialist, and I'm not doing some random bullshit other tasks like checking your fucking emails. Look at my YouTube profile picture on my main channel. Look at the channel art. Still, my sister comes to me and says, oh, you know, it's too old, you've got to change it, here's some ideas. And no, it's not essential. The fact that those, like, I've built this success, we've got 200k subscribers and it's going up fast, with that shitty profile picture shows you, like, it doesn't make a difference. Anyone who's spending a fucking hour, some people spend longer than that, but an hour making their fucking YouTube logo or some bullshit, they're not going to be successful because they're focused on the stupidest, most useless part of the business instead of the highest point of contribution, which is the actual video. That's where I put my time. So even though I only work for a few hours a week because I've become so essential, it's like the rest of my life, the rest of the 128 hours or whatever, however many hours there are in the day, in the week, revolve around those videos. So instead of me being sat like a fucking caveman, spending hours extra just doing low quality work, I go out into real life. I go and do things with friends. I go on dates with girls. And that's the thing that actually gives me way more. Like, that's the thing that makes better videos for me. It's a very interesting topic, which I think a lot of people still disagree with. But at least for me, this concept of essentialism, of the 4-hour work week, of highly reducing your work tasks so you can live more and you can fuel those small work hours has been incredible. Incredibly life-changing. Greg McKeown has a second book that I've got here called Effortless. That one there. Focus, bitch. Yeah, Effortless. This book is not as good as the first one. It kind of has like a very similar concept, but this one is more about the fact that it should just be like quite easy to do work. So literally this was unfortunately one of those books, Effortless. So Effortless is like the second book next to Essentialism by the same author, Greg McKeown. This was one of those books that unfortunately it was a letdown, and it was kind of like one of those where it was just like a 1-sentence summary, which is like, yeah, like, your work should be effortless. It should feel like play. That's it. You don't need to really know much else. I think maybe there would have been more learning lessons, but at least for me personally, a lot of the book was just kind of shit that I either knew or I just read from his previous book. Here we have Breath, The New Science of a Lost Art by James Nestor, next to my thumb. So that's the book that I mentioned, aligned with The Oxygen Advantage. I personally prefer Breath. So Breath had a way better sort of storytelling, and it's the story of this scientist who voluntarily signed up to do the study on himself, where he blocked his nose and he just mouth breathed for like 2 weeks. His health deteriorated incredibly fast. So it's a very, very interesting story that like it's wrote in a very funny way and everything, so you'll probably enjoy reading it. And he just goes into like so much like detail of the shit that happens if you breathe from your mouth instead of your nose. And there's so many good quotes from literally like, you know, like Chinese provinces like 2,000 years old and everything, where they're mentioning like the dangers of breathing from your mouth and like you should only ever breathe from your nose. It's so interesting. Like this was literally how humans have lived for so long, and only in the last like 100 years we've really fucked it up. And I really like the fact that he brought in so much history with it. The TLDR of this book is what I mentioned before. The perfect breath, he says, is 5 seconds in, 5.5 seconds in, 5.5 seconds out, nice and slow through the diaphragm, and obviously through the nose as well. We have Infinite Game, The Infinite Game by Simon Sinek, next to my thumb there. This is, I only read like 50%, probably less. I literally just needed to skim it just to get, it's one of those books where you just needed to get like the idea, and like once you've got the idea, like the rest of the book's not that great in my opinion. But the idea was play the infinite game in the stuff that you do instead of the finite game. So finite game, to be honest, once you kind of understand it, kind of like, I was like, oh yeah, well that's common sense. But at least the idea is, okay, let's say in my example, the finite game is me thinking, oh yeah, like, you know, the thing that we're trying to do, the only thing we care about is hitting 500k subs or 1 million subs. That's like finite, and essentially once you hit that, you're just going to be going more and more. The infinite game is kind of like thinking of purpose instead, and thinking of like the meaning of all this. So it's not so much, you know, the 500k subs, it's just helping as many like young men as we can. The issue why I got disinterested in this is because the way to do this best, to achieve that purpose, like he said, is to set milestone goals like the 500k subs, so you know that you're going in the right direction. So it's like, it's kind of like, oh, like, well, I guess you're doing everything right then anyway. It's like, just have purpose behind what you're doing, and also view it as like an infinite thing. So this idea that if, for example, YouTube deletes my channel, this would still be my purpose. I would continuously fulfill this purpose of helping young guys with self-improvement, with dating, with fitness, with mental health, but I'd do it on a different avenue. I'd be a pedophile and hop on TikTok or something. So it's kind of like a disappointing. Once I got that realization, I was like, oh, this book's kind of dead then, because the whole point they were telling you was like, okay, forget those finite goals, forget, you know, the goals of 500k and everything. Then eventually it was like, oh yeah, the best way to measure if you're achieving the purpose is with those finite goals anyway. So it was a bit dead, but at least it did kind of like click something for me, where I was like, oh yeah, like, just bear in mind that this is infinite. Even if YouTube deletes my channel, I'm still going to be doing the same work. So just make sure you're always holding this purpose with the intent to like help people. We have Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. So this is a staple. I haven't read completely, but I've got all 3 books. Ego is the Enemy, Stillness is the Key, and which is the other one? The Obstacle is the Way. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like them that much, because for me personally, it's kind of like, I just need to read the title, and then I'm like, oh yeah, like, I can adopt what he's about to say. It's one of those where like he gives you a bunch of examples, and like he breaks it down into like different criteria. So for ego, it's broken down into like the actions that you can do, the choices that you can make, and everything. And you know, it's really nice having stories, because I guess it's similar to the How to Win Friends argument that I made anyway. But it's kind of like, once you read the title, you kind of know, oh yeah, like, ego is the enemy. You kind of just need to understand what the ego is and think, okay, let me just make sure that I stay humble and I keep humility. And so it hasn't been incredibly, like, the book hasn't been that great in terms of, I've read like 42% of it, but just kind of keeping in mind to keep my ego in check has been probably like very, very helpful there. I think that's pretty much it. I'm literally on like the books that I'm currently reading, so I'll show you these. The book that I literally just finished today is The Almanac of Naval Ravikant by Eric Jorgensen. and Tim Ferriss wrote the foreword of that. That this is a book distilling this guy's advice. So his name is Naval Ravikant. He's like a very famous, very, very successful, very, very wealthy, but also very happy guy. And it's quite a mix to have. Usually you'll see someone who's really happy but not so much money, or you'll see someone who's really, really wealthy but not so happy. This guy's the mix of both. And so essentially this is like his wisdom on how to build wealth and how to build happiness. I'll be completely honest, the happiness section was very, very anticlimactic.
Yeah, so his idea is find a problem that a lot of people have that you have as well, and then find the solution to that problem and then post it on the media. That's like the foundation of every single thing he talks about on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever.
For me, kind of fell off.
And that's what Hamza talks about as well.
But the wealth section, especially the tweets that he's goes through, the first like 20 pages of this book was like life changing. I was literally sat there like getting goosebumps and everything, trying to like, you know, figure this shit out. After that, I feel like I just kind of like skimmed it because it wasn't so important, and I felt like, at least for me personally, it felt like a bunch of the book was kind of like all over the place, but there was a bunch of good learning lessons in the first like 20 to 30 pages, which I really appreciated. The book that I'm reading right now, so there's multiple books. One of them is The Appearance of Power by Tana Guzi. The Appearance of Power. And I'm literally just a few pages in, but it's about the concept of how to look more powerful through your appearance and what you wear. So I'm literally just a few pages in, so I can't give you too much advice, but it has been recommended to me a couple of times. And I think it is very important. There's a quote, which I'm just going to say in my words because I can't remember exactly, but it was that to improve your social status and also how you feel about yourself, the fastest and cheapest way is to improve your fashion, your wardrobe, which I really like. That's 100% true. We talk so much about the importance of like looks maxing and self-improvement. It's 100% like, you know, your appearance is so fucking important in these days. Then why not just improve your appearance for $100 with like a new outfit?
I talked about this in a video, right? And it's interesting because you wear like clothes that make you feel smart or whatever, you'll be more productive and you'll get more work done because you're presenting yourself in a way that's giving you a mindset to focus.
Which actually like really looks good, looks powerful and everything, and like I completely agree with that. I'm reading another book called The Way of Men by Jack Donovan. This is a book which explains the question of what is masculinity. So I'm 10% into the book right now, and it's based on masculinity is kind of defined as we are in gangs. So we are in like, we're supposed to be in like gangs and tribes, and so masculinity is defined in that sense. But now that we aren't really in tribes anymore, masculinity is very like diverse, it's open to assumption, it's kind of like fucked up in a sense, and it's interesting so far. I'm liking like the rawness of the book. I'm liking the fact that it's, you know, it's a book about masculinity, it's a book about like brotherhood and everything, and those books are somewhat like rare for them to actually be like good books. Usually like the authors for those books are kind of weird, but I like this guy. There's a couple more books as well. I'm not going to mention a couple of these because I'm not really liking a couple of them, but the final one is Courage is Calling by Ryan Holiday. And it's kind of similar to the previous books of his Ego's Enemy and everything, which this is like his first book of a new series which he's doing on virtues. Courage is defined as the ability to do something that still scares you, which I really like. It's like knowing that even if you feel a sense of fear, you can still go and do that thing, which I think, at least for me personally, like the biggest thing that comes to mind with that is like approaching women and like getting over that fear of like approach anxiety, and I feel like it's helping with that as well. I would say that's pretty much most of the books. This is a long ass video. I'm gonna have to edit this video as well because the battery died like 4 times, but I'm sure there's other books that someone will say, wait, you've read that other book as well, like what do you think about that? But these are the ones that I have here. Yeah, mashallah. I do have Marcus Aurelius Meditations here, but I'm not gonna lie, like I've never really got into it. It's not really my thing, to be honest. Like I prefer the directness of like self-improvement books that just kind of like tell you the lesson, or at least like if someone was gonna distill Marcus Aurelius. I'm pretty sure Ryan Holiday has a book like that, but like for me personally, I didn't like Meditations. So I've just got that book lying around. But yeah, that is pretty much every book. It's as much as I can remember, as much as I've got right now. That's every book that's helped me. So I hope this video is somewhat valuable, and I hope that someone in the comments has done like a timestamp of the books. Otherwise, you're just gonna be sat here going through them all. That took so fucking long, mate. I've been recording this video for like more than 2 hours. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
Yeah, man. Do your hard work. Watch every single Hamza video for 10 hours without feeling like it. Flipping heck. Yeah.
Jeffrey believes the fitness YouTubers when they say that there's no such thing as a perfect diet. And so Jeffrey follows the fitness YouTubers' advice to eat junk food as long as it fits his macros. Jeffrey gets fat. Adonis has been shredded for years. It's not even difficult to stay lean when he eats the perfect diet. The peasants around him look in confusion, but Adonis continues to feast. All of the fitness YouTubers you see are complete pussies. They say there's no such thing as the perfect diet. That's bullshit. I'm going to show you exactly what the perfect diet is right now. My name is Hamza. I help young men go through the Jeffrey to Adonis transformation through self-improvements. We don't do any of the standard fitness YouTuber bullshit around here. Scroll down right now, click on the subscribe and the post notification button if you want to join in on the cult. My diet has been horrendous because I trusted these guys on the internet. These motherfuckers told me you can eat whatever you want, you can eat all the junk food as long as it fits your macros. I trusted them. Because of that, I've never even considered the difference that food has on our health. When I've done the most basic research, it hurts me to think that I was stupid enough to follow fitness YouTubers. That it hurts me to think that my boys who are watching this video, who support my channel, who are in my cult, have taken the stupid advice that I have from these big ass fitness YouTubers. Because I'm telling you right now, none of those people are healthy. Just because they've got muscle and they're like shredded does not mean they're healthy, and it does not mean that they will still be alive 10 to 15 years from now. A lot of those motherfuckers are gonna get diabetes very soon. And I've said this a few times, I'll still keep saying it. You're going to start seeing them literally die. Like, you're going to see big fitness YouTubers start to die in the next 10 years because of the stupid ass diet that they're on. And I followed that advice every single day, bro. I was eating junk. The amount of junk food I was eating, I was going to McDonald's. Like, I've literally got a video, the semi-viral video that I released, the aesthetic body guide. And I literally said, oh, I eat junk food every day. I go to McDonald's every single day. I used to, like, that was not an exaggeration. It was every single day I was eating that shit, bro. Because all macros are the, you know, if all calories are the same, just eat your macros. Why would I eat clean? Like, what's the reason of eating clean? What's the reason of thinking about health if all macros are the same? You may as well eat whatever you want, right? And so I have always struggled with binge eating to the point that it makes me cry. The fitness transformation, like my body transformation, is one of the most important things to me. And feeling like you don't have any control over your diet, which you probably can relate to. Like, you want to improve your diet, you just keep on making the same mistakes. It's because the food that the people online, like, they're supposed to help you, but the food that these people are suggesting for you to eat, one, it makes them more money. You know, they get more views if it's the guy who's jacked and he's got the picture of the cereal and he says, oh, what I eat in a day, full day of eating as a fitness person. Like, but two, that food is literally addictive. The reason why you keep finding yourself just f***ing up on your diet is because you're literally addicted to junk food and you're surrounded by a culture that promotes it. It took me a while. Like, I went through a very like, I had to change my life to change my diet. It wasn't the other way around. I had to truly, like, I had to move out of this f***ing city. I had to move back into my parents' house. I had to severely reduce how much I use the internet. I don't watch YouTube videos. I especially don't watch f***ing fitness YouTubers. I had to reduce all of this and start looking at, like, real nutritional research. And every single time I'd look through, I'd just be thinking, like, those fitness YouTubers, like, they have no clue what they're talking about, saying that all calories are the same, that you can eat 700, like, these motherfuckers dead ass eat hundreds of grams of sugar per day, and they're like, oh, but if it fits your macros. And so just over a year ago, I truly started to transform my diet. I did some crazy things to do this. Over the last year, the whole year, I have had visible abs. Like, there is not one point over the whole year that I've not had visible abs. This is unheard of for me. I've gotten lean before, but I would literally get lean. Like, here's a few pictures of me in uni and everything. I would get lean and I would just start to gain the weight back, because you can force yourself to get into the calorie deficit, but eventually it gets quite, like, restrictive. You've got 2,000 calories a day, you want to eat more, and the moment I start eating more, I just start binge eating again. And so I would get lean, I'd do all that work, and then I'd lose the physique that I was, like, really proud to build, up until the last year, where now I promise you, this is the truth, I can control my body fat percentage. I have full control of
How am I looking? God knows. I had no idea how it looks on the camera. So funny, man. You can take a picture after an ab workout, you look like a beast, and then you don't work out and you take a picture and nothing's happened.
Over my diet now, because you don't get a feeling of uncontrollable urges and cravings when you eat the food that I'm about to suggest to you in the perfect diet. The perfect diet has 4 factors. It maximizes muscle growth, it minimizes fat.
This is something I need to work on. Like, I eat so much chocolate. Like, I used to eat crisps and I used to drink Coke and fizzy drinks. Like, I've stopped all of that, but chocolate is one thing that I just... my weakness. And because I struggle to put on weight, like, in the back of my head it's like, well, I won't lose anything, you know what I mean? But it's just having that healthy lifestyle that's more important than the growth, the growth in your body. Like,
fat loss, it improves your health and it feels sustainable. If you find
improves your health. If you can't see me, I'm writing down notes. Bro, I've been writing down notes for the whole fucking 10 hours.
Find a diet that has all 4, you will become a millionaire. Let's break that down. Maximizing muscle growth comes from a diet in the macronutrients that are high in protein, high in complex carbs, not bullshit carbs, not pussy carbs. We're not going to eat sugar, not simple carbs. High in complex carbs and moderate fats.
What do you say?
Carbs. We're not going to eat sugar. Nutrients that are high in protein, high
in protein.
In complex carbs, not bullshit carbs, not pussy carbs. We're not going to eat sugar, not simple carbs. High in complex carbs and moderate fats. So we need protein around the clock to maximize muscle protein synthesis. And you can imagine this is like the process of turning protein into muscle. Like very, very stupidly simplified. And this is how it works. Once we eat protein, this ability to make muscle is elevated, but it's like a wave and it starts going down after we've ate protein. And if we eat more protein, it goes up. What we'd like to do is keep this elevated through the entire day. Next, we want complex carbs around our workouts. This will increase glycogen, and that pretty much makes you stronger and just perform better in the gym, which will mean more muscle gain. Finally, we want moderate fats. We're not going to do the full keto bullshit. We just want moderate fats, which will just make sure that all of our hormones like testosterone are regulated and in a nice healthy level. We'll break this down in more detail soon. The second part of the perfect diet comes from minimizing fat gain, and this comes from fasting. There is no better way to structure your diet than fasting. Fasting means to not eat certain things. Most people think that it's calories. Most people think that you fast from calories. That's bullshit. We fast from carbs, maybe fats, but not calories, especially not protein. So the issue that most people have, most bodybuilders, if you're into building muscle, if you've been lifting weights for a while, the issue that you may have had with fasting, with intermittent fasting, is that you don't get protein in. These guys are telling you, okay, wake up, don't eat protein, don't eat any calories for a couple more hours till 2 p.m. But then you miss the muscle protein synthesis window that we talked about before. So we're going to couple a few things, and we're going to do what I call protein intermittent fasting. We're going to do intermittent fasting where we wake up and we just don't eat for a couple of hours, so we have like just an 8-hour window for our calories. But we're also going to have scoops of whey protein or any kind of protein powder throughout our fasting window so that our protein synthesis gets elevated and we also get the most of the benefits from fasting. So this is exactly what you do. You wake up and you immediately go and have a scoop of protein. Like so many people say that this would break the fast. I don't think so. We are not fasting from calories, we're fasting from carbs. When you just have a single scoop of protein powder, you get literally like 1 gram of carb in there, and if you mix it with water as well. So we're going to wake up and have a scoop of whey protein, and then 2 to 3 hours we're just going to do some work, stay focused. 2 to 3 hours later we're going to go and have another scoop. Do some more work, 2 to 3 hours later, have another scoop. Then we're probably going to start our eating window after about 6 hours of waking up, and we've had like 2 to 3 scoops of protein during this time. Now we're going to be close to our workout time. So our pre-workout meal, the meal that we eat an hour or two before we go to workout, will be high in complex carbs, moderate in protein. It doesn't need to be high in protein because we've just had a bunch of protein scoops, and it's going to be about moderate in fats too. And then post-workout, so the meal that we eat half an hour to 1 hour to 2 hours after our workout is going to be pretty much the same. We're going to go into more detail of exactly what you should eat, but this is the structure of the perfect diet. We're going to wake up, do intermittent fasting, but also get scoops of whey protein during the fasting window. When we break our fast, we're going to make sure that we get complex carbs before and after our workout. So that's 2 things checked off the perfect diet already, and we have 2 more. We've got to make sure this perfect diet optimizes our health and it also feels sustainable. To optimize our health in terms of diet gets very confusing, and no one really knows exactly what health really means. When you really think about it, health in terms of diet, what are you thinking? Because most people will still think it's fat loss, but we've covered the fat section. So health is actually about your gut microbiome. It's like the second brain of our body. The foods that optimize and keep our gut healthy, we can say are healthy foods. I'm gonna have a big list of healthy ingredients, but in general, it's kind of like the unsexy answer is that it's a lot of vegetables and fruits and like natural, unprocessed, non-garbage food. You don't see McDonald's in there, you don't see V-shred. Pizza, shut up bro. It's literally just like the one base ingredients. That's the phrase I've always said is generally, if you eat the base ingredient, you will stay healthy. The base ingredient is what you're looking for. So instead of looking for like chips, and if you go into the frozen section in some like dumbass supermarket, they're selling chips and it's got like a bunch of different ingredients, it's been processed already. The main ingredient that you wanted was potatoes. Now if you look for the ingredient list on potatoes, there isn't one. They literally don't have an ingredient list there. Why? Because the ingredient in potatoes is potato, potato, potato. What you'd like to find is a bunch of foods like this where there is no ingredient list. It is literally just the base food. Generally, that stuff is healthy. So here is where people start asking for the macronutrient split. Even though it's been covered a million times, people always ask me, how many grams of protein, how many this? I don't agree with the standard advice that people give you. So you already know the advice that you've been given. 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. It's pretty stupid advice. Doesn't really work for most people because a 200-pound guy should generally not be eating 200 grams of protein unless he's a jacked bodybuilder. 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight doesn't work. What I would say instead is eat into the range of 120 grams of protein to about 180 grams of protein. If you end up inside of this range, fine. Like what we care more about is that you get relatively close to the ideal number. Like you get close enough to a range of it than to specifically say, okay, I'm 165 pounds, so I should hit 165 grams of protein. And honestly, I've even changed the way that I track food, and I suggest you to do this. Don't even track macros. I don't think there's that much of a benefit to making sure that you get the absolute most optimum amount of carbs and fats, the split or the percentage split. That reduces the 4th part of the perfect diet, which is sustainability. Because the easier way to wrap your mind around all this is to think, okay, you have X calories. Let's say you've got 2,000 calories. It's easier to say you've got 2,000 calories, get into the range of 120 to 180 grams of protein. Anywhere around this range, in this range, is going to be good enough. And then think purely about just filling up the 2,000 calories with the huge list of ingredients here. So you might be looking at this list of ingredients and feeling a little bit, confused. Like how would I make this into a realistic meal? Literally, choose a couple of them which you think, would pair well together and just make them together. Put them all onto a plate. Like, you don't have to make a pre-designed meal that normal people eat. Like, we don't need the name of a meal that normal people eat on the normal diets. We can have a meal which is lentils and potatoes. We can have a meal which is yogurt and raspberries, oats and nuts. Now, because we've gave you the flexibility to just say, okay, reach this many calories with roughly this much protein, and what's inside the calories, if you pick from this ingredient list, it's going to be healthy. You now have the flexibility to look at this list and just kind of see which one you feel like having today. And that's actually the more healthy way to do things, because long story short, in terms of our gut health, it's better to eat different things, quite different things, because a variety, it's kind of like cliche terms, but a variety of fruits and vegetables is the best for your health. It's not exactly the best for in terms of just, you know, consistency, knowing that you've got the exact same meal every day. I prefer to do that personally. I prefer to literally just have the same meals every single day. But in terms of maximizing health, it's better to just rotate a bunch of these ingredients around. Like, you've got your list, you've got your calories, you know roughly how much protein to have, and maybe you need to get like a couple more scoops of protein in. There you go, do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. If you know my story, which will pop up on screen, you know that I've struggled with diet a lot. And the one thing that has really helped me, significantly changed everything, which I hope to give you today, is education. Quality education that makes it click. For that reason, it's very important for me to explain some things that may seem like common sense, but I urge you, if you really want this to be important, to watch it in order and don't skip around. I know I personally skip on YouTube videos, especially when they've got an introduction like this, and if you've watched my videos before, you know that I'm not the introduction type of guy. I usually jump straight in with the practical advice. You can't do that with diets. You have to learn about diet from the ground up. So that's why this introduction is quite long, even though I usually skip over them completely. You're gonna have to reframe your mind. We're gonna have to take out everything you know about diets, because everything you know about diet has been ingrained into you by a society that is unhealthy. No matter which country you're in, apart from like 2 or 3 countries, pretty much everyone in your country is overweight. 70% of people in Western countries are overweight or obese. That means that whatever we're all doing as a majority, as a society, is not working. We're doing the opposite. In self-improvement, we always follow one of those quotes that says to do the opposite of the majority. If you follow the diet of the majority, which is not thinking about diets, not watching diet educational videos, you will get the result of the majority. So congratulations, you're already one step ahead of everyone else. Let's begin with the biggest problem in the world right now, the pandemic that's been going around for a while. I'm not talking about COVID. That's a very, very small pandemic compared to the obesity pandemic. Learning about the obesity pandemic is so important, even if you are not obese, because lose your ego a little bit, chances are you will become overweight or obese in your life if you don't learn this stuff. We have to ask ourselves, why has fat gain become so common? Why are people getting not just overweight but obese? Now, the simpletons in the fitness industry will say, oh, because people eat more. And that's true, but leaving the argument there is the reason why nothing has been done. It's the reason why the obesity rates keep climbing up, because for so long we have told obese people to eat less and move more. But it isn't working. It is not working. We have to look at this on a deeper level than just what the simpletons in the fitness industry say. We need to go past that base question of why they're gaining weight, because we know it's a calorie surplus. People are eating too many calories. What we have to ask is the further question: why are people eating too many calories? This question has not been asked much, because we've all just left the conversation there that, okay, people are eating too much, they need to eat less. It's a whole raving thing. We'll talk about the fitness industry, but it's like the groundbreaking thing that, oh, to lose weight, all you have to do is eat less. But we should be asking, why? Why do so many people have to lose weight in the first place? Why do we have to tell people to eat less? That why are people eating more? We understand fat gain and obesity is from people eating more, but why are they eating more? And that is because of the types of food. Now, this is gonna hurt all those minimalist YouTubers, Matt Diavella, and all the fitness people who've done the videos like, oh, there's no such thing as bad food. Yes, there is. There's no such thing as bad calories. Yes, there is. All calories are the same. No, they're not. That is such a simpleton view of nutrition. Saying all calories is the same is like saying all money, all currency is the same. No. Maybe if you're like a dumb child, you could kind of believe that all currency is the same, but once you get a little bit older and your IQ gets into double digits, you start realizing that currency is different. It has different values, it has different uses, just like different calories and macronutrients are different. Obesity is getting more common, and now hopefully you understand that we know that it's because people are eating in a calorie surplus. But the real question is, why is a calorie surplus? Why are people eating so much? Why is that so common around the world? And that is because of the types of food. Humans have not just evolved in the last 100 years. Evolution, some kind of changes to our biological process takes millions of years. So we have to think that this is an outside influence. This is something that we as man, as humans have created and put into our bodies that are now making it so that we eat more. So therefore it is the type of food, it is the foods that we're eating that are causing this obesity pandemic. So now we have to do a comparison of the foods that we're eating compared to the times when obesity was uncommon / non-existent. Just over 100 years ago, 200 years ago, you wouldn't have seen obese people everywhere. Maybe there would have been that one random guy who's 200 pounds and everyone would have thought, it's like, oh my God, he's an elephant or some shit. Now a man being 200 pounds is average. Seriously, a man being 200 pounds is average. The average woman now weighs what men used to weigh. For a long time, I had a negative view towards overweight and obese people, and I want to drill this in right now. If you're watching this, whether you are overweight, obese, or if you're kind of like me, like a fit person, obese people are not our enemies. For some reason, when we talk about this stuff, it's like people have a very negative view towards fat people, as if it's like an us versus them situation. It's not. They are not our enemies. We are on the same team. It's me plus the obese guy versus the problem. We're all trying to just be healthy and happy people. I am ashamed to say for a long time that I had such a negative view to fat people, because I thought, oh, you know, they're fat and they're lazy and they're causing problems for the maybe the healthcare is getting worse because they're a drain on the healthcare. But we have to think that most people, if not all of them, do not want to be obese. We have to treat obesity, overweight, fat gain like an addiction. And we as a generation of dumbasses, of people in the government system and the healthcare system, have failed people with addictions, whether it's drugs, whether it's social media, internet porn, whether it's food. We are horrible to people with addictions. We see them as the enemy for some reason. And we have to strip that mindset away and start treating these people with love and actually start questioning, why would a normal person be like this? What can we do to change this person's life so that he doesn't need that addiction anymore? And the answer, in my opinion, is to increase the high quality food intake, the natural foods. We'll go on to that later. I'm going to tell you everything I know about natural foods, about unprocessed foods. The obesity pandemic is caused because we are eating a lot less of the high quality food, the good food. You're going to hear me say this a lot and it's probably going to trigger some people, but there is good and bad food, but this isn't a safe space. So if you get triggered, if you find this offensive, then it sucks to be you if you're so sensitive. But this is true. There's so many YouTubers I see who've made videos like the myth of bad food. There's no such thing as bad food. Yes, there is. Ice cream is bad for you. Sugar is bad for you. Alcohol is bad for you. Junk food, heavily processed food, McDonald's is bad for you. There is foods that is good for you. This fact that I'm telling you right now, it's not an opinion. This is a fact that I'm telling you, that there is bad and good foods, is quite insensitive. I'm not taking anyone's feelings into consideration when I say this. And so straight away, if I start saying, okay, McDonald's is bad for you, someone who's just ate McDonald's would feel offended by that. I'm hoping that you can agree with me that there is bad and good foods. And now it should become clear that the reason why there's an obesity pandemic is because we're choosing the bad foods. So to cure the obesity pandemic, even though it's not this simple, but to cure it, we just need to eat more good foods. I'm not even saying to eat less bad foods. The reason why we're eating bad foods is because we're eating less good foods. A successful diet is all about adding things in, not taking things out. When we take things away from a human who's addicted to them, it makes it worse. It makes him obsessed with that substance that we took away. So to cure the obesity pandemic, we need to feed people good quality food. When you fill up on good quality food, you are so full and satiated that the smallest amount of chocolate is actually a reasonable treat. My treat right now is a piece of dark chocolate. I was a chronic binge eater. My treat is a piece of dark chocolate, and that satisfies me because I am quite sickly full throughout my day of the foods that I eat in a good way. So now this new section is going to seem like common sense up until it doesn't. So don't click away. If I was watching this personally, I would think, what an idiot, we don't need to be asked this question. But I'm gonna ask you the question, hopefully you can answer it. Is fat unhealthy? Now, I would have said yes, absolutely, 100%, and that would have been wrong. It is not 100% unhealthy. There's two types of body fat, and one is actually surprisingly not unhealthy. One type actually does not lead to metabolic syndrome, and this is like we have to reframe your mind. How is fat unhealthy? Let's ask that question. How is fat unhealthy? We understand, okay, obese people are unhealthy, they're sick, but how? Exactly what happens? Is it like the fat in your body does something? What exactly happens? There's two things. Now, having a large amount of weight can be unhealthy in the sense that it can weigh you down, it can ruin your posture, lack of exercise because you're heavier. But that is quite minuscule compared to the metabolic syndrome. Metabolic syndrome is the reason why fat is so unhealthy. But metabolic syndrome is not exactly caused by fat. Hopefully you didn't click away when I started talking about good and bad food, but you're going to learn how bad food gives you metabolic syndrome. I want you to reframe your mind that fat is just a symptom of eating in a calorie surplus, but fat does not equal sickness. It does not equal metabolic syndrome. It does not equal diabetes and cardiovascular disease, although it is heavily correlated. This is where it gets a bit of like mind-boggling. So essentially, since it's heavily correlated, we may as well say that, it's caused, but it is not. Cause and effect is very, very different. Metabolic syndrome is like diabetes, heart disease, stroke, blood pressure. It's like the things we correlate with fat gain. So we think that metabolic syndrome is caused by fat gain. This is where it gets interesting. Hopefully I've explained it in a way that you can understand it, because this is where we start getting to like the conspiracy theories, and we start thinking that everything we know about fat is actually kind of wrong. Metabolic syndrome is not caused by fat gain. About 20% of obese people are actually relatively healthy because they don't have metabolic syndrome. And then we've got to think, okay, so maybe fat gain, fat in your body does not cause metabolic syndrome. So what does? And now we can start to disassociate. And this sounds weird. This is really crazy. I never thought I'd be one of those like health at every size, fat positive people. But after doing so much research, they are wrong. That fat positive thing, they are all wrong. But fat is actually not unhealthy by itself. Not very unhealthy. Like the effect it has, on your spine, and you weigh more, so you exercise less. It's still quite significant, but it's not that bad. The huge problem, the health problem that comes, which we thought was due to fat gain, comes from something else. We've got to ask, what is causing metabolic syndrome? Because for so long, we've essentially thought metabolic syndrome was just caused by fat. It was caused by obesity. But now we can see that metabolic syndrome, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, is just one symptom. Obesity is another symptom. So what are these symptoms of? Now we could say calorie surplus, maybe that's true, but then why are some people who have eaten a huge calorie surplus still healthy? It's the type of food. And I'm gonna sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it is sugar. Look at these two pictures. Which one is unhealthy? The one at the top has got significantly more fat, so he is unhealthy. No, I'm lying. The one at the bottom is the one who is sick. The one at the top could actually be a relatively healthy person, but the one at the bottom could die within the next year. He's got visceral fat. See how his fat isn't on the outside, it's on the inside of his body. That's the fat that goes around our organs. That's the dangerous types of fat. And so now we're actually getting so deep where there's actually different types of fat. And so really, this all boils down to what is causing visceral fat, which is the dangerous fat, and the all-round general body fat. We've actually got to start to think that that might not be unhealthy for us. It's not ideal. I'd say the most healthiest thing is to be about 15% body fat, relatively strong and muscular, but it's not too bad. Visceral fat, belly fat, is the dangerous part. I really hope I've explained this in a way that you can understand. The question then is, what is causing visceral fat? Visceral fat is the problem. That is what we should be concentrating on when we think about diet. That is what we should be just thinking about in general to cure the obesity pandemic. It's not just to eat less, because eat less would help the top guy. It would help the guy whose fat is just body fat. But we're learning that about 20% of people are that top picture where they've just got body fat, but the types of food they're eating aren't giving them much visceral fat. So they're relatively healthy. So honestly, we don't really need to help them. Aesthetically, they could look nicer, they could look more muscular, and that's why they'd get a personal trainer. But in terms of healthcare, they don't need our help. It's the bottom picture. And these people, this is what's really surprising. This is how skinny people get diabetes. We have never seen this before. I hope that all the neurons in your brain are starting to click and you're starting thinking, wait, that's true. There's a phenomenon of skinny people getting metabolic syndrome, and we've thought the metabolic syndrome was caused by fat gain, but it's not. It's caused by the types of food we eat, and this is so important because now I am adamant to say that this sickness that comes with metabolic syndrome is not caused by a calorie surplus. It's not caused by eating too much. The biggest strain in our healthcare system, the biggest reason why the obesity pandemic is such a huge problem, is because of the type of food that we eat is causing visceral fat. Visceral fat is the problem, and skinny people can get this. It's your diet. It's not just how much you eat, and it's not just the size of you, the weight of you. People with normal weight, normal sizes are getting metabolic syndrome. Visceral fat is causing metabolic syndrome, not just fat gain, not just obesity. Obesity, just visually looking at someone who's 300 pounds, is barely even a problem. Let's say a 250 pound guy, it's just harder for him to exercise if he got to that weight by overeating relatively healthy foods. But no one gets to that weight by eating relatively healthy food. That's why such a small number of people are overweight and healthy. But also most people who are at normal weight, at underweight, are also sick with metabolic syndrome, because it's the types of food that we're all consuming because we all fell for the biggest scam, this dumb little triangle. This is going to start to sound like a conspiracy theory. Hopefully you're still following along and everything I'm saying is making sense. I'm not going to explain much exactly why this dumb little triangle, this pyramid, is the biggest scam humanity fell for. The TLDR of it, by putting carbs as our biggest intake and reducing fat, means that we are inherently going to be eating more sugar, even though the sugar is the top of the pyramid, the smallest thing that we should be having as a treat. That is impossible if fat is reduced. Anything you've ever seen in the shop that says low fat, reduced fat, would taste like absolute garbage. It would probably make you throw up. But the reason why it doesn't is because anything that says low fat, reduced fat, actually means increased sugar. Go ahead and look at anything you can go and find. Go and look at any cereal, any cheese, any cream, any yogurt, anything you want. Go and look at it. If it says reduced fat, go and check how much sugar it has, and you'll be disgusted. Fat is taste. Imagine a carb that has no fat. So just plain rice, plain bread, no butter. Tastes disgusting. Food only tastes good when you put fat onto it. So when we take the fat out of this stuff, it tastes like shit, but it's now got reduced calories, so everyone's so happy. It's, oh, hey, we're eating less calories, we're not gonna get obese. But now it tastes like shit. So what's the cheapest substance that they can add into it to, one, make it taste good, but hopefully to make you an addict and make you buy it again? Sugar. Sugar is the reason why people are dying. Sugar is the cause of visceral fat. Sugar and alcohol. Alcohol is actually a massive one, but that's got so many health problems to it that it's not just limited to visceral fat. I'm going to talk about hormones, and this, in case I'm watching this, younger me, 18-year-old me, anytime that I'd watch videos like this and they started talking about insulin and ghrelin and leptin and all these hormones and brain signaling, it would fry my brain and I'd just click off. I'd just be thinking, okay, just tell me the calories, tell me what foods I should be eating. Please trust me that I wasted years of my life and I kept on binge eating for so long up until I understood about hormones. So I'll try to explain this as simple as I can. This is the most important part. Even with sugar, we need to understand why we're overeating it. And it's all down to our hormones. Literally everything about diet is down to our hormones, because it's our hormones that makes us feel hungry. It's our hormones that makes us want to eat more. It's our hormones that signals that we're tired and we can't exercise. My hormones, on the other hand, signal to me that I can exercise for 3 hours and enjoy it. My hormones make me crave healthy food. I can't believe I get to say that my hormones genuinely now signal to me to crave healthy food and signal to me to go and exercise for at least 2 to 3 hours a day. Sounds crazy? I'm hopefully going to get you there. I'm just saying this so much to my younger self, the 18, 20-year-old me who would have heard about insulin and be like, oh, I don't need to know any of this, just tell me what protein to eat. Don't be like me, listen to this. There's 3 major hormones that we need to know about in terms of diet: leptin, insulin, ghrelin. Let's start with leptin. Leptin signals to our brain that we're full. And it actually signals to our brain that we've got some energy to expend because we've just ate. So we want a good level of leptin. People who've got a healthy level of leptin stop eating. As soon as they feel full, they stop eating. How crazy is that? Even maybe before they feel, sickly full, they stop eating because they've gotten that signal that, okay, I've had enough. These people are also the people who can exercise for hours. So hello, me. Insulin is what spikes after we eat carbs, especially sugar. Insulin stops the leptin signal. How mad is that? Insulin, when we have carbs, especially sugar, that either reduces or stops the signaling from leptin. So when our insulin goes up, we don't get the signal that we are full. When our insulin goes up, we don't get the signal that we are energized and we have enough strength to go and exercise. So in a practical sense, eating carbs, especially sugar, tells our brain that we need to eat more and that we don't have energy, which is so weird because carbs are supposed to give us energy, but that's like in the long run. There's a reason why so many people, after they eat any kind of carb, they get a dip in energy where they just want to lay down for a certain amount of time, and then a few hours later they get like the boost of energy. That dip is your leptin signal not being heard by your brain because insulin is stopping it. So really what we want is to reduce how much insulin is produced in our body. Insulin's first job is to give our cells some energy. So this is why carbs give energy. But insulin's second job is to store fat. Once we don't need any more energy, what else is it going to go into? Insulin then produces fat. We'll talk about this more later, but this is why the fitness industry is all wrong. They're all just simpletons who have just not looked into like A-level science to realize this stuff, that what you eat truly changes. Like if we just talk about calories and macronutrients, we're not talking about insulin. And now don't you see that the insulin is what causes fat gain? So imagine if we had days where we didn't have much insulin at all, we didn't have much carbs at all, would we still gain fat? Now you would be saying, okay, on a calorie surplus, yes, but it's debatable. And trust me, I have 100% been in the situation where no, it's a calorie surplus, that's the only thing that matters. But now I am unconvinced, and I'm pretty sure I'm on the other side now, where I don't believe you can actually gain fat if you reduce sugar. If we overeat carbs and if we overeat sugar, insulin starts producing fat because we've got an excess of energy. Now we should be using that energy to go and exercise, but insulin reduces the leptin signaling for some time. And so that means that if you overeat, which pretty much all of us overeat all the time, insulin's gonna start producing fat, which means that we are producing fat pretty much every day because, kind of side note, food has been made to be overate. So then we could say that fat gain is caused by insulin, which it pretty much is. So the question then we should be asking is, what actually causes the highest amount of insulin? What causes a small amount? And we should be choosing the foods that has the small amount of insulin spike. This is what's called the glycemic load. It's kind of like complicated, so I won't get into it too much, but pretty much if you can just trust the research, and I'll link some things that you can learn from as well. Low quality junk food has a high glycemic load, and high glycemic load converts into high insulin. So it's what you've known all this time. Shitty junk food, even stuff that isn't high in sugar, still has a high glycemic load, so that converts to higher insulin. So again, there is bad food. Food that heavily spikes your insulin is bad. Do not trust the YouTubers who keep the cringy videos, man. There's no such thing as bad food. It's just marketable. Just marketable. So now hopefully you've got like an A-level understanding. This is what you should have known when you were like 13 years old. But of course, school didn't teach us this. Doctors don't even know this. The fitness industry are just a bunch of photoshopping, steroid taking motherfuckers that are not going to tell you the truth because it's not marketable. So hopefully now you know that all calories are not the same. There is bad food. And so the objective of any diet plan should be one that gets you to reduce the bad food but heavily focuses on increasing the good food, the food that's got a low glycemic index, the food that doesn't heavily spike your insulin, the food that doesn't mess up your leptin signaling, which means that when you eat it, you start to feel really full and satiated. The final hormone that we have to talk about is ghrelin, and put simply, ghrelin is just your hunger hormone. When you feel hungry, that's because ghrelin has been released to signal that you should eat. Ghrelin is just a hormone, it's just a feeling. The psychological mindset is that you don't actually have to listen to it. So it's interesting to know that our hunger feeling is just a hormone. And now if we can understand what ghrelin is like, we can understand hunger. The very important part of obesity or fat gain is, why are people who are fat, why are people who overeat still hungry? That's a very important question. It's because of ghrelin. Ghrelin doesn't really care if you've ate much. Ghrelin increases at the time that you normally eat. But what's really surprising, which most people haven't put together, is that if you don't eat, your ghrelin goes down. Think about that time that you were like really busy, that one time you didn't eat for like 8 hours. Were you literally starving at the end, that you were like about to die? Nah, you got the feeling of ghrelin, you got the feeling of hunger, and you started feeling quite hungry, but after about an hour, the hunger went down. This graph shows exactly what ghrelin is like. It just spikes when you normally eat food. So you can see that these spikes are at breakfast, lunch and dinner. But the amount of ghrelin our body produces just goes down after the time that we stop eating. So ghrelin just kind of likes consistency. It just wants us to eat at the same time every day. It kind of gives us a reminder to feel hungry at the same time, to just signal like, oh yeah, like this is when you normally eat, so go and eat. But we don't have to listen to it, and you can see that ghrelin goes down. So that explains why people who overeat still feel hungry, because ghrelin just kicks in when we normally eat. And it also explains why people who do fasting, people who fast for days at a time, actually don't feel like disgustingly starving by the end of it, because ghrelin goes up and it goes down. We kind of believe that our hunger would go up in a linear correlation with how long it's been since we ate, but that's not true. The ghrelin, the hunger, just goes up and down in waves. So that was a lot to take in. You've just had your entire knowledge of diet, of nutrition, completely changed, hopefully. And now we're going to talk more about, on a societal level, the issues with diets. And the first one that I've got a bone to pick with is the fitness industry, because these motherfuckers contributed to my binge eating disorder. What is the purpose of any content online? What do the news want when they post really scary stuff about like the deaths of COVID and, you know, like clickbait and shit? What do they want? They want views, they want attention. So bigger things that are quite unconventional get more views. So fitness people with abs who are doing 10,000 calorie challenges and who are saying you can eat anything you want, there's no such thing as bad food, that's marketable. That's so interesting that I'm going to click on it, even though I know it's not true. You're going to click on it. You've watched at least 100 videos of some fitness guy with abs who says that he eats Cocoa Pops and stuff, and he does. And that's the scare, and this is the mind-boggling thing that we have to wrap our heads around. I have been in a fantastic shape whilst binge eating multiple days in a row, like multiple months in a row. How? The most common diet in the fitness industry is if it fits your macros. MyFitnessPal has made this very convenient. You set your number of macros and then you aim to hit that goal with pretty much anything you want. That makes it so cool. Wait, so if I go to the gym and I track what I eat, I can eat anything I want. So you're telling me I've got 80 grams of carbs and I can eat a donut? And they'll be like, yeah. And you'll eat it and you will actually lose weight and you'll be like, oh my God, that is mad. Calories don't matter. All calories are the same. Just eat less. And idiots like me have preached this for so long without having the basic level of education to know that it is not healthy. I can't believe that it's so common sense that it took me years to realize that eating junk food is not healthy, even though the junk food can reduce that body fat if you just eat less. Remember we said that there's two types of fat. The fitness industry only care about that visible body fat because it's full of narcissistic, vain people like myself who only care about appearance. It is mad, it is crazy that the fitness industry is full of some of the most unhealthy people. Do not trust these people. What's happening in the fitness industry, since they only care about appearance, they only focus on reducing the first level of fat. But in order to do that in a marketable way, which is, hey guys, you can eat anything you want, just track your macros and eat less calories, it's causing the visceral fat. Mark my words, in 20 years time, most of these people that you're seeing on the biggest fitness pages, they're all gonna have diabetes, and a lot of them are gonna die from stroke and heart disease. I know it sounds like disgusting for me to say that. I don't wish it on anyone, but I believe it's true. I believe it's gonna be a very scary moment in about 20 years time when the biggest people of the fitness industry start dropping like flies because of the visceral fat that they're gaining from this. If it fits your macros, why clean eating is bad for you. Lost respect for Jeff Nippard, man. When I mentioned diet in a previous video, one guy commented and he said, I see what you mean, it's not healthy to eat this stuff, but technically, if you only care about what you look like, you'd look the same, you'd have the same body composition if you ate junk food compared to healthy food. And that is what the fitness industry has preached, that we're only caring about appearance, so if you eat junk food, you get to enjoy the junk food and you get to look good. And that is not true. You might get to look good and you might get to still make progress eating the junk food, but your body composition, what you look like, if we're only caring about appearance, by the way, is not going to be as good as if you ate clean, healthy foods, because the way that I'll have the comment of me and this guy, the way that I explained it to him was that when you eat the healthy food, you're just better fueled for the workout. And when you're better fueled for the workout, you just have a better body composition. You're going to make more muscle in the leg session in which you had chicken and rice beforehand compared to eating Cocoa Pops. And that's just on a base level if we're just talking about how it fuels your workout. The leptin is actually very important in this because the low quality junk food, since it blocks the leptin signal, it actually means, one, you're going to eat more, which means that you're more prone to binge eating. So you just look shit anyway. And 2, your brain not getting the leptin signal means that you're going to feel more tired and exercise less with less intensity. So the junk food is going to lead to exercising less. So that if it fits your macros, it should have never even been something that we all preached, and idiots like me, which I'm so ashamed of, preached it for so long. After being like so into the fitness industry, I've concluded that it's riddled with mental health problems, it's riddled with binge eating disorders, it's riddled with anxiety, with depression, with low self-esteem. Just don't trust them. There's a reason why each and every one of these fitness enthusiasts are doing binge eating challenges, because they've got an eating disorder and they think, oh, as long as I record it and I look pretty whilst eating, I'll get some views. Don't trust them. So let's move on. What is a healthy diet? What should you eat? Now, again, even though I've said there's so much bad food, my advice in terms of the diet is not to reduce the bad food, because if that is your mindset, that actually gets quite depressing. You wake up with like a sense of anxiety, like you've got a craving for McDonald's, for chocolate, for crisps, and you think, oh, no, Hamza, the YouTuber, said not to eat it. And then you got to think like, oh, but I don't want any damn vegetables. It's not a good way to live. Instead, my advice has always been to have the positive approach, to eat more good food, to eat more healthy food, the unprocessed food. What is unprocessed food? I used to watch these videos years ago, and when they say unprocessed, I never really put 2 and 2 together. So the way that I like to think about it now, which it maybe seems a little bit overboard, but when you try it, you'll see that it's like a fail-proof system as long as you keep using the system. Before you eat anything, look at the ingredient list. Usually in unprocessed food, there is no ingredient list, because the food is the ingredient. The ingredients in potato is potato. The ingredients in broccoli is broccoli. Do you see how they are literally like one base ingredient? And then go and look at something that's processed. Here is a picture of a McDonald's wrap. So there's a lot of ingredients, right? So my little system that I do, which I try to stick to, but even I do, fail it, I don't follow it sometimes, is always look at the ingredients. And if there is one thing on the ingredients list that you don't know, that you literally cannot like identify it right now, what this is, what it looks like, what, where it came from, Google it. Look at the ingredients list and just Google the things that you don't know. And you'll find that how long it takes you to do that with something like McDonald's is not even worth it. And so this is how you pick the unprocessed foods. It's just to think about the foods that are like the base natural ingredients and just have them. And do not fall for the American view that this food it's hard to prepare, it's not quick, easy and cheap, and it doesn't taste nice. One, nutrition, your diet should not be quick, easy and cheap. I can't believe those words have to be said. Your nutrition is something to invest in. If you are one of those people who wants your diet to be quick, easy and cheap, that's disgusting. Your nutrition should be somewhat of a slow process that you put a lot of intention into. It should be not expensive, but it should be not expensive. It should be kind of frugal, but it should be high quality, and it should not be just easy. It could, if that's like a positive of some kind of healthy food, yes. But most healthy food is not quick, easy and cheap, and that's okay. This is something to invest in. To invest some time, some effort, and some money into better nutrition, and that is one of the best investments you'll ever make in your life. And then the taste factor. We've been conditioned from childhood to think that vegetables aren't tasty. They are. It's just that your parents aren't really good at cooking them. Learn how to cook them. You've got the internet at your hands. You've hopefully learned so much in this video, and you hopefully understand that the internet can be used to go and learn things. Ask yourself this question: how many hours in the last month have you spent actively searching to find out how to make healthy food taste nice? 0. 100% of the people watching this have spent 0 hours actively searching on how to make healthy food taste nice. I've just called you out, but it's true. When was the last time you literally Googled how to make broccoli taste better? You've never done that in your life. I've never done that in my life. I'm just being biased, but I have done that with things like salmon, with sweet potatoes. So here's my advice: start with the ingredients. Let's say sweet potatoes, they're quite nice. Then do a little Google search, watch a little YouTube video, and go and look at the one that looks quite nice. How to make sweet potatoes taste better, how to make broccoli taste better, how to make salmon and sweet corn and Oats taste better. All of these one base natural ingredients can taste delicious. It's just that we've never really put time to make them delicious. The information is at your fingertips. It sounds kind of cliche, but lots of vegetables, high fat, low sugar, high fiber is the way to go. The mentality to have with this healthy diet is that it's not just going to click like this. For some reason, that's the mentality we all have with everything that we do. We get so motivated by a video like this and then don't have a 100% perfect diet the next day, and we're like, oh, I can't even do it. Like, no, bro, it takes a while, you dumbass. Like, stay to it. Have the mentality that you want to have a healthy diet, a nutritious diet, which doesn't mess up your hormones, and start following that as best as you can every day. We're not doing like a binary thinking of 0 to 1, like, oh, if you ate something bad today, that's it, the whole day's gone off and you failed. No, it's like 0 to 100. And most days you're going to end up about 50, about 60. Hopefully this video will help you get to like 60, 70. And that's okay. Don't think that you start at 100 and the moment you ate something bad, you're at 0. So the rest of the day you may as well binge eat. Don't do that. Let's talk about binge eating. There is 2 cures to binge eating, which is mindfulness and the foods that don't mess up your hormones. That's the 2 things you need to know. No one else is telling you this advice. The advice that I see on the big YouTubers channels are like, just wait 20 minutes. If you want to binge eat, you can. Just wait 20 minutes. The lack of education and knowledge in videos like that just makes me hate the person that's making the video, because I just think like, you're not even helping anyone. It's just that clickbait. It looks so marketable by you saying, oh, you just wait 20 minutes. I was a chronic binge eater and it's been over 6 months since I binge ate. Exactly how did I do it? Through the healthy diet change. Remember those hormones again. It is the lack of leptin signaling to your brain that causes binge eating. Remember that leptin signals to our brain that we're full and that we can stop eating. And remember that insulin blocks that leptin signal. So if you want to feel full, and not just, the feeling of full, but actually you get that like satisfying thing where you actually don't eat anymore, what we've got to do is make sure that we're getting that leptin signal, and we get that leptin signal by not having a massive spike in our insulin. So to cure binge eating, eat food with low glycemic load. Eat food that doesn't heavily spike your insulin, which means low sugar and low amounts of processed food. No one ever in the history of mankind has ever binge ate on oats. Yeah, maybe if they put chocolate in the oats, then they binge ate on it, but no one has ever binge ate on healthy vegetables, because you get sickly full from it in such a satisfying way, because it doesn't spike your insulin much. This is another problem of the fitness industry, which has caused so much binge eating around the world, that promoting this idea of, there's no such thing as bad food, all calories are the same, just if it fits your macros, eat the right calories. The problem with that is that when you tell people that you can eat some junk food, that is how binge eating starts. No one actually starts the day eating something healthy like oats and eggs or something and says straight after the eggs they think, you know what, I'm gonna binge eat on these eggs, mummy make me 20 more eggs. No one does that. It's, you started the day pretty nicely and then you had the first sweet thing, or you had the first processed junk food, and then you binge ate. So the cure to this binge eating, firstly, is to just not really have those foods. Have them every now and then, and even then you'll find that really ever having food that is low quality, ever having food that's high in sugar, will have a risk of binge eating. If you never eat that food, which I know sounds really serious, but if you pretty much never eat that food, you will never binge eat again. And you'll be happier, healthier, and you'll actually feel full all the time, instead of that sickly feeling where you don't feel full, but you do feel full and you feel like shit and you've just ate a week's worth of calories. I've done a video a while ago on how mindfulness cures binge eating. I think mindfulness is the most effective cure for any addiction. Most addictions we indulge in mindlessly. We aren't thinking straight when we start overeating and stuff. Having increased levels of mindfulness through meditation, it kind of gives you like an extra second, a second chance before you're about to indulge in something. A huge part of binge eating happens because of anxiety. We binge eat for comfort because that is the comfortable thing in our day that we associate good, positive feelings with, especially if we've had a stressful day. Again, mindfulness is the cure to that. It might seem like I'm oversimplifying it. This video is not about mindful meditation, but if you watch one of the playlists, you'll probably understand why I preach it so much. Now let's talk about diet in terms of building muscle. The most effective way to build muscle is to be in a calorie surplus, but do not follow the fat YouTube weightlifter advice. Eating in a calorie surplus does not mean to eat shit. You've hopefully now got the level of education required to know that we don't want to spike our insulin. We don't want to mess up our hormones. hormones, our leptin. We don't want to eat that shit that gives us visceral fat. What we want is to simply eat more of the healthy foods, and this is where bulking becomes not fun. This is where bulking becomes difficult. To build muscle efficiently, you have to bulk. And most people love to bulk because that is their excuse for their eating disorder. They just want to eat more junk food. If you don't want to get metabolic syndrome and you want to do this in a healthy way to build muscle, bulking is difficult because bulking literally means to eat more of the food that really fills you up. So when you're bulking, you should feel like it's a struggle. That's why when people talk about weightlifting and diets, they say that the diet is actually way harder. And it only is harder if you eat the healthy foods. Bulking should be a struggle because you're literally force feeding yourself calories. If you eat junk, it's easy. But if you eat junk, that's going into visceral fat. You will gain weight when you do that, and it'll seem like you are bulking because your weight's going up and you look a little bit bigger. But really what's just happening is that most of it is fat, and most of that fat is visceral fat. It's not what we want. In an ideal world, we'd like to gain just muscle and zero fat. That would literally be like a dream. And the closest you can get to that is by doing it in the most clean eating way. The foods that don't mess up your leptin signal, the foods that don't give you visceral fat, the foods that don't spike your insulin. Eat big to get big is a myth. We only need a moderate calorie surplus. As a very rough amount, we only need to eat like an extra 200 calories a day, so it's not too much. If you're eating that with healthy foods that don't spike your insulin, that don't mess up your leptin, your body composition will look so much better at the end of your bulk than if you ate just junk food. Even though the junk food would technically feel like you were doing it right because your weight would go up. But remember, strip back down to the basics. We don't just want our weight to go up. We only use weight as just a way to track our progress in the bulk. But what we really want when we bulk is just muscle. We want as close to 100% muscle gain as possible. We want as least fat gain as possible because fat gain just means that we have to then go and do a cut. I'm losing my voice. So when trying to build muscle, focus on lean bulking with a small to moderate calorie surplus, and that calorie surplus should entirely come from the same foods of the healthy, high fiber, high fats, low sugar, low glycemic load. So just remember that bulking shouldn't be fun. It shouldn't be something that you're thinking like, oh, I can't wait to eat some muffins after my workout because it's got carbs and the fitness people told me it's okay. No. We're still trying to eat healthy. Bulking is not an excuse for your eating disorder. That's my message to everyone in the fitness industry. Finally, losing fat. Losing fat requires you to be in a calorie deficit. That means to eat less than your maintenance. Now, being in a calorie deficit is not a problem. Everyone's so scared of going onto a cut because they eat junk food. When you eat junk food, you spike your insulin, you mess up the leptin, you are hungry all the time. So imagine now trying to be on reduced calories and still be eating shit. That's what everyone in the fitness industry does. Don't do that. If you cut and you only eat, again, the same foods that we've mentioned, cutting's fine. You actually look forward to it because it's a time when you don't have to force feed yourself 100 grams of oats and 300 grams of rice. It's not too bad. Perhaps I'll make a whole video on what's called water fasting, but that is now what I preach as the most efficient way to lose fat. So to lose fat, you have to be in a calorie deficit. We've already known this, but hopefully with some knowledge that I've told you in this video, you now hopefully understand the types of food you eat will make or break the cut. It will make or break your life. So do not cut, do not just eat the shitty food that's making all this difficult, that's leading to the metabolic syndrome. Losing fat is easy. It is literally easy when you eat the healthy processed foods. Here's a little graph of my fat loss. I did it with healthy foods, and I have always struggled with cutting because a day into the cut I start binge eating because I would try to cut doing if it fits your macros. If it fits your macros is the horrible way, the worst way to diet, because the moment you have a bit of sugar, the moment you have a bit of that unhealthy food, most people can't stop there. And so every cut beforehand I've pretty much failed, apart from this one, because I didn't eat any of that junk and I was full. I literally did not feel hungry. I'm being honest, I know this is a privilege that I'm grateful of. I forgot what hunger feels like. You probably won't believe me, but that is the truth. I genuinely forgot what hunger feels like. I have not felt hunger in over 6 months. I'm literally being serious, and there's some days where I've done like a bit of intermittent fasting. I didn't eat till 4 p.m. I have not felt the hunger. I've not felt ghrelin in 6 months. Let me say that again. I have not felt what hunger feels like in 6 months. I've kind of forgot what it feels like because I am constantly full and satiated, even on a calorie deficit, because of the foods that I eat. Unprocessed, my leptin signaling must be so amazing, and I can exercise for about 3 hours a day. I know that this seems like an exaggeration. You're like, he must be overtraining or he's lying. Like, it's true. And I do it with a smile on my face. I actually feel energized throughout all of it, and it feels good to me. When you eat this stuff, it changes your life, man. For example, yesterday I did my leg session in the gym, which was 1 hour and 20 minutes. I did a 45-minute run, a 5K run. Then I went to my gymnastic ring spot and I did a 1 hour session there. So that's about 3 hours that I exercised yesterday. My body's pretty like sore, but in a nice way. I could not imagine being like this a year ago. I think the reason why is because of my leptin signaling, because I finally gave my body the nutrition it deserves, and I think that this is one of the best things you can do for yourself. So hopefully you enjoyed this video, and I really hope you got some value. You learned a lot from this. I have been a victim of the shitty diet that everyone is recommending. The doctors are recommended, everyone who's unhealthy has recommended me an unhealthy diet. Hopefully I am somewhat of a role model to you. I've got like a body that you kind of want yourself. I've got the performance that you want yourself. Hopefully you can look up to that and think that this is how I got here. And it's nothing special. I am not genetically like this, because a year ago I was not like this. So that means that whatever I've recently implemented has caused this to be true. And that is what everything you've learned in this video. Improving your diet is a big journey. It is quite difficult. There's so much to know. I could speak for another 2 hours about everything. If you want me to coach you on a one-to-one basis, I will teach you so much more, and we'll walk you through the diet plan. We'll do it in a way that's sustainable. I will not get you fast results. You will not get fast results with me. If you want fast results, I cannot promise that. I could get you a little bit faster than if you did it yourself. The big benefit of working with me is that I will do it in a sustainable way for you. I've got one student right now. I was speaking to him yesterday, and I said that the one part of the diet goal, the weight loss goal that everyone sets, that everyone forgets about, the one part that we just forget to think about, is that we want to lose X amount of weight and keep it off. When you want fast results and you try and do loads of cardio and you try and starve yourself and do whatever the messed up shit you do to lose weight, we're forgetting that we want to lose that weight and then not have the weight come back. And most people just never think about that. When you work with me, we're going to do it in a sustainable way that will take a little bit longer than if we did it in the most fast, brutal way. But the hope is that once you get to that goal weight, the goal health that you want from the diet, you're going to stay there for the rest of your life, because I'm not just going to help you with weight loss. I'm going to reframe. Imagine this video is probably going to be close to an hour. Imagine this every week on a one-to-one basis. I hope that that's got a huge amount of value, because I am going to reframe everything you think about in terms of diet and lifestyle and everything. I want to completely change your future. I don't just want to put you on a shitty track your calories, mate, and just eat 2,000 calories a day. It's too basic. The moment you stop tracking your calories, the moment you stop eating at the calorie deficit, you're going to go back to the foods that cause you to gain that weight anyway. I'm going to come in every single week, we're going to speak, and slowly and surely I'm going to rechange how your brain is structured so that you just don't eat the same food. Now, usually at the end of these videos, it's nice to link one of my videos so that, I get more views and watch time, but hopefully you understand how important this video that I'm going to tell you to watch is, because I'm literally losing, potential watch time to recommend someone else's video. There is one video which is not optional. It is required. And I know it might seem a little bit boring because it's like an hour or 2 hours long and it's kind of like just a professor talking. It is an absolute requirement. You must watch this video. It's called Fat Chance. It'll be linked in the description. I have to say it again, you have to watch this video to the end. It's a long video, so you can watch it over a few days, but seriously, I have to say this again, if it is not optional, it is literally required. You must watch it. Click on the link right now and watch it all the way to the end. It will change your life. Not only will it change your life, it will probably save your life. And what you learn from it, I hope that you could then pass it on to other people that you care about, that you love, so that it could save their life too. Hope you appreciate this video. I've been talking for a while, I've lost my voice, my throat hurts, so I really hope that you got a lot of value from this. I had fun making it. Please leave a like, and then hopefully the YouTube gods will show this video to loads of people. Please leave a comment, and then the YouTube algorithm shit will the engagement, the viewer engagement will increase, and maybe I'll get monetized soon or something. All right, take care.
What are we saying? What are we saying? I'm going crazy.
Each year, thousands of key
Jeffrey read the statistic that 80% of women are only interested in the top 20% of men, and now he feels insecure, depressed, and hopeless. The black pill looks kind of tasty now. Adonis. Adonis doesn't need some puny researchers to tell him what he already knew. He understands that this is basic human biology. He knows that women want the best man that they can get, and of course, the best man is Adonis.
Yeah, they just wanna see me in the grave. Come out the law in the rave. Oh no, I can't wait. You can read what you saw in the day. I was down, now I'm up to the plate. Got a couple hits, cause you know I cannot play. We gon' win it no matter what the shape. Got the stick, we gon' bring it out the safe. I was down below the comma. I put dollars on my head like I don't wanna. Yeah, I'm proud of what I did, I'm gonna come up. Yeah, you left me on red, so don't try to run. Want no smoke, then come in peace. Flow so foreign overseas. Got them praying, they like please.
The majority of women only want the top 20%, the best men, and this means that the overwhelming majority of guys, most guys including you, are sexually and intimacy deprived, whereas a small amount of men have quite a crazy level of abundance. And today you're going to learn how to get that abundance. First of all, my name is Hamza. I help young men go through the Jeffrey to Adonis transformation. If you're interested in that, scroll down right now, click on the subscribe and the post notification button. It's a win-win for both of us. A couple of years ago, I used to see these videos on YouTube about testosterone and alpha males, and I'd always get insecure because I knew which category I was in. And you know what changed? I started lifting weights. I started actually having some respect and pride for myself. Lifting weights and building my dream body, or making progress towards it at the time when I was about 17, 18 years old. It put me into a very positive mindset, like a growth mindset, where I actually started to realize, like, okay, you can make progress, and there's no reason why I couldn't get into the top 20% of guys. There's no reason why I couldn't be one of those guys on the YouTube video who are getting the girls. And so I started making progress, and more I just realized that there isn't really much of a competition. The majority of guys still don't even lift. Most men have the bodies of little boys. Like, weirdly, like, skinny fat, fatty stomach, skinny arms, B-cup titties. That's your competition, bro. And so I beat my competition. I lifted weights. I built the body. I learned about red pill game and social skills. I built up my own little social network, group of friends when I was in university. And I got into the top 20%. I felt it. The moment that I got into the top 20% or 15 or whatever it was, there's a certain sweet spot that I've mentioned a few times on my channel that success compounds. You will go from having no women for a while on your self-improvement. None. You've been working out for 3 months, 6 months, pretty much still almost the same, and you're starting to disbelieve all of these guys who've told you that lifting weights gets you girls, because still you're getting none. A little bit more. And then when you enter this sweet spot, it's like you just about pass this certain barrier. It goes like this. Success on every graph always looks like this. You almost never see success like a linear, like consistent graph like this. It's always like you get nothing for a bit and then exponentially compounds, and that's exactly how it is in terms of getting into the top 20% of men. You get no success before this, and suddenly you get more than you would have believed, and also that you know that other people around you would believe, because you couldn't have imagined this just 2 months ago. And for me, this exact moment was my Tinder pictures. I will try to find the exact Tinder pictures I used to use, but I used to get, as normal guys do, like a couple of matches per day. And even, let's just be honest, most guys don't even get that. Most guys get 0 to 1 match per day. I was getting like a couple per day. I'm lifting for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 matches per day max. At a certain moment, I start getting about 15 to 20 matches per day, and I'm actually meeting these girls finally. It went like this, and this is why I try and give hope, and I hate like the black pill spurgs that you see on the internet, like these incels, because there's hope. You just don't see that sweet spot yet. And then guess what happened? I fell out of the 20%. Mental health hit me, started binge eating, started smoking weed every day, all day. Training went down to like 2 times a week, no program, no progressive overload, literally just going to the gym and just kind of doing the things there. And same thing happened. It's like, I'm getting all these results, feeling awesome and stuff, and then down. The moment you just kind of get out of it. And so here's some pictures of that moment where I got kind of fat. Like, most people would see this and say they wouldn't call me fat or anything, but it's like, it's all relative, right? So don't try and, you're trying to like make yourself feel good by saying I look fat, because it's relative, and if I don't look fat, then you don't look fat, but I look fat. Let's just be honest. Like, for a guy who spent 4 or 5 years being in the full eat, sleep, lift, repeat kind of lifestyle, to not look good is like, there's something severely messed up. And of course that affected my mental health, and it's all compounding. Went straight back down, getting almost no attention from girls. I had a girlfriend, somewhat girlfriend at the time as well, but I lost like so much respect of myself and lost the attraction of people around me. I became a lot more reserved. Because previously when I entered that sweet spot and I felt like I got into the top 20, you know, it's 20%, 10%, who the knows what the percentage is, but like, you know, we can say it's the sweet spot, right? The moment you enter into this point where you're like, you're one of those guys who most girls want to be with. When I previously had entered that, I was a student. I was going to the gym, I was going boxing, I was going to the nightclubs, I was hosting parties, I was going to parties, I was like living a pretty good life in that area. And now, at this point, when I'm about 22, I'm unemployed. I've just finished, I've just graduated. I'm either unemployed or I'm working in customer service. I'm kind of bulky, but I'm kind of fat. I've been going to the gym, mental health is bad. And so I dipped out of the sweet spot. And now, once again, I got my shit together. For the last year, I've been fully focused on self-improvement. I've been leveling myself up. My body is the best it's ever been. This is what I look like right now. Can we get like a mashallah in the comments for this physique right here? Because I'm not gonna lie, when I see this video, I'm like, God damn, bro. So for the last year, I've stopped wasting my time on instant gratification activities. I don't watch Netflix. I maybe watch about an hour of YouTube per week. Quit RuneScape properly, finally. I don't do the majority of bad habits, and I do the majority of good habits. And so I've dipped back in to the 20%, 10% sweet spot that we're talking about. I put my head down, I worked on this business, I exploded my wealth. I'm making a lot more. I won't give you the, I mean, I've told the specifics before, but I'm making like a good amount for my age now. It's a huge amount compared to what the majority of people would think, but once you start making money, you realize like normal people's perception of money, like a lot of, like everyone thinks like 10k a month is like unreasonably high, whereas once you make 10k a month, you're like, yeah, it's like nothing, bro. It's like it's like pennies, G. Like I'd say, I mean, I'm getting full of myself, yeah, but I'd say like 50k a month is good money, like good money. Like I'm making good money compared to how I was a year ago, but it's like, bro, there's people out here making $1 million a month, and it's not that difficult. That's extreme level, right? In terms of like wealth in men, that's like the 1%, and you know, even not even 1% probably. It's probably like 5% or something. But no, the $1 million a month is probably 1% actually. So do you know what? I kind of just went off topic here with talking about finances and wealth and stuff, but you can actually see what my mindset is like. And although if you're somewhat of like a little softy and a little like, I don't know what the politic liberal or left, I don't know what it is, bro, but you're the type of people who are like against people making money or some, I don't know. If you're one of them, you'll probably think, wait, this guy's being a prick, he said 10k a month's not good and stuff. But by the way I just spoke, I almost impressed myself there, but to think that I've got such a positive mindset where I've achieved a level of wealth, not wealth, but a level of income that would have seemed crazy a few years ago, and now I'm driven to do more. I'm thinking like, yeah, you know, it's nice, it's a good accomplishment to hit like 10k in a month, but it's like, what about 50k? And with this type of mindset, it's inevitable that you get into this, the top 20, top 10%. And in fact, I was going to say some other things. I was going to tell you the specifics. But the thing is, if I tell you the specifics, it's not even going to help you. Because the specifics, I won't even waste your time, right? What I've wrote down is that you've got to delay gratification, you've got to stop indulging in instant gratification. You've got to start lifting weights, start making money, start doing, you know, the good habits, the social skills, mental health, and stop doing the bad habits, stop jacking off, stop watching sports, and stop being like a fucking loser. Just generally. The thing is, that's not even going to help you, because there is one key thing missing that either you have it or you don't. That is going to determine whether you become successful or you don't. And it's your mindset. I could come to your house. I could force you to work out. I could build the business for you. I could set up a business just like this for you, and you would still fail if you had the wrong mindset. And the mindset's kind of like the growth mindset, like that word, the growth mindset is kind of like the scientific word, but I just like to say it's just a positive mindset. It's just having some hope and knowing that you will eventually get there. When I first started lifting, I had a great deal of hope. I had such a positive mindset. To me, one of the things I kept on repeating to myself is, no matter what happens, I'm going to build my 10 out of 10 body. Bro, I'd have a crush on a girl for months and I would never say anything to her. Yeah, I'd sit next to her in class or something and just kind of like, if we even said a sentence together, that was like the whole thing in my mind and everything. And like months later of me just, you know, slowly shooting my shot with the slowest speed you could ever shoot a shot. I scroll on Facebook and she's now in a relationship, bro. Do you know how much that hurt? And still, 10 minutes later, I'm in my garage where we have my gym. I'm just thinking, I'm just looking around feeling so proud of myself saying, you know what? As long as I don't quit coming here, I'm gonna build my 10 out of 10 dream body. I came home with bad grades once in college, like pretty bad grades. My parents are disappointed at me, teachers were like annoyed at me and everything. Again, I go into the gym, as long as I don't quit, I will build my dream body. And here I am. I'm here because of the mindset. Now, a lot of you, like you are dumbasses, let's be honest. A lot of the dumbasses message me and like, okay, Hamza, what about the routine, bro? What routine, what workout, what are you doing for this? What's this? What about diet? How many calories? None of that even matters. None of that matters. If you're asking me a question about tactics, bro, you're probably not going to become successful because you're still missing most of your workouts. You still haven't controlled your lizard brain. Your willpower's still at a low level. It's only, like, you want to get into the top 20%, it's literally just your mindset plus time. Because your mindset plus time gets you to, how do I explain that? Your mindset, whatever your mindset is like, whether it's positive or negative, is where you're going to be in X amount of time. If you've got a positive mindset, you're going to end up somewhere positive in a few months or years. If you've got a negative mindset, you're going to end up somewhere negative in a few months or years. This is why, like, I just don't understand this internet culture that young men get themselves in with this negative thinking of men going their own way and black pill and incel. Because you're literally just shooting yourself in the foot by saying, oh, I can't get girls because I'm X. Now you can't get girls. Before you actually could have. But now you can't. Now you've signed the deal off. And the other guy, who doesn't even consider it. Like, I've got friends who are short. And
so this is the same with, like, confidence. So if you say, I'll have confidence when I get this, you're holding yourself from having the confidence now. Like, you have the confidence now. Right? You don't have the confidence in 6 months. You have the confidence now, but you're putting like a self-limiting belief on how far your confidence can rise. But if you just like tell yourself, like I've been journaling and telling myself, like, I'm confident now. There's nothing stopping me from being confident now. Naturally, you just become, this self-barrier just goes away and your confidence just grows.
And they don't even, it doesn't even come out of their mouth where they say, I can't get girls because I'm short. And they get more girls than I do. And I get an okay amount, bro. And on the other side, I have guys who should have no excuse to get girls. But they've got some stupid shit like that. Oh, bro, it's because of my jawline. It's, no, you've got a f***ing good jawline. Is it because of this? It's got because of this. I'm not jacked enough yet. That's usually the one it is. I'm not jacked enough. Give me 5 years. If you have this positive mindset, if you genuinely believe that you can get into the top 20%, that you can reach the sweet spot, you can build a business that explodes your wealth, you can build the 10 out of 10 body, bro, you will do it. Now, something might stunt your growth. Your genetics might stunt it. It will stunt it. Let's be honest, it will stunt it, but it will not stop it. It's your mind that stops your potential, not your genetics. Because there is no one who's maximized their genetic potential who isn't in the 20%. There is no one who's got the 10 out of 10 body. None of the Black Pillsbergs can defend against this. There's no one who's got the full 10 out of 10 body who now isn't happy that he actually built it. There's no one who gets the 10 out of 10 body. It's like, oh, like, I don't have girls still, so I'm just gonna stop. Like, the Black Pill was right all along. No one even says that, bro. Because if you've got the 10 out of 10 body, you generally get a good amount of attraction from women. Now, it's impossible not to. You will get the attraction from women, but you might not get women just because, again, you've got a mindset that no one wants to be around. Do you know what I'm going to title this video something like, it's not hard to get into the top 20% of men. Do you know why? Because...
How long got left?
2 hours.
Okay.
Alright.
Probably about 50% of men aren't even competing anyway. So we've got 50% left. And this is the 50% who are kind of like, you know, doing something. And the majority of these guys are just not doing much, and they're not doing the right things. The majority of these guys are like getting careers and 9-to-5 jobs and stuff. And they're all kind of like weirdly fat and they go to the pub. Like, your competition, if you're my age right now, and let's say you live in the UK, you're in the same like area as me. Your competition is the guys who go to the pub, have 10 pints of beer, and then call the dealer to get cocaine and ketamine. That's your competition. Now, these guys work 9 to 5 and they bring in like £2,000 per month. Like, okay, 3,000 per month. They've got a car on lease. That's your competition. And that's not even the guys who have given up. Like, the guys who've given up don't even do any of that. This is like the people who are actively competing. There is no reason why you can't get into the top 20% other than your mindset. If you say, oh, but there is, Hamza, because of X, because I'm in India, because of my black skin, because I'm short, because I've got skinny wrists, because I don't have hunter eyes like these internet people say, like, navel candle tilt and whatever. It's not so much that those are the reasons why, it's that your mindset is the reason why. So now I'm going to give you the actual tactics. I don't think it's going to help most people. I'll be completely honest with you, I only really give like full practical tactics in my videos because it helps the business, because people watch this part of the video because they're like, oh my god, he's telling us exactly what to do. But I know for a fact that 99% of people will never implement these tactics anyway. But dumbasses watch them and I make more money. So I'll tell you the tactics. And if you're someone who deserves my respect, if you're someone who respects yourself, if you're someone who's got a good mindset, you will implement them. The rest of the people will sit there watching like, oh yes, he's finally talked about the tactics, and then they'll click on the next video. So you want the tactic to get into the top 20% of men that get into the sweet spot, write up the timetable. If you've been watching my videos and you haven't done this already, then I know which group of people you're in. But here is your final chance. The 4 things you're going to include, plus other things, but the 4 main things in terms of getting into the sweet spot of men is mental, physical, money, and social skills / game. So you're going to have some kind of daily task, daily habit for mental health. You can have some kind of daily task, daily activity, obviously working out for the physical realm. So that's going to be working out in the gym to build your body. You're going to have some kind of daily task / activity for money and building wealth. So that's going to be your job. Hopefully it's a business. And finally, you're going to have some kind of daily activity, habit, routine, whatever, for improving your social skills / your game. So maybe that'll be getting some every Friday, getting something booked in terms of meeting friends or girls. It will be to spend half an hour reading a book on social skills or reading a book on game and actually practicing, going outside, spending an hour cold approaching. You've made this timetable. Follow it as best as you can for 6 to 12 months. There you go. Like, there's the unsexy answer. Like, all the little spurgs are hoping that I continue, saying really practical things. That's the unsexy answer right there. Do something to improve these 4 things that I just mentioned pretty much every day as realistic. Maybe you'll take a day off here and there and stuff, but pretty much every day, 6 to 12 months, I guarantee that you'll be in the top 20%. Guaranteed. Because the majority of men, 80% of men, have not worked hard for 6 to 12 months in a row. Now, I've just told you the exact tactic to get exactly what you want. And not only will you get what you want women, that's why you click on this video. Not only will you get that, every other part of your life will improve too. You'll build the body, your confidence will go up, your social skills, your relationships, your friendships will go up. You will even improve your mental health with this tactic that I've just gave you. That's the exact plan. It's right there, it's right in front of you. It's really not that hard to become one of the guys that has multiple girls interested in him. You just have to do the work. And so, do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it.
What is the real difference? Good question. It's this.
I'm talking now about the fact that $10,000 a month is achievable for pretty much anyone who actually tries to make it. And if you feel offended at that, then this isn't the right channel for you. You should fuck off right now. At the very least, don't be offended, right? If you hear me say this, $10,000 a month is achievable, and you're like, oh my god, that's crazy, like, I'm not sure if I could. Okay, fair enough. You're a little bit of a pussy because you got this limiting belief that you're not worth $10,000 a month and stuff, and it's probably right, but it's the people who, when I say this shit, that they start like bringing up fucking facts and figures, and like they're like, oh no, like they get offended as someone talking about making like a good amount of money. I'm talking now about the fact that $10,000 a month is achievable for pretty much anyone who actually tries to make it. And if you feel offended at that, then this isn't the right channel for you. You should fuck off right now. At the very least, don't be offended, right? If you hear me say this, $10,000 a month is achievable, and you're like, oh my god, that's crazy, like, I'm not sure if I could. Okay, fair enough. You're a little bit of a pussy because you got this limiting belief that you're not worth $10,000 a month and stuff, and it's probably right, but it's the people who, when I say this shit, that they start like bringing up fucking facts and figures, and like they're like, oh no, like they get offended as someone talking about making like a good amount of money. And that this is a good amount. I know to a lot of people this is a crazy, like, mind-blowing, like unreasonable amount of money. There was a video, like, I won't be able to find it now, but there was a random video I watched ages ago, years ago, when I was like in my dropshipping times. This random dropshipper YouTuber was talking about how he went from working as like a pizza delivery boy to making tens of thousands per month, or like even like 100,000 per month, right? And the way he described money just fucking hit me. To be honest, no, I'll be honest. No, I'll be completely honest. I hated that motherfucker with the way he described money. For a while, I thought he was a prick. And this is why, like, I'm saying, like, to the people who are offended at this video, just fuck off. Because at that point, when I was watching that video, I hated this guy because of how he was talking about money. And this was his exact words. He said, when you're making, like, good money, he said, anything below $10,000 a month is broke. $10,000 per month is good money. And he said like that's like good enough money. He said 50,000 is like when it starts to get serious. And I was thinking, what a prick, like, you're fucking lying, no one makes that much money, right? So I hated that guy. And when I look back now, I just think, Hamza, you dumb motherfucker, because if you listen to him and if you adopted that same mindset of thinking that $10,000 a month is achievable, you would have hit it a year earlier. So this is to like some random aspiring entrepreneur right now. What is your realistic achievable amount per month? Because if you've got like this small dick energy that the world has gave you, it's not your energy, Any man who's like aspirational, ambitious, and not like stupid will say he'd like to make a good amount of money. Of course you would. And like, fuck off with this idea of like, oh, money's bad and like, money doesn't make you happy. Shut the fuck up. We're not talking about money makes you happy. Like, money gives you fucking freedom, and that's the best thing that you can have in life. So this is important, right? But if you've set goals to make like small dick goals, like I did, make £500 a month, you're gonna hit it. You know, £500 a month after a few months of like, I don't know, 1-2 months of like doing something, you're gonna hit it, right? If you set the goal for $10,000 per month, you're gonna hit it. Of course, you're gonna need to put in the work. You're gonna need to do the right actions. But the only way that you'll ever make this much money, unless you get completely fucking lucky, which just doesn't happen. Okay, let's assume we're not lucky people. The only way you make this good amount of money is if you set the intention to make this money. So what's going on inside of your brain right now that's telling you not to? Think about, like, do some introspective work on this, because I'm telling you right now, this level of success and wealth that you want, that will change your life, that will change your family's life, that will change your future family's life, and everything, like part of your life, your friends, everything, your freedom, is based, I promise you, please believe me when I say this, that your level of wealth is based entirely on your mindset. Small dick energy is coming to my channel and being pissed off that I haven't told you like tactics of like how to make this business, Hamza. Can you tell me how to do the eBay business? Like, it's not gonna work, bro. Can you tell me how to be a YouTuber? It's not gonna work. Because the real world is just a symptom of your own mind. I've said this so many times that I don't think people take that as like that's some fucking like $1 million advice. Look around you right now. This is a symptom of your mind. Everything that you're doing right now, it's a symptom of your mind. It's like your self-image. It's what you believe. We're not doing law of attraction type of bullshit here, right? Law of attraction works and it is like real in a sense, but not the term like keyword law of attraction in quotation marks, because if you search for that, you stumble upon these like little feminine pussy, like little scamming bastards who like, their idea of like, you know, manifestation is like, oh, see yourself with the money and then don't do anything, fuck you. The idea is like, you've got to believe that you can make this money and then you got to go and make it fucking happen. But it starts with the belief. You can't make it happen if you don't believe it. So most people, most young guys know, they know. It's not like they're conceived, like, you know, debating it. They know that they can't make 10,000 per month. So they don't ever set the goal to do so. Of course they don't. Because you wouldn't set the goal to do so if you knew that you couldn't do it. So they set the goal of like 1,500 per month, something like that, right? The issue with that is like, that's like, it's a nice amount. And you know, a lot of the young guys, the teenagers who watch me, they've literally asked me to like do videos on like £100 a month or some bullshit. How to make the first 100. Like, trust me when I say like, you're not going to hit it. You're not going to make $100 per month on YouTube or anything. You know why? Because to make $100 from YouTube, let's say YouTube revenue, right? You make a new account today. To make your first $100, it's going to take you about 6 to 12 months. Probably closer to 12 months to make $100. So you're going to quit. Of course, don't be a fucking... I'm not a quitter. Yes, you are. You're going to quit. Because to work for 12 months to make $100 is fucking bullshit. Of course it is. 12 months to make $100. Your first $100 month of YouTube revenue. It's interesting that if you set the goal to make $10,000 a month, you will make $10,000 a month in 2 years. And you know what's so nice about those 2 years? That you're so motivated and you're so like, you've got this reward that's worth it. The people who quit, let's say going to the gym, this is fantastic. The person who quits going to the gym is the person who's got this small dick energy of like, I don't want to get too big. I just want to have, this is the bullshit they always say. I just want to have like toned, I just want to get like toned shoulders and like, you know, the arm and that's the type of shit they say. You will quit. If that's your fucking goal, like, oh, I have the toned shoulders, what the fuck, bro? How's that so motivational that you'll want to like wake up early and go when you're sore and eat 6 meals a day with high protein? Oh, toned shoulders. You're going to quit. Of course you are, because the reward's not that great. I was a complete and utter pussy procrastinator when I started lifting weights. It should have been impossible for me to get to this point. Honestly, it should have been impossible. I wasn't doing anything productive back then. Do you want to know the one single reason why I think I got to this physique where I am today? Because as soon as I started lifting, I said to myself that I wanted a 10 out of 10 body. Now that is a pursuit worth the thousands of workouts. That is a pursuit. When I was tired, I still went to the gym. When I didn't want to go to the gym, I still went to the gym. When I felt like shit, when I took weeks off and with depression and everything, but I never quit. It was always this mindset, I'm never going to quit weightlifting, because the 10 out of 10 physique is like, that's like a priceless, if you had to put a price on that, it'd be worth like $1 million or something to have a 10 out of 10 body. That reward was worth the effort. The little small dick people who say like, oh, but you know, I don't want to get too big. You'll never get close to being too big. You'll never even make progress in the gym because you've set your level of reward so damn low. It's like going to like an arcade or a game or something, and it's like pay with energy, with time, with, you know, whatever we do, whether we're trying to make money or gains or whatever, we've got to pay with energy, time and effort and everything, right? So it's like going to an arcade saying, okay, pay $5 and do a bunch of bullshit. You're gonna have to stand here for an hour and stuff, and then you might win $6. Well, you'll say, no, fuck you, what the fuck? Like, that's not worth my time. I'm not gonna do that shit. And that's exactly the same. Like, you are the master of this arcade game, and you're saying to yourself, like, instead of making the reward 10,000, you're literally small dicking yourself and saying, oh, $1,000 a month is more reasonable. What the fuck is that, bro? Like, $1,000, yeah, it's like for some like cultures and stuff, it's like pretty good, but it's like, how is that going to motivate you when things get hard? Okay, now you've just about gotten the same wage as you probably could have gotten anyway if you just got a normal job.
So I think it's all related with self-belief and holding yourself back. Like what I was talking about.
You have to think bigger. You need, first of all, before we discuss anything, you need just like this growth mindset. You need this understanding that you can achieve something. You can like put in the work to be a YouTuber.
Thinking big is a skill.
Whatever it is, I know that I can do it. This was a mindset that I had when I was still living in Manchester, my student city, and I was still in like a dopamine fiend, smoking weed every day. And I was learning how to code, and I was learning how to drop ship, I was learning how to be a fucking rapper. I was literally researching this shit, and it fucking hit me that I had this belief. This is a big dick belief that I used to have. I'm using a lot of like dick size analogies today. I don't know if that's like sexist or that's me promoting blue pill culture of me like, what's that word? Shaming men. I don't know, but the mindset I had was I was learning how to drop ship and all this, and I was like, I knew for a fact that I could make a good living, I could get a good amount of success from anything that I chose, with the underlying assumption that I would work on it for like 4 to 8 hours per day. What about you? What I just said then, do you agree or do you not agree? You could go for pretty much anything that's like reasonable. You could become a pretty famous YouTuber, TikToker, author, basketball player, whatever it is, if you put in the work for it. Or do you think like, no, Hamza, actually there's a study that said like genetics or something? Well, fuck you. Which one is it? Big dick or small dick? Which one do you want, bro? Because so many guys are voluntarily small dicking themselves. Oh no, I can't. No, Hamza's wrong because you can't be an astronaut when you're 30. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're rejecting yourself. The amount of guys who reject themselves is fucking insane. Like, this is all about your belief. A guy sees a pretty cute girl, and instead of allowing her, instead of like going up, speaking to her and actually seeing if you guys vibe together, the guy rejects himself in his mind first. Men do that same concept of like rejecting themselves in their mind with like everything, all parts of life. Oh, meditation doesn't work. Oh, I couldn't go to the gym. I'm not strong enough. I couldn't make this much money because I live in India, bro. Is there someone who makes $10,000 a month in India? Yes. So shut the fuck up. You can do it. I couldn't attract her. Is there a brown guy who fucks white women? Yes. So you can do it. But Hamza, I'm bald. Is there a bald guy who fucks? Yes. So you can do it. Hamza, I'm short. Is there a short guy who fucks? So you can do it. It's all about whether or not you believe it first.
Powerful.
It's time that you put in some real fucking introspective work. This is when I say, like, look to the wall, like, look at the wall. This is, like, the best advice that I've gave on YouTube, and I don't think many people have taken it. It's time you take a step back away from the screens, turn off YouTube, sit there with a pen and a piece of paper and ask yourself, what are your beliefs about yourself? What do you think is possible and what do you think is impossible? And then maybe have some accountability to send it to someone who's not, like, a small dick loser, who will tell you, like, why do you think that's impossible? Like someone else has done that. But now, that's step one of this plan of making $10,000 a month. And when people ask me for advice on being an entrepreneur and businessman and YouTube and everything, this is the number I tell them. I wish that this was my goal first. I got lucky in the sense that I got here without this goal. My goal was £500 per month. I hit £500. I ended up, just after hitting £500, I coached an entrepreneur who like does sales and everything. He was making literally 20 times per month more than I was making. I was making about 690 pounds is what I made in December 2022. In December 2022, I made 690 pounds. My goal for that month was 500. So yes, I beat the goal. Everyone's so happy for me. You think that that's a lot of money. 690 pounds from YouTube, Hamza, that changed my life. I make 690 pounds. A week later, some guy buys my coaching for like £80 for the month, something like that. So I was working for like £10 per hour, something equivalent. And he tells me that he's making 10k a month more. His words, my first 10k was like this and this, and you know, this was my belief. And he was telling me like, you just have to believe and you just have to set the goal. That same month in January, I went from £690. In January, I made £1,550 and 44 pence. If you think I'm lying, you've got a small dick, bro. I'm not told one single lie on YouTube yet. £1,550 and 44 pence I made the next month. I more than doubled. I almost 2.5 times my income because I just believed that I could do. Now my income from January, I'm currently recording this in December, is more than 10 times that. I have 10 times my income in 12 months. Because I believed that I could do it. And you know what's very, very interesting? You know what's so interesting? The amount I'm making per month right now has not really changed for the last couple of months. Because I have simply not set the goal to increase it. I'm playing like a longer game right now. But it's so interesting that I can literally look at my chart of how much I've made. And it directly correlates towards what was simply just my goal. There's like old school success gurus, and the word like success guru, finance guru, like it pisses some people off in the modern, small dick people in the modern day, where they're like, oh, gurus, like they're fake and shit. Shut the fuck up. There's this guy called Brian Tracy. This is like a legit guy. He doesn't sell like fucking courses or anything, right? And he's made multiple books. This is like old school type of shit where this guy's telling you like, no, you can be successful. You get to work an hour early and leave an hour late. This is like all that type of era, right? And he would literally give accounts of like these salesmen and everything, where they would set the goal to make $5,000, they would make it in the first couple of weeks, and then they would fuck around for the next like 1 or 2 weeks for the month because they had made $5,000, and then they'd make $5,000 again and again and again. It was all about their belief. It was all about their goal. The same person, when they're coached and they're told, okay, set your goal to 25,000, they're like, oh my god, no, it's impossible, I couldn't do 5 times. But like, you know, you convince them, okay, just set the goal to 25,000, work for it. They achieve it. And even if they don't, bro, even if they don't, he was getting 5,000 consistently, now he's getting like 18,000. The same concept was drilled into me by Tim Ferriss. And Tim Ferriss is actually, in the book, The 4-Hour Workweek, near the end of it, he actually refers to the book that's actually very much changed my life, and it's the go-to book. Like, if you were getting my coaching and you were paying me thousands of dollars, this is one of the books that I recommend. It's like a fucking secret book that almost no one knows about. The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. I'm not going to link it, just go find it online.
Thinking big is a skill.
You know, fuck, that's a very, like, big dick fucking statement. Like, I'm like a fucking YouTuber who's like, oh, like, links in the description. I don't give a fuck, bro, whatever. Like, I'm authentically not trying to make much more money. Like, it's zero thoughts in my mind to make money because I make more than enough passively. We're setting up some long-term stuff, so you know that I'm not fucking desperate for, like, affiliate links. Like, £1 something per sale, I don't give a fuck, bro. But this book, The Magic of Thinking Big, it's just these old school guys who are literally just telling you, like, no, like, you can do it. You can achieve what your goal is. Now, some dickhead is going to comment like, oh, so Hamza, I'm black, so you think I can, if I set the goal to be white? Like, shut the fuck up. Who like, some motherfuckers say, oh, Hamza, do you think I can get a Lamborghini tomorrow? Shut the fuck up. Don't criticize someone who's saying, like, to believe in you. Like, I say I believe in you. Don't throw it back to me with this stupid idea of, like, but do you think I can just wish a Lamborghini in my house tomorrow? Like, of course not. It's not that you can just suddenly get something, or that you can get something which is well and truly impossible. Whatever you think is impossible usually isn't, right? Impossible is literally like I just used the impossible example of the black guy turning white, but it's like, that's not even impossible. So you see, like, whatever you think is impossible usually isn't. But these like little small dick people, they'll throw it back at me with this idea of like, oh, but see, Hamza, like my edgy example of like why you can't just wish for what you want with the right mindset and the right belief. When you set the goal, the idea isn't like to just get the fucking Lamborghini tomorrow. The goal and the belief is just that you simply can do with the right amount of work required for it.
Sign up as an Expedia member and see more of the world's lemons.
Genesis Anti-Fall Hair Care.
I told you, like, when I was living in Manchester and I believed that I could do anything, right? The reason why I chose YouTube is because I started to see that I could become a success in whatever it was with enough work. I am not, like, musically talented whatsoever. I'm not, like, a good rapper or anything, right? But I knew for a fact that I could make it in, like, the rap industry. And that's not even, like, if you think that's cocky or something, it's, like, it's just the truth. With my work rate, 4 hours, waking up at 5 a.m., 4 hours of deep work and stuff, bro, of course I could. TikTok dancing, of course I could. Clinical psychologist, of course I could. Therapist, of course I could. But that isn't me saying that, oh, I'm just going to have it tomorrow, like, without the fucking work done. It's like me saying I could do if I put in the work for it. Then the big question comes. This is when now you're above every fucking entrepreneur and student and pretty much the majority of people. If you've got to this point so far, if you're with me right now and you're like, yes, Hamza, I agree with you. I could do whatever I wanted as long as I put in the work. Now we're getting into like spiritual fulfillment, and this is like next level kind of stuff. Forget 10,000 a month. That's like insignificance to what we're going to discuss now. Spiritual fulfillment, like I don't know even how you'd explain it, but now you have the final freedom in your life to choose. Okay, you can pretty much do what you want, so now you get to choose. You can become a success in what you want. So what exactly is it that you want? This is now next level shit. Instead of being a normal person who thinks about the reward that they want, so the reward is 10,000 a month, right? That's medium dick energy. You want to know what big dick energy is? Now it's specifically thinking, what problems do you want to solve for the rest of your life? Because you know that you can go down any career, any business, because with enough work you'll learn it, right? Even if it's about gardening, with enough work you'll learn enough about gardening and all the ins and outs of the gardening business to make a success. If you can believe that, as well as you can believe that you could become a rapper with enough work and learning the ins and outs and everything. Now you finally have the freedom to actually choose exactly what is it that you want, because either way the end reward of these different careers and stuff is success, it's wealth, it's freedom in a sense, right? But now you can go one big step further than that and actually think to yourself, what problems do you want to solve? No one does this. Average people, go to the education system and they think, what do they want? Oh, I want a well-paying career. The company car, free fruit Fridays. So they go down the degree that they want. Businessmen, like aspiring businessmen and entrepreneurs, like medium to small dick energy entrepreneurs. I want to make money. I want to make YouTube videos. That's what you want, but what specifically is it of the downsides that you want it? Because your life is always going to have downsides. You need to understand this. You're always going to go through problems. Now you're getting one huge step in front of everyone else where you're thinking, what type of problems do you want to solve? I didn't want to solve the fucking problems of being a coder. Of like just being sat at my desk like 10, 12 hours like a fucking software developer of like every Indian and every Pakistani guy is doing this now. Like, I'll make your website for $100 or some bullshit. I didn't want to solve that shit. I'm not a fucking like little desk type of guy. They're like, the huge level rewards are just waiting for the people who believe that they can get it. And this is where the magic of thinking big comes. If you believe that everything that I've just said, if you agree with it, then the simple question is then why not just think bigger? Why not just set bigger goals? Why not set your goal to have the most perfect 10 out of 10 body? The reason why you haven't set that goal, even though you're going to say the small dick answer of like, but Hamza, I don't want to be that big or whatever. Like, I prefer this body. No, you don't, bro. No, you fucking don't. If you could have a 10 out of 10 aesthetic body right here, right now, you would take it. You don't want to do the work and you also feel insecure for the sake of having that goal. The same thing with wealth and success. If you could make 10, 20, 50,000 a month, you would love it. The same thing with women. If you could get the most attractive girl right now, you would love it. The reason why you don't aim for that is because of small dick energy, because you know that it's going to be hard. You believe that you can't do it, and so you're like, I don't actually want that because X. The most beautiful woman's going to have a bad personality. Money's evil. Small dick energy. You're setting a goal no matter what, so why not just make the goal bigger so you finally have the motivation to actually do the hard work required for it? Because £500 per month online doesn't take you out of bed at 5 a.m. $10,000 a month does. The ability to travel the world with no stress does. Fucking 15% body fat with like a little toned arms doesn't get you into the gym on a cold fucking day. The 10 out of 10 physique does. I'm telling you right now that the competition for high level goals is a lot less than you think. The Wall Street Playboys is like this underground finance group, and they've said that the competition to get into the 1% is just negligible. There's not even a real competition. After that, it's cut fucking throat, because when you're in the top 1% of people, let's say top 5% to be realistic, these are people who dream big. These are people who probably have good genetics too. These are people who've like started well, their family's rich and everything. Fair enough. It's hard to move from the 5% to like the 0.1%. It's very hard. That's like Olympic level. Let's say 1% is like Olympic level. And then there's like, no, sorry. It's like top level athlete in like the local gym or whatever. And then there's Olympic level. There's the best of the best of the best. Competition is cutthroat at the 1% line. But before that, to get into the 1%, to get to like 5%, 10%, come on, bro. You literally just have to set the goal to do it and just not be a dumbass and just put in some work, and you'll automatically get there. One final point I just made. Specifically, if you've clicked on this video and you really wanted to learn more about like, 10,000 a month and you wanted like some in-depth knowledge about that, the one thing I'll just say is like, it's not going to be in a career. It really just have to be like a business in the terms of like content creation or whatever type of like business or company you're going to start. There's not many careers that will pay 10,000 a month, and the ones that do, there is some that pay like 120,000 per year salary, but those are some like high level careers. You often don't get into them straight away when you're young, and you have to really like dedicate your life to get into that point. So you go to like university specifically for the software development degree or something, and then you go for this job and you level up in like, I don't know, the top 5 software companies or something like that, right? So it's, if you want to make a good amount of money, $10,000 is a good amount of money. It's probably not going to come from a career. It has to come from business. This is 50 course sales. I sell a course which is $200. $10,000 per month is selling 50 of those courses. That's how much sells passively for me, and like, I don't push it that hard. I sincerely hope if you watched all this video, you're starting to like just realize the importance of mindset. Something like, I've said a lot of words in this video. I hope that something's just clicked inside of at least a couple of guys watching this. Like, the world and the rewards that you want is just theirs it's just yours for the taking if you just think that you're good enough to take it. Most guys see the reward they want right in front of them and say, nope, I couldn't get the reward. Like, the one guy who believes he deserves it goes out and gets it. You've always wondered how like some guys who aren't really that attractive, they're not really that alpha, they're not really this and that, but they're like, you see like some attractive girl's boyfriend and you're like, hang on, like, what the fuck, how did he get her? You know how? Whilst you've been spurging out, simping, looking at this girl thinking that you can't get her, this guy walks straight up thinking that he deserves it and he got her. The same with the dumbass who makes a lot of money. The same with the person who makes a lot of success. They literally just thought, yep, someone's gonna get it, why not me? So why not you? Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it.
I like that message. Good video. Very good video. I need to go to toilet. When does he get
Jeffrey
paid?
wants to drop out of the rat race, and he thinks the way to do that is to work long hours.
Right, we're going to 11 minutes.
Invest in a 401k and stocks, and hopefully make millions. So he ends up working long hours and spends most of his wage on instant gratification to recover from those long hours. Adonis. Adonis works, and he works hard, but he doesn't trade his time for money. He doesn't work under a boss's commands. Adonis spends time working on his craft and exercising in nature. Minimalism is essential if you want to live a peaceful life in this modern world of overconsumption. But quite frankly, I've never really seen a good guide on it, and the YouTubers, the big YouTubers, disappoint me. Here's my unconventional guide to minimalism. Now, everyone will say, spend less. Don't spend as much money. Buy only the simple things. Wear the same shirt every day. That's not a good piece of advice. Spending less, saving money is not good advice, because you largely can't change how much money you spend, because your spending is a symptom of your lifestyle. It's a symptom of how much you like your life. You spend money on instant gratification to recover from an unideal life. When your job gives you depression, you have to buy that latte. You can't start by spending less. Oh, you might be able to save $36. Everyone's gonna be like, but that's still a lot. That's still something. $36 a month. You might be able to say, shut up, bro. What's the point? Like, the amount of time you spend to try to save money by tracking your finances doesn't do enough. I'm going to teach you two concepts right now. Lifestyle inflation, you probably know what it is. Lifestyle inflation is essentially you make more money and then you automatically spend more money. Your lifestyle inflates as your wage inflates. So most people would disagree with this, even though it's true, and your ego is going to tell you, no, I want to do that. You're making $1,000. you're spending, let's say, 800 and you're saving 200. If you suddenly started making $1,200, you'd start spending $1,000, still saving about 200, maybe like 220. Everyone's gonna disagree. No, not me. If I got more money, I'd say, shut up, bro. Don't be a pussy. It would be. Lose your ego, have humility. You would be doing it. And it's not like, you know, it's you're different from everyone in the world. It's that the world has been made to like make sure that you can't save much money. Lifestyle deflation, something that I've never really heard of before. People talking about this. I don't, potentially I've copied it from somewhere else. I don't even know if it's a real term or not, but I used it in an ebook for, in fact, you might actually like this ebook, this the full-time job trap. I'll just have it as like a Google document. You don't give me your email or pay for anything. You can literally just read it. I think you, if you're watching this video, you might like this ebook as well. Lifestyle deflation I mentioned in the book is where you suddenly start making less, and so you spend less. So you were making 1,000, spending 800. Suddenly, you're making 800, you're going to start spending 700, 600 maybe. I'm going to tell you my story first of how it would work, and then I'm going to get into like the frequently asked questions, which is usually from people with children. They're like, wait, but I've got bills, I need that money. I'm going to explain why that's not exactly applicable in this. I was working full-time in customer service. I was living in a city centre apartment. I had depression, I had anxiety, I was crying most days. I would wake up, it'd be pitch black. For me to get to the gym, which was in the workplace, I'd wake up at about 5:30. Fuck, that's so sad. Literally, I just remembered what this life was like. Working full time, yeah. So I get there, you know, go to the gym, whatever, finish work at 5:30, come home at like 6 something, stay awake for like a couple of hours. So what do you think I'm going to be doing when I come home Monday to Friday and I've got literally less than 3 hours of the day left, and all I've done is go to the gym and work in a job that like made me cry and, you know, having mental health problems and everything? What am I going to do? Am I going to come home and be a minimalist and spend less money and not save money at all? Or am I going to come home and try to recover by spending money? That's at least what I did. You could maybe disagree with me if you want, but I'd come home, I'd get food deliveries from Deliveroo and Uber Eats. I'd be buying a lot of weed. Not that much compared to like what normal smokers would do, but if I had to give you a figure, it'd be about £50 per week, £200 per month, which is quite a lot when you think about it. £200 per month on weed. That was like for 2 people as well, but yeah. Going to the shop nearby, spending like £15 on like $20-ish on random just snacks and, you know, whatever I wanted to pick out, literally eat all of that in one day, because I'd literally just be binge eating. So imagine that type of lifestyle. I remember I was writing the book that I just had up on screen, the full-time job trap, my little ebook. I was writing this and I realized, you know what, I'm spending this much money right now because I feel like I have to recover from this job, and I feel like I have to recover from this job because it's so many hours. I'm working so many hours. I'm working 40 hours a week because it's, you know, it's more money. I'm working more. Then I thought, wait, what would happen if I worked less? What would happen if instead of working 40 hours a week, I worked about 20? Suddenly, you know what would be awesome? I wouldn't be paying income tax. I wouldn't be paying I would be below the level of like paying, like losing like a few thousand per year, the equivalent of that. Because I would be underneath that level. So suddenly the amount that I work would actually yield like higher pay percentage, which would be nice. But also because I'd be working less, because I'd have less shifts, I would need to recover less. And so I took the scary plunge. I went from working a full-time job, 40 hours a week, to a part-time job where I got to choose my shifts, and I was working roughly 16 to 24 hours per week. What happened? Instantly my wage decreased. Slightly, I had slightly more than 50% of the original wage, which you'd probably be thinking it was scary, and it was. Essentially, I had the feeling of like being broke. I had that feeling anyway working full time. Unless you really, really feel so secure working full time and you're making so much, fair enough. But I was making more than I technically needed, but I didn't feel like I was way above the line even when I was at full time anyway. And so I felt like roughly the same level because I work less, I've reduced my hours, and something really interesting happens when I reduce my hours and I reduce my wage. Guess what? I still lived. I literally still lived. We think that if we suddenly make less money, we're not going to be able to live, and like, oh, it's going to be so bad. Like, I lived, and guess what? Because I got to save so many more of the days, and I didn't have to go to like this depressing place, and you know, I didn't have as bad mental health. I got to save time that I started to put into meditation, gratitude, and running. 3 habits that have really helped me. My wage decreased, but so did my depression, because I spent more time in nature, I spent more time running around. Depression decreased, which meant that I started smoking less. I remember in this period, actually, this was like the last few months whilst I was still living in the city, and it was actually like okay to smoke less and like to do like less bad instant gratification activities because I wasn't working that much. So it was like awesome to wake up and to just do like the natural activities because I had that time to. And this business that you're looking at right now stemmed from that transition to working less. Now let's go over the most common, frequently asked question or statement that people say about this idea of working less is, but I've got bills. You're so privileged. I've got bills, Hamza. I need money. I need to be full-time. I need to be working so much. Do you know, I'd like to give you help, but if you're someone who's wondering this, I don't think I could help you personally, but I will, you know, I'll try either way. But usually people who use this type of statement like, oh, but you're privileged and I need money, you're so lucky, like they're usually not actually looking for someone to like reply to them and actually, you know, give them like a logical advice argument. They're just looking to like just say stupid shit. This idea of working less won't exactly work if your income is tied to your time. But at that point, you're following the outdated route of wealth creation, of trading your time for money in a standard job. And at that point, honestly, you've got bigger problems to worry about. When you work less hours, you'll generally make the same amount of money, if not even more, if your income isn't tied to your time. If your income is tied to your production, that's when working less is actually very beneficial. When you work less, you recover more, you sleep better, your mental health is better, your physical health is better, you spend more time on the habits that really do just improve every area of your life, you spend more time learning and reading. All of that yields a higher production value. With more production value, you make more money. I still trade time for money, but by working less and improving my specialized skills, by spending more time learning than working, I'm able to very drastically increase my hourly rate for one of the services I provide. And so I went from earning £8.41 per hour, and now it's roughly £30 to £40 per hour, which is pretty ridiculous. That's roughly what I believe doctors in the UK make. Now, they make a lot more per year, but per hour, I believe we're roughly the same. I might make a little bit more than them. This started from working less. It is a scary transition, and I know that a lot of people won't understand it. They won't want to do it because to them, working less just means less hours worked, less wage. And that, fair enough, technically does work, especially if you've got like people who are responsible for you, if you've got kids and whatever, fair enough. But obviously these videos are for like young dumbasses, especially like a lot of the ones I'm making are for like the 18-year-old version of Hamza, the 20-year-old version of Hamza. If you're still living with parents, this is the time to be doing this. It's to not be working some shitty job full-time or part-time that, you know, gives you depression, that, you know, you get a few £100s per month and you keep spending all that money on dumbass clothes and AirPods. Stop doing that. Yeah, you'll say, oh, but I give my parents 100, 200 a month, but like they'll be okay for a month or two. And because you're working part-time, because you're working full-time, and you're trading your time for money, you're not going to see big growth because of that. It's better if you start working less, require less money, spend far more time on developing yourself as a person when you're young, developing your skills, learning, and then start charging a far higher rate. Because quite frankly, maybe, you know, everyone's going to disagree and say that I'm so ungrateful or whatever, and or people in countries are working 2 jobs, whatever, for sure. Working for minimum wage, working for £10 an hour, 15's not like so bad, but let's say £10 an hour, bro, it's a joke. The reason why you're making that much is because that's what you deserve. Oh my god, $15 an hour, we deserve more. No, you don't. That's the value that you provide. You get how much you provide to the market, and that's how much you provide, because the position that you fill in your shitty part-time, full-time job isn't that valuable because you aren't that skilled, because you're a young dumbass. Your ego's gonna get upset at this. Look at the dislikes of this video. There's gonna be some dumbasses, and there might even be like one of them's brave enough to comment, and we're all gonna reply to him like, shut up, Jeffrey, shut up, bro. But you get paid how much you're worth. You literally do. You get paid just under how much you're worth, because, you know, the company's going to make profit from you, but literally just under how much you're worth. And if you're a low value young man, young person, you're going to get paid quite low. Guess why? Because you didn't need much skill to get into this job. You didn't train to get into McDonald's or whatever like job that you're currently in. And so you don't deserve more money because they can employ 100 people to replace you on the same day. So you don't deserve much, because you don't have a specialized skill, because you're working at a pretty big level, that's why you are making less money. Work less, spend more time developing yourself, increasing your value, increasing your skills and your learning and your experience, and then you get far more. And this is where minimalism starts. It doesn't come from spending less money. And like, you know, the idea is, okay, spend less money and you can slowly start to reduce your hours. No. Reduce your hours first and then you'll spend less money. That's so much better. Reduce your hours first. Automatically, it's like you'll have to just change things. You'll have to charge more for your time. And so you'll work less and you'll automatically double your hourly rate with whatever you're doing on your little business. And you'll make a lot less per month. You'll make a lot less per year, but your hourly rate will increase. You'll keep increasing your skills. You'll spend some time increasing your value, increasing your audience, increasing your online presence. And eventually you'll be getting like a decent amount per month, like per year. You're gonna have to like feel some kind of like awkward dip where instantly you're gonna make a lot less, but then you're gonna increase your hourly wage, but then whatever. I've said this enough. This video is very similar to another video that might be live, might not be live, but if it is, I might have it linked somewhere, which is that your parents will probably negatively affect your future with their idea of wealth and making money, because we think that a yearly salary is the statement of how much money you make. But isn't that stupid? Who cares how much we all make per year when we all have like different lives because of that? What really matters is just how much you make per hour. And in 11 months of this business, I make as much as a doctor does. That's like the conventional versus unconventional route that you could take. And let me just check. Pretty sure it will be about like, 40 to 76,000 per year. And they work like, even if we say, let's say 40 to 76, we'll say like 60,000 divided by 50 weeks. If a doctor works 40 hours per week, I make as much, or with certain clients I'm a little bit higher than that, so I make more. And that's if a doctor works 40 hours per week and if they teleport to the hospital and also teleport back, like they don't commute, they don't get ready. This is my commute. I had to sit on my computer chair to get to work today, which I was already sat on. I had to get dressed for work, which is my bathrobe. Per hour, I'm making a lot more than doctors are. That's probably making some people feel uncomfortable because doctors save lives. And what are you doing, Hamza? You're just making YouTube videos. I'll give you a little lesson before I close the video. You know, you talk about value a lot in entrepreneurship. And what I've realized is that value, it's not as simple as it seems, because a doctor is certainly giving more value, right? You would think so, but not exactly. Because it's value to the market. I'm in the UK, so we have the NHS, and so doctors are like paid by the government. I don't know how it works. They're paid by tax of the government or something. They're not like paid through private places. They're not like essentially providing value to the market. They're providing value to the people. But a young dumbass like me can provide more value to the market of people who are actually like, buying stuff. Because you're not exactly buying something from a doctor. You go in for treatment and, the doctor's getting reimbursed through taxes or national insurance or whatever the fuck I don't know how it works. But I'm technically providing more value to the market because hundreds of people are coming across my content every single day. Like not even that, to be honest. About 1,200 views per day. 1,200 people are being affected. Let's say 700, because a bunch of people will click on it and click off. Let's say 700 people are being affected by my stuff every day, my value every day, whereas 15 people will be affected by the doctor. This ties into the other video I've made, but you can see how outdated the conventional route of wealth, of making money is. That you could have like the most ideal employment, the most ideal career is like, being a doctor, and a dumbass wearing his fucking bathrobe is making more money per hour. And this truly started because I reduced my working hours. By reducing your working hours, you instantly can just charge more. You kind of have to charge more. When you charge more, people will just come and pay for it anyway. Practical advice is to scroll down right now, click on the Full-Time Job Trap book. You don't pay for it, you don't give me an email or anything, you can literally just read it. I highly suggest, if you're interested in this topic, you read that book, because as I was going through this transformation, as this transition of working less, I was writing this book as like a guide to anyone who wanted to do the same thing. So you probably would find some pretty good value from that. It's scary, and you're probably not going to trust this idea of just suddenly working less is going to make your life better. it's one of those things where you just kind of have to take that risk and just know that you've got the capability to just make it work. Preferably you're a young person living with family, and your family don't exactly need money from you right now. Like, you know, it'd be nice if you contributed to the family, but they'd somewhat accept if you wanted to, like, you know, do a business or whatever, and you wanted to like not work a shitty part-time job. That's the preferable thing. The second level to that is to get, instead of working full-time in like a dead-end job that you don't want to have anything to do with, if it's got, you know, like big benefits, okay, if you want to, like, you're passionate about being a doctor, if you're passionate about your career, that's different. If it gives you fulfillment and meaning and purpose, that's different. If you're in your full-time job, you're just doing customer service, you're just working 40 hours a week for something you don't give a fuck about, it's highly worth for you to just consider doing the maths to think, instead of working full-time, replace the part-time and start spending more time on a business, start saving more money, start spending more time on a business and start spending less money like immediately, because that's far better for your long-term growth. It's just that, you know, working more hours gets you more like instant money per month. And so I'd say that is kind of like the instant gratification of this argument, and the delayed gratification is just cutting back your hours, receiving less money, and then having to like just make it work with a long-term business. I hope that helps. I don't know if this video has been valuable. I feel like it is. This is a topic that I don't think many people talk about, because if you do talk about this, you're instantly a bad person, because oh, it's lucky for you, I'm working 17 jobs at once and I've got 3,000 children. I've got expenses, mate. I've got 17. Shut up, bro. But yeah, minimalism starts with working less. And also, I'm not going to link this one, but if you can find the book Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clergy, we'll try to get it linked in the Discord, and if you haven't joined the Discord already, go to the description right now, click on the Discord link, join. There's like 300 guys on self-improvement. I think you'll like that one. We'll try and get that book linked, but if you can just if you want like further research on this idea of minimalism, of working less, of not wanting to work long hours and instead just wanting to like go like with the bare bones life of just spending more time doing stuff, Bachelor Pad Economics is a very good book for this. If you want to see more videos from an unconventional small YouTuber, I suggest you scroll down and click on the post notification button, the subscribe and the post notification button. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. I'm done, cuz. Jeffrey doesn't even care about being productive. And then he sees you. You've been trying to be more disciplined, to start a business, to make online income, and Jeffrey hates you for that. Well, why are you trying to make a business? That's stupid. You're stupid. No one can make that much money. Jeffrey is the bottom of the bucket crab, snipping at your legs as you try to climb up. What a loser. I took everyone's advice. I went to university, and then I got a job that I hated, which would make me cry. And that was my life, until I started reading books. This is where my life changed. That actually brings us to the sponsor of this video, the very first sponsor we've ever had. Seriously, we've had over 100 sponsor requests, and this is the first and only one I've accepted. Short form. We'll talk more about short form later. So I was working a full-time job, and I started reading The 4-Hour Work Week by Tim Ferriss, and I was amazed. This guy was saying that you could reduce your work hours whilst increasing your income and your freedom. This book gave me the idea to build a business where I didn't need to work all day, where instead I could spend my time living instead of working. I followed the steps in this book, which we're going to discuss here, and it all worked. I've literally reached the awesome point in life where I don't really have to work for money, and I can spend a lot of time doing free stuff like giving lectures on self-improvement to the young guys in my Discord server, making friends and developing skills. All I have to do is make a few of these goofy videos, which I enjoy anyway. Adonis is an entrepreneur at heart, a lifelong problem solver. He could never imagine himself at a desk in a normal job taking commands from a superior. Adonis is part of the new rich, the new age entrepreneurs who are doing things differently. And so Adonis lives a life worth living, a free life, where he isn't constrained to a work shift. He has the power to go out and explore the vast world whenever he pleases. Adonis lives his life as a man living to his own values, not the values of the 9-to-5 job he works at. Hood down or up, boys? I think I look kind of sexy with my hood up, you know, fluffy gangster. The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss is the first book that I read outside of the education system. Is this book for you? It depends if you want to be part of the deferrers or the new rich. Think of the deferrers as the doctor who hates his life. A guy who had to study for like 10 years and now he works 60 hours a week in an underpaid job. And he doesn't even have the capacity to feel fulfilled because he's so overworked. And the new rich is like the young entrepreneur who does things differently. This is the YouTuber, the TikTok dancer, and the affiliate marketer. The deferrers want to retire a little early, maybe 55 instead of 65. Oh boy! But the new rich want mini retirements every year. Like, think about that, taking trips to different places around the world. The deferrers want to become managers, but the new rich want to become the owners. The deferrers are content with their get rich slow, work 60 hours a week for the rest of your life in a job that you dislike. The new rich are sickened by that. We want freedom. We only want to work when we actually want to. So you want to join the new rich? Tim Ferriss shows us exactly how to do it, and I'm living proof that it works. You're going to learn how to reduce your work hours whilst producing the best quality work that you can do. And also you're going to get the simple formula, the step-by-step formula of creating an online business that fulfills these principles. You'll be able to take mini retirements every year wherever you want to go. So firstly, there's 3 steps to drastically reduce your work hours. Eliminate, outsource, and deep work. First, eliminate the work and the tasks that aren't crucial. Then outsource what you can. Then with the remaining tasks, only do deep, hyper-focused work. First, do this journaling practice for the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. If you only had 2 hours per day to work, what tasks would you do and what tasks wouldn't you do? Answer that question. And then also answer this one. If you only had 2 hours per week to do work, what tasks would you do? What tasks wouldn't you do? Answering this question will make you realize what tasks are actually crucial. And what could you do? One. If you only had 2 hours per, wouldn't you do? Deep, hyper-focused work. First, do this journaling practice for the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. If you only had 2 hours per day to work,
I'm writing it down. If you only had 2 hours a day
work, what tasks would you do and
of work?
what tasks wouldn't you do? Answer that question. And then also answer this one. If you only had 2 hours per week, to do work, what task would you do? What task wouldn't you do? Answering this question will make you realize what tasks are actually crucial and what tasks could potentially be replaced for something more beneficial. And right now your brain will think of excuses like, oh no, I know that I wouldn't have done those tasks, but I've got to do them anyway because sometimes I can get a benefit from them. In the modern day, we're obsessed with this any benefit mindset. Like we'll grab onto it. Anything that could potentially help us, we'll grab onto it instead of thinking, okay, if we let that go, if we reduce our work hours and we have more freedom, potentially we could get a bigger benefit from doing something else. Whatever tasks you just identified as uncrucial, experiment to see if you can take a big step back from them. You could literally stop them immediately, or you could phase them out, or you could outsource the work and pay someone else to do it for you. That's why I got a video editor quite early on this channel. Also, eliminate information overload. I haven't watched the news in ages. I specifically avoid news headlines and highlights. I haven't been on Reddit in a long time. I am well and truly ignorant and uninformed about world politics. And guess what? This is the happiest I've ever been. This is the most productive I've ever been in my life. And I've still kept safe. I've still kept somewhat up to date just by the general conversations that I end up having with random people. I'm no longer surrounded by depressing or anxiety-inducing headlines like breaking news, bad shit's happening, people are dying. I don't see that shit anymore. And because of that, I've saved so much time. So at this point, you've eliminated quite a lot of unnecessary work. Now there's only crucial work that needs to be done. But before you do it, see if you can pay someone else to do it for you. If you can make $25 an hour and you can pay someone $15 to save you an hour, that's a fantastic investment. See if you can outsource some tasks to personal assistants that you can find on the website fiverr.com, or you can even go to your trustworthy friends. I now have 4 video editors and a personal assistant. That means I don't have to edit my own videos, which was a very, very time consuming task. I don't even upload and schedule and, write the description and the title of my own YouTube videos. I don't write my own marketing emails and I don't do my own customer service. I pay my team to do all that for me, and that saves me so much time. That means my work hours is reduced so much, so now I can just entirely focus on the biggest and most important tasks which no one else could do, which is recording these videos. You've eliminated the bullshit tasks. You've outsourced what you can. Now it's time to actually make sure the tasks that you're doing productively. Let's say you're doing work and you get a text message. So you click on the text message, you reply to this person. How long does that take you? How long does that distract you for? 10 seconds? It's more like 15 minutes that your brain loses focus when you switch tasks. This is how most people work, and those people just don't produce great results because their brain is just constantly switching from task to task. They can never get into a deep workflow state. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna start the task, you're going to stare at the screen for 60 to 120 minutes, and you're going to finish the task without looking away. If you stop the task halfway to check your phone or check your emails, you're a Jeffrey. 1 hour to 2 hour blocks of work before you have any kind of break. Like the Pomodoro type, 25 minutes and then a break. Come on, bro. Are you a little kid that you can only work for 25 minutes straight before you need a little break for sweeties, for Facebook break? A metaverse break. The Pomodoro technique is like the biggest, most
That's interesting you said that, because one of the things that I talk about is increasing your mood to increase the productivity. And the way you increase your mood is by making yourself more positive with dopamine. And how you do that? Well, you implement more breaks, You think of 3 hours of work. Well, you say to yourself to only work 1 hour, and that is deep work, to give yourself 1 hour. Then give yourself a 10-minute break, go for a walk, get some fresh air, do something like that, right? And then come back to another hour. Instead of worrying about the 3 hours of work, your brain will go to procrastination because it's thinking of 3 hours of work. It's going to panic. You break it down to a section and break. It's going to be so much easier for you to stay focused.
Popular productivity tactic that's a lie, and it just sells to the little spurgs who think like 25 minutes, like you're not going to accomplish much in 25 minutes. Turn your
I think 25 minutes, fair enough, is a bit too short, but there's no reason why you can't have hour slots with breaks in between each hour. Because I think that will ultimately let you work more.
Phone off. Turn your notifications.
Well, it does for me anyway.
Off. I don't get notifications on my phone. My phone doesn't make any noises. It doesn't light up or anything. The smallest distraction will completely reduce your work and your output, your production, and even your level of philosophical, spiritual fulfillment from your work. Because it's just trash work. You're not working to your capacity. You're not working to a level that you feel proud. That's what Cal Newport, the author of a different book called Deep Work, states. We're going to discuss the simple step-by-step formula to build this business that gives you online income. But first, let's talk about the sponsor of this video. Jeffrey doesn't read. He thinks reading is stupid, but he doesn't want to admit that he can't read. He doesn't even realize what he's missing out on. All of Jeffrey's problems could be fixed by getting the wisdom from some quality books and becoming inspired to take action. But because Jeffrey only consumes low-quality content like motivational videos on YouTube, Jeffrey never improves. Adonis is a wise man. Men learn from their mistakes, but wise men learn from the mistakes of others. Adonis spends his time reading, learning, and contemplating. And Adonis's favorite way to read book summaries is using short form. Short form is like a book summary service where you sign up and get access to thousands of books that you've always wanted to read, but never really got the time to do so. They have a one-page book summary that gives you like the general learning lessons in just 10 minutes. But then they also have a detailed summary which goes through the chapters. These are some steroid level book summaries. Like they get posted to r/nattyornot on Reddit. Adonis is impressed. Adonis uses short form in the gym on his rest breaks after incline benching 3 plates. If you want to read an awesome summary of this book, The 4 Hour Work Week, or the book I just mentioned, Deep Work, then I think you'll really like this. I'm very, very grateful that we have our first sponsor, and it's one that I can truly recommend. I casually told Sam, our first video editor, that I read on my rest breaks in the gym, and he's quite surprised because that's a top level productivity tactic. Short form is kind of like Netflix for book summaries, and I've personally been using short form for a couple of weeks. In the gym on my rest breaks, which I'm actually really, really proud of. Whenever I take Ubers and the guy doesn't really seem like he wants to talk, I wait for my dentist appointment where I've got like these invisible braces. I usually just end up like just scrolling on social media or going on Discord, but now I'm actually reading book summaries and I feel more productive than ever. Like I'm getting self-improvement knowledge around the clock. The genres that they have on short form have been perfect for me. They've got business, entrepreneurship, and self-improvement. They've even got an entire section on relationships, and I know that you're a horny motherfucker. I've went through a bunch of books already. I recapped the 4 Hour Work Week for this video. I read a summary of Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, and that's like the OG book which talks about visualizations. And the short form summary reminded me of the importance of our self-image, just constantly improving your self-image to improve the rest of your life. And on short form, you even get to vote for the new books that they should summarize. They take requests and they release new books every week. They've set me up with a link that gives you a 5-day free unlimited access and also an additional 20% off their annual membership, which is now like 46% cheaper than the monthly subscription. My link is shortform.com/Hamza. Go to the description of this video and click on that link right now to sign up. You can start making mental gains whilst you make muscle gains. Now, the simple formula to build your online business that fulfills the principles of the 4 Hour Work Week and allows you to enjoy your freedom. Now, quick disclaimer, it is a simple formula, but it is difficult. You have to dedicate your life to this for the next year or so to get it running off the ground. That's exactly what I did. Number 1, practice the productivity tactics outlined in this video, eliminating the bullshit tasks that don't even need to be done, outsourcing it to other people, and making sure that when you are doing work, you are so entirely focused. You don't allow yourself to be distracted by your phone or by social media. Trust me when I say you'll never become an entrepreneur unless you can actually do the work at home, and most people can't. Most people get so distracted at home because you've never even been taught productivity tactics by school. So this is your replacement. You have to start implementing these productivity tactics and literally start practicing them. View them like they're skills in a video game and you're just trying to level up and get experience in the skill. So you're not going to be amazing at first. You're going to start off as a noob, but over time you'll level up. Number 2, start a social media channel. This is the best online business by far. It's not even close. Now, whatever excuse you have to delay doing this, because I'm Hamza, I'm not ready, my videos aren't going to be good. Whatever excuse you have, they are invalid. Because that's the point. Your first videos aren't supposed to be good. The beginner starts just by bench pressing the empty bar, and maybe every week he'll be able to increase it slightly. You've got to understand that you're the beginner right now. You can't just come in with some professional level videos. Your first videos are going to be trash. That's the whole point. That's like the weird curve that most people just stop. They make a couple of videos, realize that they're not good at it right now, and then they stop. The people who go on to make these businesses, who live probably the life that you want to live, we just continued after the videos. The first 10-20 videos are gonna be trash, bro. Like your first few videos are gonna get 2 views. It's just me and you watching them. Number 3, create content based on a specific niche that you understand. So this is pretty much to make videos or content or pictures based on your life story with an important focus on just one topic. For me, my videos are my life story, but the topic is self-improvement, and inside of that I've done like an ultra niche of like aesthetic bodybuilding and the life that came from that, and you know, the confidence in the girls and everything. What is it for you? What's the important part of your story? Maybe it's mental health, maybe it's fitness like me, maybe it's studying. Number 4, show your journey and give advice to anyone who's one step behind you. This is so important. You don't have to be the ultra leader with the big ego. One step videos or content or pictures based on your life story with an important focus on just one topic. For me, my videos are my life story, but the topic is self-improvement, and inside of that I've done like an ultra niche of like aesthetic bodybuilding and the life that came from that, and you know, the confidence in the girls and everything. What is it for you? What's the important part of your story? Maybe it's mental health, maybe it's fitness like me, maybe it's studying. Number 4, show your journey and give Give advice to anyone who's one step behind you. This is so important. You don't have to be the ultra leader with the big ego. You don't have to do that. You are literally just one step in front of your ideal audience, and you're just going to teach them how to take that one step. So for me, I started meditating, then I would make a video on how to meditate. I learned something new from a book, and I literally come to the camera and teach it to you as if I'm the professional, but it's like I only learned that like 2 weeks ago. You only have to be one step in front of people, and the content you create should just be based on the niche, the audience that you want to help. Number 5, post consistently and be okay with content for a little while. Ali Abdul is a well-known YouTuber, and I like one of his statements which he says, post content at least 2 times a week for 2 years and your life will never be the same. Number 6, outsource as soon as you can. As soon as you can afford it, start to outsource some of the tasks that other people can do for you. Now, no one can really record themselves on the video. You have to be the person on camera or the person with the pictures. But for YouTube, you can get video editors and a personal assistant that does a lot of the tasks, and that's exactly how I've set up my business. Number 7, gain an audience to people who are similar to you. So these are people who will randomly find your videos and feel like you're really talking to them, like you've just gave them some life-changing advice because you were able to just speak in a way that they really understood and related to. At this point, just keep posting. Understand that every bit of content that you post is like a lottery ticket. And number 8, this is where the money really kicks in. You've already got an audience of people who like you. It's time to sell them a premium product. So this is how you make most of your money in an online business. You make a fair amount of money straight from YouTube revenue and Skillshare and all these platforms and like a sponsorship like short form, but you make the most amount of money when you sell your own premium product. And the best product that you can sell in this modern day is an online course. Now, you don't need to know so much about this right now because this is way ahead in the future, but just keep in mind that's probably the digital online course that you'll be selling. A course is simply a collection of content. So mine is a bunch of videos and a bunch of books and like workout routines and everything. You package up a bunch of knowledge and you sell it as like the guide to cure a specific problem. So someone who really wants to build an aesthetic body, like a 10 out of 10 body, or someone who feels a little bit conscious of their body and they want more confidence, they'll see my video course and think, oh my god, that's exactly what I want. That the problem that I'm going through right now seems to be solved by this product, and people will buy that. And finally, number 9, keep your purpose up, keep helping people, and above all else, maintain a very positive brand image, and that will secure your long-term. Keep helping people, and above all else, maintain a very positive brand image, and that will secure your long-term success. Let's talk about the reward of all of this. Freedom. A low amount of work hours so that you can choose what you want to do. Instead of working 8 to 10 hour days, I work around 1 to 2 a couple days a week. So what do I spend all my time with? Honestly, a lot of it's spent on fitness. I go to the gym and I spend a while in there. I've been able to take like longer rest breaks because I just thought, I don't need to rush myself. I do yoga, I do kickboxing, I go to the sauna, I do some swimming, I do some running and cycling. I leave 10 hours for bedtime, which means that my health has never been better. I'm always down for an adventure, especially when I'm with a girl. So we'll just go somewhere with no stress. I'll take 2-3 days off working, no problem. For the rest of my time, I do a lot of like self-improvement habits. I read a lot, I meditate, and I journal. And honestly, I'm very grateful for this book by Tim Ferriss. I'm getting to live like my ideal life right now. One final beautiful reward of this 4-hour workweek lifestyle is mini retirements. It's this idea of not waiting until the normal person's retirement at age 65 when you're almost dead and you've got Parkinson's, and that's when you get to enjoy your life. When you've got a business like this, you can take months to go travel whenever you want. You can take a mini retirement. You can choose whether you work or not during that mini retirement. So for me personally, I would record videos, I'd keep up the videos, but I'd probably do nothing else. This is the new rich lifestyle, like the ability, the freedom to go wherever you want. Like if you want to go learn Muay Thai in Thailand for a couple of months, you can go because you're making online income, so you're almost technically still working when you're abroad and enjoying yourself. You want to go learn salsa dancing in Spain for a month, go ahead. Think of all the experiences that you could have. And this is not the same as normal people's holidays. Since you have online income, you can spend way longer in these places, and it really feels like slow travel where you integrate in their culture. Go to a third world country and volunteer for free, build houses or teach English. It's a beautiful house which all came to me and maybe future you just through this book. And again, if you want to read a detailed summary of this book, my short form link is in the description. You can go there now. Do the hard work, especially when you don't.
Employees can view their leave balance and request time off, all within the platform. Search Employment Hero. Has a hair loss solution finally been discovered? Researchers sure think so because there's been a breakthrough where
Jeffrey has a defeatist mindset. He sees himself as a loser.
Oh no, I can't lift weights because I'm not strong enough yet. No, I can't start that business because I'm in university.
Jeffrey ends up never making progress. He stays stuck in a life. For so long I struggled with negative thoughts, and I realize now how consequential that was. I thought it was productive to constantly remind myself of my failures, so I could learn from them. I would belittle myself in my mind, very, very similar to the way that my father and my teachers in school would do for me. I didn't realize that I was conditioning my mind in the exact wrong way to reach success. If you're anything like the younger version of me and you have a lot of negative thoughts and you often just assume the worst, assume that you're gonna fail, this video might change it all for you. Adonis has read the book Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. Adonis spends time visualizing his success. He sees it in his mind's eye before he sees it in real life. And then he makes it happen. He acts as if he already has that success, so he has the perfect personality to make it into a reality. Adonis understands the power of his mind. You can condition your mind to automatically achieve success, and I know that this sounds clickbaity, but this book, Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, this is like an underground treasure. You don't see many people talking about this book, but it's weird how well this book works. This is the original book that started the movement that you often see today of like law of attraction, manifestation. Those type of communities are just cringe in my opinion. I've looked at some of the standard videos if you search for like law of attraction, and it's just disgusting videos of like cringy little girls with armpit hair saying like, oh, how to manifest a text from your, oh, shut the up. How to manifest a text from your ex. That's creepy as bro. You weird bitch. How fucking weird is that, bro? That just hit me again. How fucking cringe these girls are, man. Clark, Kleegi, whatever that YouTuber is. I'm fucking roasting this motherfucker. How to manifest a text? Shut the fuck up, bro. What the fuck? That's fucking cringe, bro. You can read an awesome summary of this book on the website short form, which I'll link below. To reach success in any area, so let's say body transformation, business, career, mental health, wealth, whatever you want, you have to condition your mind first. Conditioning your mind first is the shortcut to achieve that success. Most of us, for most of our lives, have been told that we first need to achieve the success and the success will change our minds. That does not work. This is why so many of us rarely change that much. We need to see ourselves differently in our mind first. Our self-image needs to be updated. Then we go and do the thing automatically. So here's an example. Let's say you're a horny motherfucker and you want to start getting some girls. The conventional advice, pretty much everyone's advice, is just based on the real world, and they'll tell you, yeah, you go and approach and Tinder and a day game. So you start doing that stuff and you go out, you think like you're a loser, I'm horny as fuck, I want to get some bitches, and you start speaking to girls, and of course you get rejection after rejection after rejection, because your self-image right now is a guy who doesn't have girls, who's bad with girls, and who's currently practicing. And so that's like the energy that you put out, that's your personality that you convey. And of course, girls aren't attracted to guys who don't get girls. If there's one thing that makes a girl unattracted to you, it's knowing that other women are unattracted to you. And that's exactly how you're conveying yourself. The best way to do it is to use the principles from this book, Psycho-Cybernetics, and to condition your mind and your self-image first to feel like a success in this area, and then go and approach. Because think about the difference in your personality. In the first one, you didn't do any mental work, so you went up as a loser and you got rejected as a loser. In the second one, you do a visualization, which we'll practice in a second, and you're gonna start feeling like a winner. You're gonna feel like you're already good with girls. If you're feeling like you're already good with girls and that you already have girls who are into you, and that this specific woman that you're going up to already likes you, that's gonna be conveyed through your personality. That makes you way more attractive. Because with this situation, you went up as a loser who is not attractive to girls. On this one, you went up as if this girl already likes you. Success is literally all about your self-image. Whatever your self-image is dictates however your actions are gonna be. And of course, what your actions are is how other people respond to you. Most of our self-images are so trash because of the hypnosis. This is what Maxwell Maltz says. The hypnosis that we've experienced as children. We have been led to believe certain things that are not actually facts. When things happen to you as a child, they get ingrained in your mind as a core belief, and we often aren't even conscious of that. And this is really interesting. It's kind of scary. What do you subconsciously believe about yourself? Because if your dad shouted at you when you were 4 years old for one particular thing that you did, that would be ingrained in your mind. And maybe the belief would be, I'm annoying, I shouldn't do that, I'm not safe. We carry these beliefs in our mind. If you received a fragile sense of love from your parents, that is deeply ingrained in you way more than you would know right now. Your self-image has been conditioned largely negatively. So why don't we reverse that now that we're adults and we have full control over this and we actually have the science around us? There's a study that Maxwell Maltz mentions in his book, which I really like, and it's the power of visualizations. There's 3 groups who are going to play basketball, and so they're made to test how many shots that they can get in, and then they're going to practice, and then they're going to see their new scores. One of the groups doesn't practice, doesn't do anything, and so this is our control group. The second group practices for 20 minutes a day. They just, you know, practicing shooting the hoops. But the third group don't practice physically, they practice mentally. The third group literally just visualize themselves shooting the hoops. Both the second and the third group saw pretty much the same improvement. How weird is that? The people who literally went out to a basketball court and shot those hoops and trained, physically trained, made about as much progress as the guy who sat there and literally mentally practiced in his mind. This might seem unrealistic and you might be like, wait, no, this couldn't happen, right? But just think about it. Your body responds to whatever you think in your mind. Whatever you think in your mind, your body automatically assumes it's real. Don't touch your dick, but if you think of a sexy thought, your dick will get hard. Think about it. Why? That's so interesting, isn't it? You could literally not touch it at all, but if you think of a sexy thought, your dick would get hard because your body responds to your mind. So when you see that pretty girl and straight away your mind starts generating thoughts that you're a fucking loser, that you can't get her, that you're part of the 80% of men who are sexless, your body's gonna respond in that way, and maybe, just maybe, you'll pick up the fucking courage and you'll pass all the friction to go and speak to her, but you'll be speaking to her as a loser. So why don't we condition ourselves positively? If we've already been hypnotized by society and our upbringing, why don't we positively hypnotize ourselves? Why don't we get you to generate the thoughts that make you feel like a winner, like a somebody, so that when you see that woman, you actually go up to her with like the confidence of the guy who's already attracted her. This has completely changed the way that I interact with people, and especially with women. I no longer indulge in those negative thoughts that tell me that, I shouldn't approach and everything. When I see a girl that I like, I automatically see in my mind that she likes me back, that she's a lot more into me. And then you have that big dick energy where you go up to this girl and you speak to her as if you've already slept with her and that she already likes you. And we do all this through visualizations. Now, there is a very, very specific detail that you need to know to visualize properly, and that is to visualize the exact end result that you want to come to life. And this is actually a lot more difficult. I know what I just said sounds like common sense, but this is a lot more difficult than it seems. Because if, for example, close your eyes, if, for example, we see that cute girl over there and you want to visualize success, the thing is, a lot of us would automatically think, okay, what should I say? What would I say? Like, what's the first sentence? Okay, maybe I should say this and this and this. That already has made you fail, because remember, whatever we think in our mind, our body responds. So you have now conditioned yourself to be the guy who's thinking about what to say, the guy who's unsure of what to say. That is going to be conveyed in your personality. Now, in this exact same situation, what's the correct answer? You specifically want to visualize her looking at you in that like sexy, cute smile, maybe handing you your phone back with her number in it, or maybe you and her holding hands and you're already going on a date right now. You want to see that end success that you want to achieve, not the steps beforehand. Maxwell Maltz says that we overthink about the steps beforehand, and that's confusing the success mechanism that we have inside of our mind. Inside of our mind, we have a goal striving system. Whatever we put inside of our mind, our body will automatically start to go and try to achieve that goal. The issue is that we put negative things into our mind. Before we enter a room full of people, we automatically think that these guys are going to judge us and that they don't like us. And so that's the goal that we've put into our mind that our body starts to respond to. So we enter that room looking awkward as fucking, like fidgeting our hands and like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Maybe I should put my thumbs inside of my pockets or some bullshit. Whatever you think, that is the goal that you are setting your body to achieve. Always remember that. Whatever you think in your mind, that is the goal that you are setting your body to achieve. Make sure it's a positive goal which has you winning. Make sure it's not some overthinking negative bullshit. I personally love this book. I've read it 3 times now, and every single time I reread it, my life changes. I get more consistent in the visualizations, and it's so strange, man. Every single time I visualize one key thing, it happens within like 2 weeks. And of course, it could be a coincidence and stuff, but it's when it happens to you, you'll be thinking like, what the f***? This is creepy. If you're not too sure about reading the entire book, you can get a very, very good summary of it if you scroll down to the description right now and click on that top link. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
No!
I'm just tasting it.
It's for dogs. Anything could be in there.
Not with ours. Ours only contains great stuff.
Edgar & Cooper. Feed them, feel good.
If you're thinking of exporting, contact Welsh Government and they'll start your export journey.
They haven't just helped us financially, but inspired.
When I say nothing, I mean nothing. They fall asleep.
I'm going to tell you about the rags to riches story that I've been through. I've worked one full-time job, which was £8.41 per hour. It was 9:30 to 6:30, so not even like an 8-hour shift, but more like a 9-hour shift. Yeah.
Half an hour.
This video, I'm going to caption it, like I'm going to title this video as FTE, and FTE stands for Fuck This Event. The author MJ DeMarco spoke about this in his book, The Millionaire Fast Lane, and also in his second book. Your FTE is a certain moment of your life where things are so bad, you're so fucking down bad, that it's like the last straw before you go ahead and make some drastic changes. And I think most people who are watching this video have had an FTE or may perhaps be going through theirs right now. Before I even tell you my story, that really reminds me to just give you that important message that you should feel very grateful to go through this. Like, it's incredibly painful. There's so much suffering at a moment like this in your life. But that suffering brings growth. So let me set the scene. I'm 21, 22 years old, and I'm just finishing university. So I'm in the third year of university. I'm studying psychology in Manchester in UK. And so I should even go backwards a little bit more, actually. So my sort of early upbringing, kind of abusive household, playing video games, a little nerd and everything. Then age 17 started weightlifting, and it took me like a few years to actually become like social and confident and start learning to speak to girls and make new friends. Age 18 is like when I started going out to like parties and clubs just about, and like that was the first time where I was actually beginning to like kiss girls, but it didn't really progress after that. Age 19 is when like I got my first girlfriend, then I started my fuckboy phase, and this is when I moved into university. And life is just so incredibly different, because for the past 2 years, since age 17 to 19, I've been working on social skills, weightlifting, confidence and everything. And whilst I'm living at home, it almost feels a little bit repressed. The moment then when I'm 19 and I move out to university, I move in a student accommodation, life is just so different. Like, imagine living with like a pretty overbearing and abusive family, and then suddenly you're like technically like an adult, you're living amongst other young adults, you can do whatever the fuck you want, you can take drugs, you can go out, you can have sex and everything. And so that was my experience for the first year, and then the second year of university was that first year just amplified, where now I've had like a full 12 months of experience, like going out there, being more confident. And I truly, whilst other people were thinking about like studying and everything, like I truly focused on leveling up in that sort of like confident party environment. So I got pretty good at it in my second year of university. Made a lot of like friends, like we know that they're not friends, but like at that time I thought they were. Like, made a lot of friends, met a lot of girls, and then about halfway through the second year of university is when like I started getting feelings for a girl, started getting like more lazy, started eating more junk food, skipping days from the gym, and all the bad habits that come. And the third year of university is very interesting, because I just had the most confidence, the most exciting times of my life. And in the third year of university, I think the major sort of mistake was that me and my friend, we moved from the student city, like we were right in the middle of the city. We moved from there to like 3-4 miles away to a place where like adults lived. And we had like a really fancy, like really nice apartment. It's still like a place where I'll go somewhat frequently, like every couple of months on like a date and stuff, even now, because it's such a fancy area. But it's like, it wasn't for students, and it was so far away, and you had to take like a 40-minute tram to get to university. So we just started skipping lectures. And from that moment, more loneliness kicks in, have like less social experiences, still go out, but like it became so much more negative, where it was a lot less about like partying, and it was more entirely focused on like just getting drunk as fuck and then just like harassing white girls. And started smoking weed at this point as well. So this is my third year of university. Started smoking like every single day. And about halfway through this year, or even a little bit more, about 8 months or so, about halfway through the university year, is when me and the guy I was living with, my best friend, like we fell out, we hated each other and everything, we had like a big argument. And so then I took all my stuff and I moved in with the girl that I had been seeing like all this time, and that relationship was pretty toxic. But I moved in with her, and it was nothing but like joy and like connection for the first while, because you know it was so exciting that, oh my god, we're living together and everything. And obviously things deteriorated after that. So I finished university, I'm struggling and everything. I'm working like a part-time job, and I'm still trying to do like my dissertation and everything. And so once I submit the dissertation, which is kind of like the last project of university, you've pretty much just finished and you just wait for your results. And actually no, that's not right. So I submitted that shit, and then a month, 2 months later, I got my results and I technically failed, and I was allowed to resit a couple of assignments. And so I did those. So I was like resitting a couple of assignments. And then after submitting them, there was just waiting for the results that would come in like 1 or 2 months or something. That's when I went to Thailand with the girl that I was staying with. And then when I came back, I still remember this feeling that I had experienced the extreme like high and low of life over the last 12 months. Like I literally felt, obviously I had degenerate values and everything, but in terms of my own enjoyments in my second year of university, it was like everything I ever wanted. Imagine, you've grown up as that little fucking video gamer, and you've watched so many videos of like body transformation, and the people in the body transformation videos, it's always the same story of like some guy who used to play video games but now he doesn't, and now girls hold eye contact with him. Oh my god, and when you experience that for yourself, it's hype as hell. Of course, looking back now, I know that that was never really like a great goal to be focused on. It wasn't like fulfilling or anything, and it heavily involved instant gratification, low quality people. But at least in terms of my own sort of perception of enjoyment and stuff, it was up there. And so I was really, really thinking about that difference of life. Couldn't believe like how different life was in just the space of just 12 months. And how low life was, that when I was coming back from Thailand and my results were ready to look at to see whether I graduated or I failed from university, I truly, truly hoped that I had failed so that I could just repeat another year of uni with the sole intention to really replicate how university was in the first and second year, where I was literally thinking, okay, I'll move back to the same building that I used to live in, and I'll join this sports club, and I'll do all this, I'll be so good. And I passed, I graduated, and overnight I went from being like a dumbass student who's kind of like living life and everything to just unemployed. And if you haven't felt that transition yet, it's very, very profound. If you're still in the education system, if you're unemployed, if you don't have a job, it's it doesn't really mean much because you're a student. But the moment that you're out of the education system and then you don't have a purpose, you don't have a job, you don't have a career, you get hit with this existential crisis.
With Cadbury FC away wins, you could win a family trip away with your club. Visit the website for the chance to score.
And it instantly knocked my confidence. So then I'm beginning to look for jobs, and because I had done so bad on my assignments and everything, I graduated with what's called a third class honours, which literally just means you're a dumbass but you just about passed. And so any good quality jobs that were related to psychology, I could not qualify for them because you need to get a first, or you have to get quite a high grade for that. So essentially I had the boasting rights of saying that I have a degree, but it didn't really mean anything in the places that you did want to use it. It just kind of impressed, sometimes I'd go to shitty job interviews and it kind of impressed some 46-year-old woman who's trying to hire me to be a receptionist, and if I say oh yeah, I'm educated to a degree level, it kind of sounds impressive, but it's you get what I mean. So I'm beginning to look for jobs now because I'm still living in the city. And no, you know what, in fact, at this point, this is actually when I moved back home for 5 days. So I grabbed my stuff. I felt like it was just pointless being in Manchester. So I grabbed my stuff, moved back home with this idea, okay, well, I won't have expenses and I can focus on business or something. I'd been reading the 4-hour work week and everything. And I just experienced life in Thailand. So that really was that big sort of awareness that, oh my God, if I was making money online, then I could live here and, live like a king and everything. And so I moved back home, and I remember it just being like so incredibly lonely and isolating here. So this was even before COVID, but I moved back and things were like weirdly like the same, and like nothing had happened. Like I had experienced so much life-changing experiences, and I moved back and it just felt like no one had really done anything here, like in my entire city. Of course that's like my sort of false perception. I'm sure people made progress and everything, but it felt like everyone was just roughly the same, and it was just very, very unexciting. My family as well hadn't like changed at all at this point. They were still like the same level of like friction and abuse, and I was still the same person. So of course, like, it was revolving around me and everything. I wasn't grateful. I hadn't been through self-improvement at this point. So I remember it was literally just a couple of days in. I remember I would just keep breaking out crying because I had that huge detachment from the girl that I was dating in Manchester. And of course, like, it's technically like 25 minutes away, like 30 minutes away, so it's not like long distance technically. But at the time I was like very, very insecure. I probably still am now. And so I had this thing that like I would only really date a girl seriously if like we were gonna live together, because I wanted to like keep an eye on her and make sure she's not fucking, and like I couldn't trust her to like, you know, to not live with each other. Plus it also 100%, even when I look back now, it's like the girl wasn't trustworthy at all either. So it's like it was just kind of in my mind, yeah, of course, like, we're not together anymore. And so I'm back home, I'm crying about the detachment. And I remember there was just little bits of friction of being at home, which I hated so much. So this was really when like my life started going downhill, which I blamed on other people. So I blamed it really on my family and everything. It was like the smallest inconveniences of like living at home and like, oh, it's too cold. And it's like, you know, when you live in your own apartment, it's like you get to control the heating and everything, but you don't in like an Asian household. You don't use heating. That's why I'm always wearing a fucking hoodie, man. No, I'm taking the piss because I think it's actually... Oh, it's not even on right now. It's kind of hot today though. I remember there was like an argument, and this was actually what caused me to leave, and it was quite brutal as well. So it was on like my 5th day back home, and I just obviously like I didn't have good mental health or anything. I was technically still like addicted to weed, even though I moved back home, and like for 5 days I didn't even think about it, but I still definitely had like withdrawals and everything. And I didn't really tell anyone, but I already had decided to just go back because I didn't like it here. And so, you know, I like decided to like, get all my stuff and move back. And I didn't tell anyone till literally the point when like I was packing my stuff. And so of course, like, looking back at this now, like, everyone was like worried and, wait, what are you doing? You just came home. And, you know, my mum hadn't seen me for so long. She starts crying and everything. They're asking me like, wait, did I have like an argument with my brother? What's going on? And I'm just kind of like brushing them off, because conversations like that were just too hard for me to have. Like, you know, these sort of family conversations where you have to explain yourself. And I think that really relates to that feeling, like, when I have previously explained myself, like, you know, being in situations where I've had to explain myself to my family, it's always been related to like abuse, and straight after saying something I get hit in the face or something. So it really felt like I was unable to have that conversation, and things just really escalated. And I remember just being sat here on my bed, and like my dad was like physically holding me down, and like it was like making me like just panic. It was just fucking weird. My sister starts crying, my mum's like screaming, I'm like saying, like, I start swearing at my dad and everything. And it's just fucking like, it was such a horrible time. I remember that like I was bursting into tears. I just ran downstairs, grabbed one bag, like nothing else, just grabbed one bag, and literally just ordered an Uber and just like that for down the road. And so I left and just walked down the road and didn't see my family for an entire year after that. I think that was 2019. So after that day, I got into the Uber on the way back to Manchester, just text the girl that, oh, like, I'm coming back, and I blocked all of my family on everything. I think I left like my brother or my sister or something so that they could come and like bring more stuff for me, and then after that I eventually blocked him as well. And I didn't speak to anyone for like an entire year after that, up until like COVID was really, really kicking off.
Oh my god. You got 15 minutes. Why have I
About a
done
year,
this?
yeah, probably about 9
Why have
months
I
now
done
that I
this?
think about it, because that would have been about July, and I think I started speaking to everyone about like April, so about 9 months or something. Go back to Manchester, fully like, okay, that's where I'm living. I remember literally saying to the girl like, I don't have a family anymore. And of course she was like really kind of warm and emotional about it and supportive, but that's when like life really became real for me, and it's hard for me to even recollect what that period of my life was like, because it was just so incredibly like dark days and I was just high all the time. But I remember just constantly just searching for jobs, and so I moved back and I was unemployed for like 1.5 months, 2 months, and that really like fucked up my confidence, because before this it was only for like small part-time jobs that I had through like university and stuff, but every single job that I had went to an interview for, I got that job there and then in the interview. So that's always been normal for me, because I've got like a nice like personality. I can speak, and of course I always apply for jobs which weren't like so great or anything, that like the interviewer would literally give me the job there and then. And that didn't happen for so long, so I went to like maybe 10, 15, 20 interviews. Imagine like you're literally waking up and you're going on fucking Indeed, like that shitty website Indeed, where you just see all the shittest jobs and you just send in your like your shitty CV to like apply for these jobs that feel like they're below you. And I'm just applying for like 10, 20, 30 jobs a day and going for these interviews where you have to like get ready, and then you can either, I remember it was always like this stressful thing of like, okay, if I'm going to go to the interview, I can either get public transport there and it won't cost much, it'll cost like a few pounds, but then it will fuck up my mental space because I have anxiety and like PTSD when I get on public transport, and it just takes longer as well, so you lose more time. Or I can just get an Uber there, but it'll cost like 20, 25 pounds, and it's like, that's money that like I can't afford to spend. And so I just remember this entire like period of my life just being so fucking stressful, because like this was like the only time of my life where I truly like I felt broke. And what's interesting is like I still had money for weed and like snacks and shit, but it just shows you like a level of priorities when your values are all fucked up. Interview after interview, like low tier jobs, literally jobs which are 15, 16, 17,000 a year. The type of jobs that you can get like out of high school, never mind out of university. I know that technically like doesn't really count if you say that you went to university but you got a third, but you get what I mean. And so all this time, this is when my mental health really started going bad, and this is when I really started to get bad highs when I would smoke. So that had been happening somewhat like for the last couple of months, but this is when it got incredibly bad, because I was addicted to smoking weed. And people say weed isn't addictive, they can shut the fuck up, because it absolutely is. If you think weed's not addictive, if you think weed's not a drug, you're a fucking dumbass. I would be smoking every single day, and it was only when I would begin smoking that I would get these sort of introspective negative thoughts of where I was in life, and it would be literally like a curse. It would be like, it hit me, I was like, oh fuck, I forgot about the negative thoughts, and I've got to sit around for like an hour or two up until like I'm not high anymore so that they go away. And so it's like,
Bread spread. Devour. Done. Philadelphia. Deliciously simple.
I'm smoking, we're watching TV or some bullshit, and I can't stay focused. Like in my mind, all I'm thinking is, you're a fucking loser, why are you sat here right now, you should be doing work, but you're high, you can't do work, so you're just gonna have to wait. And like, oh, don't eat the snacks, like I know they taste so good, but your body's fucking trash right now, you gained like 20 pounds over the last year, stop eating shit. And when that was really a big cause of the pain as well, when your body transformation means a lot to you, and you fucked it up because you've just got a shit diet, you've got a shit mental health, you're eating like junk food and sugar, and you're not like tracking calories or anything, you're going to the gym 3 times a week instead of like 6, and you see your physique deteriorate in front of you, it's so incredibly painful. Like if you can really relate, there's a difference between, you know, being so busy with something that's your priority, like work or something, and you know your physique's not really making progress, or you get a little bit weaker, to like almost purposely fucking up your physique but like not really wanting to. So every day seeing the scale go up, seeing like your body fat percentage increase, your arms get smaller but your stomach get bigger, and thinking like, oh my god, this is so shit, okay, I'm gonna go hit like a big workout today and everything, and then just finding yourself like, fuck, I smoked weed, now I can't really go today, and I've got the munchies. And that's day in, day out, day in, day out. So I go to a bunch of interviews, doesn't really go well. And, you know, in fact, I just drove to Manchester with a couple of my friends. I think we were all going rock climbing like a week ago. And we drove in this particular place where, this like particular road where it was so weird. Like on the drive there, it was literally like a trip down memory lane where we drove past like every place that I had lived, every place that I'd worked. It was like actually crazy how we just randomly went past like so many different places. And we like drove past a bunch of places where I had interviews, and so I was pointing out to everyone, like, oh, I applied for a job there, it was trash, when I used to live there and everything. It was like all over Manchester. And then it's so weird because I started then making some progress in my physique, so I started like waking up early, and that was really the big thing for me. I started waking up early, and I would be somewhat sleep deprived, but when I would wake up at 5, and even still to this day, when I wake up at 5, it's like, that's the best thing for me by far. I'm just productive as fuck. It's pitch black outside. I would put my gym clothes on, I would literally run to the gym in the pitch black, just with like negative thoughts in my mind and shit, just like run to the gym, beast out a workout, come back, be fasting and everything. Straight after that, usually I wouldn't be so productive. Like I remember I would maybe do like some meditation or something. This was when I first started discovering some self-improvements, but most of the day afterwards would be just eating shit and everything. But just because I got into that routine of waking up early, I started to...
Here you go, please. What are you doing?
I haven't seen you all day.
Oh, Sam, please, just go away.
make some progress in my physique, and I remember that was really like, it really upped my confidence again. And it's so convenient that that same time was when then I went to like 3 interviews over like 2 days, and all 3 offered me the job. So I remember there was a point where like, okay, so I've just been to like 15 interviews, didn't get like a single one, didn't get any offers, didn't even hear back from most of the motherfuckers. And then in the space of like 24 hours, I've got 3 offers that I've got to respond to. So every time they called me, like, you know, one of the companies called me saying, oh, you know, we really liked you, would you like to work for us? So I'd be like, yeah, you know, awesome, yeah, I will do. Put the phone down, 20 minutes later, I get another call, oh, yeah, from a different company. And I said yes to them. An hour later, some other company called me. I said yes to them. So I said yes to three companies, and so I made like a little document in front of me saying like, which one should I choose? And I remember still to, obviously I'm grateful for how all this happened, but I remember still to this day I made the wrong choice here. The jobs that I could have taken, those 3 jobs, one was with the NHS as a receptionist, and that was like, it was only really gonna be good because it's like, oh, you're working for the NHS, like, you know, there's a level of credibility that comes from it. But it was the lowest pay, it was like 15,000 a year, and it was pretty far away. The second was with a company of like car financing, and you'd be working in the complaints department. And so I had just about started, like, no, I had started previously, but I wasn't really working on it much, but like the business of like on eBay, like flipping clothes and everything. And so I remember thinking, oh, like, you know, complaints department, I could learn about how to handle complaints, that would really help my business. Like, you know, like if it's a low tier job, don't you fucking think that you're gonna get anything else other than just like the bit shitty ass wage that you've been offered. Don't think that like, oh my god, you know, the NHS is really credible, or like, oh, it's a complaint, oh, maybe I'll learn to shut the fuck up, bro. No, you won't. But that was like my mindset with it. And it's like the way that they described the company, it was like, oh, you know, national company and everything, so it sounded like really good. And I'd been to the interview there, people were nice, the office was nice, it was pretty far away, but then it also had a gym inside of the office. So
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, food is ready then.
Alright, thank you.
I thought like, oh, you know, like the commute is long, but like I'll get the gym and work done at the same time. And then the final place, which is the one that I should have taken, was the one that was closest, the one that was just slightly under for the wage. Then the NHS receptionist was 15,000, the complaints department was 17.5k, and this third one was 17,000. And this third job was like admin or something. And it was the one that was closest, and it actually had the least work hours, but I wasn't really thinking about this. So I didn't consider that, like, I would have saved about 2 hours a day if I went to this one, and I chose this one because of this idea that, oh, but it's like £500 more a year. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, it was 2 hours more, 2 hours like saved a day if I chose the third option. And I'm not gonna lie, I went to the interview for this third place, and it was run by like young people. There was only young people. They were having some kind of like lunch party or something when I got there, and like everyone was really nice. One of the girls there like liked me, and like I fully was visualizing, bro. Like, obviously, like, I'm trying not to be a degenerate, but at the time I really was. And I remember just kept on thinking, like, bro, if I work in this place, I'm gonna end up like fucking that girl, and like it would be kind of like sick to have that experience. But I chose like the more mature option of thinking, oh, a national company, and I'll get to learn about complaints. Shut the fuck up, bro. And so I chose the job that was like the hours were 9:30 to 6:30 instead of the job that was like 9 to 5, and it was like half the length of the commute, something like that. And so I accepted the job in the middle, the complaints department one, and I started working straight away. But then this was also when then I started applying for the RAF, and I went through the process of that. So I was literally enlisting into the military at this point, so because I didn't want to like stay in this job. Obviously, like I just wanted a job. Like I should have explained this. Like through all this time, I was going through the application for the RAF to be a physical training instructor in the Air Force. And I was applying for all these jobs with this idea, okay, let me apply for like, the first jobs that I can get so that I can keep making money right now. And in like 6 months from now, 9 months from now, I'll be like fully like part of the military. So that was the idea. I didn't really tell the people, like, when I was going to interviews, I was joining the RAF because I didn't want them to think like I'd be just temporary or something. But as soon as I started, I kind of told them, and they were nothing but nice and like accommodating for it. So I told them like there'll be some random days where I've got to go for like assessments and medical checks and everything, and they were fine with that. But I'm working this job, and I still remember this like level of gratitude that I had.
I'll do the talking. Good thinking. I'll just be the muscle. He's kind of a nerd.
Like for being there, because I just worked like I just struggled to get a job and everything, and the people that I was working around were very nice, and they were like, I remember the girl who worked alongside me, like we both had like the same task. Still to this day, like, bro, I've got so much respect and love for her, because like she fully made me feel welcome. And even like 2 months later, when I actually left the job, like she gave me like a massive like bag of like I mentioned my favorite chocolates like on one of the first days that we were there. Like it was just like a small conversation. She gave me like a massive bag of like Kinder Hippos and Kinder chocolate, like Kinder Buenos and everything, like some wine or something, like in an entire bag. And it's like, that's so incredibly nice, because I've never really had someone do like a gesture like that for me before. So the people I worked with were nice. The actual job task was just fucking bullshit. It was like, it wasn't even like really, I worked in the complaints department, but I wasn't like anything to do with complaints. It was like, I was literally just a call handler, which is pretty much just the job that like should be automated, but it wasn't. So I'd pick up the phone and they'd be like, oh, my car's broke down, and I'd look on their profile, and it'd be like they are the customer of like this guy in my department. So I'd just like transfer the call over to him. That was it. And so if that guy was busy, this is where the stress would kick in, because if that guy was currently on a call, I'd have to tell this customer, they're on a call right now, and you have to follow these all like weird procedures where it's like, I can set up a call back, so a reminder for the manager to call you, but it can be up to 48 hours. And so everyone would start screaming, 48 hours, bro, like my car's broke down, I need help right now, all this bullshit, and you're taking all this. It's fucking dead, bro. And so then my day in the life, I've wrote this in a comment just recently. My day in the life then was that I would wake up at about 5 a.m, 5:30, and get ready, get everything ready, and then I'd take the tram first thing in the morning, like 6 a.m. I would be on the tram. There would be no one else on the tram at this point. So I was literally, usually like there would be no, like sometimes there was like 1 or 2 people, but like most of the time it would be a completely empty tram, which is like, it's kind of nice in a sense, but it also has like this weird like eerie feeling where you're going through the city, and like the city's fucking quiet, and like you're kind of like the only person who's fucking awake, who's like on the way to work right now, because everyone works at 9, so they wake up at like 7 or something. I was waking up at 5 just so I had enough time to get to the gym, to get to the office early, do like a full length workout, get changed, showered and everything, and then go up in time. And so take the tram there, and even though there was no one on there, I remember I always did have like a sense of anxiety, specifically because there was no one, because I always feared like well, now I don't have herd safety. If someone walks into this tram right now and they want to hurt me, like there isn't like, you know, loads of people to like kind of body block or anything. And I was filled with so much anxiety during all this point, because 2 years previous, someone said I was lying about this as well. That really pissed me off, man, because there's like this like you can just fucking search for like Sylvester Stallone. It sounds like Stallone. It sounds like the Sylvester Stallone. Stallone is like Stallone is the actor, isn't it? Sylvester Stallone on Warrington News. Just like you can literally see like a mugshot of the guy who tried to fucking like start on me, bro. And he was jailed for 1.5 years. He had a fucking 11-inch knife on him. You've got to understand, I know there's a side rant which you expect on the Hamza Unfiltered channels, but like, bro, I don't tell lies on fucking YouTube, bro. If I've told you about like some dark shit, I don't say a single lie that like I've seen people talk about it online and they're like, oh well, it's unfalsifiable, so like, you know, some bullshit. Shut the fuck up, bro. You can say a lot of things about me, but one of them you can never say is that I'm a liar. Like, one of the things you have to credit me for is that I am brutally and totally honest and authentic. I've proven that. But yeah, so that was really where a lot of my PTSD came from in terms of like public transport. Of course, I've had like complex PTSD in terms of like childhood abuse and everything, but that's specifically in terms of public transport. And so that was always fucking stressful. Like you can see, I'm building up the picture because I was looking at the time of the recording. I was like, wait, this is like 25 minutes. Like I feel like I'm just going into too much detail. But I think it's really important to really build up the picture of my life so that you can kind of experience the same level that I did, because of course, you know, I was living this every single day. So me just making like a 10-minute video explaining something doesn't really do it justice. And yeah, so taking the tram there and then get off the tram there, and it'll be like 6:30 or something, still like just about some light. So it was literally pitch black at this time.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. I've just watched Hamza for 10 hours straight. What are you saying? Oh my god. I've got to take off this shit. Hey. What have I just done? What have I just done with my life for 10 hours? I will never get this time back. Hey, this video better blow up. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I shall see you in the next video. Peace!